At the start, you discover your talent is so abysmal that you can't even awaken an F-rank ability. Instantly, you are spurned by your family and your fiancé breaks off the engagement. Just as you are about to tear up the marriage contract in a fit of rage, a system notification rings out, child of fortune detected. Heaven's mandate villain system activated. Extracting talent. Congratulations, host, on receiving a legendary reward, S-rank Spirit Eye talent, the Mangekyo Sharingan. In an instant, golden light erupts, slapping the faces of everyone in the family on the spot, while your fiancé is left weeping in bitter regret. The pain is unbearable. When Joey woke up, he felt his brain trembling. Wasn't I just working hard moving bricks so my boss could afford to marry a second wife next year? Where on earth am I? The next second, a flood of memories surged into Joey's mind, and it finally dawned on him he had traveled to another world. He first recalled that his appearance was as extraordinarily handsome as in his previous life, looking like a celestial being descended to earth, hardly inferior to any of you readers. And so, Joey realized that he had transmigrated into a female-oriented web novel. Soon, he learned that he hailed from a prestigious clan and was the direct heir to the young master position. He was the literal embodiment of young and wealthy, and his heart immediately raced with excitement. Wait, I got it wrong, this is a god-tier tycoon novel. It was just a pity about the hair he had dyed yellow last night. He hadn't even met the boss's beautiful girlfriends yet, missing his chance to inherit the legacy of Chow Chow. At that moment, however, he suddenly realized he was standing in front of a small family's ancestral hall. Not far away, a young man was staring at him with fury, while beside him, a pure-looking girl gazed at him with tears welling in her eyes. Joey was instantly bewildered. Something felt terribly wrong. It was then that his memories finally fully awakened, and Joey realized that he was inside a world from a spiritual recovery novel he had read in his previous life. In this world, the human race had awakened supernatural abilities and continuously developed them. Ultimately, based on strength and realm, they were categorized into 10 tiers from lowest to highest, with each tier further divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak stages. The power of top-tier experts was unfathomable, comparable to the invincible beings of legend. However, the world has not seen a rank 10 powerhouse for a very long time. Even the current 5 great pillars, the strongest in Dongwon, are merely rank 9 experts. Abilities are also categorized into 9 grades based on their strength, SSS, SSS, 8B, C, D, E, and F. The higher the grade, the stronger the individual's power within the same realm. There was a young man surnamed Yi who awakened the holy body ability, breaking physical limits to achieve invincible combat prowess. There was a blind youth who suddenly regained his sight and awakened a top-tier ability, keeping gods as pets. And there was a man named MacArthur who awakened the power of a 5-star general and obtained the heavenly phoenix Dharma body, being revered as the supreme emperor by a certain island nation. But whenever he thought about the world being crawling with chosen ones, Joey couldn't help but complain, why on earth does the heavenly Tao need so many sons? He quickly calmed down and began to excitedly recall his experiences in this life. As a transmigrator, the very least he should be is a child of destiny. However, in the next second, his expression shifted drastically, and he nearly burst out into a cursing fit. A mandated villain? You've got to be kidding me, you damn heavens! As the name suggests, a destined villain is someone who constantly encounters the children of fortune wherever they go, only to be humiliated and used as a stepping stone for the protagonist's growth. Although Joey possessed both striking looks and a powerful family background, he had undergone a talent assessment 6 months prior, only to discover that his aptitude was so poor he couldn't even awaken an F-class ability. From that moment on, his predecessor became the target of constant ridicule. Even Ling Wanrue's attitude toward him took a sharp turn for the worse, as she turned back to the embrace of her childhood friend, Tang Surui. In tomorrow's awakening ceremony, he is destined to be provoked and publicly humiliated by a child of fortune from his school who awakens an A-class ability. Later, out of desperation, the Zhou family would spend a fortune at an auction to buy him a decent ability. However, this move would offend a high and mighty S-class elite, ultimately leading to the family's downfall and the carving up of their assets. Following that is the arrival of the apocalypse under the blood moon 100 days later. Having lost everything, Joey was framed by a protagonist who falsely accused him of defecting to alien races as a human traitor. Ultimately, he was sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts, a truly gruesome and tragic end. This fate, both exhausting and miserable, nearly made Joey cough up blood. He had lived a stifled life for half a lifetime, only to transmigrate and still be cast as a villain. No, before tomorrow's awakening ceremony, he had to find a way to break the deadlock and change the plot's direction at its source. He needed to prepare before the blood moon descended, reverse the tragedy of his family's destruction, and live the decadent, extravagant life of a super-rich second generation. However, just as Joey was frantically brainstorming how to break out of this predicament, he suddenly heard a high-pitched, cutesy voice that gave him goosebumps all over. "Brothery, please, just let the two of us be together." He suddenly snapped back to his senses and looked toward Ling Wanru. He had almost forgotten there was still one hurdle to clear right in front of him. This woman was the primary female lead, Ling Wanru, a top-tier school beauty known as the Pure Jade Maiden. Joey's predecessor had been Ling Wanru's devoted simp. To keep him on the hook and extract benefits, Ling Wanru would occasionally throw him a few crumbs of affection, only to turn around and cry to the protagonist, Tang Surui, claiming that Joey was the one harassing her. The previous Joey was a hopeless romantic who had been completely bewitched, allowing Ling Wanru to fleece him for a fortune. This directly led to his lack of resources, which would have ultimately resulted in him being publicly humiliated at tomorrow's awakening ceremony. But the current Joey was no longer that naive predecessor. Before transmigrating, he had spent years on Douyin, following hundreds of young women. Having seen it all and experienced it all, he had encountered countless women far more beautiful and skilled than Ling Wanru. He could tell at a single glance that she was a textbook green tea bitch. Tang Surui was no saint either. He was just an ordinary disciple from a minor clan, but he and Ling Wanru were childhood sweethearts. Consequently, over the years, all the gifts Joey had submissively showered upon Ling Wanru were taken and used by Tang Surui as if they were his birthright. This allowed his strength to skyrocket, eventually earning him the title of the Jiang family's Qilin son. Yet, he turned around and continued to harbor a grudge against Joey, claiming that anyone who dared to compete with him for a woman was already on a path to their own demise. According to the original plot, Joey, egged on by Ling Wanru, was supposed to cause a scene at the Jiang family residence to demand the annulment of her engagement to Tang Surui. This would have provided Tang Surui with the perfect opportunity to shout that famous line, "Do not bully a youth just because he is poor." Afterward, Joey tried to reason with them, but Tang Surui took the opportunity to slander him, claiming he was resorting to violence after failing to win her love. As a result, Joey was not only labeled a bully who abused his power but was also brutally beaten and thrown out. This incident not only allowed Tang Surui to show off his prowess but also turned Joey into a universal laughingstock. What was even more detestable was that the two of them eventually tore a massive chunk of profit away from Joey, gorging themselves until their mouths were dripping with grease, and both successfully became rank 7 powerhouses. Little did they expect that his predecessor, being a quintessential simp, naturally forgave her. He was even so overjoyed at the fact that he could help his goddess that he literally died of happiness on the spot, which led to Joey's soul transmigration. Recalling this plotline, Joey felt his blood pressure spike. He cursed his predecessor for being a brain-dead loser and, for good measure, sent his regards to 18 generations of the book author's ancestors. What kind of ultimate simp hybrid was this? With his status, even if he just lay in bed and rotted, there would be all types of women willing to take the initiative. Why on earth did he insist on hanging himself from a gnarled tree like Ling Wanru? Or does this guy have some kind of special fetish? Could it be a reflection of the author's own psyche? Joey attempted to turn the tide, only to realize that because of his predecessor's actions, nothing he did now could stop the plot from advancing. He could only watch helplessly as Tang Surui prepared to utter that classic line. "Destined villains have the worst luck." However, at that exact moment, a mechanical voice suddenly rang out in Joey's mind. "Detection of the Child of Fortune confirmed. Destined villain system activated." This system is designed to assist the Destiny villain. You can extract items from across the myriad realms. By seizing the protagonist's luck and subverting the plot, you can unlock corresponding talents and exchange points for various skills and items, everything you could possibly need. Joey's eyes lit up. This is exactly what I wanted. Who wants to be some pathetic simp villain? I'm not doing that anymore. I'm going to crush the child of fortune. Being the destiny villain is the best. Joey then looked at Ling Wanru, who was still immersed in her performance, and Tang Surui, whose face was flushed with excitement as he prepared to shout his "Don't look down on the young and poor" line. Suddenly, Joey reached out and covered Tang Surui's mouth. Wait a minute, don't you two mean that you don't want to tear up the engagement? Fine then, let the engagement remain as it is. I shall take my leave. Joey's sudden interruption broke Tang Surui's train of thought, causing the words to catch in his throat. He ended up stammering you, for a long while without being able to squeeze out another word. Beside them, Ling Wanru was also struck dumb, never expecting such a turn of events. However, she reacted quickly, letting out a sharp cry as she clung to Joey's arm. She then whispered piteously into his ear. Brother E, are you trying to abandon me? In the past, whenever she spoke to Joey in such a tone, he would immediately grant her every whim. This time, however, all Ling Wanru met was Joey's icy gaze. The childhood romance and mutual affection between you two have truly moved me, so I've decided to step aside and grant your wish. But looking at your expressions, you don't seem happy? Joey looked at the two with a face full of confusion, leaving them speechless and staring in stunned silence. They only wanted to extract more resources from Joey. How could this simp have taken it seriously? Tang Surui roared inwardly, Joey, how dare you even think about cutting off our support? You are courting death. Right at that moment, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Joey's mind. Interruption of Tang Surui's destiny successful. Initial lottery draw opportunity acquired. Would you like to start the draw? On the surface, Joey remained silent, but internally, he was overjoyed. Is that even a question? Start. 3 blind boxes suddenly appeared within his sea of consciousness, and Joey instantly understood the rules of the draw. Each lottery opportunity allows for a random selection from 3 blind boxes. Currently, the primary system rewards are divided into 5 tiers: common 40%, uncommon 30%, rare 20%, extraordinary 9%, and legendary 1%. As the host's strength increases, the probability of rewards will be adjusted accordingly, and higher tier rewards will be unlocked. Please double down on your pay-to-win efforts. Your diligent cultivation. Hey, did you just accidentally say what you were actually thinking out loud? Joey grumbled a complaint, then turned his gaze toward the 3 blind boxes. These 3 blind boxes were part of the newbie gift pack, therefore, each one concealed a legendary reward from across the myriad realms, every single one of them immensely powerful. He casually selected the one in the middle. The boxes on either side instantly dissolved into bubbles and vanished, while the middle box shattered into a burst of golden light, flying straight into Joey's eyes. Talent extraction in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a legendary reward, S-rank Spirit Eye Talent, Mangekyo Sharingan Basic Version. Hearing the system prompt, Joey was momentarily stunned, but a split second later, his face lit up with sheer ecstasy. Mangekyo Sharingan. In another world, this was the invincible ocular technique known as the strongest heavenly eye. A complex kaleidoscope pattern flashed across Joey's eyes. Simultaneously, a mysterious aura instantly filled the entire room. In that moment, everyone felt as though they were being looked down upon by a pair of transcendent eyes. No secret could remain hidden beneath that gaze. The crowd was instantly struck with shock. The expressions of several Tang family elders changed drastically as they bolted upright from their seats, erupting with powerful supernatural abilities in a desperate attempt to resist the probing of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Who dares trespass into the Tang family estate? As the shout rang out, beams of supernatural energy swept through every corner. Yet, no matter how thoroughly they searched, they could find no trace of the intruder. The guards exchanged glances, each seeing the same look of grim apprehension in the other's eyes. Given their level of power, it was unsettling that they hadn't sensed when the owner of this mysterious energy had appeared, let alone where they were currently hiding. Most importantly, they could not gauge the opponent's strength. This implied one of two things: either the person was a newly awakened individual with unstable energy, or their power was so immense that the guards were simply not qualified to probe it. The great elders of the Tang family first cast a discreet glance toward the several youths in the hall who had not yet undergone their awakening. If it were the first scenario, could it be their own prodigy, Tang Surui? Or perhaps the young lady from the Ling family? Or, no, Joey, that useless failure with an F-rank talent, couldn't possibly be the one. The great elder merely spared Joey a passing glance before immediately looking away. That left only the second possibility. But why would such a mysterious powerhouse appear at the Tang residence? The members of the Tang family were utterly perplexed. However, after confirming that this energy signature bore no ill will toward them and noting that the gaze had only brushed past the entrance without entering, they had no choice but to let the Mangekyo Sharingan be until it finally vanished. While everyone had already conjured up images of a mysterious powerhouse possessing top-tier ocular abilities, they never imagined that the so-called master was none other than the very man they held in utter contempt, Joey. What surprised them even more was that in those few short seconds, Joey had not only seen through many of the Tang family's hidden mechanical codes but also discovered a secret private vault hidden right beneath his feet. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was simply overwhelming. Joey was overjoyed. As expected of the system, wasn't this exactly the breakthrough he had been looking for? This was absolutely mind-blowing. Furthermore, with the Mangekyo Sharingan, he had shattered the results of the talent test from 6 months ago. At tomorrow's awakening ceremony, he would surely give a massive surprise to everyone waiting to see him fail. At this thought, Joey found himself looking forward to tomorrow's awakening ceremony with great anticipation. However, Joey quickly calmed down. When he suddenly noticed the words basic version following the reward, a sense of foreboding welled up within him. System, what do you mean by basic version? It is a pure Mangekyo Sharingan. While all its fundamental attributes are top tier, it lacks exclusive skills such as Amaterasu or Kamui, and it cannot summon Susanoo. Since there was a basic version, did that mean there were also advanced, upgraded, and premium versions? However, in response to Joey's inquiry, the system fell silent for a few seconds. Then, Joey felt a flicker before his eyes, and soon heard the system's voice once again. This system is absolutely not some unscrupulous pay-to-win game. Please do not slander me, host. As for the follow-up to the basic version, please continue to seize the providence of the heavenly Tao to obtain more gacho opportunities and explore it yourself. Although he detected a sense of self-righteousness in those words, Joey's lips couldn't help but twitch. It was obvious that the system's reaction was just a defensive quibble after being found out. However, having obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan on his very first draw and with S-rank clearly not being the limit, Joey was already quite satisfied. From now on, as long as he continued to follow the system's prompts to seize luck, he would not only obtain more abilities and items, but his Mangekyo Sharingan could also continue to evolve. Wait, continue changing the plot and seizing the Destiny Child's luck? Joey's eyes widened as he stared down at Tang Surui and Ling Wanru, his gaze suddenly lighting up. Right here in front of him, wasn't there a protagonist who hadn't risen yet? With such a fat sheep available, if he didn't fleece it now, then when? At the same time, Ling Wanru looked on with a face full of disbelief, as if she hadn't yet processed how Joey had suddenly stopped being her simp. If that were the case, how could her future luxury lifestyle be guaranteed? Tang Surui let out a cold snort and questioned in a stiff tone, "What kind of trick are you playing now?" Let me tell you, don't think the Zhou family can cover the sky with one hand in Shanghai City. I will never give up on Xiao. Immediately after, he turned his head to look at Ling Wanru beside him, forcing a look of deep affection as he gazed into her eyes. Don't worry, Xiao, I won't let anyone take you away. You are my Xiao the Row and Gentle. Hearing Tang Surui's cringeworthy confession, Joey couldn't help but burst out laughing. No one is fighting you for this green tea, bitch. However, all those things I gave Ling Wanru before, it's about time they were returned to me. I remember on Valentine's Day last year, I gave you an admission slot for Shanghai High School. On March 8th, I gave you a spirit core from a tier 4 demonic beast. Last month, you said you were in a bad mood and specifically demanded my only potion capable of nurturing high-grade awakened abilities. These are just the relatively precious items. As for other resources for ability development, they are simply too numerous to count. With every point Joey made, Ling Wanru's expression grew uglier. Finally, she hurriedly interrupted him, her face contorted with a look of indignation. Joey, are you even a man? To actually ask for back the gifts you've already given? I never imagined you were this kind of person. Beside her, Tang Sirui nodded vigorously. He knew all too well that the vast majority of those items had been used by him. If Joey truly forced Ling Wanru to pay him back, he would definitely be held responsible. With the Jiang family's meager net worth, they couldn't afford to pay him back even if they sold him off. The others couldn't help but gasp in shock after hearing Joey casually list off those items. Joey really went all out just to pick up girls. Exactly. Not to mention the rare potions and Tier 4 crystal cores, each of which is worth a fortune, but a spot at Shanghai High School is practically priceless. Those who enroll are either from wealthy and influential families or possess extraordinary talent. No wonder Tang Sirui, who previously had mediocre aptitude, managed to get into Shanghai High School and then suddenly rose to prominence. Turns out, he's just a gold digger living off a woman. Hearing the surrounding discussions and seeing the ugly expressions on the faces of the pair before him, Joey chuckled inwardly. His predecessor had finally done something useful. At the same time, the mechanical voice of the system prompt echoed in his ears once again. Exposed Tang Sirui's status as a soft rice man, stripped a significant amount of heavenly Dao luck, and earned 2 lottery draw opportunities. It really worked. The smile at the corners of Joey's mouth was becoming nearly impossible to suppress. Taking advantage of the chaotic situation, he whispered extract all to the system in his mind. 6 blind boxes materialized simultaneously within Joey's mind. Using multiple lottery chances at once allows for consecutive draws, which increases the likelihood of obtaining high-quality items. Joey attempted to find a pattern among the blind boxes, but no matter how he looked at them, all 6 appeared identical. Consequently, he could only select 2 of them at random. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting a rare reward, a C-rank exotic treasure, the spatial ring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a transcendent reward, the Tsukuyami skill experience card. You can cast Tsukuyami without restrictions for 30 seconds. The next second, a silver ring appeared out of thin air in Joey's hand. He probed it with his mental energy and was instantly filled with joy. In this world, supernatural treasures, combat techniques, and other items are categorized into 9 grades, just like supernatural talents, SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F. However, unlike supernatural abilities, the value of supernatural treasures cannot be determined solely by their grade, as their uses vary greatly. Take the storage ring in Joey's hand, for example. Anyone who has read novels knows that although the one he holds is only a C-grade treasure, it is priceless. With a capacity of 64 cubic meters, it can hold a vast amount of items. The other reward made Joey even more excited. The ultimate Genjutsu Tsukuyami. Although it was only a 30-second trial card, it was enough to save his life in a moment of danger, serving as a magnificent trump card. He hadn't expected both items from his first official draw to be so useful. Could it be that the system also has a newbie protection period? When Joey withdrew from the system space, only a split second had passed in the real world. At that moment, seeing Tang Sirui's devious expression as he prepared to frame him just like in the original plot, Joey didn't panic. Instead, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Previously, he only wanted to protect himself, but now that he had the system, he wasn't just going to strike back, he intended to squeeze even more lottery opportunities out of his opponent. In his eyes, Tang Sirui was no longer just a person, he had essentially become a walking newbie gift pack. Right, Ling Wanru standing next to him was also one of the female leads. Although she wasn't exactly well endowed, he should still be able to squeeze some lottery chances out of her. And so, before Tang Sirui could speak, he beat him to the punch, putting on an innocent expression and shrugging his shoulders at Ling Wanru. Bao Qian, the gifts I gave you before were all intended for my future wife with marriage in mind. You are well aware of the value of these items. No matter how much of a love brain I might be, it's impossible for me to just give such a large sum of money to an unrelated person. If you don't return them, you'll be charged with at least the crime of possessing a huge amount of property from unidentified sources. When that time comes, not only will you have to compensate me for my losses, but both of your futures will certainly be completely ruined. Looking at the smile on Zhou Yi's face, Tang Sirui and Ling Wanru were both so terrified that they forgot the slanderous rhetoric they had prepared, and they couldn't stop their bodies from trembling. This was the first time they had seen Zhou Yi wear such an expression. He looked exactly like a mastermind villain behind the scenes. Tang Sirui was the first to react. Wanru, since you took so many things from Zhou Yi, you should return them to him as soon as possible. We can resume our engagement after that. Hearing Tang Sirui's words, Ling Wanru looked at her childhood sweetheart whom she had deeply loved for over a decade with an expression of utter disbelief. She let out a miserable, bitter laugh, which in the blink of an eye transformed into a look of ruthless ferocity. Don't even think about washing your hands of this. The vast majority of the things Brother Yi gave me were used by you. And I bet you didn't expect this. Every time I gave you something, I kept evidence. So, the one who should be paying back most of it is you. What? You venomous woman, you actually kept evidence? You were the one who insisted on giving those things to me. All that talk about doing it for my own good was a lie. I completely misjudged you. You are courting death. You're the one who forced my hand. I had to keep a backup. I was originally completely loyal to you, but I never expected that these precautions would actually come in handy today. Zhou Yi watched the two of them bickering like dogs biting dogs, their faces flushed with rage as they even began to brawl. It was like watching a monkey show. At some point, he had even pulled up a small stool and was cracking melon seeds while clapping and cheering. Meanwhile, a series of system notifications chimed in his ear one after another. So discord between Tang Sirui and Ling Wanru, causing their fallout, gained 3 lottery attempts. Tore off Tang Sirui's hypocritical mask and humiliated him in public, gained 1 lottery attempt. Altered the plot, plunging Ling Wanru into panic and crisis, and seizing the female lead's heavenly luck, gained 2 lottery attempts. In just a few short minutes, Zhou Yi had already accumulated a total of 10 lottery chances. He couldn't help but rub his hands together, itching to head home immediately, light some incense, take a bath, and then enjoy a satisfying draw. However, at that moment, an elderly voice suddenly interrupted the pair's bickering. Both of you, shut up. Is it not just money? Our Tang family will pay it. The great elder of the Tang family cast a gloomy glance over them, causing both Tang Sirui and Ling Wanru to fall silent instantly. They retreated obediently to the side, leaving Zhou Yi no choice but to admire the green tea acting skills of the latter. But in the next moment, the great elder fixed his gaze upon him, his ruthless eyes enough to strike terror into anyone's heart. Impressive tactics. With just a few words, you've managed to drive a wedge between Sirui and Wanru. It's a good thing you're just a piece of trash, otherwise, you would surely have become a stumbling block to the rise of my Tang family. But even so, for committing insubordination against the Tang family and having the audacity to demand the annulment of the engagement, engaging in such shameful behavior, don't think you're leaving this place today. Let the Zhou family bring money to ransom you. Zhou Yi's eyes flared with rage. The first elder of the Tang family was incredibly thick-skinned. He hadn't even been captured yet, and the man was already starting to twist the truth. If he were actually caught, with the elder's methods, it would truly be like mud falling into his crotch. He'd never be able to clear his name again. Meanwhile, Tang Sirui and Ling Wanru, standing nearby, showed a hint of excitement. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets in times of adversity. One must rely on the first elder. The two of them had even begun to fantasize about how they would utilize the resources they intended to extort from the Zhou family. However, when the great elder of the Tang family unleashed the full power of his mid-tier second-rank strength and thrust his ghostly claws fiercely toward Zhou Yi, he discovered that his hands passed straight through Zhou Yi's chest without the solid sensation of grasping flesh. In the next second, Zhou Yi's body transformed into an illusory shadow and vanished into thin air before everyone's eyes. Where did he go? Although the boy himself is a waste, don't forget he is the eldest legitimate son of the Zhou family. It's only natural for him to have a few life-saving treasures on him. The great elder of the Tang family maintained a calm expression, but in addition to ruthlessness, his eyes now held a deeper glint of greed. No matter how miraculous these little tricks may be, they are nothing more than external aids. Search thoroughly. I have already activated the family's grand formation. Zhou Yi absolutely cannot escape. Hearing the great elder's voice, the members of the Tang family grew even more fervent. However, as they rushed out of the house, they were all struck speechless by the scene before them. The Tang family estate was originally situated in a bustling downtown area, yet now, aside from themselves, the surroundings were deathly silent, with not a single soul in sight. What unsettled them even more was the crimson blood moon hanging overhead. It emitted an ominous red glow that bathed everyone, turning the entire world into a shade of scarlet. Just then, someone suddenly screamed and pointed behind the crowd. That expression of sheer terror instantly drew everyone's gaze. Even the great elder, who was the last to step out, instinctively looked in the direction of the pointing finger. There, a mysterious dark figure had appeared out of thin air at some unknown moment. It was a cryptic silhouette cloaked in a long black robe, but what truly shook the great elder of the Tang family to his core were the figure's eyes. Those crimson eyes lacked pupils, replaced instead by an intricate kaleidoscope pattern. With just a single, inadvertent glance, he felt as though his very soul was being sucked into them. The great elder instantly recognized that these kaleidoscopic eyes shared the exact same aura as that mysterious powerhouse from moments ago. Could this be a bodyguard specifically hired by the Zhou family to protect Zhou? A sense of foreboding rose in his heart, but it was instantly replaced by a look of ferocity. So what if you're some mysterious powerhouse? On Tang family ground, I have every right to take you on. With that, he activated the family's guardian array without hesitation. A white, semi-spherical barrier enveloped the entire Tang estate, finally allowing the clan members to breathe a sigh of relief. This was a protective formation reinforced by generations of their ancestors. Its power was immense, capable of withstanding even a Tier 3 expert. No matter how formidable this mysterious figure was, what could he possibly do? However, amidst their mocking sneers, the mysterious figure merely raised his hand slightly, and a crow landed upon it. While the others saw nothing out of the ordinary, the great elder's expression shifted violently. This place is already shrouded by the family's grand array. Where could these crows have possibly come from? The pupils of this crow were likewise a crimson red, with 3 tomos slowly rotating within them, exuding a mysterious power. Watch out! Do not look into those eyes. However, it was already too late. In the next second, the mysterious figure dissolved into countless circling crows, screaming as they lunged in all directions. Not only was the family array shattered on the spot, but everyone was submerged by the endless swarm of crows. Damn it, these birds aren't even afraid of fire abilities. It hurts so much. I'm being torn apart. Watch out. Whatever you do, don't get caught, or you'll be swarmed by crows and ripped into shredded meat. No matter how powerful they were, they would eventually be captured and fall into an endless cycle of agonizing reincarnation. Even the great elder only lasted a few minutes before being pinned to a cross, unable to move. Before he could even realize what was about to happen, he saw a massive cloud of crows flying toward him, each one tearing a chunk of flesh from his body. The excruciating pain made him scream frantically, yet he remained completely immobilized. He couldn't even pass out. He could only endure being torn into a pile of mangled flesh while alive, then resurrected, only to be pecked apart again. After dozens of repetitions, he was on the verge of being driven completely insane. At this moment, the mysterious figure's voice finally reappeared. Consider today a minor punishment and a warning. Let the Tang family learn their lesson. In the next second, everything around them vanished instantly. The crowd found themselves back in the normal world, and the Tang family estate, which had been reduced to ruins, was now completely intact. They looked at each other, seeing the lingering terror in one another's eyes. When they checked the time, they couldn't help but cry out in shock. Less than half a minute had passed since the great elder first spoke. Yet, they felt as though they had been tortured in that hell for a century or longer. The resulting trauma was so severe that many among them were still twitching uncontrollably. Could this be an illusion? But what level of illusion could possibly ensnare all of us without anyone noticing? The Grand Elder couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He didn't even dare to investigate exactly when Zhou had left the Tang family. Instead, he simply collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, kowtowing incessantly toward the direction where that aura had vanished. "Senior, my Tang family has realized our mistake. We will never disturb young Master Zhou again. However, his pleas for mercy received no response. Facing the empty gateway, the Grand Elder remained prostrate for another 2 minutes before snapping to his feet. He looked around with a majestic expression, as if the fawning person from moments ago hadn't been him at all. To him, the ability to instantly cast a large-scale illusion was certainly no ordinary superpower. There was no shame in bowing to a powerhouse of such caliber. From this day forward, no one in the Tang family is allowed within 50 meters of Zhou Yi, and no one is to provoke him. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. I do not wish for that senior to misunderstand our intentions. Little did he know that the mysterious powerhouse he imagined was actually Zhou Yi himself, otherwise, he would likely have coughed up blood in pure rage. By this time, Zhou Yi had already strolled out of the Tang family estate with swagger. Half a minute was more than enough time for him to use the Mangekyo Sharingan to breach the underground secret vault and pack away everything inside. Looking at the storage ring overflowing with supplies and treasures, more than enough to recover everything he had spent on Ling Wanru with interest to spare, Zhou Yi couldn't help but marvel. As expected of the strongest illusion technique. This was just a 30-second trial card. If I actually pulled a top-tier version of Tsukuyami, imagine how incredible that would be. He chuckled softly, hailed a taxi, and sped quickly toward his home. He couldn't wait to get home, use up all his lottery chances, and then use those rewards to boost his strength as quickly as possible to overturn the inevitable death sentence of a destined villain. At the same time, Tang Sirui's father, standing to the side, suddenly remembered something and hurriedly extended his spiritual sense 3 meters deep into the ground beneath his feet. However, when he saw the chaotic state of the underground warehouse, he nearly fainted from rage. The fortune he had spent years embezzling and secretly hoarding for his mistress and illegitimate son had been completely ransacked and turned upside down. What infuriated him the most was that the powerhouse possessed such a keen eye that not a single item of value in the warehouse was spared. Even the treasure he had hidden in a corner amidst a pile of junk, an object capable of inciting a frenzy among countless experts, had not been overlooked. At this thought, a chill ran through his entire body. Yet, he didn't dare seek trouble with Zhou Yi or that powerhouse. Instead, he vented his fury on Tang Sirui and Ling Wanru, storming over to them and sending Tang Sirui crashing to the ground with a violent slap. "It's all because of you two, bringing this kind of trouble to our doorstep. I'll beat you to death, you unfilial son." A moment later, the Tang family courtyard echoed with the pig-like shrieks of Tang Sirui and Ling Wanru. Even the Tang family elders watched coldly from the sidelines, showing no intention of intervening. These two had brought such a catastrophe upon the family. If they weren't the Qilin son of the Tang family and the young miss of the Ling family, being beaten half to death would have been considered a mercy. However, they would definitely settle this score with the Ling family once and for all. On the other side, Zhou Yi had already returned to the 1,000-square-meter luxury mansion he rented. Although the Tsukuyami trial card was a one-time consumable, Zhou Yi discovered after the duration ended that his mastery over the Mangekyo Sharingan had significantly strengthened, and his proficiency in Genjutsu had also seen a massive leap. Just then, a series of notifications popped up in his mind once again. Tang Sirui was beaten in the family's execution hall until he lost bladder control in front of everyone, becoming the laughingstock of his peers and losing a massive amount of luck. Congratulations, you have earned one gacha draw. Ling Wanru has been detained by the Tang family, who used the incident to extort a massive sum in damages from the Ling family, causing her to lose her family's favor. Congratulations, you have earned one lottery draw. Even Zhou Yi himself hadn't expected that a single Tsukuyami trial card would not only earn him 2 more lottery opportunities but also lead the Tang family to hallucinate the existence of a mysterious powerhouse. He had already closed the doors and windows, bathed in incense, and now, cracking his knuckles, he made a silent command in his heart. "System, start the draw." In the next second, the scenery before Zhou Yi's eyes receded rapidly, and in an instant, he appeared within the system space. The host currently has 12 lottery draws available. Would you like to draw them individually or all at once? Is that even a question? All at once, of course. As soon as Zhou Yi finished speaking, dozens of identical blind boxes appeared before his eyes, nearly making him dizzy with choices. However, after staring at them for a long while without finding any differences, he resigned himself to fate and randomly selected 10 from the pile. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a common reward, 1 military rations pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a rare reward, B rank ability lightning affinity. Ding! Congratulations, host, on drawing a common reward, Ocean's panties. They can be made to appear randomly within a 1 meter radius. Ding! Congratulations, host, on drawing a transcendental reward, a rank lightning attribute combat technique Chidori. In the system space, Joey held a triangular strip of lace, feeling somewhat speechless. Oshan was a female teacher at the school who took great care of another child of destiny whose parents had both passed away. Under her blatant favoritism, the other party repeatedly humiliated Joey, eventually accumulating enough luck to soar to greatness and take Oshan into his harem. Yet, when Joey merely tried to defend himself, Oshan accused him of bullying his classmate, forcing him not only to apologize in front of the entire school but also to compensate the other party with a vast amount of resources. Joey felt a wave of nausea just thinking about that saint bitch face of hers. He almost destroyed this internal chip, but at the very last second, he halted his movements. As the ancient sage Aristotle once said in a past life, there are no useless rewards, only rewards that are poorly utilized. Since he was destined to be the mandate villain, shouldn't he do something that actually fits his persona? When you think about it, this thing is actually quite broken. Especially during tomorrow's awakening ceremony, it will definitely produce some unexpected results. The other rewards were mostly useless mundane items. Fortunately, the final pull included a lightning element affinity and a modified lightning style, Chidori as a guarantee. This allowed Joey to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that the system wasn't like a certain game from his previous life where a 10 pull offered no pity guarantee. With these two rewards and the Mangekyo Sharingan, he finally possessed a degree of self-defense. He would no longer be easily manipulated by others as he had been in the original plot. After sorting through the gains from the system's blind boxes, Joey turned his attention to the spatial ring in his hand. The resources inside far exceeded what he had spent on Ling Wanru. Even a cursory glance made Joey raise an eyebrow in surprise. Most of the items he had swiped were intended to enhance talent and potential, but two in particular caught his eye. The first was an S-grade talent potion. A potion of this grade was far superior to the one he had given to Ling Wanru. Even with Joey's status, he had never seen one before, and he hadn't expected to find such a treasure in the Tang family's underground vault. This potion has two distinct effects. The first is that, upon ingestion, it guarantees the random generation of an S-rank awakening. The second is that, when applied topically to the entire body, it can enhance one's innate potential, effectively facilitating a complete physical transformation. Had he not awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Joey would have chosen the first option without hesitation. However, with the system's assistance and having spotted the object hidden beneath a pile of junk, he unhesitatingly opted to use the potion to improve his own aptitude. It was a dark, ash-gray crystal resembling a piece of coal. Had it not been for the Mangekyo Sharingan's ability to see through the flow of spiritual energy, Joey never would have imagined that such a priceless treasure was hidden within the basement. Void Prism? Joey couldn't help but whisper the name of this supreme treasure. It has only one ability, allowing an ability user to awaken multiple powers. Under normal circumstances, an ability user will only obtain a single power during the awakening ceremony of their coming-of-age ritual for their entire life. However, a tiny fraction of lucky individuals may undergo a second awakening to gain more powers. The Void Prism is a supreme treasure that guarantees a 100% success rate for multiple awakenings. Despite its current dull, grayish-black appearance, once refined, the number of facets the crystal forms represents the maximum number of abilities it can accommodate. However, just as he was about to put the Void Prism away, Joey's movements suddenly froze in the next second. It suddenly occurred to him that he possessed the destined villain fate. Keeping such a treasure in his hands would inevitably lead to some freak accident where it would end up as an experience pack or a gift delivered straight to the protagonist. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, for a child of destiny, that means 100% certainty. Cold sweat immediately broke out on Joey's forehead. Why did he have the sudden urge to hide it? This must be the work of the heavenly Tao. Thus, before the Void Prism crystal could even warm up in his hand, Joey swallowed it without hesitation, refusing to leave even the slightest window of opportunity. In the next second, a mysterious and profound aura gathered within Joey's body, quickly beginning to coalesce into the shape of a single-faceted crystal. This meant that the void prism was a dud. It had failed to grant Joey any additional ability slots. Seeing this scene, Joey was instantly enraged. "You'd rather destroy the void prism than let me have it, just because it wasn't left for the child of fortune? Fine, so that's how you want to play? Guards, release the system." If the system could be personified, it would surely have 3 black lines hanging from its forehead right now. However, its movements were not slow at all. With a sweep of light, the gathering of the crystals suddenly halted, and then they began to take shape at an even faster speed. Only this time, when Joey cast his gaze upon the formed crystal, he was instantly dumbfounded. The void prism, which was originally supposed to become single-sided, had actually turned into a sphere. Technically speaking, a spherical void prism could be considered to have only one surface, yet it could also be seen as having an infinite number of planes. However, Joey had no other abilities to verify this at the moment. He could only set the void prism aside for now since it had already been refined. It couldn't be taken away from him. He then shifted his gaze to the other items. After spending quite some time taking inventory, he finally got everything organized. Such a massive fortune made Joey marvel. Tang Surui's father had truly spared no expense for the illegitimate son he kept on the outside, even going so far as to hide away a void prism. Even the leftovers that he had picked over were likely worth more than all the effort put into Tang Surui. If Tang Surui ever found out, one could only wonder if he would turn green with envy. Unfortunately for them, these items were now for Joey to enjoy. As for the price, it would naturally be paid by that pair of scumbags, Tang Surui and Ling Wanru. Just thinking about it made Joey feel even more satisfied as he used the spirit crystals stored in his ring. The night passed, and far from feeling exhausted, Joey was invigorated. Perhaps this was the sheer joy of counting his money? He glanced up at the clock. The awakening ceremony was only a few hours away. According to the original plot, he was supposed to be humiliated and serve as a mere stepping stone for the protagonist to show off. But this time, he was no longer that F-rank talentless loser. He was a super genius who had awakened an S-rank ability. Joey couldn't wait to see the looks on everyone's faces at school once they saw the results on the talent testing machine. The wind at No. 1 high school was particularly restless today, and the air felt a few degrees sweltering than usual. Inside the classroom, everyone was buzzing with excitement about the awakening ceremony. Even the slackers who were habitually late every day had arrived early and were already in their seats. The awakening ceremony is about to start. I'm so nervous. I have no idea if I even have a talent for abilities. I heard that last year, someone awakened an A-rank ability, Thunder Lord, and got straight into Zijin University. There was also a senior who awakened a mysterious space-type ability and was admitted on the spot by a top professor from Magic City University. I'm not greedy, I just want to awaken the C-rank elasticity ability. Same here. Are you guys really hoping to awaken an ability? I'm embarrassed to even call you out. Unlike me, a D-rank partial hardening is all I need. Just as they were chattering away, Joey pushed open the classroom door. In that instant, the lively atmosphere froze, and every eye in the room turned toward him. Sympathy, indifference, mockery, everyone's gaze was laced with a mix of different emotions. It was common knowledge that Joey had been judged talentless long before the awakening ceremony. However, due to the influence of the Zhou family, no one dared to provoke him openly, though the disdain in their hearts was written all over their faces. No matter how powerful your family is, aren't you still just a waste who can't awaken? Naturally, they had no idea that Joey's potential had already been refreshed to unknown solely through that S-grade talent potion. Furthermore, with the S-grade Mangekyo Sharingan and the Destiny villain system, he wasn't worried about today's awakening ceremony at all. However, the Child of Destiny was an exception among them. Just behind Joey to the left, near the window, a lean young man with delicate features let out a disdainful cold snort, his face displaying blatant mockery toward Joey. Joey, today is the awakening ceremony. Instead of crawling back home and keeping your head down, what are you doing at school? Are you here to make a fool of yourself? Hearing the youth's cold voice, Joey finally looked at him. This person was named Guan Tianming, both parents deceased, no sister, and no house. Despite clearly struggling just to stay above the poverty line, for some reason, he harbored an extraordinary hatred for Joey. Because of the favoritism shown by their homeroom teacher, Oshan, Joey was always the one who ended up at a disadvantage whenever the two clashed. Yet, Guan Tianming believed the world owed him everything and that he was destined to turn every crisis into an opportunity. As for wealthy heirs like Joey who lived aimlessly, he believed he would one day trample them underfoot, seize their family assets, and use them to pave his own path to kingship. Guan Tianming stared at Joey's custom designer clothes and noted that even Joey's breakfast cost more than his entire week's meals. Jealousy roared incessantly in his heart. However, facing this mad dog, Joey did not snap back as he usually did. Instead, he simply offered a slight smile and ignored him completely. He was not the brainless villain his predecessor had been. When a mad dog barks at you, you shouldn't bark back. Instead, you ignore it for a while, then wait for the right moment to deliver a vicious kick to its most vulnerable spot and finish it off for good. Moreover, for an arrogant person like Guan Tianming, the thing that stung the most wasn't insults, but being ignored. Sure enough, Joey's attitude instantly infuriated Guan Tianming. However, unable to do anything to Joey, he could only swear venomously to himself that during the awakening ceremony, he would slap Joey's face until it was swollen. He would make him realize that the gap between a genius and a loser was wider than the gap between a human and a pig. Just then, a girl in the class suddenly let out a series of excited screams while looking at her phone, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Have you guys heard of the prison sovereign? Of course, it's already trending on Weibo. Mysterious, elegant, he's practically the perfect idol. I'm declaring it now, as of today, I am a fan of Appa Prison Sovereign. Being a fan is nothing. I'm willing to be Lord Prison Sovereign's dog. Woof woof. Hearing the heated discussion around him, Joey grew curious. He had spent the entire night processing the gains he acquired from the Tang family and hadn't checked Weibo at all, so he had no idea what had happened or who this prison sovereign was. He leaned in to take a look, only to see a very familiar scene playing on the phone screen. In the video, a blurred figure stood proudly amidst a crowd. Facing a pack of wolves circling him, he merely opened his eyes slowly. The crimson mangekyo spun within his pupils, looking both bewitching and mysterious. At this moment, many people still had no idea what was about to happen, and they flooded the comments section with mocking remarks. Heh, just a spirit eye ability? And he dares to call himself the prison sovereign? Social media these days, people will say anything for clout. My neighbor's cousin's great aunt also awakened a spirit eye ability, and hers was even flashier and prettier than his. The catch? It had zero actual power. They say 99% of spirit eye abilities are like that. If this guy really is that remaining 1%, I'll live stream myself doing a handstand while eating SHT. Screenshot taken as evidence. Sigh, I thought it was going to be some rare power, but this is it? I'm out of here. However, in the face of these cynical and mocking comments, no one stepped up to offer a rebuttal. Even the Hell Sovereign fans in the class wore expressions of anticipation, waiting for the drama to unfold. After all, what could be more satisfying than a perfect face slap moment? In the next second, a hazy layer of Hell's pagoda materialized out of thin air on the screen, instantly enveloping the entire Tang family. Not a single expert from the Tang clan could break free. Every one of them was plunged into a deep illusion. A blood-red moon hung high in the sky, its rotating mangekyo staring down at the screaming members of the Tang family, making the solitary figure standing tall below appear even more awe-inspiring. For those brief few minutes, not a single comment scrolled across the screen. Everyone was utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before their eyes. It wasn't until the surroundings returned to normal and everyone realized that everything they had just witnessed was merely an illusion that the bullet chat suddenly exploded, instantly flooding the entire screen. Heh, where are all those people who were just mocking him? Why so quiet now? It's precisely because of the samsara hell illusion he summoned that we gave him the title Lord of the Underworld. Holy crap, what did I just see? I guess I was blind to his greatness. They say a person might have the wrong name, but never the wrong nickname. The title Lord of the Underworld is well and truly deserved. Everyone, stand up. Welcome the arrival of the Lord of the Underworld. Where's that guy who was trying to scam a free meal earlier? Drop your stream ID, I'll send you a fresh pile from a minute ago. No need to mail it, I'll go find him in person. Next, let me share some knowledge. Generally, illusions only affect specific individuals. A few extremely rare, high-level illusions can hypnotize many people at once, but they can never deceive a machine. Yet, the prison sovereign allowed all of us to see the illusory world through a screen. What does this mean? It means his illusion techniques have transcended the mortal realm. I've only ever heard of a few old monsters who have specialized in illusions for decades being able to achieve this. I'll leave the rest to your imagination. After reading this passage, everyone's face was filled with shock. Didn't this mean that the prison sovereign's illusions had reached an invincible level? Meanwhile, in an apartment far away in the Magic City, a young man took his hands off the keyboard. With a solemn expression, he watched the video repeatedly before finally sending it to his supervising professor. Before long, his phone began to vibrate. It was a call from the professor. The young man's eyes flickered slightly. As soon as he picked up the phone, he heard the professor's urgent voice. Is the video you sent me real? You saw the changes in the surrounding buildings after he activated the illusion, didn't you? If I'm not mistaken, this person's illusionary arts have reached the level of affecting reality. To put it simply, it's enough to achieve godhood through illusion. Joey naturally had no idea what was happening far away in Shanghai. Looking at the lively bullet chats, he hadn't expected that he would look like that while casting Tsukuyami, nor did he expect that this scene would be filmed and posted online. Fortunately, under the influence of Tsukuyami, the camera failed to capture Joey's facial features or physique, leaving only a blurred silhouette. After the video ended, everyone in the class wore an expression of wanting more, and the discussion became even more heated than before. If I'm not mistaken, that video shows the Tang family's ancestral hall. That means the prison sovereign is very likely right here in our Donglin city. I already went to ask, but the Tang family seems extremely tight-lipped about it. They refuse to breathe a word, so as of now, no one knows anything about the prison sovereign's background. Word is that a find the prison sovereign craze has swept the entire internet. Countless big shots and factions are trying to recruit him. As expected of my idol. Meanwhile, Guan Tianming clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with excitement. This is how a real man should be. I will become like the prison sovereign, even surpass him, and then I'll destroy Zhouyi's family, kill him, and seize his fortune. The last sentence was a silent roar in his heart, but that dangerous glint in his eyes allowed Zhouyi to guess instantly that this kid was definitely up to no good. The rest of the class, however, was deeply moved by Guan Tianming's previous declaration. The class beauty, Zhuang Wei, gazed at him with such affection that her eyes practically brimmed with longing. This girl was also one of Guan Tianming's harem members. Leveraging her status as the granddaughter of the dean of students, she had repeatedly made life difficult for Zhou Yi and had even bullied his original self in the past, making her one of the primary culprits behind his poor academic performance. Still, Joey hadn't expected that this so-called prison sovereign identity would cause such a massive sensation. However, he quickly realized that with the prison sovereign persona as a cover, he would be able to accomplish a great deal more as long as he drew similar rewards in the future. Just then, the school bell rang, and the homeroom teacher, Oshan, stepped into the classroom right on time. She nudged her gold-rimmed glasses up the bridge of her nose and scanned the room, finally letting her gaze rest on Guan Tianming. She had overheard Guan Tianming's words just now and felt a deep sense of pride. He truly was the student she had poured her heart and soul into. His ambitions were indeed lofty. She had also seen the video of the prison sovereign. Just moments ago in the office, she had been discussing that mysterious figure with the other teachers. Many people online had published articles specifically analyzing the prison sovereign's battle. Several powerful experts had even spoken out personally, confirming that even they were unable to make illusions manifest in reality. And those individuals were top-tier masters who guarded entire regions. Thus, they ultimately reached a consensus: the prison sovereign was undoubtedly some ancient monster with terrifying power. One teacher lamented that if they could only know such a powerhouse, would they still be here wasting their lives? Oshan and the others nodded in deep agreement. This was why she felt so gratified when she heard Guan Tianming taking the prison sovereign as his goal and even aspiring to surpass him. It felt as though her hard work had finally paid off. Then, looking back at certain useless trash who were just waiting around to die, Oshan cast a disgusted glance at Zhou Yi and the others, her expression as if she were looking at bedbugs, before quickly averting her eyes as if looking at him for even a second longer would soil them. These guys were almost all useless trash without any supernatural talent, so she had barely wasted any energy on them. Especially Zhou Yi, who had actually clashed with her prized students several times. He simply didn't know his place. So what if he came from a wealthy family? She detested these kinds of guys who had been bullying others since childhood by relying on their family's influence. She found it even more impossible to believe that the prison sovereign who was pursued by tens of thousands and even admired by her could be this Zhou family playboy standing before her, a man who possessed nothing but good looks and had already been handed a metaphorical death sentence. However, as a teacher, she did not show her emotions. Instead, she said indifferently, "The awakening ceremony begins in 10 minutes. Everyone who has signed up must report to the stadium immediately." With that, she personally led a few individuals she favored out of the classroom, with Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei leading the group. Is this an attempt to build a loyal following for Guan Tianming? Zhou Yi smiled faintly, content to enjoy the leisure as he slowly followed the crowd toward the stadium. The moment he stepped through the door, a wave of scorching heat rushed toward him. In the next second, amidst the gasps of the crowd, a streak of fire lunged in his direction. Although the boy who released the flame ability wore a look of panic, Zhou Yi caught a cold glint of successful plotting in the depths of his eyes. Not far away, Guan Tianming, who was waiting in line, curled his lips into a smirk and made a subtle, threatening slashing motion across his throat. This fellow was precisely one of the individuals closest to Guan Tianming. If Zhou Yi were truly a talentless waste, this blast of fire would have undoubtedly left him permanently disfigured. However, just as everyone realized they were too late to save him, a crimson Mangekyo pattern flickered deep within Zhou Yi's eyes from an angle hidden from view. In the next split second, the surging flames abruptly veered off course. To everyone's utter shock, the fire lunged toward Guan Tianming, who was standing in the opposite direction. At this moment, Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei had not yet undergone their awakening. Caught completely off guard, they stood frozen like statues until the searing pain of the fire singeing their eyebrows jolted them back to reality, triggering a chorus of agonizing screams. Nearby, Oshan finally snapped out of her daze and hastily summoned a sphere of water, dousing the flames engulfing the pair. By then, however, Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei's clothes had already been reduced to ash, with large patches of fabric melted onto their skin, causing multiple burns. Every strand of hair on their bodies had been incinerated, leaving them completely exposed and hairless before the crowd. Holy shit, it's Jade. Shut up, your obsession with Jade is going to be the death of you. Holy shit, look at those Jade feet. Zhuang Wei was stunned for a moment, but she reacted instantly, screaming as she crouched on the ground with her arms crossed over her chest. Beside her, Guan Tianming's expression was incredibly grim. He glared at the chubby boy who had breathed the fire, his eyes filled with a murderous rage. He had long since regarded Zhuang Wei as his own woman. Now that she had been seen completely naked by the entire school, his obsessive mental purity meant there was no way he would ever marry her now. And if that were the case, wouldn't he lose access to the great director's power and influence in the future? The chubby boy was also completely dazed. He couldn't understand for the life of him why the flames he had aimed at Zhou Yi ended up scorching his own boss, Guan. Could it be that because he had just awakened his ability, his control was still lacking? But a split second later, when he caught Guan Tianming's murderous glare, his flabby body shuddered in terror, and his face paled with despair. Yet, while Guan Tianming was busy throwing his weight around like a big shot, he failed to notice that behind him, Oshan's expression had instantly darkened the moment she laid eyes on his hairless, naked body. Her willingness to sponsor and favor Guan Tianming wasn't just out of genuine affection for him as a student, it was also because his handsome, delicate features were exactly her type. However, now that Guan Tianming's hair and eyebrows had been scorched away, leaving him looking like a smooth braised egg, Oshan realized his appearance was a far cry from what she had imagined. He was as scrawny as a monkey, and even the parts that should have been substantial were pitifully small. Oshan suddenly realized that she didn't seem to like Guan Tianming as much as she did before. She couldn't help but ask herself, was this student really worth so much of her individual time and energy? Meanwhile, a system notification suddenly chimed in Zhou Yi's mind as he sat back watching the drama unfold. Deprive Guan Tianming of Oshan's exclusive favor and make his future path difficult, 2 lottery draws rewarded. Upon hearing the prompt, Zhou Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and cast a discreet glance at Oshan. Sure enough, the look she gave Guan Tianming was no longer filled with its usual satisfaction. Instead, it was tinged with a hint of confusion. Zhou Yi hadn't expected that his unintentional actions would yield such a significant harvest. But it didn't end there. Immediately after, a series of notification tones began ringing incessantly in his ears. Caused a rift between Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei, significantly altering the original plot. 3 lottery chances obtained. Created a wedge between Guan Tianming and his subordinates, causing him to lose the opportunity to form the Tianming gang. 2 lottery chances obtained. Caused Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei to be exposed and humiliated in public, shattering his dignity and causing the Child of Destiny's mental state to collapse. 4 lottery chances obtained. Watching the lottery chances pile up, Zhou Yi almost burst out laughing. He had to force himself to replay dozens of late-night emo songs in his head just to suppress the corners of his mouth from curling upward uncontrollably. As expected of a major influencer, no, a protagonist favored by destiny. In just a short while, the number of lottery draws squeezed out of Guan Tianming has nearly caught up to Tang Surui. This is one leak I absolutely cannot let go of. Taking advantage of the chaos inside the stadium, Zhou Yi immersed his consciousness into the system and silently chanted "Start Draw" in his mind. Soon, a series of blind boxes appeared in his mind. Having grown familiar with the process, Zhou Yi selected 11 of them based on his and his family's birthdays. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a common reward, 1 E-rank exotic treasure, Psychic Jade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a rare reward, 500 explosive tags. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a transcendent reward, 1 Jonin template card. Zhou Yi stared at the series of prompts flashing before his eyes, stunned by the most prominent one among them. Another transcendent reward. This Jonin template card would allow him to randomly acquire the abilities of a Jonin for a short period. If used correctly, it could provide Zhou Yi with immense assistance. By this time, Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei had already changed into spare school uniforms. However, as Guan Tianming scanned his surroundings, he caught a glimpse of the smile playing on Zhou Yi's lips, nearly making him cough up blood in rage. He had suffered such a freak disaster, yet this guy was actually laughing. Trembling with fury, Guan Tianming pointed a finger at Zhou Yi and barked a harsh reprimand. Zhou Yi, you bastard! Seeing your own classmates in such a miserable state, you show no sympathy and instead stand there mocking us. Do you even have a soul? I'm starting to suspect you're the one behind this. Spit it out. Is it because you're a useless loser that you tried to drag Xiao Wei and me down with you? Well, keep dreaming. A little setback like this isn't enough to take me down. With that, Guan Tianming reached directly into the nearby talent awakening device. In the next second, a crimson light soared into the sky, suppressing the talent glows of everyone else. A crisp sword hum erupted from Guan Tianming's body as he seemed to transform into an unsheathed blade, sending the entire crowd into an instant frenzy. A plus rank ability 8 directional sword mastery. And it's a growth type ability that strengthens alongside the swords he controls. In terms of rarity, it's nearly at the legendary S rank. It's been a long time since our school produced such a high-level ability. As expected of the genius teacher O values so highly, he truly lived up to expectations. Now I believe what he said. After all, an A+ ranked talent wouldn't bother slandering a talentless loser who has nothing but a wealthy background because he simply isn't worth the effort. Hearing the chaotic chatter around him, Guan Tianming wore a smug expression, completely disregarding the fact that the arsonist was his own lackey and that the accident had only occurred under his own instructions in an attempt to disfigure Zhou Yi. The main issue was that someone had to take the fall for the humiliating ordeal of having all his hair singed off. Although he had no evidence, he wanted it to be Zhou Yi, so it had to be Zhou Yi's doing. Plus, he could use the opportunity to extort a massive sum from the Zhou family. As for his claim about not being defeated by setbacks, to put it bluntly, he was simply thick-skinned and didn't care at all. Yet, coming out of his mouth, it sounded incredibly righteous and noble. Guan Tianming's crew all erupted in cheers. Zhuang Wei's gaze was so fervent she looked ready to devour him on the spot, while Oshana's impression of him shifted once again. After all, his rank ability alone was enough to overshadow any character flaws. Without exception, however, they all glared coldly at Zhou Yi, waiting only for Guan Tianming's command to pounce on him like a pack of vicious dogs. Hee, Zhou Yi, as long as you get down on your knees and kowtow 3 times to me and Xiao Wei, and then hand over all the resources you have, I'll forgive your insolence this time. Otherwise, don't even think about staying in this school anymore. However, upon hearing Guan Tianming's distorted sophistry, Zhou Yi didn't panic. Instead, he began to clap and cheer. Tisk, TSK, TSK. As expected of the child of destiny, your exclusive SSS rank ability, Tak no Jutsu, has truly been mastered to perfection. If this were the original useless Zhou Yi, he would have certainly been doomed this time. Unfortunately for Guan Tianming, his rank ability was nothing more than a joke in front of the current Zhou Yi. Just then, the boy in front of Zhou Yi finished testing his talent. With a smile, Zhou Yi stepped forward and, like everyone else, placed his hand onto the awakening device. What is this guy doing? Wasn't it determined long ago that he has absolutely no talent for abilities? He's probably just unwilling to give up and has to see the test results for himself before he'll accept reality. But then again, if it were me, I wouldn't want to believe I was a piece of trash either, especially as the eldest legitimate son of the Zhou family. It's nothing short of self-inflicted humiliation. The more he acts like a sore loser, the more people look down on him. If the awakening device doesn't emit even a single flicker of light in a moment, he'll truly become the biggest laughingstock of number 1 high school, and even the entire Zhou family. Among the surrounding crowd, some were cold and mocking, some were lamenting the fickleness of life, and others were playing the role of rational observers, but not a single person was willing to speak up for Zhou Yi. Even Zhou Yi himself couldn't help but chuckle. Just how much resentment and envy had his predecessor managed to stir up? While I don't mean to discourage certain students named Guan, I believe talent tests can sometimes be wrong. After all, detectors have their limits. Only the awakening ceremony can truly unleash one's real potential. As soon as Zhou Yi finished speaking, a beam of green light shot into the sky from his detector. Accompanied by a piercing roar of thunder, those who had intended to mock him instantly fell silent. They could only stare blankly at the sky, watching that patch of green light carve its way through the sea of red. A B rank ability, and its lightning affinity one powerful enough to defeat ordinary A rank abilities. So Zhou Yi was telling the truth, he's not a loser. But so what? Compared to Guan Tianming, he's still far behind. Guan Tianming and the others looked up at that flash of green, their expressions turning exceptionally grim. The gap between a talentless disgrace of the Zhou family and the eldest legitimate son possessing a B rank ability was as vast as the distance between clouds and mud. If Zhou Yi were truly a useless failure, the Zhou family would have turned a blind eye to their bullying for the sake of maintaining friendships with other geniuses. But now that Zhou Yi had awakened a B rank ability, he was the Zhou family's precious gem and the rightful young master. To bully him now would be a direct slap to the Zhou family's face. It would be a death wish. At this realization, everyone who had previously mocked Zhou Yi turned deathly pale, leaving only Guan Tianming gritting his teeth in stubborn defiance. Don't be afraid. Even though he awakened an ability, I'm an A+ rank with a growth type ability, so I still have the upper hand. With me protecting you, even the Zhou family won't have much to say. Hearing Guan Tianming's words, Zhou Yi almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. Just how many months old of a giant infant would someone have to be to say something like that? He had only just awakened his ability at most, he can only be considered a future genius with high potential. How much was his reputation even worth? If the Zhou family wanted to, they could turn him into a fallen genius this very night. But Guan Tianming was a massive leek to be harvested. Zhou Yi would absolutely not let him die until he had plucked him clean, roots and all. And the best way to reap the harvest is to trample him ruthlessly underfoot in his moment of greatest glory, within the very field he takes the most pride in. Scared already? I know you're anxious, but don't be just yet, there's plenty more coming to make you even more desperate. With that, Joey exerted a bit more strength. Another burst of golden light erupted from the awakening device, leaving the entire audience stunned and speechless. GOL Golden Legend? An S-rank talent has manifested. Holy crap, an A+ rank growth type talent was just born, and only a few minutes later, an S-rank legendary talent appears. Did we stumble into a nest of geniuses this year? God bless number 1 middle school. This year's performance targets for us workers are finally saved. I'm moved to tears. Amidst the heated discussions of the crowd, the golden and green lights intertwined. First, they shoved the previously arrogant A-rank red light into the furthest corner, and then they surged directly out of the stadium. Dual awakenings. And one of them is an S-rank Spirit Eye ability. If this had happened before yesterday, an S-rank Spirit Eye ability would have been mocked as a waste of high-level talent. Now, however, everyone looked at Joey with eyes full of envy. Come on, this is the same innate ability as the prison sovereign. It's incredibly cool, okay? On the other side, Guan Tianming watched with gritted teeth. Today's awakening ceremony was supposed to be the highlight of his life, a moment where he could ruthlessly humiliate Joey and extort cultivation resources from him for the foreseeable future. Yet now, he, the supposed genius of number 1 high school, was being completely ignored. Everyone's attention was focused on Joey instead. It felt as if his dignity had been thrown to the ground and ground into the dirt under someone's heel. But more than anger, what he felt was a growing sense of dread. Whether in terms of family background or physical appearance, he was far inferior to Joey. The only reason he had been able to maintain the upper hand previously was entirely due to his talent. In this world, talent and strength always come first. Yet today, his most prized innate talent had been effortlessly surpassed by Joey. What right did he have left to act arrogant in front of him? If the Zhou family so desired, they could crush him with a mere flick of a finger. Habitually, Guan Tianming cast a pleading glance toward Oshan for help, only to find that his teacher, whose gaze used to be fixed solely on him, was now staring intently at Joey. The brilliance shining in her eyes was something even he had never seen before. It was clear that he had lost Oshan's favor. Joey, I hate you. Guan Tianming's vision suddenly went black, and he fainted on the spot from sheer rage, causing another wave of commotion. At the same time, Joey received a series of system notifications. Turned Guan Tianming's top-tier talent into a laughingstock and caused him to lose the attention of the entire school, rewarded with 3 lottery draws. Significantly diverted Oshan's attention, causing Guan Tianming to lose his backing, rewarded with 2 lottery draws. Suppressed Guan Tianming by awakening a superpower, depriving him of the chance to show off, altering a key plot point, and drastically reducing his heavenly fate, rewarded with 10 lottery draws. Joey's eyes lit up, and deciding to add fuel to the fire for Guan Tianming, he stepped forward to help with a look of genuine concern, joining the crowd around him. Witnessing this scene, many students and teachers who were unaware of the grudge between the two were nearly moved to tears. Just look at them, the top 2 students in the entire school are in the same class and share such a wonderful bond. It truly makes everyone else envious. If Joey knew what they were thinking, he would surely nod in agreement with a smile, and then happily continue to squeeze more lottery opportunities out of Guan Tianming. At that moment, whether due to the surrounding noise or the jolting of the stretcher, Guan Tianming slowly opened his eyes, but the first thing that came into view was Joey's face, so handsome it made him burn with envy. Joey, you. Guan Tianming's hand trembled as he reached out, but before he could utter another word, a sharp pain shot through his arm, and he felt something slip out from his sleeve. Immediately following this, a collective gasp erupted from the crowd. The way everyone looked at him turned incredibly strange. A sense of dread washed over Guan Tianming. He strained to turn his neck, following the gaze of the onlookers toward the ground. And there, he saw a small piece of fabric. Whose is this? Wait, did that just fall off of me? Before Guan Tianming could even wrap his head around the situation, Oshan, standing in the crowd, had already turned red with fury. How could she not recognize that piece of clothing? No wonder she couldn't find it anywhere last night. It turned out to be on Guan Tianming. If it had been before, she would have firmly ruled him out as a suspect, but now she felt nothing but disgust, and her gaze toward Guan Tianming instantly turned icy. Was this how the student she had spent years defending, even at the cost of offending the Zhou family, repaid her? Even if the item in front of her wasn't hers, she felt it was utterly worthless to have spent years teaching a pervert who stole women's belongings. Guan Tianming finally realized what was happening. A look of sheer terror washed over his face as he shrieked, "It wasn't me. I didn't do this." Immediately after, he pointed at Joey, his voice trembling as he yelled, "It's him! Joey must have stuffed this into my sleeve." However, the students and faculty were all watching closely. Everyone had seen that Joey hadn't even touched Guan Tianming's clothes, let alone managed to shove such a conspicuous object into his sleeve. Consequently, the crowd's gaze toward Guan Tianming grew even more disdainful. A few girls nearby were even whispering among themselves, looking at him as if he were total trash. "I never expected the top genius of our #1 high school to be such a creep. And not only did he steal from girls, but he even tried to frame someone else when he was caught red-handed. Does he really think we're all blind?" Exactly. Young Master Joey was just being kind enough to help carry his stretcher, and this is how he repays him? To think I once admired him, it's absolutely disappointing. Hearing their words, Guan Tianming finally couldn't take it anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and blacked out completely before being briskly loaded into the ambulance. This time, however, not a single person followed, not Oshan, not Zhuang Wei, nor any of his brothers. Joey even waved goodbye to the ambulance with a smile, while a series of notifications popped up before his eyes. Cause Guan Tianming to completely lose Oshan's trust, so she no longer shields him from the storm reward, 3 lottery attempts. Make Guan Tianming a laughingstock in front of the entire school and drastically reduce his luck reward, 5 lottery attempts. Enrage Guan Tianming until he vomits blood and ensure he has no further chance of rising again reward, 7 lottery attempts. Joey desperately suppressed his emotions until the awakening ceremony ended. It was only after returning to his own home that he finally let himself go completely, throwing his head back and laughing out loud. At today's awakening ceremony, he not only executed a perfect counter-kill against Guan Tianming but also secured a massive number of lottery draws and eliminated the second child of destiny. He had truly struck it rich. Riding the high of his success, Joey felt that luck was on his side today, so he decided to strike while the iron was hot and go for a few pulls. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing a common reward, a 100 yuan bill. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing a common reward, 3 grilled sausages. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing an uncommon reward, a custom-made meteoric iron dagger. As he watched the messages flash before his eyes, Joey gradually fell silent. With only 3 chances remaining, he had lost all hope, yet he decided to go for one last single draw. The next moment, a golden light suddenly flashed before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a transcendent reward. Joey jerked upright, then looked again carefully to confirm that his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing a transcendent reward, a rank material, Tianshu cloud brocade. Single pulls really do work miracles. Within the pitch-black system space, a bolt of silk suddenly cascaded from above, stretching at least a dozen meters long. Joey lightly brushed the Tianshu cloud brocade. It felt incredibly soft and comfortable to the touch. According to the system description, its most vital function was defense, capable of absorbing up to 80% of incoming damage. Furthermore, the system thoughtfully provided a conversion service. By consuming 1 draw attempt, Joey could command the system to weave the Tianshu cloud brocade into any desired garment, with no limit on the number of times this could be done. After a few seconds of deliberation, Joey decisively chose to proceed with the exchange. In this world, he was the destined villain. Such top-tier material could never be handed over to anyone else. Otherwise, it would likely find its way into the hands of some protagonist through some twist of fate. The system did not disappoint. Upon Joey's request, a flash of light erupted, and a trench coat adorned with red clouds on a black background appeared before him. In his previous life, he had always thought this outfit looked incredibly cool. He never expected that after transmigrating, he would actually get to wear it himself. A moment later, however, Joey broke into a smile. This black trench coat with red clouds actually complemented his identity as a destined villain quite perfectly. Finally, Joey tried on the clothes one last time to ensure they fit perfectly before exiting the system space. Just then, he felt his phone vibrating incessantly. He picked it up and saw that it was actually a call from his mother. Staring at the familiar yet distant contact name, Joey fell silent. In his previous life, he had been all alone. However, in this world, as the destined villain, not only were both his parents alive and well, but he was also utterly doted on by his entire family, which was exactly what had fostered his arrogant and overbearing personality. As for his humiliations at school and being strung along like a simp by Ling Wanru, those were the results of his own stubborn refusal to tell his family, wanting to handle things himself. He never expected that his choices would ultimately lead to the ruin of his family and his own death. Recalling this, Joey was overwhelmed with a mix of emotions. He silently answered the call, and a gentle voice immediately drifted from the other end. How have you been lately? Are you sleeping okay in that bed away from home? Tomorrow is your grandfather's birthday. When are you planning to come back? Or should I have your father pick you up? Hearing his mother's concerned words, a wave of warmth surged through Joey's heart. Is this what it feels like to be loved? He exchanged a few casual words before finally giving a helpless promise to head out immediately. Only then was his mother satisfied. With a grand wave of her hand, she transferred over 100,000 yuan in pocket money, telling him generously to spend it however he liked. After hanging up the phone, Joey tidied up haphazardly and walked out the door, only to run into someone completely unexpected at the entrance. Ling Wanru, what are you doing here? Joey looked at the green tea girl standing at his doorstep, wearing a white dress and looking exceptionally frail, and felt a sudden wave of speechlessness. If it had been his predecessor, seeing this scene would have surely left him heartbroken with concern. Unfortunately, having witnessed far more beautiful scenery on Douyin in his past life, these petty tricks before him didn't stand a chance of catching his eye. However, Ling Wanru failed to notice Joey's mood. During the awakening ceremony that morning, she had awakened a great ability, Trade Wind. She had then hoped to see if she could hook a genius, only to witness the moment Joey awakened a B-grade lightning type ability. In that instant, she was so excited she nearly jumped for joy, completely forgetting the fact that Joey had slapped her face earlier. That must have just been Xiaoyi throwing a tantrum. With just a little coaxing, he would surely go back to being her devoted simp. When that happened, she would play hard to get before eventually marrying into wealth and reaching the pinnacle of life. Tang Sirui wouldn't even be in the picture anymore. So, as soon as the awakening ceremony ended, she rushed to the entrance of Joey's mansion. She manipulated the breeze to give herself a delicate, fragile appearance, certain that this simp would be overcome with pity. However, while Ling Wanru was still lost in her overbearing young master Zhou's intense love fantasy, Joey had already silently bypassed her. By the time she snapped back to reality, she saw that Joey was already in his car. He gave her a distant smile and a wave before driving off, leaving the green tea girl standing bewildered in the wind, eventually fleeing in embarrassment under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Successfully dumped the green tea heroine and stood up for simps everywhere. Reward, 1 gacha draw opportunity. Looking at the system notification, Joey smiled with satisfaction. It seemed his predecessor had been such a sycophant that even the system couldn't stand it, granting him a free lottery draw in the process. Watching the scenery recede rapidly on both sides, Joey stopped thinking about Ling Wanru and soon arrived at a massive, luxurious villa located in the city's suburbs. This place was called Zhou Manor, the headquarters of the Zhou family. With the old patriarch's birthday approaching, Zhou Manor had been bustling with activity over the past few days. At that moment, someone sharp-eyed spotted Joey. Their expression shifted instantly, and they quietly stepped a few paces away. They had all heard of the Zhou family's rebellious son. As a destined villain, Joey had already been spoiled into a world-shaking demon later. When he was tested and found to have zero talent, outsiders avoided him like the plague, fearing they might get caught up in his mess. Joey didn't care, however. He welcomed the peace and quiet as he leisurely prepared to head off to celebrate his grandfather's birthday. Ha, Xiaoyi, come over here to Grandpa. So what if you don't have an awakening? It's no big deal, the entire Zhou family has your back. If you're ever wronged out there, tell your cousins, or go straight to your parents and uncles. If all else fails, your grandfather is still here to hold down the fort for you." Hearing the old man's domineering declaration, a smile played across Zhou Yi's lips. Sure enough, as a destined villain, if nothing else, even if he were a total waste, family support was guaranteed. This was exactly why those protagonists always ended up provoking the young ones only to draw out the elders, eventually devouring the entire family like a giant experience pack. But this feeling of being cared for and loved truly warmed Zhou Yi's heart. However, while everyone was talking, a vision of heavenly flowers falling and golden lotuses springing from the earth suddenly appeared in the mountain villa. A few seconds later, a scene of soaring black mist emerged from one of the courtyards. Everyone present froze for a few seconds. Once they clearly saw where these two visions originated from, their expressions instantly became peculiar. Zhou Yi recalled the plot and immediately understood exactly what was happening. The consistently united Zhou family actually had a branch that had always remained estranged from the rest of the clan. This was Zhou Yi's young uncle, Zhou Zhengyan. Years ago, in order to elope with a lover from a rival power, he had severed ties with the Zhou family and had never returned since leaving home. It was only because of the old master's birthday that he had brought his wife and only son back to Zhoutian Villa after a 10-year absence. That side courtyard was the residence the old master had specifically prepared for their family. And his uncle's child, Zhou Hao, was the third protagonist of Destiny. Just as in the original plot, the family of Zhou Zhengyan had barely settled in and hadn't even had time to rest when 8-year-old Zhou Hao suddenly underwent this unexpected transformation. Watching the dual visions erupting from his body, Zhou Zhengyan was momentarily at a complete loss. These two conflicting elemental abilities appearing simultaneously in a child's body would be impossible to endure without external assistance. Seeing their son's face contorted in agony, the couple was as anxious as ants on a hot griddle, yet they were utterly helpless until a heavy, deep voice suddenly resonated from behind them. "One light, one dark innate dual abilities. Zhengyan, you have sired a remarkable son." Zhou Zhengyan's body trembled. Turning around, he saw the old master, accompanied by a group of high-ranking Zhou family members, staring intently at the small figure on the bed. "Father, I beg you to take action and help Howard." However, Zhou Mingzhan did not move. Instead, his gaze flickered with uncertainty, as if he were deep in thought. Zhou Yi knew that the young child before him had awakened innate dual abilities. One of them was the supreme heavenly bone, which nurtured a super-great ability and was hailed as the mark of a natural-born sovereign. The other was the evil spirit eye, capable of triggering terrifying forbidden arts but feared as a humanoid natural disaster. Possessing either one would be enough to be hailed as a super genius. Zhou Hao, however, possessed both, making his future potential unimaginable. Yet, in order to grant his useless legitimate grandson an ability, the old patriarch ordered Zhou Hao's supreme celestial bone to be gouged out and transplanted into Zhou Yi. He then destroyed Zhou Hao's evil spirit eye and cast him into a mass grave to fend for himself. What no one expected was that, through a stroke of luck and divine intervention, Zhou Hao not only survived but evolved his ruined evil spirit eye into the ultimate ability, the Eye of Heaven. He eventually overthrew the Zhou family and embarked on the path of an invincible emperor. At this thought, Zhou Yi lowered his eyelids, and the kaleidoscope pattern quietly emerged within his pupils. According to the plot, although Zhou Yi had the supreme celestial bone transplanted, he only obtained a D-rank deformed ability, which led to the subsequent auctioning of the ability. However, even if he hadn't extracted the supreme celestial bone, Zhou Hao would have had a slim chance of survival. But just as Zhou Yi was feeling troubled, a system notification suddenly popped up before his eyes. Detected that the child of destiny is awakening the evil spirit eye. It is recommended that the host sees it as soon as possible. You may consume all remaining lottery chances to exchange them for the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and obtain exclusive skills. Zhou Yi was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected such an option. An imperceptible curve quietly rose at the corner of his mouth, though a few people still managed to catch his expression. At that moment, Zhou Mingzhan finally stepped forward. Under the hopeful gazes of Zhou Zhengyan and his wife, he turned his eyes toward Zhou Yi. The attributes are clashing, and since no preparations were made in advance, this child is beyond saving. It would be better to put what's left to use as soon as possible. Ear, do you want the supreme celestial bone and become a natural supreme? As for the evil spirit eyes, although such demonic things are powerful, even my Zhou family cannot suppress the hostility within them. It's better to destroy them to prevent this child from bringing calamity to the world and having the blame eventually fall on the Zhou family." Hearing Zhou Mingzhan's words, not only were Zhou Zhangyan and his wife stunned, but even the guests who had come to watch the commotion from behind were filled with shock. Old man Zhou must be out of his mind. Instead of saving a natural supreme, he wants to transplant the supreme celestial bone into that waste, Zhou Yi. Even if he dotes on him, this is going too far. I never expected Zhou Yi to actually have a chance to turn the tables. But even if he obtains the supreme celestial bone this way, I'll still look down on him. Hee, I saw him smiling just now. Maybe he was the one who secretly asked the old family head to do this. His methods are far too despicable for the sake of profit. I actually admire the old family head's tactics. A man must be ruthless to achieve greatness. Since Zhou Zhangyan and his wife have already severed all ties with the Zhou family anyway, this way the family at least keeps a natural supreme. They've made a massive profit. The onlookers chattered incessantly about the scene before them, yet not a single person stepped forward to intervene. It was no joke the old patriarch of the Zhou family was a powerhouse who had fought his way through seas of corpses and blood. These people were only capable of sniping from the moral high ground. None dared to actually take action. Only Zhou Zhangyan stood before Zhou Mingzhan, tears streaming down his face as he clung to his father's leg, pleading desperately. "Father, I beg you, save Howard. He is your grandson too, he carries the blood of the Zhou family. If you gouge out his supreme celestial bone, he will surely die." However, having already made up his mind, Zhou Mingzhan moved to cut the Gordian knot. He kicked the couple aside and strode to the bedside, preparing to extract the glowing white supreme celestial bone from Zhou Hao's chest. But just then, a figure stepped forward and grabbed Zhou Mingzhan's arm. "What is it, Ear? Do you want to stop me too? Don't you want to awaken an ability, especially a supreme bone ability of the natural supreme level?" Zhou Yi calmly met Zhou Mingzhan's icy gaze. He slowly raised his head, his eyes now patterned with the Mangekyo locking onto the old patriarchs, causing the elder to let out a surprised "huh?" "You brat, have you awakened an ability?" Zhou Yi flashed a confident smile as a terrifying surge of lightning erupted from his body. Within a radius of dozens of meters, every electrical system instantly short-circuited. The blue arcs of electricity, coupled with the spiritual pressure released by his Mangekyo Sharingan, drew a chorus of gasps from everyone present. "Grandfather, the spirit eye is already a path to invincibility. Why should I ever need to borrow another's bone?" Those who had been condemning and mocking him just moments ago were instantly silenced. What's going on? Isn't Zhou Yi a talentless waste? How did he awaken an ability? And judging by the quality of the spiritual pressure emanating from him, it's a very high-level one. Holy crap, I was just complaining about this guy getting lucky, but it turns out he's the real deal. The spirit eye is already a path to invincibility. Why should I ever need to borrow another's bone? That line is so badass, and so incredibly arrogant. Zhou Yi is so handsome. Slurp, I used to think he had nothing going for him except his looks and money, but now it seems he's the perfect man. Sisters, I'm making my move first. But no one was more emotional than Zhou Zhangyan and his wife. As they looked at Zhou Yi, a glimmer of hope suddenly erupted in their once desperate eyes. Zhou Zhangyan nearly fell to his knees before Zhou Yi, but fortunately, Zhou Yi was quick enough to catch and support him. "Uncle, we are both members of the Zhou family. Isn't it only right that we help one another? How could it ever come to the point of bone gouging? Say no more, shall we? Regardless of whether Howard makes it through this ordeal, my life belongs to you." Watching this scene unfold, Zhou Mingzhan felt no anger. Instead, a hint of praise appeared on his face. The way he looked at Zhou Yi shifted from his usual doting affection to one of genuine recognition. A key reason for the Zhou family's enduring prosperity has always been their unity. How could a future head of the family be someone who would gouge out the bones of his own kin just to obtain a supreme ability for himself? So now, only one final problem remained. But if you want this child to keep his life and still successfully awaken, the issue of elemental conflict is almost unsolvable. What do you plan to do? Then there is the evil spirit eye. Once this ability is stripped from Johao's eyes, it will instantly transform into a monstrous demon, leaving no survivors among those present. Yet, if the evil spirit eye isn't removed, the only other option is to extract the supreme heavenly bone. There is no third path. Hearing Zhou Mingzhan's low, heavy voice, everyone lowered their heads in guilt, feeling as if they were back in a classroom, terrified of being called on by the teacher. Only Joey continued to look directly at Zhou Mingzhan and the bedridden Zhou, offering a faint smile. I wonder if Grandpa and Uncle Zhangyan are willing to trust me. Zhou Zhangyan nodded repeatedly without hesitation. Since Joey had just saved Zhou's life, he would now believe absolutely anything Joey said. In that case, leave the rest to me. With that, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Joey sat on the edge of the bed and placed his hand over Zhou's eyes. Since the evil spirit eye cannot be removed, I'll just absorb it instead. Witnessing Joey's actions, everyone present was terrified and rushed forward to stop him. It was no joke, this was a matter of life and death. If Joey accidentally provoked the evil spirit eye and triggered the demon's resurrection, all these guests who had come to celebrate the birthday would end up as collateral damage, buried alongside the Zhou family. Even Joey's parents and the old patriarch, Zhou Mingzhan, furrowed their brows in concern. However, they chose to trust their son and stood firmly in front of the crowd, refusing to let anyone get close. Elder Zhou, it's not that we don't trust Joey, but in 1,000 years, there has never been a single successful case of removing an evil spirit eye. As for his claim about absorbing it, that is simply pure nonsense. Exactly. We understand you're thrilled that Joey awakened his abilities, but don't trust him so blindly. At the end of the day, he's just a kid, he has no idea what it truly means for the evil spirit eye to erupt. However, before the crowd could rush forward, the scene unfolding before them brought their commotion to a dead halt, leaving every single one of them with a look of utter shock. As Joey placed his hands over Zhou's eyes, the evil spirit eyes were sucked into Joey's own eyes like a swirling vortex. In that instant, Joey immediately chanted exchange in his mind. To everyone's amazement, the evil spirit eyes, notorious as a natural disaster and shunned by all, were obediently absorbed by Joey without even causing a ripple. The mangekyo patterns in Joey's eyes became even more intricate and profound. A mere glance into them was enough to make anyone feel dizzy and disoriented. What kind of ability is this? A massive wave of shock surged through everyone's hearts. As ranked ability users, they all possessed a certain level of resistance to mental impact, yet they were still affected. Previously, they had dismissed him as a useless member of the Zhou family, just waiting for his end. Now, it seemed this was clearly a tactic by Joey to hide his true strength and play the underdog to catch others off guard. This young man's calculated nature was terrifyingly deep. Joey, of course, had no idea that these people had already built him up in their minds as a mastermind with near demonic intelligence, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stop himself from laughing out loud. At this moment, his attention was entirely focused on the series of notifications popping up in his system. Save Zhou's life and seize the evil spirit eye, depriving him of the chance to comprehend life and death and awaken the eye of heaven. Reward, 3 gacha draws. Supreme Celestial Bone retained. Zhou's life trajectory significantly altered, heavenly fate reversed. 8 lottery draws granted. Evil spirit eye power absorbed. Mangekyo Sharingan successfully evolved to SS rank. Exclusive skill Kamui acquired. When he saw the final line of text, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. The space-time dojutsu, Kamui, could open tunnels through time and space, allowing the user to teleport. It could also distort space itself, making it exceptionally powerful for both survival and offensive destruction. This technique is considered one of the top-tier abilities even in the Naruto world. He never expected that by absorbing the evil spirit eye and using a few lottery chances, he would actually obtain this. It was an absolute steal. In high spirits, Joey offered a few words of comfort to his uncle. However, just as he was preparing to head back with his grandfather, a small hand suddenly tugged at the corner of his clothes. Joey turned around and discovered that Zhou, who had been in agonizing pain just moments ago, had now opened his eyes with a healthy flush on his face, looking at him obediently. "Big brother, did you save me?" Hearing the little fellow's innocent voice, a mischievous idea suddenly popped into Joey's head. He reached out and lightly tapped Zhou Hao's forehead, his lips curling into a charismatic, enigmatic smile that would make any child look up to him in awe. My foolish little brother, this is only the beginning. Recover quickly, and work hard to develop your supreme celestial bone to catch up with me. With that, he left the room without looking back, leaving behind a child whose eyes sparkled, filled entirely with the image of his departing figure. You have gained Zhou Hao's admiration, turning the child of fortune into your little fan. Even the system is astonished by this achievement. You have received 10 lottery draws. A smirk played on Zhou Yi's lips as expected. No child could resist the charm of a cool older brother. Zhou Zhangyan and his wife exchanged a look. Seeing the expression on their son's face, it was clear that even if he became a supreme being in the future, he would still willingly remain Zhou Yi's loyal follower. The other guests watched the family, their gazes growing increasingly fervent. Now that Zhou Hao was freed from the shackles of the evil spirit eye, he had successfully awakened. This meant the Zhou family had produced yet another future supreme being. These shrewd socialites naturally seized the opportunity to curry favor with Zhou Zhangyan and his wife. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi had already followed the old master into his study. After waving his hand to dismiss everyone else, Zhou Mingzhan pulled a miniature toy house from a drawer and placed it in front of Zhou Yi. You did well today. Being able to resist the temptation of the supreme celestial bone shows you finally have the poise of a direct grandson of the Zhou family. However, your strength is still too low. Awakening your ability only at 18 puts you several steps behind the heirs of the other major families. I'm giving you a task. There's 1 month left until the college entrance examination. During this time, develop your ability properly. You must reach at least the middle of the first order. Especially those spirit eyes of yours, I can sense a power within them that is perhaps even more terrifying than the evil spirit eye. Zhou Yi keenly sensed the change in the old man. In the original plot, although Zhou Mingzhan doted on Zhou Yi, he never made any demands of him, let alone compared him to the heirs of other families. Had he been chosen by the old man? As for resources, if there's one thing our Zhou family doesn't lack, it's that. I'll ensure you have more than enough. This is the Sumeru Pavilion. I've placed some resources for ability development inside. Use these for now, and let the family know if you need more. The pavilion itself is also a great exotic treasure, very practical. Hearing this, Zhou Yi's eyes instantly lit up. While muttering, I couldn't possibly, he beamed with joy as he tucked the Sumeru abode into his pocket. Zhou Mingzhan was momentarily stunned by the sight before breaking into a silent, helpless laugh. Alright, that's all. When the college entrance exams come around in a month, bring back a top ranking for me. Let your old man finally hold his head high. Zhou Yi nodded repeatedly and left the old man's study with a smile. He hurried back to the private courtyard reserved for him and impatiently began to inspect the contents of the Sumeru abode. However, the moment he opened the Sumeru abode, a wave of spiritual energy rushed toward him. It was only then that Zhou Yi saw the living room was actually piled high with spirit coins, their shimmer nearly blinding his 24K pure gold Mangekyo Sharingan. Spirit coins are essential items for ability users to develop their powers and absorb spiritual energy. Whether through bitter cultivation, actual combat, or using potions to develop one's abilities, spirit coins are indispensable for anyone looking to increase their strength. During the awakening ceremony not long ago, he had heard classmates complaining about how hard it was to earn spirit coins, comparing the struggle to eating filth. One even joked that he nearly resorted to selling his body just to develop his awakening ability. He also heard teachers lamenting that their monthly salary was only a few dozen spirit coins, barely enough to keep food on the table. But now, with just a cursory glance, Zhou Yi could see over 1,000 spirit coins. He couldn't help but marvel the old man had truly gone all out this time. This many spirit coins would be enough to last him a very long time. However, as he continued to take inventory of the other items, he nearly went numb with shock. Thunderclap flower, a rare lightning attribute plant and a vital ingredient for brewing the thunder-gathering fluid potion. All the other auxiliary materials are here, but it's missing the key component, pure water essence. Spirit Will Crystal, an ultra-rare treasure found only deep within large-scale spirit stone mines. It is also one of the primary ingredients for refining spirit ascension pills, which allow one's spiritual power to be more abundant and enduring than others of the same rank. The only problem is, it's missing the other primary ingredient, the spirit condensing lotus. Zhou Yi's eyelids twitched as he looked over these items. He categorized them and discovered that the ingredients for several different potions were present. Each one had the potential to double his strength, yet every single one was missing a few crucial components. This was clearly another trap set by the old man. To obtain the potions, he would have to find the remaining materials himself. This process would serve both to hone Zhou Yi's abilities and as a test from the old man. Sure enough, the older, the wiser. But once he understood this layer of meaning, Zhou Yi grinned instead. The old man had gone to such great lengths for him as his grandson, how could he possibly let him down? Moreover, he was a destined villain. Even if he stayed home waiting for death, some protagonist would inevitably appear out of nowhere to slap him across the face. In that case, he might as well take the initiative. Once he was strong enough, he intended to settle the score with that old scoundrel, the Heavenly Tao. So, Zhou Yi stopped overthinking. He took out spirit coins from the Sumeru abode, clutching them in his palm as he attempted to absorb spiritual energy for the first time. At that moment, he felt a stream of pure energy slowly flowing from the spirit coins into his body. It was incredibly gentle and comfortable, like a small stream finally trickling over long parched land, nourishing his entire body with this spiritual power. According to the old man, the more spiritual energy one absorbs during the initial stage, the greater their innate potential. With the dual abilities of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and lightning affinity, my talent shouldn't be too bad. I'll start with 3 coins and see. Zhou Yi muttered to himself. However, if anyone else were present to witness this scene, they would surely condemn his wastefulness with heartbroken indignation. For an awakener who hasn't yet reached the first rank, even an S rank one, their first absorption of spiritual energy would typically fill them to capacity with just a single spirit coin. Any remaining energy would simply dissipate into the air, which is an absolute waste. Yet, before the spiritual energy in Zhou Yi's body could even reach capacity, his 2 major abilities, the Mangekyo Sharingan and lightning affinity, transformed into ravenous wolves. They scrambled to devour the 3 spirit coins entirely, then looked toward Zhou Yi expectantly as if they hadn't had enough. Frowning slightly, he took out 2 more spirit coins. It seems 3 isn't enough. No wonder everyone says spirit coins are hard to earn. If I keep consuming them at this rate, the coins the old man gave me might not last long at all. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to afford this kind of expense. As the 5 spirit coins were fully absorbed, the Mangekyo Sharingan manifested in Zhou Yi's pupils. Countless arcs of lightning flickered around him, and a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted, shattering every pane of glass in the small courtyard. Zhou Yi had successfully stepped into the first order beginner, becoming a true awakened. However, the commotion caused by his breakthrough alerted many. Within half a minute, the courtyard was surrounded. Everyone wanted to see who dared to cause trouble during Old Master Zhou Mingzhan's birthday celebration. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared at the courtyard entrance. When one of the Zhou family guards turned around, he immediately snapped to attention with a solemn expression and gave a sharp salute. "Old Master! Why have you come in person? Please rest assured, we will find out exactly what happened shortly." It was only then that the onlookers realized Elder Zhou had arrived in person. Their hearts skipped a beat as they speculated wildly about who could be inside the room until they saw Zhou Yi slowly saunter out, leaving every single one of them dumbfounded. Zhou Yi? Was he the one who caused that commotion just now? But didn't he just awaken his ability? He hasn't even reached the first rank yet. Zhou Mingzhan, meanwhile, looked on with a face full of relief. As he gazed at his youngest grandson, the one who had always been a troublemaker, he grew more satisfied by the second. Finally, he let out a laugh, clapped the boy on the shoulder, and gave a grand wave of his hand. "My boy, as long as you keep up the good work, I don't care if you smash every single window in the entire Zhou Heaven Manor." Zhou Yi only then noticed the mess surrounding him. Feeling a bit sheepish, he scratched his head in embarrassment. "Don't worry, old man. Even if I really intended to cause trouble, I definitely wouldn't do it during your birthday celebrations." The onlookers took the cue to present their birthday gifts, instantly livening up the atmosphere. Over the next few days, Joey suppressed his urge to stir up trouble and sat obediently beside Zhou Mingzhan. As soon as the birthday banquet ended, he hurriedly bid farewell to his grandfather and parents, fleeing from Zhou Tian Villa. The old man's aura is getting more and more oppressive. Staying at home is pure torture. It's nowhere near as comfortable as being outside. My 3-meter wide bed, I've missed you so much. Joey breathed a sigh of relief and was about to head home when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, as if he were being watched by a venomous snake. In a moment of desperation, Joey summoned the meteoric iron dagger directly from his system space and blocked behind him. Following the crisp sound of clashing metal, Joey finally saw the face of his attacker. Tang Sirui? Behind him stood Tang Sirui, who no longer possessed the high-spirited aura of a few days ago. Instead, he was dressed in rags, clutching a trident of unknown origin, his eyes fixed on Joey with pure malice. It's all because of you. After that day, I lost my family's support, and that bitch Ling Wanru abandoned me too, leaving me in this miserable state. But you, relying on your family's influence, live such a carefree life despite being a powerless loser with no abilities. You truly deserve to die. Before his voice even faded, a surge of blue spiritual power erupted from Tang Sirui. As he brandished the trident in his hand, it emitted the sound of crashing waves, thrusting straight toward Joey's head. Seeing Joey standing frozen in place as if scared witless, Tang Sirui flashed a cruel smile. This trident contained highly advanced oceanic energy. As long as it struck, Joey's head would explode like a watermelon. Tomorrow morning, the news will break. Joey, the useless failure of the Zhou family, died a tragic death at his own doorstep. Just the thought of it is exhilarating. However, just as he was lost in his fantasies, a blinding flash of light streaked across his vision. He then felt the trident in his hand grow heavy, as if it had been obstructed by something. It was only then that Tang Sirui noticed countless bolts of lightning converging around Joey. At Joey's command, they all surged into the dagger in his hand, instantly transforming it into a golden blade of thunder that effortlessly blocked the trident. Weren't you detected as having zero talent? Why can you use abilities, and the top-tier lightning attribute at that? Looking at Tang Sirui's shocked expression, Joey merely offered a faint smile as a massive amount of high-intensity current condensed in his other hand once again. Your information is several generations behind the current version. Let me reintroduce myself. Standing before you is the younger generation of the Zhou family, Joey, awakener of the S-rank spirit eye and dual lightning attribute abilities. Joey's voice carried a hint of playfulness, making Tang Sirui's face, illuminated by the lightning, turn even paler. Lightning style, Chidori. As the words fell, the lightning in Joey's palm emitted a piercing sound, like the chirping of 1,000 birds. It pierced directly through the trident's defense and lunged toward Tang Sirui. Terrified, Tang Sirui no longer dared to hold back. He pulled a small pagoda from his robe and threw it out instantly. In the next moment, a deep blue barrier flew out from the small pagoda, covering Tang Sirui's head and narrowly blocking the thrust of the Chidori. Joey grew curious. He swung the Chidori again to pierce the water curtain, but it only broke a small hole for a mere half-second before automatically healing itself, leaving Tang Sirui completely unaffected. Meanwhile, Tang Sirui stared at the barrier, still shaken. Once he realized Joey's attacks couldn't breach his defenses, his arrogance immediately returned, and he began to provoke him frantically. Give it up, Joey. This is the Sea God's Barrier, a treasure I obtained through a deal with a mysterious powerhouse. Even a first-order high-rank combatant couldn't leave a scratch on me. But if you fail to kill me today, I will keep growing stronger. I'll hide in the shadows and wait for the perfect moment to strike. Go ahead and be angry. I love watching you struggle in impotent rage, unable to lay a finger on me. Do you see this small pagoda? As long as I have it, I can seize countless opportunities, just like the protagonists in those novels. With that, he smugly brandished the small bronze pagoda in his hand as if showing off a prize. However, contrary to Tang Sirui's expectations, Joey simply stood quietly in front of the barrier, watching Tang Sirui's performance as if he were looking at a clown. It wasn't until he brought out the small pagoda treasure in his hand that Joey suddenly flashed a smile. Tang Sirui, you're as brainless as ever. You've already been kicked out of the Tang family, yet you still haven't learned the lesson of not flaunting your wealth. I really don't know how a piece of trash like you managed to catch the eye of the heavenly Tao. With that, the blinding lightning of the Chidori erupted from Zhou hand once more, thrusting violently into the sea god barrier. Just like last time, a ripple appeared on the surface of the barrier along with a tiny hole, but it was closing at an incredibly rapid speed. Just as Tang Surui was about to mock Zhou for repeating the same old trick, he suddenly noticed that at some point, Zhou's pupils had shifted into the shape of a mangekyo. In the next second, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his entire body. He instinctively looked down, only to discover in horror that half of his torso had been snapped at the waist. His legs had already been swallowed by the distorted space, leaving only half of his buttocks exposed. Zhou, how did you get in here? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Zhou standing before him with a faint smile. The sea god barrier, which he had previously regarded as his ultimate life-saving artifact, had long since vanished into thin air. As for that small bronze tower, it was now being held firmly in Zhou's hand. That's my pagoda. Though a flash of panic briefly crossed his face, it quickly gave way to a smirk. It's useless even if you're holding it. No one but me can ever make it recognize them as its master. Oh? Is that so? Now Zhou was truly intrigued by this small tower. He attempted several methods of forming a soul bond contract, even pouring his spiritual energy into it, but the miniature pagoda remained completely unresponsive. Left with no other choice, Zhou questioned the system in his mind and received a prompt shortly after. Supreme Treasure Heavenly Prodigy Tower detected. Would you like to exchange 10 lottery attempts to claim ownership of the tower? 10 lottery attempts? You're practically robbing me. Zhou cursed the system in his heart, calling it a black-hearted capitalist, but this only piqued his curiosity about the tower even more. Lest he forget, absorbing the evil spirit eye to evolve the Mangekyo Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo had cost fewer than 5 attempts. To think that making this small tower recognize him as its master would require so many. It was easy to imagine that this small tower was anything but ordinary. Ha, I told you. This is a supreme treasure meant only for me. No matter how crushing my defeat or how miserable my end, I can always make a comeback, GA? However, before Tang Surui could finish his sentence, he saw a beam of light fly out from Zhou's eyes and plunge straight into the small tower. In the next second, he discovered to his horror that his connection with the Prodigy Tower had vanished, causing him to let out a startled, duck-like squawk. Meanwhile, as Zhou toyed with the small bronze tower in his hand, it emitted a faint, shimmering glow. It had clearly been claimed and bound to Zhou as its new master. Tang Surui's eyes were filled with shock. This was a relic left to him by his mother before she passed away. She had told him that only the blood from the tip of their family's tongue could allow someone to claim ownership of the Heavenly Pride Tower. How on earth did Zhou manage to seize it from him? Tang Surui was utterly perplexed, but at that moment, he caught a glimpse of Zhou looking at him as if he were a dead man, and his heart instantly froze with terror. Zhou, the grudge between us hasn't reached a point of life and death, has it? As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to be your dog. I'll tell you the locations of all the Tang family's secret treasuries. Oh, right, haven't you been simping for Ling Wanru? I'm willing to teach you how to get her. No, I'll deliver that green tea bitch straight to you. Tang Surui's groveling and subservient display suddenly made Zhou lose all interest. Stay here and fend for yourself. However, I'm taking this tower. But the moment Zhou turned around, Tang Surui's eyes suddenly flushed crimson. This small tower was his last hope for a comeback and his final possession. Driven by a sudden surge of desperate courage, he lunged fiercely at Zhou, intent on snatching it back. But then, he caught the smirk playing on the corner of Zhou's mouth and realized instantly that he had fallen into a trap. In the next second, the Chidori lightning pierced straight through the top of his head and into his body, the electricity causing Tang Surui's entire frame to convulse uncontrollably. He who lives by the sword dies by the sword. Tang Surui, I was going to give you a chance, but you chose the path to your own grave. People like you truly never repent. It's better if you just die. The Chidori in Zhou's hand erupted with an even more piercing radiance, causing the upper half of Tang Surui's body to emit a wafting stench of charred flesh. In his final moments, Tang Surui stared at Zhou with a face full of resentment. If I hadn't made a move just now, would you really have let me go? Joey looked into his eyes and then broke into a brilliant smile. If you had actually held back and didn't ambush me, wouldn't that prove even more that you're a calculating person? Someone who can give up a supreme treasure just to survive is definitely a dangerous schemer. I'd have to eliminate you immediately to prevent any future trouble. Hearing Joey's decisive words, Tang Surui finally couldn't take it anymore. His eyes rolled back in fury, and he drew his final breath. However, the self-proclaimed little Zhuge had one final scheme up his sleeve. As anyone who has ever killed knows, taking a life is easy, but disposing of the body is the hard part. If he were killed by Zhou Yi, it would undoubtedly leave behind a significant mess for him to deal with. Yet, before this scheme could cause any trouble for Zhou Yi, his body, and all surrounding clues were swept into the storage space, instantly erasing every trace of his existence from this world. Zhou Yi was completely unaware that Tang Surui had even attempted to frame him in his final moments. At that moment, however, a series of system notifications popped up before Zhou Yi's eyes. For the total physical and mental destruction of Tang Surui, and for seizing all of his opportunities and luck, you have earned 6 lottery draws. Successfully killed the first child of Destiny. Destiny villain status upgraded. Obtained 10 lottery draws. Joey smiled knowingly. Tang Surui, that old leak, had finally been pulled out by the roots. However, he soon felt a wave of weakness wash over his entire body. It seems I'm still too weak. Using Kamui just once, combined with a few rounds of Chidori, has completely drained my spiritual energy. I'm even more of a glass cannon than Hatake. Mr. 50-50 Kakashi was in my previous life. Joey did a quick estimation of his current strength and immediately felt a pressing sense of urgency. Although he had gained the strength to solo a mid-level first-order entity in just 2 days, there was less than a month left until the college entrance examination. The timeline was incredibly tight. In his previous life as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, the guinea pig cautious streak, a talent for farming development, and a deep-seated firepower deficiency phobia were etched into Joey's soul. To him, if you couldn't absolutely suppress your opponent, it was equivalent to being absolutely unable to suppress them at all. How could he let this stand? He had to increase his strength as quickly as possible. After returning home, he didn't immediately follow his usual routine of burning incense and bathing before drawing cards. Instead, he sat on his soft bed and pulled that small bronze tower from his pocket. Is this the thing Tang Surui mentioned, the item that could give him a comeback no matter how badly he lost? Isn't that basically a child of Destiny's cheat code? Joey kept fiddling with the small tower in his hand. Having just completed the soul-binding contract with the Tower of Prodigies, he already understood its various functions. The Tower of Prodigies consists of 3 functional layers. The first is storage. The internal space of this pagoda is larger than a spatial ring and a Sumeru abode combined, roughly the size of a basketball court. The second layer reveals that the tower itself is an A rank or higher soul tool. The Poseidon barrier, deployed by Tang Surui, was merely its most basic function. What truly surprised Joey was that this small tower could also defend against spiritual attacks, a remarkably rare attribute. The third layer, and the reason Tang Surui viewed the Tower of Prodigies as his ultimate trump card for a comeback, is the Prodigy Council hidden within the tower's top floor. The owner of each Tower of Prodigies is drawn into the Prodigy Council at specific times to trade with other tower owners, exchange intelligence, or even spar with one another. Its functionality is incredibly powerful. Tang Surui had acquired the Trident, the power of the Great Sea, and the Sea Goddess barrier techniques from other Prodigy Tower Masters during previous sessions of the Prodigy Council. This was precisely what gave him the audacity to launch a sneak attack on Joey. Joey checked the time and suddenly realized that the next Prodigy Council meeting was scheduled for tonight, only a few hours away. He immediately performed a ritual cleansing, lit incense, and changed his clothes before rubbing his hands together in anticipation to open the system space. I have to pull a few more trump cards this time. I have no idea what kind of powerhouses will show up at the Prodigy Council. If I can't guarantee my safety 100%, then I'm not safe at all. So, system, give me 2 10 pulls. Following Joey's command, a series of blind boxes appeared before his eyes. This time, he chose to open them one by one according to the sequence of his phone number. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully pulling a common reward, a box of chocolate cake. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing a common reward, 1 E-rank presence concealment mask. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing a transcendent reward, 1 Tier 3 trial card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing an extraordinary reward, a single-tailed beast bomb, equivalent to the life-risking strike of a Tier 3 powerhouse. Joe's face lit up with joy. As expected, a 10-pull guaranteed a pity drop and 2 at that. Not to mention the long-awaited trial card, he had even obtained a tailed beast bomb. He had seen this thing in anime in his previous life, and its power was absolutely beyond question. If anyone dared to make things difficult for him at this Prodigy Council, he would fire off a tailed beast bomb and send everyone to meet their ancestors. The other rewards had their uses as well. For instance, the presence concealment mask could hide his aura, making it impossible for others to discern his cultivation level. Unfortunately, this item was only E-rank. If the opponent's strength far exceeded his own, it wouldn't be of much use. As for the chocolate cake, it could, serve as breakfast? A boon for chocolate lovers? Joey took a bite. The taste was actually quite good. It was the best chocolate cake he had ever eaten. Although this system was a total money grubber, the products it turned out were quite excellent. He glanced at his remaining draw attempts, then reached out and took a fortune-telling tube he had bought from a roadside stall, shaking it vigorously. A top-tier fortune? System, I want a single draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for an explosion of luck. You have successfully drawn a legendary reward, Hashirama Cell's Beginner. Joey thought he had misread it. He checked several times before confirming he had truly hit the jackpot. Hashirama cells were one of the top treasures from that other world. Once transplanted, they granted various powerful and miraculous abilities. Furthermore, when combined with the Mangekyo Sharingan, one would even obtain the legendary Sage Power. Joey silently muttered acquire in his heart. In the next second, he discovered that his innate potential was skyrocketing. Wood element ability, awakened. Senjutsu, awakened. Psionic energy, massive increase. However, just as he was expecting his Mangekyo to continue evolving, the changes brought about by the Hashirama cells came to an abrupt halt. System, what is going on? I remember that combining the Sharingan with Hashirama cells is supposed to activate the Rinnegan. However, just as Joey looked on with a face full of confusion, a prompt popped up from the system. Host, please continue to draw rewards or explore opportunities in this world. The Rinnegan can only be unlocked after obtaining Hashirama Cell's perfect grade. Holy crap, system, you're such a scammer. You actually sell Hashirama Cells in separate parts? I thought I'd become the god of Shinobi instantly, but it turns out this is just a nerfed version like Yamato's. Joey retracted a statement saying the system was good. Sure enough, the system could even break down the Mangekyo Sharingan into distinct abilities, so it naturally wouldn't let a top-tier item like Hashirama Cell slip by intact. However, after drawing the Hashirama Cells, Joey was 100% confident about this Prodigy Council. Those so-called geniuses would be easily handled by him. After emerging from the system space, he made thorough preparations. Finally, he donned his mask, draped himself in the black cloak with red clouds woven from Tianshu cloud brocade, and waited quietly for the Prodigy Conference to begin. A few minutes later, the small bronze tower in his hand suddenly emitted a massive gravitational pull. Joey did not resist and was instantly sucked into the Tower of Prodigies. A world of pure white, as if it were the legendary Kingdom of God. The first thing that came into view was a massive round table, with 9 grand chairs arranged in different positions around it. Among those seated, some wore luxurious robes of nobility, some were shrouded in starlight, and one burly man exuded sheer dominance in every movement. However, most had hidden their forms, making them impossible to see through. Joey took his seat in one of the positions. Although he was a bit nervous, fortunately, he was wearing a mask and a hood. No one could see his expression beneath the pitch-black hood. Thus, he crossed his hands, putting on an act of being as steady as an old dog, scrutinizing the others like a big boss. So, this was the Prodigy Council? However, the moment he appeared, the other 8 people broke into a stir. Finally, the man who had initially acted so overbearingly strode up to him, looking down with a disdainful sneer as he interrogated him. "Who are you? Why didn't my servant show up instead?" Joey let out a mocking chuckle. It turned out that Tang Sirui's so-called opportunity was to act as a dog for the other 8 people at the Prodigy Council, living off the scraps his masters tossed him. No wonder his movements were so fluid when he knelt to beg for mercy. Especially regarding this man, Joey even suspected that the pretty boy Tang Sirui had been completely broken into whatever shape this brute desired, which would explain why the guy was so furious. Seeing that Joey was ignoring him completely, a flash of rage ignited in the brute's eyes. Without warning, he suddenly raised a massive fist and smashed it down toward Joey with savage force. Nothing but a tier 1 piece of trash. Did you think we couldn't see through your cultivation level just because you're wearing concealment gear? How dare you put on airs in front of me? You're looking for death. The others around them had no intention of helping. Some watched for entertainment, while others looked on with indifference, wanting to use the overbearing brute to test the mettle of this newcomer. After all, before Joey arrived, the previous person had his spine shattered by a single punch. From that day on, he had lived like a dog, serving tea, pouring water, and wagging his tail for the 8 of them. However, facing the incoming fist, Joey didn't even bother to move, remaining seated in his chair. Is this guy so weak that he can't even perceive the power of that punch, or is he so powerful and confident that he believes he can take it easily? Each person had their own thoughts as they watched the brute's fist crash down. To their shock, it passed right through Joey's body and slammed squarely into the round table, producing a deafening, muffled thud. An afterimage? Or an illusion? The other 7 narrowed their eyes, quickly scanning the surroundings to locate Joey's true body. Yet, while they were busy guessing, they were stunned to discover that the figure in the chair, the one they had dismissed as an afterimage, actually shifted positions and leaned back comfortably. That wasn't an afterimage. What kind of ability did he just use? The pupils of everyone witnessing this constricted in shock. They realized that the person who had arrived this time was by no means a minor character they could push around at will. No one is allowed to take action without the council's consent. We'll let it slide this once, but if anyone dares to do it again, there will be no mercy. At that moment, a young man in extravagant clothing sitting on the far left cleared his throat. The brute clicked his tongue in annoyance and retreated sullenly to his seat. Now, does anyone else have business? If not, let the Prodigy Council officially begin. Before he could finish his sentence, Joey suddenly stood up, instantly drawing everyone's gaze. Newcomer, what do you think you're doing now? Hearing the young man's slightly dissatisfied interrogation, a wild, arrogant smile split across Joey's face beneath the shadow of his hood. Since someone hit me, it's only fair that I get to hit back. Before his voice even finished echoing, blinding lightning erupted from Joey's palm. In a flash of movement, he lunged straight toward the brute. The opponent was momentarily stunned before breaking into a grin of savage delight. His spiritual power erupted as he swung a fist, smashing it toward Joey. You brought this on yourself this time, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing that Joey completely ignored his words, the youth in luxurious robes looked livid. A brilliant purple light radiated from his body as he struck out with a palm. The faint sound of a dragon's roar could be heard as he slammed his hand down violently toward Joey. Witnessing this scene, the people in the other seats narrowed their eyes. The Z-Way Dragon technique. This was an ability exclusive to the Long family of the imperial capital. This meant the youth in luxurious robes hailed from the Long family, and since he held a seat at the Prodigy Conference, his talent was undoubtedly extraordinary. They just wondered which member of the Long family's younger generation he was. They calculated the situation in their minds and realized that if they were the ones facing a pincer attack from these two, breaking free would be no easy feat. Their expressions shifted slightly. However, when they looked at Joey, they found him still surging forward, manipulating lightning without the slightest intention of dodging. A great man in his past life once said, "Throw one punch to open the way, and you'll save yourself 100 punches later." Joey had long prepared himself to give everyone a show of force at this prodigy conference. Therefore, even as he felt the near emptiness of the spiritual power within his body and sensed the two terrifying forces converging on him, Joey did not hesitate to play his trump card. In the system space, an experience card turned to ash. In the next second, a mysterious and powerful force surged from within Joey, and the Chidori in his palm became even more piercing. Thus, when the attacks from the burly man and the youth in robes landed, they both passed directly through Joey's body just like before. Meanwhile, the lightning-style Chidori in Joey's hand lunged forward, piercing through the burly man's chest with a series of sharp, bird-like screeches. "Damn it, not again!" The youth in robes furrowed his brows tightly, still unable to fathom exactly how Joey was doing it. However, at that moment, a Mangekyo pattern surfaced in Joey's eyes. Then, under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, he struck the exact same pose as his opponent. That member of the Long family is using their ancestral Ziwei-do technique, but what is he doing? He doesn't actually think he can learn the Ziwei-do technique just by mimicking a pose, does he? Yet, a crimson dragon actually manifested in Joey's hand. To the shock of the onlookers, he slammed his palm down toward the youth in luxurious robes. Even the youth was stunned by the sight. It wasn't until Joey was about to crush his skull that he hurriedly waved his sleeves, transforming into an image of the immovable Wisdom King to block the Crimson Dragon's assault. However, that single strike blasted his sleeves into fragments. The overbearing burly man fared even worse. His chest had been pierced through, leaving him with extremely severe injuries. That is the Ziwei-do technique. But something seems off. Regardless, he actually performed it. Impossible. The most important part of the Ziwei-do technique is the combination of the Long family's ancestral ability and their specific spiritual power circulation. It's impossible for an outsider to use it. There's only one possibility. Which generation of the Long family do you belong to? That's not all. Don't forget, isn't he only rank 1? How can he be this powerful? Could we have misjudged him? The youth in robes looked grim as he sharply demanded to know Joey's identity. However, his response was silence. Joey continued to ignore him, instead recondensing the Chidori lightning and slowly walking toward the burly man. Even Joey hadn't expected to hit the jackpot with this Jonin experience card, the legendary copy ninja, the Mr. Worldwide of the ninja world. I didn't expect that the Mangekyo Sharingan's copying skill would be able to copy both the special abilities and the spiritual power circulation methods in this world. No wonder it's rated at least S rank. With this, I can basically run wild. Seeing Joey standing before him with the Chidori in hand, nothing visible beneath the black hood but a pair of scarlet eyes staring him down, the burly man felt a sudden chill. Clutching his chest, he roared at Joey with a hollow bravado. "I admit I was wrong this time. I shouldn't have offended a powerhouse. I am willing to make amends." As soon as these words were spoken, Joey stopped his movements. He pulled a pre-written list from his robe and tossed it casually onto the man. "Gather everything on this list, and it will buy your life." Enduring the agonizing pain, the brawny man picked up the paper from the ground, but the more he read, the more ghastly his expression became. "Every item on here is incredibly precious. I can't possibly gather them all at once. I only have a single spirit condensing lotus on me right now." Having said that, he cautiously fished out a crystal-clear, jade-colored lotus from his robe, his face etched with heartache. This item was originally intended for trading with others at this prodigy council for things he needed. Now, because of one reckless move, he was handing it over to this mysterious fellow for nothing. Joey tucked the spirit condensing lotus into his bag. The Mangekyo appeared in his pupils, and a crow suddenly flew out from his sleeve, darting straight into the large man's mouth. Before he could resist, he felt the crow dissolve into a strange power that merged into his body. "What did you do?" The man instantly glared at Joey with fury. "Since you don't have enough items, consider your life mortgaged to me for now. Bring me at least one item at every prodigy council, or die instantly. Once you have gathered everything, I will return your life to you." With that, he walked back to his seat under the awestruck gazes of the crowd, leaning back against the chair as leisurely as before. Only this time, no one dared to look down on him. The brawny man also tremblingly returned to his seat, only recovering his strength after fishing out a golden pill from the prodigy tower and swallowing it. Joey sneered inwardly indeed, only the strong have a voice here. The young man in lavish robes presiding over the prodigy council wasted no more words. Alright, since everyone is seated, the prodigy council officially begins. The theme this time is free trade. Following the previous rules, there are no specific requirements. Everyone is free to exchange intelligence and trade at the round table. A figure with a feminine silhouette was the first to speak. I wonder if any of you have recently obtained any intelligence regarding the pure white heaven? However, what awaited her was a period of silence. The woman did not seem frustrated. She had likely asked this many times and expected such a result. After a moment of reflection, she asked again. Then, does anyone know anything about the powerhouse prison sovereign who recently appeared out of nowhere? I am willing to pay a high price. Whether it is his whereabouts, abilities, or identity, as long as it concerns the prison sovereign, I am interested. I am willing to trade intelligence regarding the Azure Immortal Emperor Valley for it. This time, the others remained silent, but a look of surprise flashed in Joey's eyes. Prison sovereign? He hadn't expected to hear that alias here, one he had only used once at the Tang family before it vanished from the scene. Besides, this woman didn't look like she was from the same place as him. What did she want with information on the prison sovereign? A figure with a chilling aura and a cluster of snake shadows coiling above their head let out a cold laugh. Their voice was raspy, making it impossible to tell if they were male or female. As expected of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, even a video leaked from who knows where has them digging for roots. This so-called prison sovereign is nothing more than a farce directed and acted out by a bunch of nobodies. But the woman merely spared him a sideways glance. The snake tribe needn't trouble themselves with such matters. The grandmasters of our pavilion have determined that the prison sovereign's strength is sufficient to be ranked on the stellar rankings, which is why I seek to collect information on him. Furthermore, his illusions have reached the realm of returning to reality, something even the mother of snakes can only dream of. He poses a significant threat to the snake tribe, which is why you've all been so restless since the prison sovereign's sudden emergence, isn't it? Bullshit. My snake tribe's illusions are unrivaled under heaven. The mother of snakes is the world's peak master of illusions. Even those lunatics from the War Chronicles can be plunged into a dreamscape with just a single glance from her. The figure from the snake tribe was clearly provoked. The dozens of venomous snakes atop their head flicked their pitch-black tongues and hissed at the woman, but she didn't care in the slightest. She continued to look at the others present with a composed gaze, though a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Is there truly not a single scrap of intelligence regarding the prison sovereign? In that case, we can only exclude him and move everyone below him up by one rank. Joey's mind stirred as he caught another unfamiliar term, the War Chronicles. Moreover, from their conversation, Joey gained a deeper understanding of these two individuals. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was an organization specializing in intelligence, boasting that as long as the price is high enough, we can even tell you what color underwear the Heavenly Pillar is wearing today. As for the stellar rankings she mentioned, Joey had heard of it before. Surrounding the human cities were many territories belonging to alien races, the aforementioned snake tribe being one of them. In recent years, as the blood moon approached, these races had become increasingly volatile and their strength had grown significantly. Consequently, they had encroached upon human borders multiple times, causing great hardship. In response, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion listed the powerhouses of the East Phoenix, naming the list the stellar rankings to imply that human experts were as numerous as the stars, serving as a deterrent to the alien races. Thinking of this, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck Joey. Almost everyone capable of making it onto the stellar rankings was a child of destiny, and once ranked, they carried a massive amount of the East Phoenix's heavenly luck. Therefore, if his sock puppet identity was inducted into the stellar rankings, wouldn't he also be able to carry the mandate of heaven? Wouldn't the children of destiny he suppressed beneath him be effectively robbed of their luck by him? System. What kind of mental gymnastics was this? Why hadn't it thought of that? Most importantly, Joey's idea was perfectly in line with the regulations of the Destiny villain system. I'm not done yet. This is just me making the rankings as the prison sovereign. No one said I can only be on the list once. In other words, if my other personas also make the list, I'll be carrying the mandate of heaven multiple times and snatching the protagonist's luck several times over. The system was once again shocked by Joey's brilliance. If it weren't just a small system, it would have wanted to take Joey as its master. Having made up his mind, Joey slowly raised his head. I have information on the prison sovereign. How do you intend to trade? His voice was calm, yet it brought a look of joy to the woman's face. We can use the Prodigy Tower to construct a private platform for just the two of us. Joey nodded and, following her instructions, placed the small bronze tower on the round table. Soon, everyone else disappeared, leaving only him and the woman sitting opposite each other. You can speak now. Once you provide me with the intelligence on the Hell Sovereign, I will hand over the exotic treasure inscribed with information regarding the Azure Immortal Emperor Valley. Joey nodded, then relayed the pre-prepared information about Itachi Uchiha to her. In the eyes of the others, however, the two were shrouded in a layer of clouds, rendering them invisible and their voices inaudible. The other 7 prodigies looked at one another. It was the member of the Snake Clan who spoke first, letting out a scalp-numbing hissing sound. It seems the humans are so desperate to compile their so-called star rankings that they're counting just any random nobody. I'd like to see what this Hell Sovereign actually is, and if he even deserves to be mentioned in the same breath as the Great Mother Snake. The others remained silent, but their eyes flickered with calculation as they weighed their own schemes. The ultimate mental illusion Tsukuyami, the inextinguishable black flames of Amaterasu, and the mythical artifacts Yasaka Magatama and the Tatsuka blade. To think my human race possessed such a powerful existence. And yet, he chooses to live in seclusion in an obscure little border city. Is he silently guarding the frontier, sweeping away threats to secure our race's dominance? Truly magnificent. The woman grew more excited as she spoke, a faint flush even appearing on her cheeks. Joey was somewhat speechless at her words. His hometown was actually the largest city in the surrounding area, yet in her mouth, it had become an obscure little place. And simply because his only public appearance was there, she had fabricated a backstory of him being a reclusive powerhouse living in seclusion, a behind-the-scenes boss guarding the human race alone. Joey wanted to deny it, but he found he didn't even have the chance to speak before she had finished recording the information on the Hell Sovereign. She then pulled out a device resembling a USB flash drive and handed it to him. Thank you for the intel. This is the reward I promised, the data on the Azure Immortal Emperor Valley. Rest assured, its value is definitely no less than the information regarding Senior Hell Sovereign. Joey nodded. The two of them picked up the small towers on the table, the clouds billowed, and they instantly returned to the original roundtable setting. The others had clearly completed their own trades as well, though the overbearing burly man looked dissatisfied evidently because the lack of the spirit-condensing lotus had prevented him from getting what he needed. Time is almost up. Everyone, please depart. We shall meet again at the next Prodigy Council. Just as the youth in luxurious robes announced the end of the meeting, the woman from the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion suddenly spoke up to stop Joey. Might I ask how I should address you? Despite their brief interaction, the woman had failed to uncover any clues about Joey's identity, causing her to unconsciously adopt a respectful tone. Joey merely glanced at her and calmly uttered a few words. Reincarnation Hall, Akatsuki. He directly used the name of that organization from his previous life as his second alias. The woman nodded upon hearing it, but before she could ask further, she found herself back in her room, suddenly feeling a sense of loss. The Prodigy Tower only forms contracts with top-tier geniuses who possess great destiny. This means this Mr. Akatsuki is definitely not very old, yet his talent and strength are incredibly formidable. It's hard to imagine that Dong Huang has produced such another mysterious genius. And this organization he joined called Reincarnation Hall, to be able to recruit such a child of destiny, the organization itself must be extraordinary. Yet the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion knows absolutely nothing about it, which shows their hidden strength is simply terrifying. Joey had no idea that the organization he had founded on a whim had caused the woman to imagine an incomparably mysterious entity. If he knew, he certainly wouldn't have been able to resist complaining. As expected of someone from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, the more they know, the more they overthink. Enveloped in white mist, Joey returned to his 3-meter-wide bed within a few breaths, while a USB flash drive was left behind in the Prodigy Tower. However, according to the woman's introduction, this item wasn't meant to be plugged into a computer. It actually originated from ancient jade slips used for transmitting techniques, having undergone a modern transformation. Following the method she taught, Joey placed the USB drive directly against his forehead. Soon, the information contained within automatically surfaced in his mind. The Azure Emperor was one of the pillars of humanity 3 generations ago, a peak rank 9 powerhouse of the wood attribute. During the War of 100 Races, he famously declared, "I shall command the peach blossoms to bloom as one," using the 100 flowers killing array to trap and slay over 10 rank 9 powerhouses of the alien races before making a graceful exit, becoming famous overnight. The Valley of the Azure Immortal Emperor is the place where the Azure Emperor underwent Bingjie physical dissolution after failing his attempt to break through to rank 10. It contains a vast amount of wood attribute opportunities, the Azure Emperor's inheritance, and even the legendary secrets of achieving immortality. Most importantly, the Valley of the Azure Immortal Emperor was located in the nearby Spring City and was about to open. Joey pondered for a moment. After transplanting Hashirama's cells, he also possessed wood attribute abilities, which had the potential to evolve into a top-tier superpower. Thus, he decided on the spot to visit the Valley of the Azure Immortal Emperor before the college entrance examination to see if he could upgrade the Hashirama cells. But for now, the most pressing matter was to find someone to help refine the Spirit Ascending Pill as soon as possible to boost his spiritual power. He was tired of being a 3-second man. He wanted to become the most enduring powerhouse of his realm. So, Joey dialed the old man's number. Before long, he heard a yawning voice from the other end. "You brat, it's the middle of the night. Don't you know this is resting time for the elderly? If it's nothing important, see if I don't drag you back to live with me for a month." Joey glanced at the clock on the wall. It was just past 1 in the morning. "Grandpa, what era is this? You're still talking about health preservation? Cultivation is the trend now. Staying up until midnight doesn't even count as chi refining foundation establishment only starts at 2 at 4. You're still far from golden core at 6, there's a risk of chi deviation for nascent soul, but pulling an all-nighter to reach soul formation makes you comparable to a true god. Enough, enough. Stop being a smart aleck. Tell me what's going on." Joey clearly heard the old man's laughter on the other end, so he chuckled and told Zhou Mingzhan about his situation. "What? You got the spirit condensing lotus in less than a day? The last time this thing appeared was a month ago in a restricted zone in the outer territories. I recall it was snatched by a newly emerged young prodigy named Chu Liantian from the neighboring Shengchuan city." The outer territories referred to the lands outside human cities that were occupied by alien races. Upon hearing that name, Joey abruptly looked up, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Chu Liantian? He didn't expect to hear this name so soon, nor did he expect that bullying, overbearing brute to be connected to him. This man was the culprit who would develop a grudge against Joey at an auction in the future and eventually destroy the entire Zhou family. He was also one of the protagonists most favored by the Heavenly Tao, currently ranked near the top of the star rankings. However, at this point in time, Chu Liantian should be at least rank 3, while the guy Joey pierced with Chi Dori in the Prodigy Council wasn't even rank 2. Yet, the fact that Chu Liantian would give him a top-tier spiritual plant like the Spirit Condensing Lotus suggested that this guy held a significant status in Chu Liantian's eyes. Thinking of this, the corners of Joey's mouth curled up. If that were the case, wouldn't his taking the Spirit Condensing Lotus from the brute count as indirectly seizing resources from Chu Liantian? Moreover, if that brute wanted to stay alive, he would have to provide a material at every future meeting of the Prodigy Council. To make up the numbers, he would definitely turn to Chu Liantian for help. Each of these materials was extremely precious even for someone like Chu Liantian, providing them would surely be a painful blow to his resources. Doesn't that mean that even before meeting Chu Liantian, he has already started to weaken his power and even nibble away at his providence bit by bit? Joey suddenly had the sensation of being a mastermind orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Well, it certainly gave off that destined villain vibe. His mood brightened instantly, to the point where even the old man on the other end of the line noticed something was unusual. "What's wrong, kid? Are you that happy hearing I found a master alchemist for you? But you'd better watch yourself, even I have great respect for Master Chang. Mind your tongue when the time comes. Joey finally snapped back to reality. The old man had just told him over the phone that he had already contacted a high-level alchemist to refine the spirit ascension pill for him. Then many thanks, old man. Hee, you get some good rest, I'm going back to my cultivation. With that, Joey hung up the phone. Zhou Mingzhan gave a mock scolding laugh, but a flash of approval crossed his eyes. The kid might seem flippant, he hadn't even slept yet, but in just one day, he had managed to obtain a spirit condensing lotus. Talented and willing to work hard, wasn't that the perfect heir for the family head? Joey naturally didn't know that Zhou Mingzhan's evaluation of him was skyrocketing, otherwise he surely would have burst out laughing. Why had the old man started overthinking things too? The next afternoon, carrying gifts and following the address the old man had given him, Joey knocked on the door of an inconspicuous small house not far from his own home. He hadn't been idle last night either. He had looked up Master Chang Yan, the man the old man recommended, only to find that he was actually quite famous across various universities and was known as the Professor of Pharmaceutics. Soon, a series of clattering and clanging noises came from inside. Half a minute later, the door opened, and an old man with a sage-like demeanor poked his head out, glancing at Joey. Yo, is this the kid from old Joe's family? Not bad, first stage middle rank. It's exactly the right time to use a spirit ascension pill to boost your spiritual power. Come on in. Indeed, after a whole night of cultivation, Joey's strength had increased by another level. Seeing his cultivation level seen through at a glance, Joey didn't get annoyed. Instead, he smiled and allowed the old man to pull him into the house. It was then that Joey saw that the interior of this small house was a world of its own. Induction cookers, gas stoves, test tubes, and beakers were all present. Why did this feel less like an alchemist's workshop and more like a mix between a kitchen and a research lab? Senior Chang, the old man asked me to give you his regards. I've prepared the materials for the spirit ascension pill. How do you plan to refine it? Joey asked tentatively, only to see the old man casually pick up a rice cooker from the table. Joey instantly had an ominous feeling. Master Chang, you don't intend to use that to refine the spirit ascension pill, do you? Of course. Under normal circumstances, I don't even need to use it. I only bring this out when refining rare spiritual medicines like the spirit ascension pill. Looking at Chang Yan's confident expression, Joey couldn't help but feel that this was somewhat unreliable. But then, remembering that the vast majority of the materials had been prepared by the old man, he gritted his teeth and summoned everything from the prodigy tower, choosing to trust the old man's judgment. However, the moment he took out the two primary ingredients, Chang Yan's expression shifted to one of immediate surprise. It's been so many years, to see spirit will crystals and spirit condensing lotuses of such high quality again. It looks like I truly have to bring out my best skills today. As he spoke, the old man's entire aura suddenly became exceptionally sharp. With fluid, seamless movements, he processed the materials using the plane and kitchen knife on the table, refined the medicinal liquids with beakers and test tubes, and finally placed them all into the rice cooker. This time, it was Joey's turn to be astonished. He never imagined that alchemy could be done this way. No wonder his title was Professor of Pharmaceutics. Little Joey, what comes next belongs to the domain of a spirit alchemist. Come back in a week, and you can collect your spirit ascension pill. Joey nodded, but before leaving, he caught Chang Yan's soft sigh by chance. Sigh, my speed and the purity of the medicinal liquid still haven't reached perfection. If I had a suitable spirit fire, the quality of this spirit ascension pill would definitely be higher, and my alchemy skills would reach a new level. Joey made a mental note of this. Looking at the bustling crowds on the street, he felt a bit lost. What should he do with himself for the next week? He pulled out a coin. Heads, he'd go home. Tails, he'd head out of the city for a trial. If the coin snapped in half, he'd go to school. Suddenly, he saw two familiar bald heads flash past his eyes. Those two braised eggs, it's Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei. Joey rubbed his hands together. He had almost forgotten that these two children of destiny were nearby. Time to fleece them for more gains. At that same moment, Guan Tianming suddenly shuddered without warning, prompting Zhuang Wei to give him a strange look. Do you have a cold? How can you get the chills on such a hot day? Guan Tianming wasn't sure what had just happened either. He could only rub his bald head as the memory of being humiliated and toyed with by Joey resurfaced, a look of ferocity flashing across his face. That damn Joey! I was supposed to show off my divine power at the awakening ceremony and bask in the spotlight from then on. But because of him, not only did I become the laughingstock of the entire school, but I also lost the protection of that irresponsible teacher, Oshan. I'm living worse than a street rat. Zhuang Wei, we share the same fate. We've been through hell together. A few days ago, I accidentally learned that a secret realm is about to open in Spring City, and I know the location of a very precious inheritance within it. Although I have the token, I still need the guidance of a wood attribute ability user. I remember you awakened AB grade wood attribute ability. Let's use this break to find the opportunity for a comeback. We'll make Joey taste a pain 10 times no, 100 times worse than what we've endured. As he spoke, Guan Tianming seemed to already see Joey's expression of agonizing despair, a flash of sadistic pleasure crossing his eyes. Initially, Zhuang Wei looked at Guan Tianming with disdain, but when he mentioned a secret realm, she was instantly shocked. She hadn't expected Guan Tianming to be so generous as to actually share such an opportunity with her. She felt a surge of emotion. It seemed Guan Tianming hadn't abandoned her just because of her changed appearance. And when Guan Tianming mentioned seeking revenge on Joey, Zhuang Wei gritted her teeth in hatred. Don't worry, Tianming. Once I obtain the opportunity from the secret realm, I will never forget you. You give me your true feelings, and I shall return them with a sincere heart. However, she failed to notice that while she was immersed in her dream of becoming stronger, an imperceptible sneer played at the corners of Guan Tianming's mouth. That stupid woman has no idea that the Azure Immortal Valley can only be entered if led by a wood attribute ability user. Why else would I share this secret with her? Without her hair and her looks, she still dreams of being my wife? Pure delusion. Once I enter the mystic realm, I'll ditch her and seize all the massive resources for myself, along with the Azure Emperor's inheritance and the legendary secret of immortality. When that time comes, Joey, I will make sure you beg for death but find no release. Joey could almost faintly see a thick cloud of resentment rising from the heads of these two toward him. What caught his attention even more was that Guan Tianming had also obtained news regarding the Azure Immortal Valley. No, it would be more accurate to say that it was precisely because Guan Tianming learned of its existence that the mystic realm was suddenly opening. After all, if a child of destiny is jilted or publicly humiliated, they can stumble upon a peerless opportunity even by jumping off a cliff. Guan Tianming had lost all face at the awakening ceremony and ended up in the hospital, suffering both physical and mental setbacks. Naturally, he would be compensated with a grand fortuitous encounter. Perhaps even a guiding grandpa mentor figure had already been prepared for him. In that case, didn't he deserve some credit for the opening of the mystic realm? Joey silently gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. However, considering Guan Tianming's hatred for him, Joey had every reason to suspect that he wouldn't even get a sip of soup in the Azure Immortal Valley. In fact, he might even end up as an experience pack for Guan Tianming to use for showing off and face slapping. With a shift in thought, an idea suddenly struck him. Just as Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei were waiting for the long-distance bus to Spring City, a raspy voice suddenly echoed out of thin air within his mind. Young friend, are you planning to head to the Azure Immortal Valley? Guan Tianming was suddenly startled. He had indeed accidentally learned that the Azure Immortal Valley was about to open, but how did this mysterious voice know? Do not be afraid, young friend. This old man is an adventurer, which is how I know of the Azure Immortal Valley. I see that you are a person of great destiny, so I wish to travel with you and act as your backer. All I ask is that once you obtain your opportunity, you share a portion with me. What do you think? Guan Tianming frowned slightly. It was true that with the strength of just him and Zhuang Wei, entering the Azure Immortal Valley would be suicide. However, he had worked so hard to find out about the valley. How could he be willing to suddenly share it with a stranger? Joey clearly saw through Guan Tianming's hesitation. He chuckled softly and revealed a bit of the intelligence he had gathered from the Prodigy Council regarding the Azure Immortal Valley, instantly dispelling Guan Tianming's doubts. The other party's information was clearly much more detailed than his own. Being able to leech his intel while gaining a powerful backer was an absolute win. Nevertheless, he did not lower his guard entirely and asked one more question in his mind. I wonder what Senior's true strength is. I heard the Azure Immortal Valley contains a top-tier inheritance. I fear that many experts will show up for this opening. Before he could finish, a humph rang in Guan Tianming's ear like a clap of thunder, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Guan Tianming was secretly shocked. What kind of power was this? Even the Tier 2 mid-level Oshan had never exerted such intimidation over him. Could it be Tier 2 high level, or even Tier 3? He immediately broke into a smile, bowing slightly with a fawning expression. Senior, I agree. I will be in your care from now on. By the way, when do you plan to set out? And where shall we meet? As soon as his voice fell, a mysterious figure wearing a black cloak with red clouds appeared before Guan Tianming in Zhuangwei. A pair of scarlet eyes peered out from beneath the hood, soul-stirring and terrifying. Wei, this senior will be traveling to the mystic realm with us. Furthermore, he will be our protector. Zhuangwei's face was also filled with pleasant surprise. Previously, she had been worried about their safety, but she hadn't expected Guan Tianming to find such a powerful backer so quickly. She immediately cast a look of admiration toward Guan Tianming, which she found immensely gratifying. Although she now had a shaved head, she was still a former school beauty, and her gaze greatly satisfied his vanity. However, it would never occur to the two of them that the person before them whom they believed to be some mysterious powerhouse was actually the very Zhou they loathed to the bone. Not only had they personally invited him into the team, allowing him to feast on Guan Tianming's destiny and luck, but they were also treating him with utmost respect and flattering him as a senior, effectively raising his social standing for nothing. If Guan Tianming ever discovered the truth, he would undoubtedly be driven to death by pure rage on the spot. But at this moment, the two were exceptionally excited, believing that the trip to the Green Immortal Emperor Valley was a guaranteed success. Guan Tianming even showed a rare moment of generosity, waving his hand to call for a private car directly to Chuncheng. After all, with the senior's strength and status, how could he be expected to squeeze onto a bus with everyone else? If the senior were made to sit uncomfortably, it wouldn't just be the senior's backside suffering, it would be a slap to Guan Tianming's own face. The only thing truly suffering was his wallet. Guan Tianming looked at his empty pockets, wanting to cry but having no tears. He silently comforted himself in his heart. Once they reached the Azure Immortal Emperor Valley, he would be able to earn it all back tenfold, 100-fold. Not far from them, a genuine Tier 3 powerhouse had just arrived at the bus stop with a coach to Spring City, brushing past Guan Tianming and his group. He also knew that a secret realm was about to open in Spring City and planned to see if he could get a piece of the action. But for some reason, just now, a sudden feeling of having missed something important flickered through his mind. Could there be an unexpected change in this trip? Consequently, this big shot, who practiced the way of caution, made a prompt decision. He decided not to join the fun. Preserving his life was more important. Meanwhile, Joey sat comfortably in a soft seat, doing nothing but enjoying the service of Guan Tianming and Zhuangwei. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Spring City. He stepped off the bus feeling completely relaxed, while behind him, Guan Tianming and Zhuangwei both looked exhausted like dogs. Yet, they still seemed to find the experience sweet. Even the system was stunned by this scene. It had never seen a villain who knew how to play people like this, and it believed the heavenly Tao of this world had certainly never seen it either. What are you standing there for? Isn't his heavenly Tao luck being weakened at a time like this? Hearing Zhou snark, the system finally snapped out of its daze and began popping up notification boxes incessantly. Intercepted Guan Tianming in advance, causing him to miss his true benefactor. Obtained 3 lottery chances. Backlashed Guan Tianming's heavenly Tao luck, playing him in the palm of your hand. Obtained 5 lottery chances. Joey nodded with satisfaction. However, this caused Guan Tianming and Zhuangwei to mistakenly believe they had done a great job, and they both let out a sigh of relief. Senior, are we going straight to the secret realm, or should we rest and recuperate our spirits before setting out? Hearing Guan Tianming's inquiry, Joey turned around and saw four eyes looking at him with exhaustion and anticipation. He let out a thoughtful hum. Exploring a secret realm is about destiny, not about who is faster getting more rewards. Therefore, my suggestion is, of course, we set out immediately. Listening to the first half of Joey's sentence, the two couldn't help but nod. Consequently, they didn't react in time and stared at him blankly. Haven't you heard the saying, time waits for no one? Moreover, the more exhausted you are, the faster you can grow. I am stimulating the potential and luck of you two for your own good. Joey spoke with a righteous expression. The two were already so tired their brains weren't functioning properly after being flickered by him, they couldn't help but nod, feeling like that was indeed the case. Thus, the three of them did not linger in Spring City and headed directly for the secret realm hidden in the valley outside the city. When Joey and the others arrived, they found the valley already shrouded in a layer of thick mist. People from various factions had long since gathered here, quietly waiting for the secret realm to open. Yo, more people have caught the scent. Old rules, want to enter the secret realm? Pay the toll first. Just as Guan Tianming and the others were looking at the secret realm with surging emotions, a discordant voice suddenly rang in their ears. Only then did they notice that the area near the entrance of the secret realm had been surrounded by a group of people. Whenever someone wanted to enter, they would be stopped to pay a passage fee. If he had any money on him, Guan Tianming wouldn't have wanted to cause trouble at the entrance of the secret realm. However, when he turned his gaze toward Zhuangwei, he saw the woman looking completely innocent, clearly having no intention of paying a single cent. As for asking the senior to pay the fee, he was simply too embarrassed to speak up. He stole a glance at Joey, only to find the senior slightly tilting his head up. A bunch of bullies who pick on the weak and fear the strong. There's no need to pay them any mind, just beat them into submission. I've heard that children of destiny always fight above their level, which is why they progress so rapidly. So, young friend, go ahead. If there is someone on the other side you cannot handle, I will step in. Upon hearing these words, for some reason, Guan Tianming thought he saw a smiling face beneath the person's hood. However, when he shook his head vigorously and looked again, he found that he could still only see darkness, as if the smile just now had been nothing but an illusion. What is it? Do you think there is something wrong with what I said? Guan Tianming immediately shook his head. Was it a joke? With the senior's cultivation and insight, how could he possibly be wrong? And so, he turned back around, gripped the precious sword at his waist, and charged toward the group opposite him. The group had been provoked the moment they heard Zhou Yi's first sentence. However, seeing this kid, who was only at the early stage of rank 1, charging at them alone, they couldn't quite understand what he was doing. Nevertheless, based on the principle of it's a waste not to hit him, they proceeded to gang up on Guan Tianming and give him a beating. Despite being beaten black and blue, his face swollen like a pig's head, Guan Tianming desperately charged again and again at the group of ability users, the weakest of whom were at the middle stage of rank 1. This actually began to frighten the group. They were terrified they might accidentally kill him and end up with a life on their hands for no reason. However, their act of retreating half a step made Guan Tianming believe he had truly intimidated them. He looked at the sword in his hand, his expression becoming increasingly excited. Senior, you were truly right. Only by fighting above one's level can one grow quickly. I feel myself getting stronger. The onlookers around them couldn't help but shake their heads. This kid is truly beyond saving. He's been CPU'd gaslight until his brain is broken. So, they simply bypassed the brain-dead Guan Tianming and launched their moves directly at Zhou Yi behind him. Yet, when their attacks hit Zhou Yi, they strangely passed straight through his body and landed on the other bystanders watching the commotion. Holy crap, I'm just here for the show, why are you hitting me? You dare attack our Yunshan Chamber of Commerce? You're looking for death. Everyone, we were trying to hit that weirdo, but for some reason we missed. It wasn't an intentional attack. In an instant, chaos erupted outside the valley. Taking advantage of the situation, Joey led Guan Tianming and Zhuangwei to push down the railings and swaggered inside. Guan Tianming's expression toward Joey had turned into one of pure worship. The senior only had to make a slight move to muddy the waters clearly. His own level of experience was still far lacking. Just then, a sudden loud boom echoed from within the valley, startling everyone. Immediately afterward, an iron chain suspension bridge appeared through the thick fog, stretching from outside the valley all the way in, with no end in sight. So, this is the entrance to the Azure Immortal Emperor Valley? Brothers, I heard the valley is overflowing with the Azure Emperor's spiritual rhyme, and even the runoff water is high-grade spiritual liquid. Let's charge. I'm not greedy. I'll be satisfied as long as I can find enough resources and legacies to develop my abilities to the 6th rank. The crowd, which had been in a chaotic brawl moments ago, stopped fighting. Instead, they scrambled and vied for the chance to be the first to enter the secret realm. However, as a wind attribute ability user leveraged his speed advantage to take the first step onto the iron chain bridge, a look of sheer terror crossed his face before he could even find his footing. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he plummeted from the bridge and was swallowed by the thick fog, without even a scream echoing back. The onlookers exchanged glances, their fervor instantly extinguished as if doused by a bucket of cold water. Heh, you dare to rush in without knowing anything? The first trial of the Azure Immortal Emperor Valley only permits those below the 3rd rank who have awakened would attribute abilities to enter. Anyone else will find their grave beneath this iron bridge. Upon hearing this explanation, the realization dawned on everyone. A 1st rank intermediate would attribute user immediately summon 2 vines, wrapping them around himself as he stepped onto the iron bridge, only to find the footing exceptionally stable. It really works. Certain factions were secretly delighted they had long since gathered intelligence on the Azure Immortal Emperor Valley and had specifically brought would attribute users for this trip. The other teams could only watch with faces full of resentment, powerless to do anything about it. After all, it was common knowledge that would attribute power ranked near the bottom among the various abilities they were rarely brought along to typical secret realms. Who could have guessed that the Azure Immortal Emperor Valley would only allow would attribute users to enter? Senior, although your strength is great, I'm sure you've come prepared. We'll head in first. Seeing this, Wan Tianming also showed a look of joy. He wrapped an arm around Zhuangwei's waist, and the two of them stepped onto the iron chain bridge together. Ha! Wasn't that kid's ability sword control? Why is he charging in? Isn't he afraid of death? Heh, didn't you see he wasn't right in the head earlier? Move back a bit, I don't want to get splashed with blood. The crowd of onlookers, seeing Guan Tianming and Nan would attribute user dare to rush in, immediately began to mock him. However, at that moment, a green light flew out from Guan Tianming's robes and attached itself to the sword at his waist. It actually caused his 8 Desolation sword control ability to briefly convert into the wood attribute. He stepped onto the iron chains with ease and instantly shot forward dozens of meters, leaving the others far behind. You can actually do that? I knew it. How could a secret realm only allow wood attributes? It turns out there are passes. While the crowd was exclaiming in shock, several other youths produced green lights of their own. Together with their wood attribute companions, they walked gracefully onto the bridge. Upon landing, they were even further ahead than the first batch of wood attribute users, making the onlookers turn purple with envy. But Guan Tianming was truly the favored child of heaven. Even though other young talents had obtained passes, they were still far behind him. This meant that, by the judgment of the Azure Immortal Emperor Valley, his talent was the highest among everyone present. Damn it, how is it that even in a place like a secret realm, there is a privileged class? What is the point of entering the secret realm with a pass? Whether it's the legacy or the resources inside, everything is wood attributed. It's useless to them even if they get it. Exactly, what kind of hero relies on external items? Though I didn't expect that little bald guy, who looks a bit dim-witted, to actually have such great talent. Someone remarked sourly. As Joey saw the two figures nearly swallowed by the mist, he let out a light chuckle and jumped onto the iron chain bridge. At that moment, someone recognized Joey's identity and let out a strange cry. Look, this guy isn't wood attributed and doesn't have a pass. What is he trying to do? He's the one who tricked that young man into following him. Who knows what kind of mischief he's up to now? However, in the next second, they saw a massive amount of wooden vines extending from Joey's sleeves, wrapping around the iron chains of the bridge. With a gentle swing, he soared to the very front, landing even further ahead than Guan Tianming and his companion. Holy crap, this guy has dual abilities. This is way more sophisticated than a pass. He has the power of other elemental abilities, yet he can use the opportunities in this secret realm to raise his cultivation level. Isn't he just going to slaughter everyone? Usually, when someone awakens dual abilities, it's as if their talent is split in half. Neither ability typically exceeds E rank. But from what I can see, whether it's that eerie ability from before or the wooden vines he's summoning now, they're at least B rank. He's absolutely a top-tier genius, yet I've never heard of such a person. And that black cloak with red clouds he's wearing, what organization's uniform is that? How have I never heard of it? Everyone present was stunned. Even the most cynical among them were left speechless, only able to marvel at the sheer strength of Zhou Yi's talent. At this moment, Guan Tianming was absolutely riding high. On this iron chain, he stood at the very front, and his movement speed was the fastest. It seemed certain that he would be the first person to step into the verdant immortal Emperor Valley. But, should we wait for the senior? Hearing his mutterings, Zhuang Wei, who was in his arms, immediately rolled her eyes at him. Are you stupid? Why did we team up with him? Wasn't it to find a backer amidst all these experts? Now you're the first one entering the valley, and you have no rivals at all. Why wait for him? The key is to grab the benefits as quickly as possible. Woken up by Zhuang Wei's words, Guan Tianming nodded excitedly and even suppressed his internal disgust to give her a kiss. As expected of my Weiwei, you truly are exceptionally clever. Then we'll just ditch him and take the opportunities for ourselves. Brother Tianming, what are you doing? Wait, what is that? Just as the two were being all lovey-dovey, Zhuang Wei suddenly felt a dark shadow flash before her eyes. She cried out in fright, causing Guan Tianming to look ahead with a face full of annoyance. Then, the two of them discovered that further ahead of them, a familiar figure wearing a black cloak with red clouds had appeared. Moreover, he was swinging toward the other side of the iron chain at a speed much faster than Guan Tianming's. Is that the senior? Weiwei, slap me and see if I'm hallucinating. Ouch. You're trying to kill me. Holy crap, that really is the senior ahead. Guan Tianming's mouth hung open so wide he could almost fit 2 eggs inside, his face a mask of pure disbelief. His talent is actually even better than the two of us. It wasn't until he saw Zhou Yi look back and seemingly glance at them that he snapped out of his daze and hurriedly shouted. Senior, wait for us when you arrive. I am a person of great fortune. You definitely won't lose out by following me. Zhuang Wei also nodded vigorously, completely forgetting the faces they had made just moments ago while discussing whether to ditch Zhou Yi. However, before Zhou Yi could reply, he vanished into the thick fog ahead, causing the hearts of the two to leap into their throats instantly. They wondered if the senior had overheard their conspiracy just now. If he had, wouldn't they lose this powerful backer? An iron chain bridge, spanning a full 1,000 meters. It was unknown who had forged it. Guan Tianming endured an entire hour of torment before he finally caught sight of the true azure immortal Emperor Valley. But when he reached the opposite bank, he was surprised to see that the senior was actually sitting cross-legged on the edge of the cliff, waiting for their arrival. Senior! When Guan Tianming shouted this, it was truly sincere and filled with guilt toward the senior. Although his personality had become somewhat paranoid after being slapped in the face by Zhou Yi, he was, after all, just a student who hadn't experienced the sinister nature of society and was supposed to have a righteous character. Thinking about how he and Zhuang Wei were just discussing how to kick the senior aside, while the man held no grudges and was even willing to act as their backer, Guan Tianming felt a wave of self-reproach. Look at this senior, his realm was countless levels higher than his own. In a moment, he would definitely apologize properly to the senior and give him at least an extra tenth, maybe 1% more of the loot. Meanwhile, sitting on the ground, Zhou Yi also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the two arrive. Heaven knows how many crises he had experienced before Guan Tianming showed up. There were wood lizards over the 3rd rank that had lost their way and stumbled upon him, giant blood-sucking demon trees that rose from the ground and nearly grabbed him, and eerie, unfathomable figures that flickered past. Normally, these things would never appear on the periphery, yet Zhou Yi had encountered them several times within this 1 hour. It wasn't until Guan Tianming appeared that they all vanished. Therefore, let alone searching for opportunities, if not for the blessings of Kamui and Hashirama's cells, Joey would likely have been killed so thoroughly that not even a speck of ash would remain before Guan Tianming arrived. Now, seeing Guan Tianming, he felt as close to him as if he were seeing his own son. Before the others arrive, let's go. Guan Tianming and the other nodded, and following the previously agreed upon order, they first headed toward a small hut that Joey had specified. According to the intelligence given to him by that woman at the Prodigy Council, the Azure Emperor had lived in this small hut for several years before heading into the valley alone to seek enlightenment. The cultivation resources he carried were very likely hidden here. Thus, following the map's directions, the three quickly arrived at the entrance of the hut. The small hut was nestled within a bamboo grove and looked very secluded. Guan Tianming volunteered and pushed open the wooden door with a forceful shove. The next second, the three felt the world spin before their eyes. When Joey opened his eyes again, he found that the three of them had already appeared inside the small hut. Joey looked around and found various tables, chairs, benches, brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones displayed. They all appeared to be ordinary items one would find in a typical hermit's dwelling. Just then, Guan Tianming and Zhuangwei slowly woke up. However, Guan Tianming accidentally leaned against the corner of a table, instantly triggering a burst of green light from its surface, which he promptly severed with a single sword strike. As the green light dissipated, the previously dusty and unremarkable table underwent a dramatic transformation, revealing a vibrant emerald surface beneath. Senior, this table seems to be crafted from a single solid piece of top-grade wood spirit crystal. Seeing this, Zhuangwei's eyes turned red with envy. She tried touching random objects in the room, but this time, a flash of green light erupted. Completely defenseless against the force, she was sent flying backward and slammed heavily into the wall. I understand now. Every corner of this cottage holds an opportunity, but one can only obtain the corresponding reward by passing a test of talent. We're going to be rich. Weiwei, your talent is too poor to pass the tests, which is why you were rejected. It seems you are destined to have no share of the treasures here. Hearing Guan Tianming's analysis, Zhuangwei looked indignant. Meanwhile, while marveling at the terrifying luck of a child of fortune, Joey thought to himself that his decision to infiltrate the enemy's ranks had indeed proven to be correct. Senior, for the sake of fairness, why don't we do this? We each take a turn to see who can obtain more rewards. You go first and see what you can get. Anything you can take away is yours. I won't say a single word. However, if you fail a test, you must voluntarily give up everything here. After offering a few hollow words of comfort to Zhuangwei, Guan Tianming seemingly generously offered the first chance to Joey. In reality, he had already tested the waters. He knew that if he chose only one item at a time, he could take everything except for the few most precious treasures. Therefore, if Joey's talent failed to gain recognition, all the rewards would naturally fall into his own pockets. Little did he know that beneath his hood, Joey was wearing a smile identical to his own. Without standing on ceremony, Joey scanned the entire cottage and silently activated the Hashirama cells within his body. Countless wooden vines erupted from his sleeves, instantly enveloping the entire cottage. Even the bamboo at the entrance and all the soil within 3 feet underground were not spared. Blinding green light exploded from every corner of the cottage, a force so powerful it threatened to blast the 3 people inside into dust. Guan Tianming and Zhuangwei couldn't even open their eyes, let alone resist. At that moment, their hearts were filled with nothing but despair. It's over. We're going to be killed by this old geezer. I was just being polite. Who could have guessed he'd be this greedy? However, at that exact moment, an extremely high-quality surge of wood attribute energy radiated from Joey's body, colliding with the erupting green light. Guan Tianming thought he was certainly dead this time. Yet, until the light faded, he felt no pain whatsoever. He cautiously squinted his eyes open. I'm not dead? I'm still in the Azure Immortal Valley. He was immediately immersed in the joy of surviving a disaster. That old man's greed knows no bounds, trying to swallow the whole cottage in one gulp without leaving a shred for me. Serves him right if he chokes. Ha, now everything belongs to me. I can take them one by one at my leisure. But when he looked up, all he saw was the vast, white, thick mist shrouding the sky above the valley. What's going on? I was just in the cottage, so why can I see outside now? He hurriedly looked around, only to find that the cottage, which had once hidden countless opportunities along with the bamboo forest outside, had completely vanished into thin air. Not even a speck of dust remained. Not far away, Joey's body was encased within a massive sphere of green light. Inside the sphere were the bamboo forest that had transformed into gold, ancient books radiating a precious glow, and that very cottage he had been coveting for so long. Guan Tianming took just one look before being struck by a surge of immense energy that left him lightheaded and dizzy. He was shocked to the core. He hadn't expected Joey to actually succeed. Didn't that mean he had gained almost nothing from this windfall, aside from a single spirit crystal tabletop? Intense jealousy fueled a burning rage within Guan Tianming. He lunged forward, attempting to leap into the light sphere to claim a share of the spoils, only to be swatted away like a fly. He was ruthlessly slammed into the ground, and it took him dozens of seconds of struggling to finally pull himself out of the crater. Beside him, Zhuangwei was already trembling with laughter. She had been heartlessly eliminated by Guan Tianming earlier. Now that even a genius like him hadn't managed to scavenge so much as a scrap, she felt much more balanced. Bitch, you think you're worthy of mocking me? Just you wait. Without me, none of you will find a single cent ever again. Seeing Zhuangwei's mocking gaze, Guan Tianming was so incensed that he turned to leave. He was blessed with great fortune. What opportunities couldn't he find? Why should he benefit anyone else? However, before he could even take 10 steps, a blade flew out from nowhere and plunged straight into the ground between his legs. 2 inches higher, and it would have severed his root of troubles. Immediately afterward, he heard the angry roars of a group of people, all of whom were at least tier 2. Terrified, Guan Tianming froze in place, not even daring to pull the blade out. It wasn't until they had moved on that he retreated back to Joey's side, not daring to stray another step. No joke, while the opportunities in the verdant immortal valley were countless, there was only one patron senior. Leaving him meant facing almost certain death here. Why give up the entire forest for the sake of one tree? Besides, with this much energy, so what if he is a tier 3 powerhouse? He couldn't absorb it all even if his body exploded. When the time comes and he's about to burst, he'll have to beg for my help. The moment he opens his mouth, I'll make him spit out everything he swallowed. Don't worry, these are all my opportunities. He won't be able to snatch away so much as a grain of sand. Just as Guan Tianming was constantly reassuring himself, Joey, inside the orb of light, began to frown. The top-tier talent of the Hashirama cells indeed allowed Joey to win every single reward within the small hut. However, for some reason, all these would attribute resources transformed into the purest form of energy, surging toward Joey all at once. This was the truth behind the massive green orb of light that Guan Tianming had witnessed. This orb also brought a massive crisis to Joey. The energy was simply too colossal. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have been blown apart instantly. Even after every Hashirama cell in Joey's body was filled to capacity, only a tiny fraction of the energy had been consumed. The remaining energy continued to pour frantically into his body through his pores, causing his physical form to show signs of being assimilated by the wood attribute's spiritual power. If this continued, he would merge completely with the orb of light, and the person known as Joey would cease to exist in this world. By now, however, Joey had been shocked into a trance by the massive energy surge, leaving him utterly unable to resist the orb's encroachment. He even felt as though a pair of eyes were staring directly at him from the surroundings, just waiting for him to draw his last breath. Right at that moment, a long-awaited mechanical voice echoed in his ears, allowing Joey, who was on the brink of death, to regain a flicker of consciousness. Detected a massive amount of would attribute spiritual power. Would you like to exchange it for 3 lottery chances to upgrade the level of your Hashirama cells? Joey was jolted awake. If not for the system, he would have come dangerously close to dying here and becoming Guan Tianming's experience pack. Consequently, he fought back against the scouring spiritual power and mentally recited, "Exchange." In the next second, Joey's body seemed to turn into a black hole, devouring all the wood attribute energy. The originally massive orb of light visibly shrank with every breath until it vanished entirely. Ahasharama's cells were also undergoing a violent transformation. Once all the resources were completely devoured by him, their quality reached a level comparable to his current eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Joey clearly felt that, in terms of wood attribute abilities alone, he was now comparable to an SS rank. As long as he raised his cultivation realm, he would be able to exert power equivalent to 1/3 of the god of shinobi's strength. His cultivation realm didn't see a massive leap, but after the Hashirama cells broke through, a bit of spiritual power remained just enough to push him into the first order advanced stage. I didn't expect the first opportunity in this secret realm to yield such a massive harvest. Joey murmured to himself, but just as he was preparing to leave, he received another system notification. Successfully absorbed all spiritual power in the spirit seclusion residence, destroying the protagonist's elaborate setup for resurrection. Successfully obtained 24 lottery draws. Joey was momentarily stunned. System, did you make a mistake? Guan Tianming isn't dead yet, and with his brain, how could he have any kind of setup? Joey's voice trailed off abruptly. He realized an extremely terrifying fact: the protagonist the system referred to this time was not Guan Tianming, but a protagonist from a much older era. This person's strength would not be inferior to the Azure Emperor, and they were attempting to use the Valley of the Azure Immortal Emperor to lay out a world-shaking conspiracy to live a second life. Or perhaps it was the legendary predecessor Heavenly Pillar, the top-tier ability user Azure Emperor himself. Could it be that the so-called Valley of the Azure Immortal Emperor was not, as the rumors suggested, the place where the Azure Emperor attained enlightenment and passed away, but rather a trap set by the Azure Emperor in an attempt to live a second life? Joey suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold wash over him. Whether it was the mysterious protagonist or the Azure Emperor himself, both were entities far beyond his current level. No wonder he had felt a faint sensation of being watched while on the brink of death earlier. It turned out that if not for the system, he would have already been possessed, and his very body reshaped into someone else's vessel. He quickly pieced together most of the situation. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end, and he felt an instantaneous urge to turn around and flee. However, the very moment he prepared to move, he suddenly froze in his tracks. According to that person's arrangements, his body was meant to be possessed after death to facilitate a resurrection. But now that he had survived and even made off with the entire spirit seclusion abode, he had essentially sabotaged the plan. This was an affront comparable to the murder of one's father or the theft of one's wife. He had offended this person to the core. It was now a blood feud that could only end in death. Furthermore, he was the destiny villain. If he truly allowed this protagonist to resurrect, he would be facing a top-tier ability user at their peak. He would surely be left wishing for a death that would not come. At this thought, a wave of ruthless resolve surged in Joey's heart. In that case, he definitely couldn't run away now. Although the opponent possessed godlike strength and had left behind countless ingenious traps, one must not forget, the opponent was currently dead, while he was alive. When the time came, it was anyone's guess who would come out on top. Thus, Joey turned around and looked calmly at the two people behind him, as if nothing had happened. It seems there is nothing left here. Let's move on to the next location. Guan Tianming and Zhuangwei finally snapped out of their daze, both staring at him in utter shock. Senior, you actually absorbed all that energy by yourself? And you didn't explode? Guan Tianming stammered as he spoke, a hint of terror creeping into his eyes as he looked at Joey. With his own talent and luck, he was only capable of obtaining one reward at a time, yet Senior had managed to sweep the entire cottage clean in one go. Who exactly was he? Could he be one of those legendary old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years? Joey didn't bother to explain. He merely gave a slight nod. However, the moment he turned around, a flicker of pity flashed in his eyes as he looked at Guan Tianming. This poor kid probably had no idea that all of this was someone else's scheme. He was likely still foolishly dreaming of seizing opportunities, killing his rivals, marrying a beautiful woman, and reaching the pinnacle of life. If it weren't for Joey, the person who would have been possessed by the Azure Emperor just now would have been him. The purpose of this cottage was to discern whether a candidate's talent met the requirements, and then seize their body during the energy absorption process to await a chance at resurrection. He wondered if this kid's luck would have been enough to shield him from a fellow child of destiny, especially one who was once a darling of the heavenly Tao and one of the pillars of Dongguan, the Azure Emperor. Thinking of this, Joey sympathetically patted his shoulder 3 times, prompting Guan Tianming to give him a strange look. Senior patted me 3 times. Does he mean that 3rd time's the charm, and he's willing to give me another chance? Senior, you're so kind. But Joey's actual thought was, this kid is too naive. Since I'm saving him, I might as well go all the way. Since you're willing to call me senior, let me be the one to bear the burden of these conspiracy-laden opportunities for you. So, with each harboring their own secret thoughts, the 3 of them headed toward the opportunity Guan Tianming had stumbled upon. However, before they could even get close, they noticed numerous other figures rushing in the same direction. Have you heard? Someone discovered a mysterious inheritance over there. People have already retrieved the Azure Emperor's decree, and others found his signature technique, steps of blossoming flowers. Word is there are plenty of treasures left. Hurry up! Hearing their discussions, Guan Tianming suddenly had an ominous premonition. Senior, could that opportunity have been snatched up by someone else already? Joey didn't say much, merely uttering a few quiet words. We'll know once we get there. With that, they quickened their pace. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at the site, the only mountain range in the Azure Immortal Emperor Valley that pierced the clouds. By now, nearly everyone who had entered the secret realm was gathered here. Yet, they weren't gazing up at the peaks. Instead, they were all looking down, staring greedily at a cave not far away. At the cave entrance, a man clutched a lotus seed, his face a mask of pure ecstasy. The seed in his hand pulsed with ripples of emerald divine charm. Anyone could see its extraordinary nature at a glance. Legend has it that the Azure Emperor's initial awakened ability was S-grade, which later evolved into the mythical 6th-grade Azure Lotus. This seed is brimming with what attribute energy? Could it be an Azure Lotus seed? I heard there is a statue of the Azure Emperor inside the cave. As long as you display your talent before the statue, Senior Azure Emperor will bestow a gift. The higher the talent, the better the reward. I know that guy. He is the top genius from our town. I can't believe he actually gained the Azure Emperor's recognition. The bystanders watched the lotus seed, their eyes turning red with envy, itching to storm the cave. Only Joey watched coldly from the sidelines. Beneath his hood, his Mangekyo Sharingan scanned the seed in the man's hand and the cave entrance behind him, a hint of vigilance crossing his face. Given the Azure Emperor's magnanimity, shouldn't he have placed the seed symbols of inheritance and hope atop the mountain? Why hide them in a cave at the base? Moreover, through the Mangekyo Sharingan and Hashirama cells, he could sense an aura hidden within the seed identical to the one in the bamboo hut. In other words, this was another contingency set by the mysterious figure, and a far more significant one than that little hut. At this thought, the corners of Joey's mouth curled upward. Since this was a meticulous setup by the previous generation's protagonist, then as a destiny villain, he should naturally step in to show his respect. From this moment on, the roles of hunter and prey have been reversed. Just then, he heard Guan Tianming's voice again. Senior, let's go in too, or all the rewards will be gone. Snapping back to reality, Joey nodded. By the time they reached the statue, over a dozen people were already kneeling on the ground, their faces contorted with rage. Why? With my talent, I didn't even get a single reward? Azure Emperor, you must be senile. My mother always said I was a peerless genius, and my talent is far superior to everyone around me. How could I not even get a single petal? This must be the Azure Emperor's fault. Listening to the wave of wails rising and falling around him, Guan Tianming took a look around. He realized that the talents of these people were indeed impressive, at least C rank or higher. Anywhere else, they would be considered the top of their entire school, yet here, they faded into mediocrity. And so, he stepped forward with trepidation. Before the statue, he slowly drew the sword from his waist and laid out an 8-directional sword array with a single strike, filling the entire cavern with the shifting light and shadows of illusory flying blades. The statue, which had remained motionless for a long time, suddenly trembled once more. It erupted with a brilliant radiance that drew everyone's gaze. A green lotus slowly descended, landing in Guan Tianming's hands. It's the heavenly jade green lotus. It's recorded in the literature as one of the Azure Emperor's former abilities, and a key treasure on his path to the heavenly pillar. This lotus is like a cultivation booster. If a wood element ability user refines this lotus, the effect is better than consuming an elixir. Top-tier geniuses can even comprehend the secrets of ability evolution from it. Everyone's eyes widened. Like a pack of starving wolves circling their prey, they stared greedily at the green lotus in Guan Tianming's hand. But Guan Tianming had learned his lesson. He didn't let pride get to his head this time. In fact, he inwardly mocked these people for having never seen a true genius. Only he knew that his little trick was nothing. Once the senior made his move, these people would see what a true miracle looked like. But before he could speak, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice. "Heh, just a heavenly jade green lotus? I thought someone had obtained a 10th order inheritance." Joey turned to look and saw a tall, slender young man, though half of his body was shrouded in shadows, obscuring his features. The others around him glared at him, and several sarcastic voices could be heard. "Oh my, he may not have gotten a 10th order inheritance, but he's shown the highest talent we've seen so far. He's not like some people who have nothing but still act like stubborn fools." Hearing their mockery, the figure merely let out a cold snort. He raised his hand, and rings of light began to emerge around his body. In the next second, flowers suddenly bloomed all over the floor of the pitch-black cave. A jade-green medallion engraved with a lotus descended from the heavens and fell into his hand. "That's the Azure Lotus token." Upon hearing this exclamation, a chorus of gasps immediately followed, and the temperature seemed to drop significantly. "Sis, the Azure Lotus token. Seeing this token is like seeing the Azure Emperor himself. This is a token that can only be personally bestowed by the Azure Emperor to someone he has acknowledged. I've heard the Azure Lotus token doesn't just represent status, it also hides the Azure Emperor's inheritance. Once understood, one can gain the secret to stepping into the 9th order. Doesn't that mean he is someone recognized by the Azure Emperor? Heavens, just how high is his talent?" Seeing the awestruck gazes of the people around him, the mysterious youth was clearly ecstatic. He finally stepped out from the shadows. His features were quite handsome, possessing a touch of feminine beauty. After his peach blossom eyes swept across the crowd, they finally settled on Guan Tianming. "Hee, you think you can compete with me with that measly talent? In the old days, you wouldn't even be fit to carry my shoes." However, before he could finish, he realized that Guan Tianming's gaze wasn't on him at all. He was like a clown performing a monologue in front of someone who wasn't even watching. The effeminate youth was instantly enraged. What kind of nobody was this kid to dare ignore him? So he turned around as well, wanting to see exactly what had managed to capture Guan Tianming's gaze, and that was when he saw Joey standing before the statue, lost in thought. "Heh, I thought it would be someone worth worrying about, but it's just another brainless fool." A look of disdain flickered across his face, but inwardly, he was roaring with manic glee. "Worship it! The higher the talent of those who bow, the better. But you'll never guess that the statue isn't the Azure Emperor you think it is, it's actually me. Back then, as my lifespan reached its limit, I stumbled upon the Valley of the Azure Immortal Emperor by a stroke of luck and discovered the secret of the Azure Emperor's inheritance. Unfortunately, even with my talent, I couldn't gain his recognition and only managed to obtain a single Azure Lotus token. So, I exhausted countless top-tier materials to forge this sculpture capable of stealing the inheritance. The more you display your talent while worshipping this statue, the more you help me hollow out the Azure Emperor's legacy. Once I successfully live out my second life, I will replace the Azure Emperor and perhaps even reach the legendary 10th tier. Now, there are only 2 paths left for you: either resist the temptation of the inheritance, refuse to show your talent, and be mocked and cursed by the crowd, or worship me and become the stepping stone for my success. But Joey chose neither path. Instead, he took a step forward and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, swept his sleeve and tucked the statue displayed on the stone platform into his own pocket. The crowd? The effeminate youth? Joey simply gave a faint smile. Since all the other treasures can only be obtained by worshipping this statue, doesn't that imply the Azure Emperor has already made it clear? This statue itself is the greatest treasure. The others glanced at each other. Although they felt something was off, his words actually made perfect sense. Guan Tianming was even more dumbfounded. He had originally expected the senior to showcase his talent, easily suppress that other guy's arrogance, and then he would mock him. He never expected the senior to be so direct it completely exceeded his expectations. He silently clenched his fists. The gap in realm between himself and the senior was still far too wide. He vowed to serve the senior well. Perhaps if the senior was pleased, he might take him as a disciple. When that time came, he would beg the senior to help him kill Zhou Yi and even assist in destroying the Zhou family. But no one was more shocked than the effeminate youth. Seeing Zhou Yi's actions, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Why wasn't this guy in the strange trench coat following the script? And how on earth did he manage to take the statue down? To prevent such a situation, he had exhausted his final reserves of spiritual power back then to anchor the statue to the entire mountain range. Even a third-tier powerhouse shouldn't have been able to take it away. Who exactly was this person? And what was the origin of this organization with the black robes and red clouds? With his vast experience, why had he never heard of them? Could it be some ancient, hidden organization that was finally preparing to reveal itself to the world? While the youth was lost in bewilderment, Joey silently retracted a wooden saw back into his sleeve. Previously, even with all his might, Joey wouldn't have been able to take the statue. However, once his Hashirama cells evolved and awakened the perfect wood-style ability, he discovered that within the valley of the Azure Immortal Emperor, he had gained the power to counter these strange phenomena. In terms of raw strength alone, he could now briefly step into the level of the second tier. And he glanced at the system panel, where several system notifications had already popped up in his field of vision. Your actions have struck Guan Tianming as divine, earning his utmost admiration. You have tamed another child of destiny, gaining 8 lottery attempts. You have taken the spirit-stealing jade statue, sabotaging the arrangement of a previous child of destiny and preventing them from continuing to steal the Azure Emperor's inheritance. You have gained 13 lottery attempts. Joey smiled as he looked at the statue inside his spatial ring. He had only intended to give it a try. He hadn't expected the item to truly be someone's trap, much less that it was carved entirely from spirit-stealing jade. This type of jade was incomparably precious, a specialty of the heaven-stealing forbidden zone. It sealed within it various treasures captured from the void by the zone itself. After refining it, even those with the worst luck would obtain a massive amount of pure spiritual energy. Those with good luck could even unlock top-tier combat techniques and powerful artifacts. There were even cases where super geniuses gained insights after refining it, actually awakening a second superpower. This caused the value of spirit-stealing jade to skyrocket dozens of times over, making every gram worth a fortune, reminding Joey of stone gambling from his previous life. It was hard to imagine how that fellow had managed to obtain such a massive piece, weighing at least dozens of tons. Damn it, give that statue back. If you take it away, doesn't that mean no one else can receive the Azure Emperor's rewards anymore? The effeminate youth was the first to react. His originally composed expression suddenly turned hideous, the veins at the corners of his eyes bulging. Only he knew the true value of that statue. Beyond the astronomical price of the spirit-stealing jade itself, it contained the Azure Emperor's inheritance that he had been surreptitiously stealing for decades. It was his most important asset for returning to his peak and even breaking through to the 10th tier after his rebirth. However, he didn't dare reveal his identity easily in front of the crowd. Thus, he attempted to incite public outrage, hoping to pressure Joey into returning the statue. Upon hearing his words, the others also snapped to their senses, their gazes toward Joey turning unfriendly. Guan Tianming felt his throat go dry, his voice trembling as he spoke. "Senior, what should we do now? There are so many of them. If it really comes down to it, let's just take the statue out for now and figure something out later." Joey stood his ground, silently watching the opposing side. Just as the effeminate youth thought Joey was about to compromise, the latter slowly raised his head. Beneath his hood, the Mangekyo Sharingan rotated within his pupils, reflecting the figures of the crowd opposite him. "You want the statue? Then come and take it. As long as you can beat me into surrender, I'll hand it over." Having said that, he slowly assumed a fighting stance and beckoned the crowd forward. In that instant, they seemed to see Zhou Yi's arrogant smile through the shadow of his hood. "Holy crap! Senior, are you sure about this?" Guan Tianming was so shocked he could barely speak coherently, while Zhuang Wei beside him was trembling all over with fear. Throughout their journey, Zhou Yi had always maintained a composed image. They hadn't expected Senior to have such a wildly arrogant side, and he was going all in right from the start, nearly scaring them to death. How could they know that Zhou Yi, who followed the philosophy of anything less than a 100% chance of victory is a 100% chance of failure and crushed the opponent with absolute power, had already weighed the power balance between the two sides? Though the opposition had the numbers and a few individuals hiding their true strength, Zhou Yi had received the blessing of the Azure Immortal Emperor Valley, allowing him to briefly break through to the second tier. At the same cultivation level, Zhou Yi was confident that, possessing both Hashirama's cells and the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could make anyone present dance for him. But the others were unaware of this fact. They had already been incited by the effeminate youth, and seeing Zhou Yi acting so arrogantly now, many were beginning to grow restless. Finally, a first-order peak-level Esper couldn't restrain himself any longer. He reached out and clenched his fist forcefully toward Zhou Yi's direction. The ground beneath the feet of Zhou Yi and his two companions suddenly split open. A massive piranha plant emerged from within, opening its maw wide to swallow them whole before snapping shut tightly. "Heh, talking so big. I thought he'd be something special, but in the end, didn't he just end up as food for my little darling?" The wood-type C-rank ability Bone-Eroding Demon Flower was one of the few wood attribute abilities with significant lethal power. The demonic plant he summoned not only had sharp barbs in its mouth but also secreted corrosive fluid that could dissolve a person into a pool of fleshy juice within minutes. "Be careful, darling. Once you've had your fill of human flesh, spit the statue out for me." However, just as he was triumphantly issuing orders to the bone-eroding demon flower, the plant's belly suddenly bulged violently. Then, under his horrified gaze, it exploded with a thunderous bang. A massive spray of spikes erupted from the flower's abdomen in all directions, causing many low-level espers to lose their fighting capability on the spot. Even many of the stronger individuals were caught off guard, left in a pathetic state of disarray. It was only then that they saw Zhou Yi, who should have been consumed by the flower, still standing in his original spot. Even the two deadweights behind him were completely unharmed, not even the corners of their clothes had been touched by the corrosion. "Is that all? If there is no one else, I'll be taking the statue now." Zhou Yi's voice carried a hint of amusement, clearly mocking the crowd. Those who had been watching from the sidelines exchanged glances before attacking simultaneously. Over a dozen towering trees erupted from the ground like a cage, attempting to trap Zhou Yi within. Meanwhile, countless vines covered in sharp thorns transformed into invisible steel whips, lashing out violently. Even a slight graze would tear away large chunks of flesh. Seeing the onslaught, the effeminate youth's lips curled into a smirk as if his scheme had succeeded. However, his smile didn't last long. He realized that despite the siege, other than Zhou Yi's hem fluttering in the wind, he couldn't sense a trace of panic from the man. Is this guy bluffing, or is he truly fearless because he has something to back it up? Before he could figure it out, he saw Zhou Yi leap into the air. Just as the towering trees were about to close into a cage, Zhou Yi spread his arms. Under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, a large number of wooden stumps shot out from his sleeves, smashing through the giant trees and allowing him to easily escape the enclosure. He looked up, and with a slight shift of the Mangekyo Sharingan in his pupils, he perceived the movement of every single vine. He then dove down, stepping firmly onto the first vine. Using it as a springboard, he rapidly evaded all the vines and spikes while closing the distance between himself and the others. The espers were terrified, stumbling back several steps as they watched his figure approach in horror. It was common knowledge that if a wood-type esper was approached in close quarters, they were as good as dead. But this time, it wasn't just wood-type espers working together, there were also other geniuses who had entered with passes. A youth in a tracksuit with silver hair and eyebrows rushed to the front. He pointed his right hand toward the sky, summoning a blinding chain of lightning that crashed down toward the top of Joey's head. Another unremarkable-looking youth pressed his palms together, spraying a stream of bubbles that further amplified the power of the lightning. Yet, as Joey looked at the lightning overhead, the smile on his face only grew more brilliant. Then, under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Joey suddenly pointed his finger toward the sky as well. A blinding bolt of lightning, transformed into a silver azure dragon, erupted from his fingertip. It soared upward into the sky, swallowing the opponent's chain lightning whole. Stimulated by the water elements, its power surged several times over, turning into a sky-filling thunderstorm that crashed down upon the crowd, charring the remaining half of the people black. Isn't he a wood attribute ability user? Why can he use the power of lightning too? And another thing, have you noticed? With just a single glance, he learned all of our abilities and combat techniques. What kind of monster is this? I don't want this inheritance anymore, my life is more important. I'm out of here. The crowd chattered frantically, finally realizing how terrifying Joey was. Terrified, they scattered like startled birds and beasts. Before long, only Joey and the feminine young man remained. I misjudged you. I never expected someone like you to exist in this era. The corner of the feminine young man's mouth twitched violently, his expression exceptionally grim. He never imagined that such a variable would appear in his meticulously laid plan. But did you think that after planning for so many long years, I would have nothing to show for it? Let me tell you, the true inheritance of this Azure Immortal Emperor Valley isn't just the things left behind by the Azure Emperor, it's the legendary secret of immortality. In a fit of rage, he let out a low growl. The lower half of his body suddenly liquefied and melted into the ground. Immediately after, the entire Azure Immortal Emperor Valley began to shake violently. Everyone heard a deafening boom as a giant bluestone hand reached out from the mountain, quickly transforming into a stone colossus over 20 meters tall. I think I read about this in a book somewhere. This is the A rank ability, Giant Stone Golem, which allows the user to manipulate stones to form a puppet. But I heard this ability hasn't appeared in the human realm for a very long time. And why do I feel like this giant is more flexible than a normal stone golem? It's as if the stone man has become a real living person. Joey had also escaped from the underground cavern. Looking at the massive stone colossus above and the feminine young man whose body was half submerged in the top of the golem's head as he controlled it, he had a faint inkling. Could this be the so-called immortal power? Just then, Joey suddenly discovered that the Hashirama cells within his body had become exceptionally active for some reason, as if they were craving the feminine young man's immortal power. He let out a soft chuckle, his expression filled with anticipation. Then let me see if your so-called immortal is truly the sage power I need. At this moment, the feminine young man was ecstatically excited. He could feel a steady stream of natural energy pouring into his body. Not only did it allow him to maintain his peak state at all times, but it also doubled the strength of the stone golem. So this was the power of an immortal. With a single thought, he commanded the giant stone golem beneath him to raise its fist and smash it violently toward a nearby peak. With a thunderous crash, a mountain that pierced the clouds was punched with a deep crater, leaving the onlookers utterly shell-shocked. Is this really a colossal rock golem? I've never heard of it possessing such terrifying power. To shatter a mountain peak with a single punch, even a tier 3 shouldn't be able to do that. I thought that effeminate youth was just a troublemaker with no real skill of his own. Who would have thought he was the one hiding his strength the deepest in this entire secret realm? Even that guy from before couldn't possibly be stronger than this titan. The effeminate youth was exceptionally satisfied with everyone's reaction. However, controlling the sage power was quite taxing. Before long, he began to feel a wave of exhaustion wash over his entire body. Yet, when he braced himself to search for Joey, he failed to see the panic he desired on the other's face. Instead, he saw Joey standing atop a massive tree, quietly watching the colossal rock golem show off. What he didn't know was that, before Joey's eyes, system notifications were popping up one after another. You have successfully severed the spirit-devouring jade statue, ruining the previous protagonist's plan to consume the Azure Emperor's inheritance. You have gained 12 gacha draws. You have enraged the previous protagonist, forcing him to utilize unrefined inheritance factors to activate sage power, causing significant damage to his body. You have gained 16 gacha draws. So his sage power was obtained through external means. No wonder he looks like he's struggling so hard to use it. Beneath his hood, Joey's eyes, which seemed to see through everything, sent a jolt of alarm through the effeminate youth's heart. In a panic, he manipulated the colossal rock golem to swing its fist downward. At that exact moment, Joey happened to press his palms together. The effeminate youth had obtained an incomplete sage power, but Joey had similarly received the wood spirit energy buff from the Valley of the Azure Immortal Emperor. Furthermore, it happened to resonate perfectly with the top-tier wood-style power granted by the Hashirama cells. In the next second, several massive trees erupted from the ground, transforming into an equally towering wood golem. It caught the stone puppet's fist and then delivered a backhand slap across the stone giant's face, actually blowing away half of its head. But before the stones could even hit the ground, the effeminate youth hooked his fingers forcefully. Natural energy, acting like spider silk, pulled all the stone fragments back into place, making the colossal rock golem appear completely intact once more. However, this move seemed to cost the youth a great deal of effort. Panting heavily, he glared forward, only to realize that Joey was already standing atop the wood golem's head. The contrast between the two was stark. Although the effeminate youth had summoned a powerful stone giant, his face was contorted in a grimace, and his lower body was sinking into the stone. The sage power was clearly placing a heavy burden on him. In contrast, Joey stood on the opposite side with his hands behind his back. Though the wind whipped his clothes loudly, he remained calm, looking straight at the youth. The gap in their poise was obvious. Am I crazy, or is the world crazy? That effeminate youth just summoned such a powerful rock golem, and now this guy summons a wood golem that's not inferior in the slightest. And have you noticed? Both of them are only at tier 1. Why is my tier 1 so different from theirs? Is it a new trend that the truly powerful aren't the highest ranked ones, but the tier 1s? I don't know either side, so to be objective and fair, the effeminate youth doesn't look like he's in as good a state as the other guy. Hearing the chatter from the crowd at the foot of the mountain, especially the comment blurted out by Guan Tianming, the effeminate youth nearly exploded with rage. But Guan Tianming was right. Currently, the spirit-devouring jade was in Joey's hands, and he was being suppressed by Joey. Realizing the plans from his past life were now nearly impossible to fulfill, he could only settle for the next best thing. He forced a grin. Your condition is indeed better than mine, but given the strength we've displayed, you can't do anything to me either. I have sage power. Even if you have a way to suppress the rock golem, unless you can destroy it in an instant, I can restore it in a short time to prevent you from leaving. So, why don't you bring out the spirit-devouring jade? We can split the Azure Emperor's inheritance and share the secret of tier 10. What do you think? However, Joey only responded with a slight smile. On a test scored out of 100, some people get a 99 because that is the limit of their ability, others get a 100 because the maximum possible score is only 100. Suddenly, his hands clenched into a fist and palm salute. Before the effeminate youth could react, a wooden dragon erupted from beneath the stone giant's feet, coiling around the colossus like an immortal binding rope and locking it dead in its tracks. Meanwhile, Joey maneuvered the wooden figure to unleash a flurry of rapid punches, relentlessly battering the colossus. Massive amounts of rubble crumbled from the colossus, but this actually reduced its size, allowing it to slip free from the wooden dragon-esque grip. Once the colossus was unshackled, the effeminate youth immediately channeled the sage power to restore its form. He then violently tore the wooden dragon apart and swung the severed remains like a whip, lashing out at the wooden figure. The wooden figure was soon battered and broken, but unlike the colossus, it did not regenerate. It stood there, looking as if it might collapse at any moment. On the other side, while the colossus remained in perfect condition, the effeminate youth's own body began to show signs of rapid aging due to the prolonged use of sage power. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, and several new wrinkles had etched themselves across his brow. Yet, he seemed entirely indifferent to this. Looking at Joey across from him, he flashed a sinister, ruthless smile. I already told you, with the sage power on my side, I am invincible. Summoning that wooden dragon was a waste of effort, it only gave me the chance to counterattack. You're a complete idiot. Earlier, I simply didn't want to squander this body's vitality, but I've changed my mind. Hand over the jade carving and let me brand you with a slave seal. Swear to be my servant for life, or I will show you a fate truly worse than death. However, his threat was met only with a light chuckle from Joey. He then watched as Joey reached out and pointed toward the colossus beneath the youth. Haven't you noticed? There's something extra on that stone giant of yours. Startled, the effeminate youth scanned the area but saw nothing of what Joey described. It wasn't until he gathered the sage power into his eyes that he noticed inconspicuous slips of paper wedged into every crevice and joint of the colossus. They were covered in symbols he didn't understand, but he could guess that these slips were certainly nothing good. His pupils shrank. Only now did he realize that Joey hadn't summoned the wooden dragon to trap the colossus. His true objective was to use that opening to embed these slips into the giant's body. 500 explosive tags should be enough to blow that colossus to bits, don't you think? Watching the look of terror dawn on the youth's face, Joey raised his right hand and gave a sharp flick of his wrist. Explosive tags detonate. Rumble. A series of deafening explosions thundered through the valley, causing the entire secret realm to shake violently for dozens of seconds. The mountain peak that pierced the clouds was forcibly leveled by a significant margin. At the foot of the mountain, the colossus that had been so overbearing and invincible just moments ago was instantly blown into fragments by the 500 explosive tags, its remains scattered across the ground. With a few leaps, Joey arrived at the ruins. By now, the effeminate youth had been transformed into a completely different sight. His skin was shriveled like old tree bark, making him look exactly like a withered old man on the brink of death. But what was even more terrifying was his lower body. Previously, this half of his body had been buried inside the colossus, so no one had noticed. Now, it was revealed that his lower half had turned into something resembling tree roots, deeply embedded into the limbs and torso of the colossus, controlling its movements like a nervous system. At the sight of him, the onlookers who had gathered to watch the commotion recoiled several steps in horror. No wonder the colossus moved as fluidly as a living person. Based on what he said, could this be the legendary secret to immortality that the Azure Emperor once pursued? But this is too terrifying. If the price of gaining great power is becoming this neither human nor ghost, I'd rather not have it at all. No one nearby dared to approach, but Joey showed no sign of disgust. Instead, he stepped forward and reached into the other man's sleeve, quickly fishing out a jade pendant shimmering with a verdant green luster. Cough, cough, the jade pendant sealing the immortal's inheritance factor. This thing is a curse. No matter who it is, once they activate the power of the immortal, they meet a miserable end. Not even the Azure Emperor was an exception. The effeminate youth's voice was weak and breathless. He turned his head to stare fixedly at Joey, and after a long silence, he suddenly split his face into a terrifying grin. I don't believe your organization can resist using the inheritance factor once you get it. But I do hope you don't die too early. That way, at some point in the future, we might meet again. Before he could finish his sentence, a burst of white smoke suddenly erupted from his body. He was completely consumed by the immortal's power, transforming into a heap of tangled, withered tree trunks. A system notification immediately popped up before Joey's eyes. You have slain an avatar of a previous generation's protagonist and seized the fortuitous opportunity he valued. You have gained 17 lottery chances. You have successfully seized the Azure Emperor's inheritance, causing a poor future child of destiny to fall before he could even grow. You have gained 11 lottery chances. Looking at these lines of text, Joey suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Wait, an avatar of a previous generation's protagonist? Wasn't this guy supposed to be his physical body reincarnated in this era? In the next second, everything before his eyes turned into a void. He could only see a towering figure looking down at him from the heavens. Those eyes were identical to the effeminate youth's. Black cloak with red clouds. I have committed this outfit to memory. For destroying my avatar and seizing my opportunity, I shall not let this matter rest. Immediately after, Joey's head felt heavy, and he found himself back in the Azure Immortal Emperor Valley. However, Joey wasn't worried at all about the threat from that terrifyingly powerful former protagonist. "What does the business of the Hall of Reincarnation have to do with me, Joey?" By now, he had already put the former protagonist out of his mind and was excitedly examining the jade pendant. The moment he obtained the pendant, the system had already begun popping up windows frantically. "You have taken the jade pendant carrying the immortal's power one step ahead of others, preventing the most favored child of destiny from successfully awakening the power of nature. You have gained 20 lottery chances. System has detected that the host has obtained a critical treasure. Would you like to use it directly, ignoring the risks, or consume 20 lottery chances to upgrade your Hashirama cells and obtain Sage Mode?" Joey's gaze narrowed. According to the system, this jade pendant hid a massive secret. If he used it himself, he would very likely end up like that avatar dead without a whole corpse. Furthermore, knowing the system's nature, the fact that upgrading the Hashirama cells required both the jade pendant and 20 lottery chances meant that the value of the upgraded Hashirama cells was higher than the pendant itself. Having made up his mind, Joey was about to choose to upgrade his Hashirama cells directly. However, just as he was about to select start, a bolder idea flashed through his mind. "System, the Azure Emperor's inheritance is also of the wood attribute. If I trade it in to upgrade my Hashirama cells, how many lottery chances will that require?" The system glitched for a brief moment. It hadn't expected Joey to resist the temptation of refining the Azure Emperor's inheritance for himself, choosing instead to use everything to upgrade his Hashirama cells. But it quickly yielded a result. By consuming 35 lottery chances, the Immortal Ascension Jade Pendant, and the Azure Emperor's inheritance, you can exchange for a level reward, perfect quality Hashirama cells. Obtain power and potential equal to the god of shinobi from another world. Joey's eyes instantly lit up. To him, what was the Azure Emperor's inheritance worth? The various rewards drawn from the Destiny Villain system were his true foundation. Not to mention that the level of this reward was so high that it currently appeared as 3 question marks when he checked it. Furthermore, even after sacrificing the Azure Emperor's inheritance and the Jade Pendant, the system still required him to throw in 35 lottery chances before it was willing to upgrade the Hashirama cells to perfect grade. He had a premonition that the upgraded Hashirama cells would definitely give him a massive surprise. Thus, this time Joey's hand did not shake as he firmly pressed the start button. Within the system space, the Azure Emperor's inheritance and the Jade Pendant were sucked into a massive roulette wheel together. Soon, a streak of green light flew into the space between Joey's brows. When he opened his eyes again, he felt that the Hashirama cells within his body had completed their evolution. This surging power was so formidable that it even shocked Joey himself. While he didn't know exactly what the Azure Emperor's inheritance contained, the Hashirama cells were undeniably powerful. The most obvious improvement was in his monstrous strength. After the evolution of the Hashirama cells, Joey felt his physical strength had increased 5-fold, while his spiritual energy and recovery abilities had also skyrocketed. Moreover, the higher his cultivation realm, the greater the boost would be. Next were the wood attribute awakened ability and the Sage Mode. These two abilities were most closely linked to the Azure Emperor's inheritance and the Immortal Ascension Jade Pendant, and thus they were directly elevated to an incredibly high level. If anything, it was Joey's own cultivation realm that was too low, preventing him from fully unleashing the true power of these two abilities. After taking a moment to adapt to his new powers, he exited the system space. At this time, the Valley of the Azure Immortal Emperor remained a field of ruins in the aftermath of the Great Battle. The vast majority of the inheritances here had already been hollowed out by the previous generation's protagonist using the spirit-stealing treasure jade. What little scraps remained had been turned upside down by the others who had entered the secret realm. Thus, Joey didn't linger and turned to leave the secret realm. Meanwhile, Guan Tianming looked at the heavenly jade azure lotus and the wood spirit crystal tabletop in his hands. He hesitated for a moment until he noticed the people around him staring at him like he was a choice piece of meat. Shuddering, he hurriedly followed behind Joey, fleeing the Valley of the Azure Immortal Emperor as if for his life. However, at the moment of parting, he suddenly gritted his teeth, pulled something out from his robes, and knelt before Joey, holding the object high above his head. "Senior, I need your help." Help me overthrow the Zhou family and capture my nemesis alive, that great villain, Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's expression remained unchanged, but internally, he was utterly bewildered. What? What's going on? You want to hire me to capture myself? But he reacted quickly. He grabbed the item Guan Tianming offered and gave a slight nod, maintaining the poise of an otherworldly master. Although Guan Tianming's face twitched with the pain of his loss, he thought of the senior's strength. Even if the senior couldn't wipe out the Zhou family, they could at least fight to a stalemate. Perhaps he could even reap the benefits from both sides. Thinking this, his face lit up with joy. With senior taking action, the Zhou family will surely fall. But senior, how shall I contact you in the future? Zhou Yi let out a low chuckle. His figure gradually faded before the eyes of Guan Tianming and Zhuangwei, leaving only a calm voice echoing in their ears. When the time is ripe, I will naturally come find you. Staring at the empty road before them, the two felt a sudden sense of loss. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi, having long since changed into a different outfit, had happily boarded a train bound for home, even booking a luxury private cabin. Flex and flee, what a rush! Watching the scenery blur past the window, Zhou Yi idly bought a drink. To his surprise, the cap revealed a free bottle prize. Seizing the momentum, he immediately sank his consciousness into the system space and chose the 10 consecutive draw without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a common reward, a bottle of happiness water. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing an average reward, 1 E-rank spiritual power potion. After the 10 pull, Zhou Yi looked at the 10 new pieces of junk cluttering the floor. His expression turned exceptionally grim. In a fit of pique, he twisted open the bottle of happiness water he had just drawn. Another free bottle? Staring at the words inside the cap, he froze for a moment, then gritted his teeth. Fortune favors the bold. Let's go again. He decided to keep only 5 draw attempts for emergencies and used all the rest for single pulls. A series of notifications instantly popped up before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a common reward, an exam paper. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a rare reward, B+ rank ability water manipulation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a transcendent reward, Impure World Resurrection Edo Tensei slot +1. Zhou Yi was moved to tears. Having wagered nearly his entire fortune this time, he had finally managed to pull a few good cards. He first extracted the water manipulation ability, and a streak of blue light instantly flew into the space between his brows. Inside his body, the void prism, or rather, it should now be called the void spherulite, now displayed a blue glow representing the water attribute, alongside the purple luster of the lightning attribute. Now Zhou Yi was certain that the void spherulite aligned with his latter theory. As a spherical crystal, it possessed infinite facets, effectively granting him an infinite number of ability slots. He was in high spirits, though for some reason, the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Hashirama cells were not hosted by the void spherulite and thus did not occupy any ability slots. Zhou Yi didn't dwell on it, turning his attention instead to the biggest haul of the day. Impure World Resurrection. In another world, this was a forbidden technique that had once ignited a global war. Even though he had only drawn a single resurrection slot, if used correctly, it would undoubtedly provide him with a powerful ally. Right, Guan Tianming gave me something earlier. Judging by his expression, it shouldn't be an ordinary treasure. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi unwrapped the small cloth bundle Guan Tianming had given him, only to find a crystal inside. But the true treasure lay within the crystal. A tiny, pale green flame was burning slowly, radiating waves of warmth. However, as Zhou Yi leaned closer, he sensed a rich surge of life force emanating from the flame. His heart skipped a beat as a certain possibility suddenly crossed his mind. Could this flame be the spiritual fire that Old Man Chang has been dreaming of? Zhou Yi never expected that Guan Tianming would give him such a magnificent gift. This was a divine artifact that any alchemist or weapon refiner would covet. Perhaps, at a critical moment, it could be exchanged for something extraordinary. But Guan Tianming didn't know any alchemists, so he hadn't thought that far ahead. Furthermore, his own awakening ability couldn't control fire, so he simply decided to do a favor to gain the senior's goodwill. He immediately moved the crystal to a safer location and organized the remaining items before exiting the system space with satisfaction. Checking the time, he estimated it would still take a few days for the spirit ascension pill to be successfully refined. Thus, a day later, as soon as the train arrived at the station, he prepared to head straight home. Since transmigrating, he hadn't had many chances to properly rest on that 4-meter-wide bed at home. Taking advantage of this rare free time, he intended to enjoy what a proper human life actually felt like. But just then, he suddenly spotted Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei disembarking from the same train, looking travel-worn. However, the two of them looked like they had been squeezed through a wringer. This was only because Guan Tianming had borrowed money from Zhuang Wei to buy the cheapest standing room tickets just to squeeze onto this train. Guan Tianming and Zhuang Wei also saw Zhou Yi. In their surprise, they didn't even wonder why Zhou Yi appeared at the station at the same time, assuming it was a mere coincidence. Guan Tianming grinned with hatred, his gaze toward Zhou Yi becoming blatant and unrestrained. "Heh, so what if you have a bit of stinking money? I'll let you be smug for a few more days. Once senior is free, I'm going to hang you from a lamppost." If an uninformed person had suddenly heard this nonsensical sentence from Guan Tianming, they would certainly be baffled. But as the person involved, Zhou Yi naturally knew exactly what Guan Tianming meant and nearly burst out laughing. He bit his lip hard, ignoring the risk of getting a mouth ulcer, and hurried away from them while suppressing his laughter, fearing he might break character and blow his cover. As a result, Guan Tianming thought Zhou Yi was afraid. Instead, he let out a few loud laughs, clutched his 2 remaining treasures, happily rented a small electric scooter, and rode home. However, neither of them expected that someone had actually brought a video camera and uploaded the footage to the internet. Consequently, the events that transpired in the Azure Immortal Emperor Valley soon became known across the entire web. That cloak with a black background and red clouds shot to the top of the trending searches, rivaling even the popularity of the prison sovereign back in the day. Zhou Yi went home and fell fast asleep. Upon waking up, he realized he had slept for a day and a night. But after checking his body, he was surprised to find that all his fatigue had vanished, and the Hashirama cells had perfectly integrated with his body. Is this the wonder of Hashirama cells? Amidst his excitement, Zhou Yi casually opened his phone, only to see 3 words hanging at the very top of the trending list: Hall of Reincarnation. He immediately had a bad premonition and opened the video. At the beginning, the video captured the scene where the effeminate youth used the power of an immortal to summon the giant stone golem. When this scene appeared, the bullet comments from viewers were already flying across the screen. What kind of terrifying strength is this? One punch shattered a mountain. Heh, can you make the CGI look a bit more realistic? No one would believe a giant stone golem has this kind of power. It's real, I was there. I'm the camera. But just as everyone was joking and making memes, a figure wearing a black cloak with red clouds appeared on camera and pressed his palms together. A colossal wooden giant rose from the earth, shattering the golem with a single palm strike. In that instant, the bullet chat fell eerily silent. The screen remained calm for a brief moment until Zhou Yi, with his hands clasped together, effortlessly summoned a wooden dragon to entwine the golem. Only then did the comments explode across the screen once more. Holy crap, what am I seeing? He summoned a wooden giant and then a wooden dragon, and he did it so easily. How much spiritual power does this guy have? So what element abilities can be used like this? From now on, if anyone says wood type users are weak, I'm slamming this video right into their face. The wooden giant consumes less spiritual power than the golem, so it's normal for its combat power to be a bit lower. Look, the stone giant is counterattacking. That mysterious guy is probably in trouble now. Heh, just keep watching and you'll see. The rest is incredibly brilliant, it'll blow your mind. Spoilers? Get out of here. However, this time, everyone had learned their lesson. No one tried to make eat and drink bets to scam others. But when they saw Zhou Yi exploit the golem's characteristics by stuffing hundreds of slips of paper into its crevices and blowing the stone giant apart from the inside, a collective cry of genuine amazement erupted. The moment he figured out the stone giant's traits, he immediately found a way to defeat it. What kind of god-tier play is this? I hereby declare that this man is my new idol, second only to His Highness the prison sovereign. I'm more interested in knowing what those paper-like talismans that explode are. I know where to buy these talismans. If you want to purchase them, click the link below. Damn it, it's a Pinduoduo, help me / the price link. Sellers, get lost. The bullet chat was a chaotic mess, but after the video ended, the creator attached a final note. While his true identity remains unknown, the uploader has inquired far and wide and finally obtained a piece of insider information. This organization, whose members wear black robes with red clouds, is called the Samsara Palace. They seem to have appeared out of thin air, members unknown, origins unknown, suspected to be some hidden ancient organization. Yet every time they appear, they shock everyone with their overwhelming power. If anyone has information regarding the Samsara Palace, please head to the nearest pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. We are willing to pay a high price for intel. Joe's lip twitched. So, it was a video from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. He couldn't help but think of that woman. She was the one who had leaked the news about the Valley of the Azure Immortal Emperor to him, so it was only natural she would obtain footage from inside the valley. What Joey hadn't expected was that the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets would broadcast his information across the entire internet. By now, discussions about the Samsara Palace on the trending searches had exceeded tens of millions, and some had even given him a new nickname, the Wood King. Joey smiled faintly. Between King of Wood, the prison sovereign, and Akatsuki, who had self-destructed at the Prodigy Council, he already possessed 3 distinct personas. On top of that, he had conjured a mysterious organization known as the Reincarnation Hall out of thin air. However, no matter how much the outside world deified him, he was still actually just a low-level noob at the first-order high rank. His current trump cards, such as Hashirama's cells and Kamui, those top-tier special abilities, could only be used a few times within a short duration. Furthermore, they were already tied to his specific personas and could not be exposed lightly. Meanwhile, his other abilities and combat techniques lacked that overwhelming, crushing power. For someone with an ancestral case of firepower deficiency phobia, this lack of security was simply unbearable. The Spirit Ascension pill was the key to increasing his spiritual power and boosting his overall strength. Time flew by, and at the appointed hour, Joey arrived at Old Man Chang's house right on time. As usual, it took the old man several minutes to open the door. This time, however, Joey noticed a refined-looking young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses standing beside Old Man Chang. "Old Master, I've come to collect the Spirit Ascension pill as agreed." Old Man Chang had looked quite pleased upon seeing Joey, but the moment he heard the purpose of the visit, he subconsciously glanced at the young man beside him. Joey immediately sensed the atmosphere was off. Sure enough, the refined young man pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose and spoke with an arrogant expression. "So you're the Joey who commissioned Master Chang to refine the Spirit Ascension pill? I'll get straight to the point. When Master Chang refined this pill, he unexpectedly achieved perfect quality. Currently, this pill is a treasure that can be used to research how to refine perfect quality medicine without the use of a spirit fire. It is a treasure belonging to all of humanity and cannot be given to you." Joe's brow furrowed instantly. His experience with online arguments in his previous life allowed him to immediately detect that this guy was leading with moral kidnapping. Moreover, there wasn't the slightest hint of requesting a gift. Instead, it felt as though he was granting a favor. Thus, he smiled and didn't refuse immediately. Instead, he turned to Old Man Chang and asked, "Old Master, who is this?" Chang Yen gave a sheepish smile before introducing him to Joey. "He is the grandson of a friend of mine, currently at the Magic City Pharmaceutical Academy. I just finished refining the Spirit Ascension pill this morning and didn't expect a perfect quality result. He happened to be visiting and saw the pill, so..." Joey understood immediately. Judging by Chang Yen's demeanor, he wasn't particularly fond of this young man either. In that case, he had no reason to hold back and was ready to open fire. He started by speaking tentatively, pretending to test the waters, while actually luring the enemy deeper into his trap. "But this Spirit Ascension pill belongs to me." A flash of displeasure flickered in the refined young man's eyes. "How can you be so selfish? This is a major matter concerning the entire pharmaceutical world. If I can unlock the secret of this perfect spirit ascension pill, it would benefit all of humanity. He resolutely refused to discuss the ownership of the pill, instead droning on about his research, completely unaware that he was falling into the trap step by step. Zhou nodded. Then I'll show some support. Setting aside the value of a perfect quality pill for a moment, you should at least return the raw materials to me. The refined young man was momentarily choked up. The Spirit Ascension pill was an incredibly precious elixir. Several of its primary ingredients were so rare that even his grandfather would have difficulty gathering them. He had originally intended to get something for nothing, but he didn't expect Zhou to see right through him. Moreover, the demand Zhou proposed was so reasonable that even Chang Yin nodded in approval, leaving the young man's face flushed with suppressed frustration. Vulgar. You're far too vulgar. In the face of such a great cause, you actually have the nerve to talk to me about money? Zhou finally broke into a smile. You want to take the Spirit Ascension pill without giving anything in return? Elder Chang, you should keep your doors closed and stop letting any random stray dog jump in and start barking. Not only does it affect the quality of the refinement, but it also ruins the mood. Chang Yin agreed with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the underlying meaning of Zhou Yi's words. This nearly drove the refined young man mad with rage. Seeing that he couldn't get the pill and was instead being insulted indirectly by Zhou Yi, he slammed the door and stormed out. So rude. He doesn't even know to close the door when visiting a senior's home. Zhou Yi muttered another remark as he took the medicine box handed to him by Chang Yin. Feeling the majestic medicinal power within, Zhou Yi felt a surge of excitement. A perfect quality Spirit Ascension pill would have a far better effect on spiritual power enhancement than an ordinary one. Nevertheless, he did not forget his manners. He bowed respectfully to Chang Yin before turning to leave. However, just at that moment, Chang Yin called out to him. Young man of the Zhou family, the Southwest Region Alchemist Seminar will be held right here in a couple of days. Would you like to come along with me and join the fun? Zhou Yi was stunned for a moment, completely unexpected that Chang Yin would want to take him to an alchemist seminar. Don't worry, just treat it as a social gathering. You can just say you're a junior of mine. The way you handle things suits my taste. I've long been annoyed with that brat Huofeng. He hasn't learned much of his grandfather's skills, but he hasn't missed a single one of his bad habits. Besides, this is also your grandfather's idea. He wants you to meet more talented people of your generation. Chang Yin saw through Zhou Yi's hesitation and immediately explained the reason with a smile. Upon learning that this was his grandfather's arrangement, Zhou Yi readily agreed. He also took note of the refined young man's name, Huofeng. Wasn't this the protagonist of the alchemy chapter in this book? Zhou Yi quickly recalled the details concerning Huofeng. This child of destiny rose to fame precisely during this alchemist seminar. At the conference, he shocked the entire audience by demonstrating the talent to refine perfect quality spiritual medicine without the aid of spiritual fire, causing his status to skyrocket. Zhou Yi hadn't realized that the source of Huofeng's perfect quality medicine actually originated from here. No wonder after Huofeng became successful, he turned around and suppressed the Zhou family in the field of alchemy, and even looted their entire stock of medicinal materials after the Zhou family was destroyed. However, he wasn't as selfless as he claimed to be. Instead of contributing to the cause of alchemy for all mankind, he kept the perfect refinement method for himself, turning it into a tool for his own private gain. He was selfish to the extreme. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi became even more determined to attend the alchemist seminar. After setting a time with Chang Yin, he hurried back home and took out that perfect quality Spirit Ascension pill. In an instant, the fragrance of the medicine filled the entire room. Just one breath made Zhou Yi feel the spiritual power surging through his entire body. He did not hesitate, refusing to let the Spirit Ascension pill stay in his hand for even half a minute, and swallowed it directly in one gulp. After all, as a destined villain, any good thing he possessed had the potential to accidentally end up in the hands of a child of fortune. This had conditioned him to never hoard resources like a pack rat. Soon, the effects of the Spirit Ascension pill began to manifest. An ordinary Spirit Ascension pill was enough to double one's spiritual power, and the effects of a perfect Spirit Ascension pill were even more exaggerated. Joey felt his spiritual power surging rapidly without an increase in his cultivation realm. The boost was not inferior to the Hashirama cells at all. The various exclusive skills of the Mangekyo Sharingan were powerful, but their fatal flaw was the excessive consumption of spiritual power, allowing him to be a real man for only 2 shots at most. Now, the Spirit Ascension pill perfectly compensated for this deficiency, allowing him to use Kamui multiple times in rapid succession over a short period. All that remained was to gacha more skills as soon as possible, evolve the Mangekyo to its perfect state, and work alongside the Hashirama cells to unlock that world's ultimate Dojutsu, the Rinnegan. Just as Joey's heart was racing with excitement, even preparing to do a single pull to celebrate, a sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Joey pushed open the door and immediately saw the hypocritical face of Huofeng, whom he had met not long ago. "Sir, we meet again. This time, I've come with sincerity, wanting to purchase that Spirit Ascension pill in your hand. Wait, what is that smell?" Although Huofeng's eyes were full of disdain for Joey, his face wore an expression of refined elegance. This time, he had asked his grandfather for an unknown pill. Legend had it that this pill came from the final batch made by a monstrously talented young alchemist. After the pill was successfully refined, he had mysteriously vanished for reasons unknown, leaving behind only one sentence. "If a man hears the way in the morning, he may die in the evening without regret." However, countless famous alchemists had examined it, and this batch of pills was fundamentally useless duds with not a shred of medicinal effect. Some even suspected that the genius had refined himself into the pill. While this item wasn't as valuable as the perfect Spirit Ascension pill in Joey's possession, it held great commemorative significance, making it suitable for an exchange. He hoped Joey wouldn't be ungrateful. He had also prepared a backup plan. As Joey opened the door, a figure had slipped into his house through the window. If Joey was too greedy to agree to the exchange, the figure would steal the Spirit Ascension pill, leaving Joey with absolutely nothing. However, just as he was certain the perfect Spirit Ascension pill was within his grasp, he suddenly caught the medicinal fragrance emanating from Joey, and an ominous premonition instantly rose in his heart. "Oh, you mean that Spirit Ascension pill? I've already eaten it." Joey smiled slightly, his very breath carrying the fragrance of the pill. Huofeng stood there like a wooden chicken, and once he snapped out of it, he let out a shrill, undignified shriek. "Eaten it? That was the key pill for my research into perfect alchemy. How could you eat it so casually?" Joey picked his ear, then pressed the alarm by the door. Within seconds, 2 ability users arrived at his entrance, escorting a dejected-looking thief. "Sir, just as you expected, we caught this fellow." Joey smiled and thanked the security guards, then spoke with pointed implication. "As long as we've caught the thief, we can get him to confess certain things, can't we? Unless someone is willing to post bail for him." The guards naturally didn't understand the underlying meaning in Joey's words, so they simply nodded. "You're absolutely right, sir. Whether this thief is handed over to the police or let go is entirely up to you." Standing to the side, Huofeng had already panicked the moment he saw the thief get caught. He had never dealt with a situation like this before. All he knew was that as an imperial capital alchemist, he could never allow the thief to rat him out. If that happened, his reputation and his life would be completely ruined. Consequently, his eyes lit up the moment he heard Joey's words, which were deliberately intended for his ears. Heedless of anything else, he immediately began rummaging through his clothes, only to find that one solitary box. Though the medicinal pill was expensive, it was utterly useless for his research. More importantly, compared to his reputation, it was practically worthless. Gritting his teeth, Huofeng shoved the gift box into Joey's hands. "He doesn't look like the type to steal. Perhaps he's dealing with some hidden hardship. How about this? I'll give you this as a guarantee for his release." Joey took the box and gave a slight nod. The security guards promptly handed the thief over to Huofeng, and the two fled in a panic, a classic case of throwing good money after bad. After tipping the 2 guards for their trouble, Joey opened the box, only to find a pitch-black pill that lacked any medicinal efficacy whatsoever. Frowning slightly, he eventually dialed Chang Ian's number. "Elder Chang, it's like this, I have a black pill here, and I'd like to ask you what exactly it is." Joey quickly recounted the recent events to Chang Ian. The old man remained silent for a while, letting out a deep sigh before finally revealing the pill's origins to Joey. However, as Joey listened, his eyes grew increasingly bright. A legendary monstrous genius of an alchemist who vanished from the face of the earth after refining medicine, and the pill in my hand is the very object he used to seek his path? Isn't this the perfect candidate for the impure world reincarnation? Joey had long been envious of specialized professions like alchemists and blacksmiths. These individuals were all filthy rich. The commissions they earned just for refining potions, spirit pills, and weapons for others were staggering. They could also concoct various elixirs whenever needed, making every organization dream of having a master crafter in their ranks. According to Elder Chang, this missing alchemist possessed monstrous talent. Although his alchemy was his strongest suit, his brilliance extended to other fields, making him highly skilled in weapon forging as well. The elder even remarked regretfully that if the boy were still alive today, he would likely be the youngest top-tier alchemist in the imperial capital, perhaps even becoming the first ever pillar of heaven in the crafting category through his refining abilities. Without hesitation, Joey walked straight into his study and tapped several spots on the bookshelf in a seemingly random sequence. Following a series of mechanical clicks, a secret door opened behind the study. As soon as Joey stepped inside, the door closed immediately, as if it had never existed. After navigating several turns, Joey arrived at a space located beneath the villa. This area was filled with various tools for developing supernatural abilities, a secret base Joey had prepared long ago for the future. He casually cleared an open space, carefully took out the black pill from the box, and then immersed his consciousness into the system space to make an inquiry. System, can this pill summon that genius alchemist? Key item of the deceased detected. Conditions for impure world reincarnation met. Could this pill really have been refined by that guy using himself as an ingredient? Recalling that impure world reincarnation requires genetic material, Joey silently complained to himself before piling up a large amount of soil. As for the vessel to host the soul, Joey wasn't depraved enough to use a real person. After consulting with the system and much deliberation, he painfully took out a portion of the spirit-stealing jade and carved it into a humanoid shape. Having previously hosted the Azure Emperor's inheritance, the spirit-stealing jade was brimming with vitality. Its texture was exquisite, and legends spoke of mythical figures using such jade to craft physical incarnations, but this might be the first time it was actually achieved. Without further hesitation, once all materials were prepared, Joey silently chanted "begin" in his heart. In the next second, a massive amount of soil enveloped the pill and the jade figure, instantly transforming into a giant coffin. With a soft click, the coffin lid slowly slid open, and a delicate face appeared before Joey's eyes. Didn't I already sacrifice myself for the Tao? Where am I? The young man in the coffin slowly opened his eyes. After a moment of confusion, his memories quickly flooded back. He looked at Joey standing nearby and immediately dropped to one knee. I am aware that you are the one who resurrected me. From this day forward, Shang Chen is willing to serve you as his master and offer his utmost loyalty. Shang Chen's lowered eyes were filled with shock. Resurrecting the dead, this was an ability that surpassed his wildest imagination. Perhaps only the immortal elixirs of myth and legend could achieve such a feat, yet the youth before him had actually brought him back to life. Just what was the identity of this master of his? Furthermore, this body of his. As he sensed his new form, he discovered it was not only incredibly durable but also filled with the power of natural vitality. It was comparable to certain special constitutions, the kind that every alchemist dreamed of possessing. Joey was also quite excited. This was the young alchemist rumored to be a monstrous genius. To him, this was definitely a massive asset. It made all the sacrifices worthwhile. Good. From today onwards, discard your past name and become a member of the Reincarnation Hall. With that, Joey handed Shang Chen a black cloak adorned with red clouds. Once he put it on, he exuded an ethereal temperament quite different from Joey's. Then, with a wave of his hand, Joey decided not to be stingy. He pulled a crystal from his robes and presented his exclusive alchemist with another grand gift. Is this the Azure Spirit Flame? Shang Chen was astonished. This spiritual fire was said to only gestate naturally at the core of spirit veins where natural energy was most concentrated, and could only be found by those with immense karmic luck. In his past life, he possessed a spiritual flame of his own, but it paled in comparison to the azure spirit flame. Joey had no idea that the tiny spark he received from Guan Tianming carried such a prestigious origin. In reality, Guan Tianming had stumbled upon this azure spirit flame by chance in the Azure Immortal Emperor Valley. Because of this, he didn't value it much and casually gifted it to Joey. Little did he know that far from gaining anything, he had lost a fortune, allowing Joey to fleece him once again. With the azure spirit flame, Shang Chen's refining capabilities would improve significantly, allowing him to be of even greater help to Joey. Therefore, he didn't stand on ceremony with Joey. He took the crystal sealing the azure spirit flame and immediately began the refinement process. Joey didn't stay idle either. Realizing he would encounter the Child of Fortune, Huofeng, again tomorrow, and have another chance to harvest some wool, he decided to use up his remaining 5 lottery draws. Wait a second. Shang Chen, can you refine a potion that increases luck? Shang Chen gave Joey a puzzled look and then nodded. He selected several ingredients from Joey's stock and refined a golden pill with fluid grace, leaving Joey in awe. It was no wonder Shang Chen was hailed as the most gifted individual in a century, a monstrously talented alchemist. Joey swallowed the pill in one gulp. Although he felt nothing at all, he immediately flexed his fingers and picked the most appealing one out of the 3 blind boxes before him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a transcendent reward, Mangekyo Sharingan exclusive skill Susanoo. Joey. System. The pill actually worked. Even the system was shocked. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a transcendent reward, Yada Mirror. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a transcendent reward, Tatsuka Blade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a transcendent reward, Kusanagi Sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a rare reward, 500 explosive tags. Staring at this complete Itachi Uchiha starter pack, Joey's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Shang Chen, can that pill from earlier really bring someone good luck? Hearing Joey's voice, Shang Chen didn't even look up. How could that be? Luck is such an ethereal thing, it's impossible to boost it with a pill. The one I refined for you just now was merely a pill to improve focus and energy. I thought perhaps if you were more clear-headed, you'd stop thinking about such things. Furthermore, if such a divine medicine actually existed, it wouldn't be something one could just whip up on a whim. Joey was speechless. It turned out his luck really was just that good this time. Even the system seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, Joey heard a soft crack. He saw the crystal in Shang Chen's hand shatter, and the azure spirit flame within flew to his fingertip, clearly having been successfully refined. The azure spirit flame, ranked 7th on the spirit fire list, is the only spirit flame that contains rich life force and can even accelerate the growth of spiritual herbs. It is also one of the spirit flames that alchemists desire most. Looking at the flame on his fingertip, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Shang Chen's mouth. I remember the alchemist seminar is tomorrow, isn't it? It's been a long time since I've seen those seniors. I'm sure I can give them a surprise tomorrow. Joey also wore a smile. He thought of Huofeng with Shang Chen here, tomorrow, which was originally supposed to be the key moment for this child of fortune to shine, would likely turn into his own moment to harvest wool from him. Joey hadn't expected Shang Chen to refine the azure spirit flame so quickly. However, Shang Chen himself simply said I'm used to it in a nonchalant manner, making Joey subconsciously assume that refining a spirit flame shouldn't be difficult, so he didn't dwell on it further. Right then, he suddenly noticed that several system prompts had popped up while he was performing the impure world reincarnation. Your subordinate refined the azure spirit flame, blocking the opportunity for the 2 protagonists, Guan Tianming and Huofeng, to meet. You have gained 4 gacha draws. You successfully resurrected Shang Chen, preventing Huofeng from obtaining god-level alchemy, significantly weakening his mandate of heaven. You have gained 6 gacha draws. Joey was slightly stunned. The amount of information here was immense. It took him several minutes to digest and sort out the logic behind it all. I didn't expect that the seed of the Azure Spirit Flame was actually the catalyst for Guan Tianming and Huafeng to meet, which eventually led to them joining forces to dismantle all of the Zhou family's industries. And the Azure Spirit Flame, it turns out it wasn't Guan Tianming's destiny, but something that belonged to Huafeng. Besides the flame, Huafeng was also supposed to obtain Shang Chen's alchemy techniques after the seminar. No wonder he was hailed as the #1 alchemist of Donghuang in the future. Good grief, as expected of a heavenly villain, I managed to have such deep entanglements with two unrelated children of fortune through mere breadcrumbs. Zhou Yi chuckled. Huafeng was like his lucky star. Not only did he deliver Shang Chen's relics, allowing him to gain a monstrous alchemist, but he also immediately provided 10 gacha draws just when Zhou Yi's count had hit 0 and he was feeling insecure. Well, he couldn't let Huafeng down. He would definitely have to fleece him thoroughly. And so, he discussed the details of the seminar with Shang Chen. Early the next morning, he arrived at the place he had agreed upon with Old Man Chang. "Ha, Kid Zhou is here?" Upon seeing Zhou Yi, the old man immediately greeted him with a smile. Zhou Yi cupped his hands in respect and took the opportunity to ask. "Elder, I actually have a friend who is also an alchemist. Could you give him a slot to participate in the seminar?" After saying this, he stepped to the side, revealing the figure behind him clad in a black robe with red clouds and a hood. "Your friend? Since you've asked, let him come along. It's good for young people to gain more experience." Chang Yiyan nodded, but just as he was about to set off, he noticed that Zhou Yi and his companion hadn't moved. "No, Elder, my meaning is for him to actually participate in the discussions, not just sit in the audience and watch the fun like me." This. At the mention of a recommendation slot, Chang Yiyan's gaze instantly turned sharp as he continuously scrutinized Shang Chen. He was a man of character, more than willing to mentor juniors who caught his eye. However, those who earned his favor were few and far between. Zhou Yi and Shang Chen both grasped Elder Chang's intent. Without wasting words, Shang Chen extended his hand from beneath his cloak, and a burst of cyan flame, brimming with vitality, suddenly flickered and burned steadily in his palm. "This is the Azure Spirit Flame." Chang Yiyan's eyes widened in shock, his face a portrait of utter astonishment. "Kid, do you have any idea how difficult it is to obtain a spirit flame?" For an alchemist, being able to refine a signature spirit flame was practically equivalent to an awakened obtaining a weapon of grade A or higher. Furthermore, the top 10 spirit flames were legendary treasures that could only be encountered by luck, not sought by effort. After all, given his status and strength, even he had failed to secure a spirit flame he desired, which spoke volumes of their rarity. Moreover, even if one encountered a spirit flame, subduing and refining it was an arduous task. If one were careless, the flame vanishing would be considered lucky. Those with poor luck were simply incinerated into charcoal. Therefore, the young generation capable of subduing a spirit flame were all renowned geniuses in the alchemical world, typically concentrated in major metropolises like the imperial capital or the magic city. Yet today, in this southwestern city, he had encountered an unknown genius alchemist. After all, since the era of the Azure Emperor, no one had ever been heard of refining the Azure Spirit Flame. Elder Chang was clearly a bit out of touch. He didn't recognize that the black robe with red clouds was the attire of the reincarnation hall, which had gone viral on the internet just a few days ago. Thus, with a look of excitement, he immediately promised Shang Chen a spot, appearing almost impatient to finalize it. An alchemist's seminar, of course, should be a gathering of geniuses where they could exchange skills and progress together. The three of them soon arrived by car at the Alchemist Association building located in the city center. At the association's entrance, even the guards wore expressions of arrogance, shouting at onlookers to disperse. However, the moment they saw Chang Yiyan, their expressions shifted instantly, and they saluted him with deep respect. "Senior Chang, you've arrived. Your seat is at the highest level, one of the 10 instructor seats." Chang Yiyan nodded slightly, then pointed at Shang Chen behind him and said, "This is my junior. Give him a spot to participate in the seminar." The guards exchanged glances. They hadn't expected Chang Yiyan, who usually had incredibly high standards and no disciples, to personally recommend a young man for the seminar. Could this person be his mysterious disciple? However, when they looked closer at Shang Chen, the sight of the familiar black robe with red clouds caused everyone's expression to change abruptly. Unlike an elder like Chang Yen, they had long heard of the trending reincarnation hall. They never expected to see an actual member of the reincarnation hall today, let alone one participating in this seminar. Rumor had it that the reincarnation hall was a mysterious organization filled with top-tier powerhouses. Could it be that they also had alchemists? Not daring to be negligent, they escorted Zhou Yi's group into the venue and immediately reported the matter to the person in charge of the seminar. What? Elder Chang's iron tree has finally blossomed, and he actually recommended a newcomer for the seminar? And that youth is wearing the reincarnation hall uniform. These two explosive pieces of news left the president of the Southwest Alchemists Association dizzy, but he quickly regained his senses, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In past regional seminars, our Southwest branch has always been a step behind. This time, not only do we have geniuses from across the country, but even a mysterious alchemist from the reincarnation hall has arrived. I will finally wash away our past humiliation. Meanwhile, Joey had already parted ways with Chang Yen and Shang Chen to head to their respective seats. Taking advantage of the fact that the seminar had not yet begun, he picked up the handbook on his seat to gain a better understanding of the event. This was a grand occasion hosted by the Alchemists Association across various major regions. The seminar typically employed various formats where young alchemists competed against one another to showcase their talents, ultimately selecting the most outstanding young alchemists from across the nation. Just as Joey was engrossed in his reading, he suddenly heard a familiar voice out of the blue. Someone like you who knows nothing about alchemy, how are you even worthy of attending an alchemist's seminar? Joey looked up and saw that it was Huafeng. He was currently dressed in an elaborate alchemist's uniform, looking down at Joey with disdain. However, Joey couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this sheep just begging to be sheared? Huafeng had certainly dressed to the nines today. He was not only representing his grandfather but also the alchemists of Magic City. Having been invited by the Southwest Association president to compete in the region, he was considered a specially invited seated contestant with significant status. Furthermore, he had a premonition that today's Southwest seminar would be exceptionally important for his life. Consequently, when he saw Joey, a sinner of the ages who understood nothing of alchemy and had even swallowed a precious perfect spirit ascending pill in one go, he felt the man had no right to be sitting there. With you here, I'm starting to doubt the caliber of this Southwest Alchemist seminar. Who let this thing in? Kick him out. However, upon hearing Huafeng's shouting, the people around them did not chime in as he had expected. Instead, they looked at him as if he were an idiot, making Huafeng feel extremely uncomfortable. Kick out a guest brought by Elder Chang Yen, the preeminent figure of the Southwest region? Even if you are a special VIP, you can't be brain dead enough to say something like that in public. Isn't that the same as slapping Elder Chang in the face? On the contrary, Joey stood up composedly and asked him with a smile. Elder Chang brought me here to broaden my horizons. Are you implying that Elder Chang's judgment is worthless? Or are you saying your status is already higher than his? Who are you to kick me out? Huafeng was instantly rendered speechless. Seeing Joey's playful expression and the crowd slowly gathering around them, his face turned beet red. He didn't dare speak ill of Elder Chang, so he could only leave behind a parting threat before fleeing at lightning speed. It was no joke, Chang Yen was of the same generation as his own grandfather. Even if he were given several more helpings of courage, he wouldn't dare publicly utter something as rebellious as claiming Elder Chang was inferior to him. At the same time, a system notification popped up before Joey's eyes. You caused Huafeng to make a fool of himself in public at the Alchemists Conference, damaging his image. You have gained 2 gotcha draws. Twice? I suppose that's better than nothing. Joey smiled faintly, showing no sign of impatient greed. The upcoming alchemist seminar would be the real opportunity for him to rake in the rewards. On the other side, Huafeng sat in the lounge with no outlet for his simmering rage, when he suddenly overheard a few people passing by in conversation. Did you hear? Elder Chang personally brought someone along this morning specifically to participate in this seminar. Really? Elder Chang hasn't taken a disciple in 10 years. Why would he suddenly introduce a junior to compete? Good heavens, there are already so many genius alchemists from across the country here. Now that Elder Chang's protege has appeared, do the rest of us even stand a chance? A sudden spark of inspiration hit Huo Feng. That fellow from earlier seemed to be the one Chang Yiyan brought in. While Huo Feng didn't dare to confront Elder Chang directly, he could certainly sabotage him behind the scenes, for instance, by deliberately targeting his protege during the seminar to ensure an early elimination. If that happened, Chang Yiyan would surely lose face in front of his peers. At this thought, Huo Feng let out a sinister grin, causing the young people nearby to think he had a mental condition. They scrambled away in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Finally, under the expectant gaze of the crowd, the seminar officially commenced. It began with speeches from the president of the Southwest branch of the Alchemist Association and several senior veterans. Immediately following, the beautiful hostess waved her hand, and hundreds of alchemy stations materialized in the venue. The numerous young alchemists qualified for the seminar emerged from their respective lounges. The most anticipated part of the seminar, the friendly competition and exchange among the young alchemists, had finally begun. Although the participants were the elite of the younger generation, countless other alchemists crowded the stands or watched the live stream to study and learn from their techniques. Zhou Yi flipped through the manual once more. This seminar was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was an elimination round. All alchemists would refine the same potion, and only the first 50 to succeed would advance. The second stage was called medicine elevation, which tested refining techniques. In this round, contestants could choose their opponents for head-to-head matches, with the 3 highest-rated individuals proceeding to the grand finale. The third stage, the final round, was a test of an alchemist's comprehensive abilities. There were no restrictions placed on the alchemists in this round, but they were given only one chance to refine. Rankings were determined by the quality of the resulting medicine. Because the first-place winner historically became a pillar of the alchemy world, this stage was also known as soul tempering. After finishing the introduction, Zhou Yi turned his gaze toward the arena. By now, many alchemists had already ignited the fires in their furnaces and begun purifying medicinal liquids in preparation for refining. It was only then that Zhou Yi truly perceived the gap between Shang Chen and the other alchemists. Watching Shang Chen refine was like watching a breathtaking performance. Not only were his movements as smooth as flowing water, but the various herbs and tools seemed to come alive in his hands, completing the entire operation with effortless ease. In contrast, the other alchemists looked like they were mechanically completing a task, a sight that made one feel drowsy. Only a select few could barely keep pace with Shang Chen's level. Consequently, Shang Chen stood out like an alien spacecraft on a beach, utterly dazzling, drawing everyone's eyes to him instinctively. When they laid eyes on the black robe with red clouds worn by Shang Chen, they couldn't help but let out gasps of admiration. The live stream's bullet chat instantly exploded the moment the camera panned toward him. Another member of the Hall of Reincarnation has appeared. And he's an alchemist. Look at his technique, this is incredible. If I had even a quarter of his skill, no, even a tenth, I'd be set. Keep dreaming. To reach his level, you don't just need grueling practice, more importantly, you need peerless talent and a genuine passion for alchemy. Just what is the background of this Hall of Reincarnation? Mysterious geniuses are appearing one after another. Only Zhou Yi was chuckling inwardly. This is all it takes to shock you? He knew full well that the current Shang Chen wasn't being serious at all. In fact, he wasn't even putting in a half-hearted effort. Setting aside the azure spirit flame, even yesterday, when Shang Chen had casually refined a luck pill for him, his technique had been far more proficient than it was now. However, not far away, the venom in Huo Feng's eyes was almost overflowing. He had already identified his target's location, yet when he saw the other man's attire, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. How did Chang Yiyan get involved with the Hall of Reincarnation? But this is a fair seminar. If his skills are inferior, even the Hall of Reincarnation can't say anything. In fact, if I defeat him, maybe the Hall of Reincarnation will kick him out and invite me to join instead. After completing his own refinement and successfully advancing to the second round, Huo Feng began to seriously analyze his opponent's technique. To his delight, he actually found a critical, fatal weakness. After all, while his own movements weren't as fluid as his opponents, he was holding back several secret techniques, including an incomplete perfect quality alchemy art. He also noticed that while the opponent's movements were smooth, there were several spots that looked exceptionally awkward. He instantly raised an eyebrow. Alchemy techniques are part of a family's secret heritage, like his own family's Hua Clan 5 Arts or Elder Cheng's scientific alchemy. Wild alchemists without a formal master often showed this kind of raw, unpolished technique. Therefore, once such a person entered the second round, they would easily be defeated in terms of technical precision by a professional alchemist with a proper lineage. So he's not Elder Cheng's direct disciple, just some ordinary junior. However, he could never have imagined in his wildest dreams that the awkwardness he perceived was a flaw Shangchen had intentionally displayed. Shangchen was forcing his movements to look amateurish just to bait him in the second round. Meanwhile, at the judges' table, several alchemy masters were watching the scene unfold. Their eyes, however, were far more discerning than Hua Feng's. They could tell at a glance that Shangchen was hiding his true strength. An elderly woman among them couldn't help but remark with a sigh. Every generation brings forth new talents. Old Chang, this young man you brought is no simple character. But Chang Yiyan only responded with a smile and said nothing more. Even he was stunned by Shangchen's alchemy skills. When he remembered that Shangchen also possessed a top 10 spirit fire, Chang Yiyan couldn't help but force a bitter laugh. Just who was this young man's master? How come he had never encountered such a brilliant genius? But they never imagined that what Shangchen displayed before them was merely the tip of the iceberg. The true depth of this former peerless genius had become unfathomable, even to these master alchemists. After successfully refining the pill and advancing to the second stage, Shangchen returned to Zhou Yi's side, watching the remaining contestants on the field with a calm expression. "What do you think of the next two stages?" Zhou Yi asked casually, prompting a light chuckle from Shangchen. "It's far inferior to the symposium I participated in back then. There are only a few people here worth a second look." Having said that, he pointed casually at several individuals. "That girl wearing the veil on the far edge clearly comes from a family with deep roots in the imperial capital. Her refining techniques are impressive, and she carries a natural medicinal fragrance. She must have been studying alchemy since childhood. That boy in the middle was the first one to complete his pill. His talent is decent, and I likely know his elders. And then there's that one, he intentionally hid his true skills during the first stage. If I weren't here, those three would likely be the top 3 of this symposium." The last person he pointed to was none other than Hua Feng. Hearing Shangchen mention his past, Zhou Yi suddenly became curious. "You've participated in a symposium before? How did you do?" Beneath his hood, the corners of Shangchen's mouth curled up slightly. "The Donghuang Grand Alchemist Symposium is held once every 10 years. In my year, I was the champion." Zhou Yi was momentarily speechless. Even though he knew nothing about alchemy, he had heard of the decennial National Alchemy Symposium. That was the true grand competition for alchemists, where all the most powerful practitioners gathered in the imperial capital to refine peerless spiritual medicines, ultimately determining the leading figure of the decade. Even people like Chang Yiyan had participated in the Grand Assembly but failed to achieve their ideal rankings, which spoke volumes about the competition's prestige. He hadn't expected Shangchen to have taken first place. To him, this symposium was essentially like a professional MMA fighter bullying a group of toddlers. No wonder in the original plot, Shangchen only ever appeared as a legend. With this kind of talent, even a son of fortune could only be suppressed beneath him, never to rise. Zhou Yi suddenly remembered the note old man Chang said Shangchen had left before his disappearance, and he became curious. "By the way, what kind of Tao did you actually realize before you died?" Hearing Zhou Yi's question, Shangchen's movements paused slightly, and then he revealed a smile that bordered on madness. "What I comprehended was a Tao exclusive to refiners. Nowadays, people believe refining is merely a support profession, never considering that whether it's alchemy or blacksmithing, they are just byproducts of the Tao of refining. The path alchemists should truly follow is the refining the self Tao. In ancient times, the concept of abilities didn't exist, yet refiners already did. Initially, they also refined pills and weapons, but eventually, someone used heaven and earth as the furnace and themselves as the pill, refining the strongest physical body and power in existence, turning themselves into something matchless in the world. After seeing that description, I curiously tried to comprehend it. I didn't expect to actually succeed. However, I didn't manage the intensity correctly, and I ended up literally refining myself into a pill. Now that I have a chance to live again, I will surely restore the ancient glory of the path of refinement. The ancient era, the path of self-refinement? Zhou Yi's heart jolted. If Shangchen wasn't mistaken, then he might truly be able to forge a path of cultivation completely different from the current method of awakening supernatural abilities. Moreover, it was a path that transcended the boundaries of abilities, one that could lead to the 10th order or even higher realms. Thinking about how such a formidable monster was on his side, Zhou Yi felt much more at ease. As the 50th young person to successfully refine a pill appeared, the first round of the elimination matches ended. The remaining alchemists left the venue dejectedly, and Shang Chen and the others stepped forward once more. Second round, Medicine Ascension. Aside from the ratio of medicinal ingredients, alchemy is inseparable from the skills and abilities of the alchemist. This round tests your refinement techniques. Alchemists, please display your talents to the fullest. Let the competition begin. With the command given, the many alchemists ignited their furnace fires once again. However, this time, the gap in strength between individuals quickly became apparent. Refinement technique could be said to be one of the variables an alchemist can control. Especially for those geniuses with family heritages, they no longer hid their skills in this round, making their performances particularly dazzling. The girl Shang Chen had pointed out first was now acting like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Various herbs danced up and down in her hands. Before long, a faint medicinal fragrance began to drift from her cauldron. So it's the little princess of the Yin family, a 1,000-year-old clan from the imperial capital. I heard she's praised as the one with the best alchemy talent in the Yin family's third generation. She even broke into the top 3 at the imperial capital seminar. Coming to the southwest this time, she must be aiming for first place. However, before the discussions could end, another youth was seen striking a cauldron taller than himself. A pillar of fire suddenly soared into the sky, yet it behaved like a docile kitten, falling into his hands to be kneaded at will, eventually forming a small, delicate tripod of fire. Immediately after, the youth was seen throwing all the herbs in at once, without even performing the step of extracting medicinal liquids. Many observers frowned at the sight. However, they soon discovered to their surprise that the various herbs did not conflict and caused the furnace to explode within the small fire tripod. Instead, following his will, they each transformed into liquid and merged as one. Finally, at the judging panel, a long-bearded old man suddenly gasped, recognizing his refinement method. It's the fire manipulation tripod refinement method. Could this boy be the beloved disciple of Master Gu Yin? Upon hearing his words, the crowd broke into an uproar. Master Gu Yin was in the top 10 of the most prosperous session of the Alchemist General Association, which shows his strength. You should know, the champion of that session was that legendary monstrous genius, Shang Chen. Hearing this, Zhou Yi also chuckled. No wonder Shang Chen said he knew the boy's elder, so that was the connection. However, just as everyone was debating whether the Yin family princess was stronger or Master Gu Yan's disciple held the upper hand, a sudden, muffled tiger's roar vibrated through the entire arena, drawing everyone's gaze toward Huafeng. He stood calmly before his cauldron, but another tiger's roar from within the large tripod snapped everyone back to reality, this time with a look of horror. The sound of a tiger's roar. This is the omen of a perfect quality pill about to be born. To refine a perfect spiritual medicine without the help of a spirit fire, what terrifying technique and skill must be required to achieve this? But it wasn't over yet. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Huafeng struck the cauldron with force, and a violent tongue of flame actually blew the lid right off. Just as everyone thought his furnace was about to explode due to a catastrophic blunder and began to pity him, the surging flames suddenly transformed into a fierce tiger. Under Huafeng's command, it lunged violently toward Shang Chen. But unlike the panicked alchemists around him, Shang Chen remained exceptionally calm in the face of the flaming tiger's pounce. He, too, struck his cauldron with a single palm. Ha ha! This is a perfect refinement technique I've mastered by blending the strengths of various schools. Do you really think a simple slap on the cauldron is enough? However, before Huafeng could finish his laugh, a dragoness roar suddenly pierced the heavens. Holy crap! Did I hear that right? Was that a dragoness roar just now? You didn't mishear. The tigeress howl, the dragoness roar, and the immortaless shadow, these are the three omens of a perfect quality spirit pill. Furthermore, a dragoness roar pill is of even higher quality than a tigeress howl. As for the immortaless shadow, it hasn't appeared in the entire Southwest for a very long time. Does this mean we're actually witnessing the birth of two perfect quality pills at the same time today? Hearing the crowd's exclamations, Huafeng's eyes filled with disbelief. He was able to refine a perfect pill without a spirit flame only because he had discovered a specialized technique, but what right did this guy have? A trace of malice flashed in his eyes as he pointed a finger forward. The fierce tiger roared, opening its massive maw to swallow Shang Chen and his cauldron in a sea of fire. Countless onlookers screamed in terror, and even Chang Yin, sitting at the judge's table, stood up in shock. After all, alchemists were notoriously frail with pitifully few combat means. If an average alchemist were engulfed in such flames, they would surely be burned alive. Yet, in the next second, a clear dragoness roar rang out once more, and the head of the flaming tiger suddenly exploded. Only then did people see a crimson dragon, likewise formed from intense flames, coiled above the cauldron. It cast a disdainful glance at the tiger, which was now cowering on the ground in a defensive stance. Shang Chen stood exactly where he had been, completely unharmed, his robes fluttering in a sudden breeze. Seeing this, Huafeng looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face turning incredibly pale. This is an original refinement technique I developed by extracting the essence of 100 schools. How could you possibly know it too? Shang Chen was almost amused by this arrogant statement. What Huafeng didn't know was that years ago, Shang Chen had already mastered and integrated all the major modern refinement techniques. He had even gained insights into the ancient Tao of alchemy, surpassing the limits of ability-based refinement. To Shang Chen, this little trick was more laughable than 1+1. He could easily perform it even better than its creator. Standing with his hands behind his back, Shang Chen slowly opened his eyes beneath his hood and looked at Huafeng. The crimson dragon above him stretched its body and took to the air, clashing with the tiger on the ground. The alchemists watching below were so excited they clenched their fists. The dragon and tiger clash, a sight not seen in a century. The winner of this duel will seize the medicinal power of the opponent to become a perfect quality pill. The loser will, at best, see their pill drop in rank, or at worst, watch it turn to scrap. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Using furnace fire to fight, why did I never think alchemists could battle like this? While everyone was captivated by the struggle between the dragon and the tiger, Shang Chen smiled and struck his cauldron once more. Another burst of fire flew out. The crimson dragon in the sky gained a pair of emerald green eyes, and its power surged instantly. It easily suppressed the tiger, crushed it to the ground with another long roar, and completely devoured the scattered flames. Huafeng's expression changed drastically. He never expected his opponent could further empower the crimson dragon. He rushed to his cauldron, shielding the remaining medicinal power tightly. Only then did the crimson dragon fly over his head and return to Shang Chen's cauldron with one final roar. As the refinement ended, Huafeng and Shang Chen faced each other. One stood with his head hanging low, his eyes filled with hatred, while the other remained standing with his hands behind his back, perfectly composed beneath his hood. Finally, Huafeng was the first to open his furnace. It was only then that everyone saw a single pill remaining in Huafeng's cauldron. However, the pill patterns that had originally emerged seemed to have been forcibly erased, leaving the surface looking pitted and uneven. On the other side, Shang Chen also opened his lid. In that instant, a light medicinal fragrance wafted across the entire venue. This batch also produced only one pill, but on the round, smooth surface, everyone saw a ring of pill cloud. It looked like a relief carving, giving the entire pill an ethereal, immortal appearance. As expected, pills refined under the dragon's cry phenomenon will manifest pill clouds. It's said that pill clouds are even more valuable than pill patterns. Besides doubling the medicinal potency, they also grant additional effects. It's a spirit-gathering pill. This perfect quality pill is actually the most common spirit-gathering pill. What do you know? The more common the medicine, the harder it is to refine to such high quality. That's why the value of this spirit-gathering pill far exceeds other perfect pills. But while everyone was heatedly debating exactly how much this perfect quality spirit-gathering pill was worth, Shang-Chen casually tossed it directly to Joey in the spectator stands. For you. Eat it quickly, this thing is useful for your abilities. Joey didn't grasp Shang-Chen's meaning at first, but when he swallowed the spirit-gathering pill in one gulp amidst the crowd's gasps, he finally understood the pill's special effect. In that instant, Joey felt a majestic surge of spiritual energy explode from the spirit-gathering pill. It instantly broke through his bottleneck, causing him to break past the peak of rank 1 on the spot, nearly stepping into rank 2. One had to realize that with Joey's awakening ability, the amount of spirit crystals required to develop to rank 2 was nearly astronomical. Yet in Shang-Chen's eyes, a single pill was enough. What surprised Joey even more was that after the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the Hashirama cells each devoured their share of the spiritual energy, the two major powers which had previously been at a standoff actually showed signs of merging. An imperceptible flash of purple flickered in Joey's eyes, and a wisp of spiritual energy he had never possessed before appeared in his body, the power of 6 paths. Even the system had stated that this was something only possible once both phenomena broke through to a higher level, yet Shang-Chen had achieved it through alchemy. Joey felt a slight surge of excitement. Previously, to maximize his gains, he had already showcased the Mangekyo Sharingan and its two major abilities under the identities of Hell Sovereign and the Akatsuki member Shao. Consequently, he couldn't easily reveal his ocular techniques until the Mangekyo Sharingan evolved. But now. Furthermore, this was an ocular technique considered godlike in that world. Even with just a fraction of its power, he was certain to give the old man a surprise in the college entrance examination in half a month. However, when the others witnessed this scene, they went completely frantic. He ate it? He just threw such a precious pill to that guy and told him to eat it, and that guy actually just swallowed it. Some were even overcome with grief and indignation. What a waste of God's gifts! A spirit-gathering pill of this level should be absorbed slowly to maximize its effects. Swallowing it in one go like that is simply a travesty. Yet, while everyone else was reeling from the shock of the spirit-gathering pill, the discussion at the judges' table focused on something else entirely. Did you see that flicker of spiritual light in the red dragon's eyes just now? One of the elders fixed his gaze solemnly on Chang Yen, attempting to fish for information. Old Chang, this junior of yours is quite something. Ha, the youngsters have their own ways of doing things. I'm just as much in the dark as you are, Chang Yen chuckled. Chang Yen gave a deflective, jovial response, but the others saw right through his act. They instantly realized the old fox was just showing off and cursed him silently in their hearts. This old fellow was definitely hiding something. As the second round concluded, Shang-Chen undoubtedly took first place. The little princess of the Yin family from the imperial capital and the young apprentice of Gu Yen took second and third, respectively. The video of the three of them refining medicine instantly went viral across the internet. Meanwhile, Huo Feng, who should have dominated everyone with his self-created alchemy technique, failed to even make the top 3 because Shang-Chen had seized all his medicinal essence. Instead, he became a mere stepping stone for Shang-Chen. Every time his name was mentioned, it was in the context of being suppressed by Shang-Chen's countermove, leaving him gnashing his teeth in fury. Yet, he didn't have the face to go looking for trouble with Shang-Chen. This clash of titans was ignited by his own provocation in the end. He had tried to be clever only to outsmart himself, losing a guaranteed top 3 spot in the process. At that moment, Huo Feng's phone suddenly rang with a call from Magic City. Seeing the number, his face paled instantly as he answered with trembling hands. You've completely humiliated me. If you don't defeat him in the 3rd round, don't bother coming back. Hearing the icy voice of the family patriarch, Huo Feng broke into a cold sweat. He stammered his agreement, only to realize the line had already gone dead. He let out a sigh of relief. However, his expression immediately darkened. When he spotted Shang-Chen in the distant spectator stands wearing that black robe with red clouds, his gaze turned ruthless. It's all because of you that I was scolded by the old man. Don't blame me for being ruthless in the third round. Unbeknownst to Huofeng, while he was being reprimanded, Joey was on the other side watching the drama and happily counting his gains. In his mind, system notifications were popping up incessantly. Your subordinate defeated Huofeng at the Alchemist Convention, interrupting his path of rising luck. Gains 7 gotcha pulls. Caused Huofeng to miss the chance to show off in public, turning him into an ignored loser and causing him to lose initial family recognition. Gained 3 gotcha pulls. Your subordinate effortlessly performed Huofeng's self-created alchemy technique and used it to crush him, causing him to doubt himself and rendering him unable to ever perfect the technique. He has lost the chance to become a future grandmaster of the alchemy world. Gained 11 gotcha pulls. As Joey watched his gotcha pulls accumulate, the smile on his face grew brighter. He thought to himself that harvesting the leeks of destiny was indeed the most joyful thing. Thus, he decided to test his luck with a single pull. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully pulling a common reward, 1 shirt. Joey. He silently closed the gotcha interface. Clearly, today was a good day for harvesting but a bad day for gambling. Unable to see the system interface, Shangchen looked at him curiously, wondering why Joey's mood had suddenly soured. Could it be that the pills weren't to his taste? It seems I'll have to research more banana and strawberry flavored pills in the future for my master to choose from. Finally, the halftime break ended. With the sound of a gong, the third stage of the competition began. This stage had no restrictions. The 10 contestants could give it their all and demonstrate their full potential to refine their highest grade pills, which would then be evaluated across all criteria. However, this time, Joey noticed that as soon as Shangchen stepped onto the field, he was targeted by everyone else. Even the young princess of the Yin family and that teenage boy looked at him with sympathetic eyes. Do you know? Huofeng offered a massive bounty to the others, asking everyone to suppress you together. He's even bribed some of the judges. But don't worry, I won't join them in ganging up on you. I've hated that guy for ages. Just because he's from the Magic City, he thinks his breath doesn't stink. You did a hell of a job in the last round. It's a pity my master told me I couldn't pull stunts like that, otherwise, I would have joined you in kicking him while he's down. So, I think you're alright, and those clothes are seriously badass. Do you know the prison sovereign or the Wood King? If you can make it through this round, I'm willing to call you my big bro. The boy whispered a few words into Shangchen's ear and then quickly ran off. Shangchen smiled slightly but paid no mind to what was said. As the second gong sounded, Huofeng and the other 6 participants actually surrounded Shangchen. 6 massive cauldrons formed a specialized alchemy formation, trapping Shangchen in the center. Not only did it prevent his cauldron from igniting, but they even intended to refine him to death right inside it. What is this supposed to be? Just because their alchemy skills can't match the reincarnation hall's Appa, they team up to suppress him? That's despicable. Resorting to dirty tricks because you lack the talent? I used to think Huofeng was a scholarly, refined gentleman. I even had a crush on him. Now I see he's just a devious villain. Gross. Lord Demon, V50, let's see your real power. But what is the boss supposed to do now? He can't even start a fire inside that formation, let alone refine medicine. The bullet chat was a chaotic mess, with everyone venting their disgust toward Huofeng. After all, this conference was meant to be a competition of alchemy skills, yet he was using underhanded tactics outside the craft, tainting the purity of the competition. At this moment, Huofeng's reputation among young alchemists hit rock bottom. He knew the consequences of his actions, but to avoid being abandoned by his clan, he did it anyway. Even the judges frowned, their faces etched with displeasure. This is too much. Should we stop the match? However, someone else voiced a different opinion. While the methods are dishonorable, they haven't violated the competition rules. If we stop the match just because they are ganging up on one person, wouldn't we be the ones breaking the regulations? But while the two sides argued incessantly, they noticed that the most crucial judge, Chang Yin, wasn't worried at all. Instead, he sat there composed and leisurely, leaving everyone utterly confused. Old Chang, aren't you worried? Chang Yin seemed to snap out of his thoughts, stroking his beard with a smile. What's there to worry about? Like old Zhao said, since no rules were broken, let them continue. You. Sigh. The other upright judges were both angry and anxious, but they couldn't find the words to argue. They could only sigh and sit back down. Only in the audience stands did Joey reveal a faint smile. Before his eyes, another system notification popped up. Forcing Huofeng to resort to dirty tactics, resulting in him being cursed by the entire internet and his reputation being completely ruined, you have gained 14 lottery draws. Just as everyone was lamenting that a genius was about to be sabotaged by a villain, Shangchen caught Zhou Yi's imperceptible nod. He responded with a slight smile and raised his hand. A cyan flame ignited from his palm. Although there was interference from the surrounding formation, it had absolutely no effect on the green spirit flame. Instead, as Shang Chen cast the fire into the cauldron, a cyan ripple spread outward, shattering the formation with ease. The 7 people maintaining the formation simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood. The cauldrons of the other 6 exploded on the spot, sending them flying from the shockwaves. Only Huofeng managed to barely steady the cauldron in front of him, but his face was deathly pale, clearly having paid a heavy price to do so. However, at this moment, no one spared a glance for these clowns. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the cyan green flame in Shang Chen's hand. Could this be a spirit flame? Everyone stared at the green spirit flame in Shang Chen's palm. Even the little princess of the Yin family and the young man, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, were so shocked their mouths hung open. As everyone knew, refining a spirit flame was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Many alchemists spent their entire lives in pursuit of subduing just one. Even among the judges seated on the panel, only one possessed a spirit flame and a mid-tier one at that. Yet, because of that single flame, he sat in the very center of the judging panel. If that were the case, how powerful must the green spirit flame be, ranked as it was among the top 10 spirit flames? Compared to the crowd, however, the judges understood even better what it meant for a youth to control a spirit flame. Even the president of the Southwest Alchemist Association, the old man sitting in the center, had only successfully subdued a spirit flame when he was in his 50s. They exchanged glances, seeing the excitement mirrored in each other's eyes. So the spiritual light in the red dragon's eyes earlier was the glow of the green spirit flame. It's no wonder it suddenly became so much stronger. Old Chang, you kept such an important matter from us? Do you even consider us your old comrades? Quick, tell us, who is this junior's master? Is he married? I happen to have a granddaughter, 18 years old, with quite a refined beauty. A group of old men and women swarmed Cheng Yin, creating an unbearable racket in his ears. Cheng Yin could only manage a bitter, helpless smile. He had long anticipated this reaction. When he first learned that this young man had refined the green spirit flame, he hadn't behaved much differently than they were now. This talent was simply too exceptional. He would rank at least in the top 3 of all the geniuses Chung had ever seen. It was no wonder they were so eager. However, Cheng Yin glanced at Shang Chen, who was moving with ease on the field, and let out a final sigh. These people were still caught up in the excitement, so they hadn't realized yet, this mysterious youth clearly already had a master, and one far more powerful than any of them. Otherwise, he would have made his move long ago. Why would he have waited for them to see him? Hearing the discussions of the crowd, the corners of Shang Chen's mouth curled slightly. With a flick of his finger, the green spirit flame ignited the cauldron. Unlike other fires, this cyan flame wasn't scorching hot. Instead, it was exceptionally restrained. Unless one drew close, it was impossible to sense its terrifying temperature. Furthermore, as the green spirit flame burned, it emitted a faint, natural aura and medicinal fragrance. Just a single whiff made people feel refreshed, as if the fatigue of their entire bodies had been significantly lifted. Legend has it that the green spirit flame can not only be used for alchemy but is also filled with natural energy, capable of defying the 5 elements to accelerate the growth of spirit herbs. It truly is one of the most coveted spirit flames for any alchemist. As Shang Chen controlled the azure spirit flame to begin the refining process, every medicinal herb in the furnace was effortlessly purified. The quality and concentration of the medicinal liquid reached an absolute peak, leaving even the judges on the stage in awe. Just then, someone rubbed their eyes and pointed at the flickering flames within the cauldron, asking hesitantly, "Did you guys see that? There, a silhouette seemed to appear just now. Are your eyes playing tricks on you? Holy crap, I see it too. It looks like a misty figure seen from behind." As one person after another noticed the anomaly within the pill furnace, they finally realized something and couldn't help but cover their mouths in shock. Could it be the immortal's shadow? Finally, someone couldn't resist voicing their suspicion, yet felt it was too ridiculous and instinctively let out a self-deprecating laugh. However, Chang Yan nodded. You guessed correctly. This is the legendary top-tier phenomenon that rarely appears even with perfect quality pills, the immortal's shadow. It is said that only a flawless spirit pill can activate the immortal's shadow phenomenon. Some say the figure inside is a true immortal, while others say it is the creator of that specific pill formula. But without a doubt, refining a pill of the immortal's shadow grade signifies that the person possesses master-level alchemy skills. Chang Yan's calm explanation left everyone dumbfounded. Watching Shang Chen on the field, controlling the fire with a single hand while remaining completely at ease, the live stream exploded once again. In other words, Senior Chang believes his alchemy skills are comparable to a master's? I hereby declare that from now on, this is the Reincarnation Hall Plaza. The Reincarnation Hall has also been added to the list of mysterious organizations I most want to join. Stop talking, you're so late you couldn't even catch a fresh meal. Wu's orders for Reincarnation Hall uniforms are already so backed up they can't keep up. The queue is 3 months long. As expected of a Reincarnation Hall member, they never disappoint. From the Wood King to this man, who knows who will appear next? If it's produced by the Reincarnation Hall, it must be a masterpiece. The young princess of the Yin family gazed at the confident, upright figure on the field, her beautiful eyes sparkling with incredible brilliance. The young boy looked at Shang Chen with a face full of worship. If they weren't both currently refining pills, he probably would have wanted to acknowledge Shang Chen as his big brother on the spot. Meanwhile, Joey scrolled through the dense barrage of comments and smiled slightly, watching as Shang Chen smoothly completed the refinement. The moment the cauldron lid opened, everyone present couldn't help but take a deep breath. Fragrant. It was incredibly fragrant. This perfect grade pill had even transcended the original medicinal scent, turning into an intoxicating aroma. Shang Chen took the solitary pill out from the cauldron, and only then did people see what the immortal's shadow actually looked like. This was a heart-clearing pill, a common medicine found everywhere. However, unlike other heart-clearing pills, a blurry figure could be seen through this pill, standing with hands behind its back, yet, upon closer inspection, it would vanish. I've heard that perfect pills of the immortal's shadow level are comparable to family heirlooms. Not only is the medicinal power perfectly locked within the pill, but it can also absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own. The longer it is kept, the better the efficacy becomes. Even the stories we've heard about pills cultivating into spirits refer to spirit pills of this grade. But this master is truly down to earth. Despite possessing such monstrous talent, the elixirs he refines are all the most common types, like spirit-gathering pills and heart-clearing pills. What do you know? This is what they call great form is beyond shape and returning to simplicity. The realm of the strong is something we won't be able to learn in a lifetime. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Shang Chen undisputed took first place in this alchemist competition. Alongside the Wood King, another member of the Reincarnation Hall, Lian Hun, became widely known to the public. The little princess of the Yin family ranked second as expected. The heritage of the capital's alchemy families was not to be underestimated. The youth easily defeated Huafeng to rank third, though he didn't seem to care about the ranking at all. Instead, as soon as the competition ended, he ran over excitedly, wanting to acknowledge Shang Chen as his big brother. But the happiest person was Joey. A series of system prompts appeared before his eyes, making him feel a bit overwhelmed. Finally, it was time to settle the results. You successfully took first place in the alchemist seminar, causing Huafeng to lose a massive amount of protagonist luck at a critical life juncture. You have gained 14 lottery chances. You showcased divine power during the competition, attracting the attention of Yin Yan and Gu Ding, causing Huafeng to miss the chance to befriend Yin Yan. You have gained 11 lottery chances. Joey then remembered that, originally, Huofeng was supposed to display top-tier alchemy skills at today's seminar, thereby meeting the Yin family's little princess, Yen Yen. He would eventually win her heart and facilitate the alliance between the Yen and Hua families. After that, he would have used the Yen family as a springboard to break into the capital's alchemy circles, shocking many masters with his strength and the azure spirit flame, eventually standing at the peak of alchemy. Only this time, Joey had resurrected Shangchen in advance, intercepting everything meant for Huofeng and shearing a massive number of lottery chances from him. It was even more refreshing than chugging a bottle of ice-cold cola in the middle of summer. Meanwhile, on the internet, the Southwest Alchemist Seminar competition was once again pushed to the trending searches. Countless people were analyzing Shang Chen's refining techniques, and even more were shocked by the azure spirit flame he controlled. The capital, Tianji Pavilion. A woman was watching a video sent by her subordinates. This video was much clearer than the ones circulating online. Even the smile on the corner of Shang Chen's mouth was visible. It was precisely because of this video that all the alchemists employed by the Tianji Pavilion were left in awe. Miss Siyun, we are ashamed to admit that even we cannot match such refining techniques. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Upon hearing this, a flash of surprise crossed the woman's eyes. These individuals were the best alchemists she could hire, holding significant reputations even in the capital. Yet, even they admitted that the mysterious youth in the video possessed extremely high alchemy skills. But what concerned her the most was that the black robe with red clouds worn by this youth was from the same organization as Akatsuki from the Prodigy Council, and the mysterious person who showed great power in the Azure Immortal Emperor Valley a few days ago to seize the greatest opportunity. The Reincarnation Hall. Just what was the origin of this organization? How could they assemble these powerful ability users all at once? The woman was puzzled, but as a member of the Tianji Pavilion, she felt an urge to uncover any unknown intelligence. It was precisely because she went to great lengths to understand everything that she had become a core member of the Tianji Pavilion at such a young age. However, she had absolutely no lead regarding the Reincarnation Hall. It was as if the organization had appeared out of thin air, which frustrated her. It wasn't until she looked at the Tower of Prodigies in her hand that a sudden smile played across her lips. Right then, Shangchen blocked everyone's line of sight and slipped a box into Joey's hand. Take this and put it in your secret base. It reduces the influence of inner demons during cultivation. The higher your level, the more important it becomes. It's far more valuable than just consuming it in one go. Joey took a discreet peek. It was the wooden box containing the heart-cleansing pill. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately stowed it into his storage space. The temptation of this item was unimaginable to some. He absolutely could not let anyone know it was in his possession, otherwise, it might lead to a catastrophe like the extermination of his entire clan. As long as no one else knew about this, the perfect great heart cleansing pill belonged to the Reincarnation Hall. What did that have to do with him, Joey? As expected of someone who had died once before, his mind was incredibly meticulous. Joey gave him an imperceptible nod. You've given everything to me, so what about you? Shang Chen's lips curled upward as he pointed toward the podium. Don't worry, I've already found my own path of cultivation, and the key is the first place prize. Otherwise, why would I have gone out of my way to participate in this seminar? The prize for first place in this seminar, aside from several precious medicinal herbs, was a massive cauldron unearthed from ancient ruins. Rumor had it that it was a medicinal cauldron used by ancient Qi practitioners. However, because no one knew how to use such a large furnace, it had been designated as the top prize. On the podium, Shangchen swept his hand and took the giant cauldron into his possession. This further convinced everyone of the Reincarnation Hall's extraordinary background. Otherwise, where would such a massive storage space come from? Meanwhile, Huofeng watched Shangchen's elegant black robe with red clouds fluttering at the highest point, gritting his teeth in hatred. At that moment, Shangchen happened to spot him. Remembering that Joey had mentioned seizing Huofeng's providence, Shangchen smiled and raised the medal in his hand, gesturing toward the fourth place position. Huofeng felt a sudden surge of blood pressure. Thinking about how he had lost first place so miserably and how he couldn't imagine how the old man back home would deal with him, he finally couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing limply to the ground. The onlookers were stunned by the scene. Most importantly, throughout this seminar, Huofeng had targeted Shangchen in various ways, yet Shangchen now stood at the very top of the podium. Comparing the two, even Yen Yen's brow furrowed slightly, and Gu Ding's gaze was filled with even more disdain. To spit blood and make a fool of yourself in public over a single failure, such a weak temperament. Is this how old manhwa of the Magic City teaches his juniors? I think the cooperation between the Yen and Hua families should wait a bit longer. Hearing Yen Yen's cold judgment, Huofeng's eyes finally rolled back, and he fainted completely. At the same time, the final system notification popped up before Zhou Yi's eyes. By infuriating Huofeng to the point of vomiting blood and fainting in public, you have exposed his hypocritical nature. It will now be difficult for him to gain recognition from the alchemy families of the imperial capital. He has completely lost his destiny. You have gained 15 gacha draws. Zhou Yi nodded. Just then, the Tower of Prodigies in his arms suddenly gave a slight vibration. His eyes narrowed slightly. This meant the second Prodigy Council was about to begin. Zhou Yi bid farewell to Old Man Chang. At this moment, the old man was excitedly applauding Shangchen. Although he was reluctant to part with this agreeable junior of the Zhou family, he saw that Zhou Yi truly seemed to have urgent business. Since the seminar still had several steps to conclude and he couldn't leave himself, he could only arrange for someone to send Zhou Yi back. Soon, Zhou Yi returned to his room. Watching the Tower of Prodigies vibrate more and more violently, he willed himself to change into the black cloak with red clouds and released his resistance, allowing himself to be sucked into the tower. When he opened his eyes, he had once again arrived above that void of white clouds. By now, several people were already seated, waiting for the council to begin. Zhou Yi skillfully pulled out his seat and waited for the others to arrive. Only this time, no one dared to cause trouble again. Instead, the looks directed at him were filled with trepidation. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared at the Prodigy Council. Upon her arrival, she immediately looked toward Zhou Yi, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar brilliance. Xiao, your reincarnation hall truly produces genius after genius. Not only did you steal the show at the Azure Immortal Emperor Valley, but you also walked away with the largest slice of the cake. So, was the person who entered the Azure Immortal Emperor Valley another member of your organization, or was it you personally? Hearing the woman's inquiry, Zhou Yi slowly raised his head, the mangekyo manifesting within his pupils. In that instant, the woman felt as if she were being watched by a terrifying entity. Her heart tightened immediately with tension. I understand. Please forgive my forwardness. I shouldn't have pried into your organization's affairs. Finally, the woman was the first to yield. Those eyes were even sharper than the pavilion master's. After only a few seconds of eye contact, her back was nearly drenched in sweat. Don't let there be a next time. In front of this group of prodigies, who were sharper than monkeys, Zhou Yi refused to say a single unnecessary word to avoid exposing his identity. However, just then, a burly figure suddenly appeared, cursing and swearing while pulling out a chair. Motherfucker! Why hold a prodigy council now? Don't they know I'm in the middle of a war? I almost got hacked into mincemeat. Yet, just as he was about to sit down, he saw Zhou Yi across from him with his crimson gaze, and his movements instantly froze. You seem to be in high spirits. It looks like you've prepared the tribute, so hand it over. The burly man's face was written with reluctance, but with his life held in Zhou Yi's hands, he could only heart-wrenchingly pull out a fruit that looked like an eye. The spirit eye fruit, harvested from the 1,000-pupil tree. This is a very precious species of tree that has thousands of eyes on its trunk, yet it only produces a single fruit in its lifetime. Once it bears fruit, all the eyes wither, channeling all their ocular power into it. Therefore, this spirit eye fruit can significantly enhance the power of spirit eye abilities. Zhou Yi smiled as he weighed the spirit eye fruit in his hand. MHM, top quality. It seemed Chu Liantian really looked after him. Even for Chu Liantian, giving up a spiritual treasure like this would be a major blow to his wallet. If he knew that this spirit eye fruit was being handed over by the burly man to his future archenemy, one wondered if he would be so enraged that he'd whip him to death on the spot. Zhou Yi stored the spirit eye fruit into the prodigy tower, and several potions for enhancing ocular techniques immediately came to mind. In the past, he would have had to ask the old man to contact Elder Chang or other alchemists, but now, with Shang Chen, he didn't have to worry about these things. He could even help Shang Chen improve his strength, truly killing two birds with one stone. Having stowed away the spirit eye fruit and seeing that the council had not yet officially begun, Joey felt a bit bored and his hands grew itchy. He delved his consciousness into the system space, rubbed his hands together, and initiated a 10 pull. I'm currently at the Prodigy Council, which should be a place where great fortune converges, and I just obtained a spirit eye fruit, which means my luck is good. I hope to pull a few good items. Joey pressed his palms together and then randomly selected several blind boxes that caught his eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully pulling common rewards, spiritual power supplement +5. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing a rare reward, C rank summoning power. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing a transcendent reward, Amaterasu trial card +1. Zhou Yi's eyes brightened slightly. He hadn't expected to draw another trump card trial card, especially the incredibly powerful Amaterasu Black Flames. The other items weren't bad either, with the lowest being common rank. It seemed that the lottery results depended not only on luck but also on the location. In the future, he could specifically seek out unique locations where massive amounts of luck converged to perform his draws. A smile flickered across Zhou Yi's face, and even the gaze of his Mangekyo Sharingan softened considerably. Finally, the young man in luxurious robes presiding over the meeting appeared and slowly took his seat, signaling the formal commencement of this Prodigy Council. Everyone, the Prodigy Council wasn't originally scheduled to take place so soon. However, due to a sudden turn of events, I had no choice but to convene this meeting and invite you all to discuss it together. Alright, stop dragging your feet and get to the point. My time is precious, can you afford to waste it? If there is nothing truly important, I'm out of here. My family's campaign is waiting for me to lead the charge. The burly man slammed his hand on the table and shouted loudly. He had already been grumbling about the sudden start of the council, and having just been extorted out of a precious spiritual fruit by Joey, he was seething with suppressed rage. The appearance of the robed youth provided him with a perfect outlet for his frustration. However, the youth merely glanced at the burly man and let out a disdainful cold snort. If you're venting your anger on me just because you were too incompetent to keep your own belongings, you've got the wrong idea. What I'm about to discuss concerns a secret realm. If you don't want to listen, you can leave right now. You muscle-bound, simple-minded fool. You! The burly man wanted to retort, but at the mention of a secret realm, he forcefully suppressed his anger and sank back into his seat. Compared to profit, what was pride worth? Zhou Yi and the others also turned their solemn gazes toward the youth. Seeing that no one intended to leave, the robed young man finally spoke, revealing the details of the secret realm. A spatial rift has appeared at the border of Donghuang. Our family sent scouts inside, only to discover a secret realm that has never been seen before. It's like a void of stellar space. According to our investigation, this realm is fraught with danger, inhabited by many powerful stellar beasts. However, it also holds great opportunities, such as spiritual herbs infused with stellar power, and even supreme treasures that can grant one stellar attribute awakened abilities. Upon hearing this, everyone present felt their eyes light up. Yet, even amidst the excitement, some remained clear-headed. A woman who had not yet spoken was the first to raise a question. Since your family found such a realm, why tell us? Are we to believe you wanted to share such good news out of the goodness of your heart? Or are you inviting us to explore the opportunities in this realm together? As she spoke, even she couldn't help but let out a mocking chuckle. However, the robed youth's next words left everyone momentarily stunned. That's right. In the name of the Prodigy Council, I am inviting all of you geniuses to form the strongest team with me and head into the secret realm together. Zhou Yi's eyebrows twitched slightly. Knowing there was no such thing as a free lunch, he knew the young man in luxurious robes definitely had more to say. Sure enough, he pulled out a list, and his expression grew solemn. According to the agreement reached by the various families, only those of us from the younger generation are allowed to enter this secret realm. I have received word that members of other families, as well as my own siblings, have found powerful teams and organizations to support them. Therefore, I wish to invite you all to join my team. I only need you to help me defeat the other groups. Once the deed is done, we will rely on our own abilities. Any opportunities or treasures you obtain will be yours to keep. I will not interfere. What do you say?" Hearing these terms, the crowd fell into a brief silence. Then, the woman from the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion was the first to raise her hand. "I am willing to join." Another person nodded as well, agreeing to form a team. However, several geniuses from the alien races sneered and rejected the young man. He didn't get angry but instead turned his gaze toward Joey. "I wonder if the reincarnation hall is willing to lend me a hand." Upon hearing this, Joey remained silent for a few seconds before letting out a light chuckle. "I have other matters to attend to and cannot participate, but an acquaintance of yours can represent the reincarnation hall." "Who's there?" "Yuzuan." "Yuzuan?" Everyone was shocked, and Si-yun couldn't help but cry out. Ever since the video of Yuzuan using the Tsukuyami illusion to distort reality went viral across the entire internet, the name had become an object of worship for countless people. Even the alien races from the outer realms had become much more subdued. In order to gather more intelligence on Yuzuan, the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion had mobilized all its resources over this period, searching like mad for any trace of him. Yet, it was as if Yuzuan had appeared out of thin air and vanished just as suddenly. Everything known about him was limited to that single video. Even though the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion wanted to include him in the star rankings, they had no starting point, so they assigned the task to Si-yun. Consequently, Si-yun had nearly gone mad searching for Yuzuan during this time. She never expected to hear that name again at the Prodigy Council. "You can contact Yuzuan?" Si-yun suddenly leaned in close to Joey. The woman, who had previously appeared composed and in control of everything, now had a face filled with urgency. A faint fragrance wafted into Joey's nostrils, causing him to lean back subtly. "Woman, don't even think about disturbing my state of mind. Be careful, or I'll run you through with my spear." Si-yun also realized her loss of composure. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she cleared her throat, regaining her usual calm. "If possible, please tell Senior Yuzuan that I hope he will allow me to follow him during this Star Secret Realm expedition. I won't do anything else. I only wish to collect intelligence for the star rankings. I can even do anything for the senior. Furthermore, we won't let Senior Yuzuan suffer any loss." Once the exploration of the Star Secret Realm concludes, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is willing to offer a grand gift that will surely satisfy you. As for the Reincarnation Hall, we are also willing to present this as a token of our gratitude. Her tone was incredibly sincere as she pushed a glowing sphere toward Joey. Joey opened it to find a B-grade combat technique called Hidden Spirit Secret Art. Despite its grade, its value was immense, easily rivaling that of an S-grade technique. The ability of this move was quite unique. It could conceal one's cultivation realm, aura, and even one's very presence. Moreover, it could be learned by any ability user regardless of their attribute. Once mastered, unless faced with a specialized exploration type ability, it would be difficult for even an ability user an entire major realm higher to see through your true strength. It could be said that this combat technique was exactly what Joey urgently needed. Furthermore, he already intended to leak information about Yuzuan to ascend the star rankings, suppress those geniuses beneath him, and claim a share of the Heavenly Dao's luck and gacha opportunities. Consequently, he didn't stand on ceremony and directly pocketed the glowing sphere. To his surprise, Si-yun was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. If Joey hadn't been so thick-skinned, he might have felt embarrassed. After all, both parties' goals were aligned from the start. Not only was he making them feel deeply indebted to him, but he was also taking their benefits, and by simply switching identities, he could collect 2 sets of rewards. Was there anything easier than this? Si-yun actually had her own little schemes as well. Besides Yuzuan, she was very interested in the Reincarnation Hall. By using the Hidden Spirit Secret Art as a bridge, if she could leave a good impression on the Reincarnation Hall, it would be much easier to initiate future cooperation. Plan success. At that moment, however, someone else raised a question. Now that the number of participants has been settled, when do we set out? And where do we meet? Rest assured, the Star Secret Realm will open within the next 2 days. Everyone just needs to be prepared. As for how to gather, I've already thought of a solution. Everyone, please take out your prodigy towers. The youth in magnificent robes finished speaking and flicked his fingers, sending several streaks of light into the towers of the team members. These are teleportation items that will transport you to the corresponding coordinates at a specific time. The Prodigy Tower will give you an early warning. Also, Shao, you must hand your Prodigy Tower to Senior Yuzuan before the teleportation occurs. Even someone as arrogant as the robed youth subconsciously added an honorific when addressing Yuzuan, showing just how deeply this persona had impressed people. Joey nodded, and then felt the world spin before his eyes. When he opened them again, he had returned to the original world. He immediately went to the secret base, only to find that Shang-Chen had already been waiting there for a long time. Unlike earlier that day, there was now a massive furnace in the secret base, currently emitting rolling waves of heat. Even Joey was nearly pushed back by the pressure when he first entered. But what shocked him even more was that Shang-Chen was currently sitting cross-legged inside the giant cauldron, tempering his own body with the azure spirit flame. This time, however, his body wasn't being refined into a pill like before. Instead, it emitted a faint golden light, looking exceptionally divine. Seeing this, Joey did not interrupt. He quietly placed the perfect heart-cleansing pill into the pre-built cabinet. However, Shang-Chen had already sensed Joey's arrival. He immediately ceased his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, even Joey felt a suffocating pressure wash over him. Joey estimated that if he didn't use cheat-level abilities like the Mangekyo Sharingan or Hashirama cells, even he might find it difficult to defeat Shang-Chen. But if he went all out, Shang-Chen wouldn't last 2 seconds. It was hard to imagine that a youth of such strength was an alchemist who had been obsessed with the Tao of refining since childhood. If word got out, 99% of people wouldn't believe it, and the remaining 1% would have to be found in a mental asylum. After all, it was common knowledge that alchemists were physically weak and lacked combat prowess. It was clear that after nearly refining himself to death once, Shang-Chen had truly discovered the ancient path of refinement and had already succeeded. Is this the path of self-refinement? Truly impressive. What rank of ability development would you say you've reached now? Hearing Joey's question, Shang-Chen thought for a moment before answering, probably at the peak of rank 1, very close to the standard of rank 2. Joey nodded, then handed the Spirit Eye fruit and all the other spiritual herbs over to Shang-Chen. The quality of this item is excellent. It can be used to refine several types of potions that enhance ocular abilities. Where did you get it? Even Shang-Chen was somewhat surprised upon seeing the plump Spirit Eye fruit. I fleeced it off a wealthy tycoon who has more money than sense. I'm leaving these all to you. I won't give random orders. Just blend them and refine the medicine however you see fit. I need to head out for a bit and probably won't be back for a few days, so I'm counting on you to look after the secret base. Shang-Chen smiled and agreed to his request. Joey's absolute trust gave him a massive boost in motivation. Furthermore, refining spiritual medicine was extremely beneficial for his cultivation of the ancient refinement path, so he immediately ignited the massive cauldron and got to work. Seeing this, Joey did not disturb him further. He turned to leave the secret chamber and picked up the secret technique of hidden spirit in his hand. What he didn't know was that there was one thing Si-Yin hadn't mentioned. While the secret technique of hidden spirit was heaven-defying, it was also incredibly difficult to cultivate. Even S-rank geniuses would need several days to master this single move. Thus, she never imagined that anyone in the reincarnation hall could learn it before the starry secret realm opened. However, she also didn't expect that Joey had a cheat code. He directly activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, using the powerful ocular technique to analyze the essence of the move bit by bit. Before long, he closed the secret manual in his hand. In the next second, Joey's ability rank began to blur until it vanished completely. As long as he was unwilling to show it, it would be difficult for any ability user below rank 3 to see through his true level. In less than half an hour, he had already completely mastered this secret technique. Now, all that's left is to wait for Shang Chen's potions to be finished. A hint of anticipation flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes. However, with only a few days left until the Starry Secret Realm opened, it was too late to slowly develop his abilities using spirit coins. Furthermore, regarding the other exclusive skills for his Yuzuan persona, he had already drawn them all except for the most crucial and world-renowned top-tier ocular technique, Tsukuyami. It had yet to appear. Thus, Joey decided to use his remaining gacha chances to take a gamble and see if he could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. But he didn't act rashly. His experience with the lucky draw at the Prodigy Council made him realize that to pull good items, unless his luck was truly extraordinary, the drop rates were higher when he was in a place of great destiny or associated with a protagonist of fate. After all, protagonists of every stripe usually gained boundless power after sacrificing their parents. If he sacrificed a protagonist to the heavens, wouldn't he be invincible? Joey considered his targets. Thinking it best to be cautious for his first time leeching luck, he hailed a cab and returned to the Zhoutian villa. At this time, old man Zhou Mingzhan's birthday banquet had just concluded, and the festive atmosphere still lingered around the villa, refusing to dissipate. However, the old man was busy, and his parents had left long ago, so he didn't visit anyone else this time and headed straight for the courtyard of his uncle Zhou Zhenyan's family. At this moment, Zhou Zhenyan and his wife were sitting under a pergola, sipping drinks while accompanying Zhou Hao as he developed his superpower. It was noon, and the little guy was under the scorching sun. Although he was sweating profusely, his horse stance was meticulous, and the expression on his small face was exceptionally serious. However, whenever he looked at the drinks in his parents' hands, a hint of longing flashed in the little guy's eyes. The two saw this and were laughing inwardly, but on the surface, they pretended to enjoy their shared drinks, acting as if they hadn't noticed Zhou Hao's gaze. Ha, what a pair of child-forgetting parents. Uncle, I haven't seen you for a while. You're living quite the life of luxury. Just then, Zhou Yi's hearty laughter echoed from outside the gate. Zhou Zhenyan was slightly stunned, his face immediately lighting up with surprise. The couple hurried to open the door for Zhou Yi. Little Zhou Hao also rushed over, his eyes shining as he looked at the older brother he worshipped. Xiao Yi, you've got it wrong. This was Hao's own request. He said he wanted to endure training beyond ordinary people so he could grow up quickly and chase after your footsteps. We're doing this for the boy's own good. Mental willpower is also a form of training. Otherwise, who would eat and drink like this every day? Even the body couldn't handle it. After saying this, Zhou Zhenyan put on an "only I know my pain" expression, which brought tears to Zhou Hao's eyes. Dad, the training I meant was developing my superpower, not this kind of mental torture. If eating and drinking is really that painful, why don't you let me share the burden for you? After some banter, Joey finally turned his attention to the little sprout, Zhou Hao. However, one look was enough to give Zhou Yi a start. How long has Xiao Hao been practicing? He's already at the middle stage of Tier 1. Mentioning his son's cultivation level, Zhou Zhenyan's face was filled with pride. The old man sent over quite a few cultivation resources, but Xiao Hao himself is very hard-working. He keeps saying he wants to catch up to you, which is why he could reach the middle stage of Tier 1 so quickly. Zhou Yi nodded. Even among the children of destiny, Zhou Hao's talent could be considered top tier. Combined with his diligence, his future was limitless. However, Joey didn't mention that he himself had only broken through to Tier 1 during the old man's birthday banquet, yet he was already at the peak of Tier 1 now. Everyone took it for granted that Joey was a freak of nature who transcended genius. Although they couldn't see his exact level, it certainly wouldn't be lower than Zhou Hao's. Nevertheless, Joey had not forgotten the purpose of this trip. He quickly had Zhou Hao stand beside him, then sat down cross-legged under the puzzled gazes of everyone, sinking his consciousness into the system space. System, give me a 10 pull first to test the waters. Before his voice faded, 30 blind boxes were already lined up before Zhou Yi's eyes. He casually picked a few numbers that looked pleasing to the eye. Following a series of flashes, 10 system notifications popped up in front of him. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing a rare reward, B rank water attribute combat skill, water pistol jutsu. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing a rare reward, clone jutsu. Zhou's eyes lit up. This 10 pull had yielded 2 rare rewards, both of which were highly practical. The remaining rewards were all of common grade. It was one of those rare draws that contained no ordinary tier filler. It seemed that the metaphysical trick of leeching luck from the Child of Destiny actually worked. Striking while the iron was hot, he set aside 20 draws as a safety net in one single draw for later, then decided to dump all his remaining chances in one go. Today was the day to settle it once and for all. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing a common reward, wire-controlled hidden weapons plus 50. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing a rare reward, the first gate of the 8 inner gates, the gate of opening. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully drawing an extraordinary reward, special category upgrade, a specific reward to extraordinary status. Watching the flurry of notifications, Zhou's mouth hung open in shock. Is this the power of the Child of Destiny? Truly terrifying. Although this all-in gamble hadn't yielded the Tsukuyomi he wanted most, he never expected to pull the pinnacle of Taijutsu, one of the 8 inner gates. Furthermore, according to the system's description, the current 8 inner gates had been modified to be fueled by spiritual energy, greatly reducing the physical burden on the body. Even though it was only the gate of opening, it was more than enough for him to showcase his might. As for the sole extraordinary reward he drew, it allowed him to elevate any single reward to the extraordinary tier. At a critical moment, this reward could be a literal lifesaver. After carefully stowing away the extraordinary reward, Zhou glanced at the final draw he had saved for himself. After hesitating for a moment, he exited the system space. Back in the outside world, Zhou Zhenyan and his family were wondering why Zhou had gone silent. When Zhou suddenly snapped his eyes open, it gave them quite a start. Zhou looked at little Zhou Hao and patted the boy's head with a smile. Zhou's movements were so gentle that the little fellow acted like a puppy, squinting his eyes and affectionately rubbing his head against Zhou's palm. Zhou spoke up and asked, "Xiao Hao, there's something Big Brother really wants to get. Do you think I can get it?" Hearing this, Zhou Hao immediately looked up and replied with a firm gaze, "Big Brother will definitely succeed." Having received the answer he wanted, Zhou gave a gentle smile and whispered a brief apology before returning to the system space. This time, not only had he performed a head pat kill on the Child of Destiny, but he had also received his verbal affirmation. The buffs were stacked to the max. Determined, he used his final lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a transcendent reward, the exclusive skilled Tsukuyomi. It finally paid off. Zhou pumped his fist in excitement. No wonder everyone in novels likes to be the protagonist's sidekick. Having a Child of Destiny by your side feels incredible. It looks like I'll have to cling tightly to Zhou's golden thighs from now on. After exiting the system space, Zhou spent a little more time playing with Zhou's family until he suddenly heard a majestic voice. "You return home and don't come to see your grandfather first, but instead hide away here to slack off?" Zhou turned around and saw that the old master had appeared at the doorway at some unknown point. Although his expression was stern, his eyes were full of warmth. Clearly, he wasn't actually angry. The moment Zhou Zhangyan saw the old master, he became as obedient as a mouse seeing an eagle. Zhou Hao also stood dutifully between Zhou and Zhou Zhangyan. The old master glanced at him, nodded, and offered a faint smile. "Not bad. Your strength is improving rapidly. You will be ERS right-hand man in the future. Don't worry, Grandpa. I will definitely get stronger and help brother beat up the bad guys." The little fellow's eyes sparkled the moment he heard he would be Zhou's helper, becoming bold even in front of the grandfather he feared most. His innocent words made everyone present burst into laughter, and even the wrinkles on Zhou Mingzhan's face softened significantly. Zheng Yan, educate this child well. With his talent and temperament, his future achievements will certainly not be low. As for you, kid, come with me. Hearing the old master's command, Zhou had no choice but to bid farewell to his uncle's family and follow Zhou Mingzhan back to his study. What have you been up to lately? How is your ability development going, and what is your current realm? Zhou Mingzhan had intended to check the strength of his heir, but he was startled to find that he couldn't see through Zhou's depth at first glance. His gaze turned suspicious and surprised. Joey gave a smug smile and deactivated the spirit concealment technique. The power of a peak Tier 1 instantly erupted within the study. Zhou Mingzhan happened to be taking a sip of tea, which he promptly spat out. "You rascal! How long has it been, and you're already at peak Tier 1? Even the most peerless geniuses don't develop their abilities this fast. But don't get too arrogant. I've heard that several geniuses have emerged in the surrounding cities who have already broken through to Tier 2. There are only 2 weeks left until the college entrance examination. If you want to surpass them, you still have a long way to go." Zhou Mingzhan's face was filled with shock. Only after carefully confirming that Zhou Yi's strength was no fluke did he burst into a satisfied laugh. However, immediately following this, he gave a few routine words of warning and discipline. Zhou Yi hurriedly expressed his understanding, and only then did the old man wave his hand contentedly, dismissing him from the study. "By the way, have you found any more spiritual herbs lately? I can help you contact an alchemist." "No need, Grandpa. I've already secured a channel for refining medicine. Don't worry." Watching Zhou Yi's retreating back as he practically fled, Zhou Mingzhan shook his head with a smile. Since the last birthday banquet, he felt that Zhou Yi had truly grown up. He hadn't expected that in terms of cultivation speed, the boy would actually overtake Zhou Hao, who possessed the supreme heavenly bone. And in terms of worldly wisdom, this kid had already begun to cultivate his own network of connections. He truly lived up to being his chosen successor. Zhou Mingzhan instantly made up his mind. Once the college entrance exams were over, he would send Zhou Yi to the testing grounds of the ancestral family heads to receive the vital inheritance in his capacity as the young master. Boy, that place isn't as simple as the small-scale secret realms you're playing in now. If your strength is insufficient even by a tiny fraction, you'll be devoured until not even scraps remain. But as long as you are strong enough, you will surely undergo a complete metamorphosis there. If Joey knew what the old man was thinking, he would certainly have been unable to resist complaining. He was indeed managing connections, but those were either his own alt accounts or subordinates he had reincarnated. After leaving the study, Joey breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, his phone received a message. He opened it, and his face instantly lit up with joy. The potions refined by Shang Chen were ready. And so, after greeting Zhou Jingyan's family and offering a few words of encouragement to Zhou Hao, he drove back to his own little den. When he pushed open the door to the secret room, he saw that Shang Chen had long been waiting for him. However, compared to this morning, Shang Chen had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. His body had become even more slender, yet it hummed with explosive power. A crystal ball, or rather, a golden core, floated in his hand, emitting ripples of light, while his other hand held a scepter. He looked like a mage, his entire aura becoming shrouded in mystery. "Are you cosplaying? How did you end up like this?" Hearing Zhou Yi's jab, Shang Chen couldn't help but laugh as he explained. "This is the form most suited for the Tao of refining. I am now the sole true successor of the refining Tao, in other words, the unique mandate of heaven for the great Tao of refining. The golden core in my hand is transformed from the medicine cauldron, representing alchemy. The scepter represents smithing. It's a weapon specially crafted by the refining Tao, containing various gadgets I made in my spare time. If someone truly mistakes me for a mage, I'll definitely show them the meaning of the word surprise. After hearing this, the way Zhou looked at Shang Chen changed completely, his envy so great he nearly burst into tears. The Tao of alchemy truly embodies single-mindedness, focusing all its destiny upon Shang Chen. It stands in stark contrast to the heavenly Tao, which acknowledges suns everywhere, only to surround him with them while constantly plotting his demise. By the way, what you asked for is on the shelf. It's perfect for you. If there's nothing else, I'm going back to my cultivation." Shang Chen patted Zhou on the shoulder with a smile. The golden core in his hand instantly transformed back into a giant cauldron, which he climbed back into, causing Zhou's eyelid to twitch at the sight. This cultivation method always reminded him of that strange pill used to summon Shang Chen. He wondered if the remaining ones were still in the hands of various grandmaster alchemists. Zhou shook his head vigorously, forcing himself to stop dwelling on it, and turned his gaze toward the shelf nearby. Beside the perfect heart-clearing pill, a small vial had appeared on the shelf. When Joey opened it, he was startled to see 2 drops of liquid shimmering with a faint halo inside. Pupil cleansing spirit fluid, an exclusive potion for top-tier spirit eye abilities. It significantly enhances the power of eye-based supernatural powers. When used by an ordinary spirit eye user at the peak of rank 1, it allows them to battle rank 2 opponents. If the quality is high enough, it can even upgrade the rank of the ability itself. It is an extremely difficult top-grade potion to refine. Joey had initially assumed Shang Chen would refine something like a spirit eye pill, but he hadn't expected him to produce pupil cleansing spirit fluid directly, raising the quality by several tiers. Adhering to the principle that a Destiny villain shouldn't be a hoarder, he immediately dripped the spirit fluid into both eyes, not wasting half a second. In the next instant, Joey felt a wave of coolness wash over his eyes. To his surprise, he noticed the patterns of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan becoming even more intricate. His exclusive skills Kamui, Susanoo, Tsukuyomi. Joey felt violent ocular power raging within his eyes. 2 streaks of bloody tears trickled from the corners of his eyes, and he felt as if his head was about to explode. However, he also keenly sensed that his Mangekyo ocular power, which had been stagnant for a long time, was finally beginning to grow slowly. Enduring the agonizing pain, Joey pulled a massive amount of spirit coins from his storage space and began frantically absorbing spiritual energy. He channeled it all into his various exclusive ocular techniques, causing bursts of blinding light to erupt within the secret chamber. Inside the giant cauldron, Shang Chen nodded upon seeing this scene before closing his eyes to immerse himself back into his own refinement and cultivation. After an unknown amount of time, Joey finally opened his eyes again, a look of pleasant surprise crossing his face. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had successfully ascended to SSS rank. Sensing his upgraded eyes, Joey immediately noticed the difference. These eyes were now perfectly fused with him. The execution of all ocular techniques and exclusive skills had become exceptionally smooth, responding to his will as naturally as his own limbs. If obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan before was merely a stroke of luck from a prize draw, these eyes now truly belonged to him as his own eternal Mangekyo. With his current ocular techniques, he could easily crush 3 of his former selves. After adapting to the evolved Mangekyo, Joey glanced at the giant cauldron nearby. Since Shang Chen was now fully immersed in cultivation, Joey did not disturb him. He simply offered a silent word of thanks in his heart before leaving the secret chamber. Afterward, Joey washed up and tidied himself. He slept for the better part of the day to restore his spirit and spiritual energy to their peak states, until he finally felt the vibration from the Tower of Geniuses. It's time for the prison sovereign to reappear in the world. Joey chuckled softly, donned a black robe adorned with red clouds, and then relaxed his mind, allowing the Tower of Prodigies to pull him in. This time, he not only possessed more powerful combat techniques and abilities but also held several trump cards in 20 lottery draws in reserve enough to handle any situation. When color returned to his vision, he found himself standing beside a massive cliff waterfall. The other members of the Prodigy Council had already arrived. When he appeared, they all turned their gaze toward him simultaneously. Si-yun, in particular, wore a face full of anticipation. However, upon seeing the familiar black robe with red clouds and the hood obscuring his face, their expressions turned to disappointment. Then, a realization suddenly dawned on them. Was Yuzun wearing the Reincarnation Hall uniform simply because he borrowed it, or was he an actual member of the Reincarnation Hall? Or perhaps the person before them wasn't Yuzun at all, but a member of the Reincarnation Hall posing as him? Everyone present looked rather uneasy, yet none dared to voice their frustration. Setting aside the possibility that this truly was Yuzun, even if it were just a regular member of the Reincarnation Hall, they would still be extraordinary. Sparking internal conflict within the team before entering the Starry Secret Realm would be a fatal mistake. At that moment, Longhua cleared his throat and turned to discuss the rules of the Starry Secret Realm. As expected, the group's attention was drawn away, and they stopped dwelling on the issue. To enter the Starry Secret Realm this time, there is only one requirement: you must possess enough Star Jade plaques. With that, Longhua held up a jade pendant. It shimmered with a faint starlight, looking exceptionally exquisite. Before the realm opens, various factions will battle one another. The victors can seize the losers' plaques. The more plaques you hold, the more opportunities and fortunes you can unlock upon entering the realm. If a team's plaques are stolen, they lose their eligibility to enter. However, they can still hunt for other teams' plaques. As long as you hold at least one plaque before the realm opens, you can enter. I suggest we first find a few weaker teams to understand each other's abilities before searching for more suitable targets. What do you think? As the group discussed their tactics, several figures suddenly streaked past them, coming to a halt on the tree branches above. They looked down upon the group from their high vantage point. Long Hua, look at the rabble you've gathered. You think they can compete with the Shifang Alliance? They're nothing more than a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. The Manjikyu Sharingan in Zhou Esi spun slowly as he glanced at the group above. His gaze lingered on a young man who shared a 50% resemblance to Long Hua. He turned to look at Long Hua, who appeared both indignant and helpless. That is Long Ling, a direct descendant of another branch of our Long family. He's leading one of the teams for this starry secret realm. I heard he gained the support of the Shifang Alliance, with one of their genius vice leaders personally leading the team. It seems the rumors were true. Long Ling is considered one of the favorites for this realm exploration. I didn't expect to run into him right at the start. What bad luck! At this point, Si Yun thoughtfully explained to Joey. The Shifang Alliance is a power that spans 3 cities in the Central Plains. It recruits many geniuses and possesses formidable strength. Joey nodded to show he understood, though there was one thing he didn't say. Maybe your luck is bad simply because you have a destined villain like me on your team? Joey thought for a moment. To ensure the team entered the realm smoothly and to reveal his identity and dispel everyone's doubts, he looked at the grim-faced Long Hua and asked in a low, deep voice. As long as I incapacitate them, I can take the jade plaques, right? The unfamiliar voice caused everyone present to freeze for a moment. Long Hua, who had been prepared to make a tactical retreat, saw his eyes light up as he looked toward Joey. That's right. With senior prison sovereign here, how could we possibly fear Long Ling and those people from the Shifang Alliance? He then bowed respectfully to Joey, his previous arrogance completely vanished, replaced by the humble demeanor of a junior addressing a senior. Senior prison sovereign, please take me to the top and show me your glory. However, Long Ling and his group, who were watching the spectacle from the treetops, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, Long Hua, have you lost your mind? What is this guy supposed to be? He doesn't even have an ability realm, yet he wants to take on our entire group alone? His strength is mediocre, but his arrogance is certainly massive. But just then, a shifty-eyed man from the Decagon Alliance suddenly spotted Joey. He hurriedly leaned in toward his leader and whispered. Boss, look at that person. The two glanced over dismissively, but their hearts skipped a beat when they caught sight of the black robe with red clouds, a design that had become incredibly famous recently. How did that fellow Long Hua manage to invite someone from the reincarnation hall? Those guys are not to be trifled with. They are not only mysterious, but every single one of them is extremely difficult to deal with. However, after a brief moment of panic, a youth within the Decagon Alliance suddenly shouted a rebuke. What are you afraid of? Black robes with red clouds are everywhere nowadays. The opponent isn't necessarily from the reincarnation hall. Besides, even if he is, so what? We have so many people in the Decagon Alliance, could we possibly lose to just one person? As for our strategy, why don't we strike first and wipe them all out to avoid any complications later? Young Master Long, what do you think? The youth's words immediately invigorated Long Ling, and the subordinates of the Decagon Alliance regained their fighting spirit. Hearing his words, Long Ling nodded. With a shared glance, everyone on the branches suddenly jumped down, charging toward the members of the Prodigy Council to slaughter them. Long Hua and his group seemed unable to react at first, and before they could even offer resistance, they were all subdued one by one. Even the only troublesome one, Joey, was quickly pinned under the feet of Long Ling and the youth. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Young Master Long, how do you think we should handle these people? A flash of ruthlessness crossed Long Ling's eyes. To ensure Long Hua's group lost their eligibility entirely, the only way was to kill. The youth immediately understood his meaning. The members of the Decagon Alliance grinned cruelly, brandishing their blades to decapitate them. However, at that exact moment, the bodies of everyone lying on the ground suddenly swelled up and transformed into a swarm of crows, trapping the Decagon Alliance and Long Ling entirely. In the next second, Long Ling discovered to his horror that he was nailed to a cross, while his good brother Long Hua was holding a dagger, stabbing it ruthlessly into his heart. What is this AH? In the outside world, from the very moment they made eye contact with Joey, they had all fallen from the branches. Lured in bit by bit, they had fallen completely into the Tsukuyomi illusion, unable to break free. Meanwhile, the members of the Prodigy Council were already dumbfounded by the scene. Is this the prison sovereign's illusion technique that once distorted reality? The hearts of everyone in the Prodigy Council shuddered. The one before them really was the prison sovereign. It was their first time watching the prison sovereign fight at such close range. They hadn't expected that with just a single glance, the entire opposing group would silently fall into an illusion. Among them were two top-tier experts, Long Ling and the vice leader of the Shifang Alliance. As for Prison Sovereign, forget about using any hypnosis tools or gestures, they couldn't even detect a single ripple of spiritual energy from him. This completely subverted their entire understanding of illusions. The burly man who had been clamoring incessantly at the Prodigy Council now didn't dare to utter a word. He even curled himself up tightly and retreated, terrified of being noticed by the other party, looking exceptionally ridiculous. However, in the next second, everyone's faces were instantly filled with excitement. With the prison sovereign here, wouldn't this excursion into the Star Secret Realm be a guaranteed success? Even if they only followed behind the big shot to scavenge some leftovers, it would be more than enough. Si Yun trembled all over with excitement, pulling out a special tool from nowhere. While frantically recording, he shouted out in exhilaration. This is the legendary ultimate illusion, Tsukuyomi. I have finally seen it with my own eyes today. Let me tell you, Tsukuyomi doesn't just trap them in an illusion, it forces them to constantly experience their greatest fears, dying and reviving in agony, ultimately sinking into eternal damnation. Senior Prison Sovereign can even control the flow of time within it at will. He can manifest 100 lifetimes in an instant, or make a year pass inside while only a second passes in the outside world. As expected of someone chosen by the star rankings. To possess such powerful abilities yet remain indifferent to fame and fortune, willingly guarding the borders in seclusion, combining both strength and character, he is truly a role model for our generation. Hearing Si Yun's words, everyone showed expressions of deep admiration. Joey originally wanted to explain, it's not entirely because of Tsukuyomi, it's also because their mental strength is so low that they can't defend against a spiritual attack like an illusion. But seeing their expressions, the words got stuck in his throat. He simply nodded, maintaining a cold and aloof posture. But this only made everyone more certain that he was a peerless powerhouse. Even Long Hua, the original leader of the team, respectfully and naturally yielded the position of leader to Joey. Senior Prison Sovereign, this is our team's Star Jade Tablet. I'm afraid it's not safe with me, so I'll leave it in your care. Also, regarding Long Ling and the others, if we take the tablets from them now, will it wake them up? Hearing Long Hua's concerns, Joey nodded and uttered two words with extreme brevity, it won't. Long Hua immediately scurried over. He started by tentatively giving him a heavy slap across the face. Seeing that Long Ling didn't wake up even from that, he confidently began rummaging through Long Ling's person, quickly discovering the target. Found them. As expected of a top-seeded team, they've already collected 3 jade tablets. Long Hua held up the 3 jade tablets and jogged back to hand them to Joey, unable to contain the excitement on his face. In addition to the jade tablets, they stripped Long Ling and the elites of the Shifang Alliance of all their valuables. Only then did they prepare to find their next target with satisfaction. Joey looked back one last time with lingering reluctance, thinking to himself that these scions from the imperial capital and Magic City were truly loaded. Aside from the treasures, even the clothes on these people lying on the ground were woven from precious silkworm silk. If he were alone, he would have definitely stripped them bare until not a single stone was left unturned. Just as Joey was feeling a sense of regret, a system notification suddenly popped up. You have replaced Long Hua as the leader and obtained qualification for the Astral Secret Realm. posing a significant threat to the child of destiny's attempt to seize opportunities. You have gained 2 lottery chances. Joey was slightly stunned, but quickly realized what was happening. It turned out that a child of destiny was also participating in this astral secret realm expedition. He turned to look at Long Hua beside him and asked directly, "Recently, has there been any Long family disciple who suddenly became different from before? For example, talking to thin air every day, a trash rising to power, or returning home with a completely changed personality?" Although Long Hua didn't know why Senior Hell Venerable was suddenly asking this, he immediately frowned and began to think, then suddenly struck his palm with his fist. "Now that you mention it, Senior, there really is someone who fits that description. His name is Long Chen, a disciple from a branch family. 3 years ago, he was caught peeking at the patriarch's granddaughter while she was bathing and was kicked out. Unexpectedly, he returned a few days ago and swiftly eliminated the people who had snitched on him back then, making quite a stir. He is also participating in this astral secret realm exploration." "Senior, do you mean?" Joey nodded. This was exactly the script of a war god returning home. Even the name was filled with the protagonist template. It seemed the child of destiny mentioned by the system was this very person. Furthermore, according to Long Hua, although Long Chen had made a king's return, his strength was clearly not yet invincible. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to come to the astral secret realm. He would have simply suppressed everyone who opposed him with a flick of his wrist. Didn't this mean there was new wool to be sheared? How delightful! Thus, Joey didn't say much more, merely letting the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. Seeing this, the others were all smart enough not to pry further. However, after this incident, they all became much more relaxed. After all, with a heavyweight like Hell Venerable in the team, it was almost like having a mountain to lean on. In this situation, anyone who continued to hide their true strength would seem narrow-minded. The group consulted and decided to change their strategy. Instead of wasting time, they would take the initiative to search for teams holding jade tokens. Once they engaged, the others would strike first, and Joey would only be asked to step in if they encountered a situation they couldn't handle. After obtaining Joey's consent, the atmosphere of the team lightened considerably. They soon encountered several teams of decent caliber, but compared to the Heavenly Prodigy Council, the opponents were clearly lacking and were easily defeated. The muscular man worked particularly hard, taking down kids with almost every punch, as if trying to curry favor with Hell Venerable and show off in front of him. As a result, perhaps due to a stroke of luck, they didn't encounter any more powerful favorite teams along the way, easily accumulating a total of 28 astral jade tokens. According to Long Hua's calculations, they were likely ranked among the top few of all participating teams. Meanwhile, Joey hadn't lifted a finger the entire time, enjoying the constant personal service of the great beauty Si Yun along the way. Yet, Si Yun proclaimed, "It is precisely because we honor Senior Hell Venerable as our leader that we have deterred other teams and made this journey so smooth. We thank Senior Hell Venerable for his contribution." As a result, the crowd's admiration for him grew even stronger. Even with Joey's thick skin, he felt a bit embarrassed, nearly unable to resist giving himself a slap. How could I get embarrassed so easily? I need to toughen up my skin more in the future. But just as they defeated another opponent, enjoyed the joy of the harvest, and expressed their gratitude to Joey, the entire waterfall cliff suddenly underwent a violent tremor. Immediately after, everyone saw a massive rift suddenly tear open in the sky. The Star Secret Realm had opened. Joey looked up at the rift. It was pitch black inside, save for a few flickering specks of starlight, resembling an eye staring down at all living beings. Right at that moment, a grand voice resounded across the entire cliff. All teams still holding a Star Jade tablet, gather at Heaven Gazing Cliff within 10 minutes. Those who are late will be disqualified, and their jade tablets will be voided. Long Hua immediately pointed toward the incredibly steep peak above the waterfall, thoughtfully explaining to Joey, "Senior, that is Heaven Gazing Cliff. It is said that the steep cliff was once a divine mountain connecting heaven and earth, but it was severed by a single sword strike from an invincible powerhouse, which is how it became what it is today. There are also rumors that the Star Secret Realm is the ruins of the ancient heavenly court, which is why it contains countless opportunities. It is also because of this that one can only enter through Heaven Gazing Cliff. Joey understood clearly and then led the members of the Prodigy Council, rushing quickly toward Heaven Gazing Cliff. Soon, when Joey and his group ascended Heaven Gazing Cliff, they found that several teams were already there resting and recovering. However, when Joey and the others appeared, they still attracted a great deal of attention. After all, this star's secret realm exploration was organized by several prominent families led by the Long family. Therefore, the vast majority of team leaders were members of these families. Yet, the Prodigy Council was led by a mysterious person wearing a black robe with red clouds, and even the Long family disciple, manhwa, was subordinate to him. Judging by his expression, manhwa didn't seem ashamed at all. Instead, he looked cheerful, showing none of the anger one might expect from being usurped. However, someone took offense to this and walked straight over, shouting a harsh rebuke in a tone of disappointment, as if lecturing a junior. "Manhwa, you actually let an outsider take command. You've completely disgraced the Long family's reputation." Joey couldn't help but look at the person opposite them. This man was tall with a prominent jawline and possessed a cold, stern aura. Manhwa initially felt a flicker of apprehension, but seeing Joey in front of him, he immediately regained his confidence. He didn't hold back and snapped back instantly. "Long Chen, you are of the same generation as me. What right do you have to lecture me? Besides, which rule for this secret realm exploration states that the captain must be a Long family member? Even the clan elders haven't said anything, yet you're the first one to jump out." Only then did Joey realize that the young man before him was the child of destiny, Long Chen, who was also the most favored candidate in this star's secret realm exploration. Upon hearing Long Hua's words, a fierce glint flashed in Long Chen's eyes, and his smile grew colder. "To be a leader, one must be the strongest in the team. Our Long family has always been the strongest, and it is our place to command others. Yet you were subdued by this person instead. Someone like you isn't fit to carry the Long name. It is not too late for all of you to kneel down, kowtow, and admit your mistakes right now, while also handing over all your Starjade tablets. Otherwise, once we enter the secret realm, both you and this fellow who insulted the Long family will pay a price in blood." Joey suddenly realized what was happening. After all that talk, it still comes down to the Jade tablets. So this is the Long family kings of trash talk. I've certainly had my eyes open today. Hearing Joey's calm mockery, Long Chen clenched his fists in rage, nearly unable to restrain himself from striking down these people who dared to defy him. However, his last shred of reason told him that they were about to enter the star's secret realm and it was not the time for trouble. Suppressing the fury in his heart, he turned and returned to his position. 10 minutes passed quickly. All the teams gathered on Heaven Gazing Cliff, and the leaders of each team stood at the very front to draw lots for their entry order. Joey's black robe with red clouds was exceptionally conspicuous among the dozen or so leaders. Even the elders of the Long family glanced at him several times with surprised expressions. However, they said nothing and immediately began announcing the rules. For this exploration of the Star Secret Realm, all teams must take note: every Star Jade tablet can activate a star. The more tablets placed into the same star, the richer the opportunities it unlocks. However, if tablets from multiple different teams are infused into the same star simultaneously, it will trigger a star contention battle. Star contention battles take many forms. Some are tests of talent, while others are life and death duels. Without exception, the winner claims the opportunity, and the loser walks away with nothing. Once all Star Jade tablets are consumed, that team will be forcibly ejected from the Star Secret Realm. Therefore, you must choose cautiously and seize the opportunities in your hands. I hope your luck is good enough to find suitable stars. Make sure at least a few of you come back alive. After saying the final sentence, a mysterious smile flashed across the Long family elder's face. Then, with a wave of his long sleeve, a celestial ladder extended from the Star Secret Realm, connecting all the way to Heaven Gazing Cliff. The team closest to the ladder stepped onto it tentatively, only to find themselves instantly teleported into the Star Secret Realm. Everyone realized then that the ladder was merely a formality. It was actually a portal leading to the secret realm. Thus, following the order of the draw, each team stepped onto the ladder one by one. Before ascending the ladder, Long Chen and his group turned to glare fiercely at Joey. With a gloomy smile, he made a throat-slitting gesture before entering the realm. It's our turn. Let's go. Facing the worried gazes of the others from the Prodigy Council, Joey remained as brief with his words as before. Yet, it seemed to give them immense encouragement, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief instantly. Senior Prison Sovereign hasn't changed, which means in his eyes, Longchen isn't a threat at all. Consequently, they regained their previous spirited momentum and stepped onto the ladder together. The next second, Joey felt his vision turn pitch black, and immediately after, he arrived in a void. So this is the Star's secret realm. Everyone looked around in awe. Although it resembled outer space, with endless darkness as far as the eye could see, it differed from the actual universe. In the Star's secret realm, almost every few steps revealed stars of various sizes, emitting different colored lights and taking on unique shapes. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from not far away. The group exchanged glances and immediately dashed toward the sound. After running for a few minutes, they saw that a team had used their Star Jade Medallion to unlock a Crimson Star. However, there was no fortuitous opportunity inside this star. Instead, a hideous demon crawled out, resembling a living volcano that instantaneously melted everything in its vicinity. Caught off guard, more than half of that team was instantly swallowed by the scalding lava before they could even scream. The survivors suffered varying degrees of burns, rolling on the ground and wailing in agony. This tragic scene made Joey instantly realize the true meaning behind the Dragon Clan elder's final words. When a star is opened with a jade medallion, what leaps out could be a blessing, but more often than not, it is a deadly hazard. Yet everything here was unknown. No one could tell which star represented opportunity and which represented danger. In other words, everyone here had to gamble and see whose luck was superior. The members of the Prodigy Council looked at each other in dismay. At that moment, Siyun suddenly pulled a compass from an indescribable place and began to chant a soft incantation. Since we are all entrusting our hopes to the ethereal concept of luck, we might as well use the secret luck observing technique of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion to see exactly where our fortune lies. Soon, under everyone's watchful eyes, the compass needle began to spin, eventually pointing in a specific direction. Everyone looked toward where the compass was pointing, and that spot happened to be exactly where Joey was standing. Oh? Is it behind me? With that, Joey calmly shifted to the side. However, as he moved, the compass needle also shifted slightly, once again pointing precisely at Joey. I understand now. The compass means that our good fortune doesn't lie in any particular cardinal direction, but in the direction chosen by Senior Prison Sovereign. Wherever Senior is, that is where our luck lies. Therefore, Senior, for the remainder of our time in the secret realm, we are all willing to follow your commands. Siyun's words brought a sudden realization to the others, and the looks they directed at Joey became even more reverent, causing the corner of Joey's mouth under his hood to twitch slightly. While that kind of gaze provides a great sense of accomplishment, there's really no need to overinterpret things to this extent. However, since the others were willing to follow his lead, Joey did not decline. After a brief moment of reflection, he made a decision. First, find the person with the highest luck in the Star Secret Realm, use their luck to identify the area with high-quality stars, and then defeat them using his own extensive experience in unboxing. And the perfect candidate for this was none other than the Child of Fortune, Longchen. Thus, with a grand wave of his hand, Joey nodded to the eager crowd. In that case, follow my lead. Our first objective is to locate Longchen's team. Everyone looked at each other. Although they didn't know why Senior Prison Venerable wanted to find Longchen, the man they had clashed with and who was exceptionally unpleasant, they didn't refuse. Instead, they each brought out their own tracking skills. Soon, the compass in Siyun's hand was the first to react. Longchen and his group are over here. The Heavenly Genius Council immediately mobilized. Before long, Joey spotted a familiar figure leading a powerful team in a siege against a massive monster. It's Longchen. Looks like his luck isn't that great either. He triggered a monster trap with his jade plaque. Seeing this, a flicker of doubt flashed in Joey's eyes. That shouldn't be right. How could Longchen, the child of destiny, make a mistake right from the start? Could there be a hidden motive? In that instant, Joey caught a fleeting, mocking sneer at the corner of Long Chen's mouth. If it were any other Esper, it would be absolutely impossible to see Long Chen's expression clearly from such a distance, let alone such a subtle micro-expression. But for the Mangekyo Sharingan, these little tricks could not escape its vision. Consequently, Joey immediately became suspicious. He didn't leave like the other onlookers. Instead, he signaled the geniuses behind him and quietly hid behind nearby stars, waiting to see Long Chen's next move. Sure enough, under Long Chen's command, the group of warriors pinned the monster down. Then, he leaped into the air, a black dragon shadow flying from his palm and slamming violently into the beast. The next second, the monster let out a wail and vanished, replaced by a pitch-black long saber. Zhou Yi's gaze narrowed. So that was it. Monsters appearing among the stars weren't necessarily a bad thing, they might be a trial. Like the treasure-guarding beasts in the novels he read in his past life, one had to defeat them to obtain opportunities and treasures. Long Chen and his group were equally ecstatic after the battle. Long Chen raised the long saber and swung it fiercely forward, eliciting a low, beastly roar. "Ebby, great spiritual treasure, the black scale saber. Good stuff. Heavenly soldiers and generals, continue to follow me as we conquer the Star's secret realm and search for more treasures. By the War King's command." Zhou Yi and the others looked at each other in stunned silence. The burly man surnamed Chu almost burst out laughing, but after being glared at by everyone else, he quickly covered his mouth. He held it in until his face turned bright red, looking as if he might pass out. Finally, after Long Chen and his heavenly soldiers and generals departed in another direction, the members of the Heavenly Genius Council stepped out from behind the stars. The burly man collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air while still clutching his stomach in laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. He calls his subordinates heavenly soldiers and generals and calls himself War King. Even my brother wouldn't dare." The burly man quickly shut his mouth and stopped talking. Seeing that no one around him was paying attention, he finally felt relieved. Joey also let out a faint smile, reminded of those Return of the War God web novels from his previous life, the ones where the hero returns to find his daughter living in a dog kennel and, in a fit of rage, summons 100,000 celestial soldiers to his side. However, what surprised Joey even more were the words the brawny man had just blurted out. He had guessed that the man might be a close friend of Chu Liantian, but he never expected him to be Chu Liantian's younger brother, the person he had heard about in his past life and Chu Liantian's only surviving relative in the world. A smirk soon played across his lips. Now that he knew the man's identity, he could plan ahead, perhaps using the Prodigy Council to ruthlessly fleece Chu Liantian and weaken his influence in the process. Joey quickly snapped back to reality. Looking at the few remaining oddly shaped stars, he pondered for a moment. Based on his experience with loot boxes, he felt none of these would hold anything of real value. Without a hint of lingering attachment, he followed the original plan and led his team toward the direction Long Chen had departed. Before long, they spotted Long Chen holding a jade plaque, hesitating in front of a dozen or so stars in a nearby sector. At that moment, Joey marched forward with the Prodigy Council. The celestial soldiers immediately flanked Long Chen, eyeing the newcomers with wary, defensive glares. Ignoring their hostility, Joey gave a subtle signal. Following the pre-arranged plan, Long Hua was the first to jump out, pointing a finger at Long Chen's nose in mockery. "Well, if it isn't Long Chen. To be this indecisive at a critical moment of choosing your destiny, you actually have the nerve to call yourself a disciple of the Long family?" As expected, only one's own kin knows exactly which buttons to push. Long Chen flew into a rage, and with a wave of his hand, his celestial soldiers instantly raised their weapons. On the opposite side, the members of the Prodigy Council were also itching for a fight. The atmosphere instantly became thick with tension. But just then, Long Chen suddenly laughed. He ignored the crowd entirely and pulled out his star jade plaque. "Did you think you could rattle my mind and stop me from choosing carefully just so you could fish in troubled waters? Let me tell you, you've miscalculated. I'll show you all what a true man of destiny looks like." With that, he wore a smug expression and tossed the jade plaque into the brightest star, situated right at the center of the sector. In the next second, waves of energy pulsed from the star, leaving Long Chen ecstatic. "Ha ha! I knew it! The one surrounded by all the other stars is bound to be the king of this region. Seeing this, the members of the Prodigy Council grew anxious. If the best opportunity in this area was snatched by Long Chen, wouldn't they lose out on yet another chance? Long Hua suddenly leaned in and whispered, "Should we initiate a star contention war?" The others seemed tempted as well, yet Joey remained silent. He simply looked up at the sea of stars, the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes spinning slowly as he meticulously observed the dynamics of every single celestial body. Based on his gacha experience, he was certain that while the star Long Chen chose was good, it was definitely not the best one. Back when he drew rewards from the Destiny Villain system, there were no visual cues at all. It was a complete blind box and he had still pulled an immense fortune. Here, the stars were all distinct, and through the Mangekyo Sharingan, he could even track their orbital paths and fluctuations of power. Hidden within these clues was a wealth of information, all of which would be incredibly helpful in selecting a star. He had never fought such an affluent battle in his entire life. After scanning the entire void, Joey suddenly felt something was amiss. Right at that moment, his pupils constricted as he finally locked onto his target. That's right, this was the star he had been looking for. What Joey saw was an unremarkable star. Its light was extremely dim even with the visual prowess of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He had to search meticulously before finding any trace of it. However, the moment Joey laid eyes on it, he immediately felt a terrifying surge of energy rushing toward him like a crashing mountain wave. I knew it. Based on my experience opening hundreds of blind boxes, there had to be a star in this position. This is the true Star King of this region. I didn't expect it to be hidden so deep. The moment Joey cast his star jade plate toward that unremarkable star, he felt it instantly. It was like someone who can tell a C cup from a D cup with a single touch. It wasn't magic, just pure muscle memory. With his vast experience in opening blind boxes, he was certain that this star was a guaranteed hit. Without a moment's hesitation, and under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he directly unleashed a 10 pull on this single star. Since he had already confirmed the prize pool, why not take the opportunity to scoop up a massive haul? However, Joey's actions caused Long Chen and the others to burst into laughter. Ha ha! Is this guy so aware that I snatched the Star King away and so afraid to start a star feud that he's using this method to comfort himself? Is he going to claim his lack of opportunity was just bad luck? Exactly. What's up with that star he chose? I'm impressed he even found it. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have even noticed there was a star there. The other members of the Prodigy Council were equally perplexed. Senior, there are so many stars around. Why did you choose this one? Yeah, even if we had to start a star feud, we wouldn't be afraid of them. Say no more. I believe Senior Yuzun has his reasons for doing this. Think about it, the fact that even we couldn't see that star, doesn't that conversely prove how extraordinary it is? Perhaps that is exactly why Senior chose it. Siyun, Joey's die-hard fan, was the first to step forward to analyze the situation for everyone. Little did she know, she had actually hit the nail right on the head. But when the others heard Siyun's words, they laughed even harder, doubling over. These people are still hypnotizing themselves. Once the star opens, they'll finally give up hope. It's just a pity about those 10 star jade plates. TSK, what a waste. If only they'd given just one to me. Ha, the man is loaded. He doesn't care about a little loss like that. Amidst the mocking tones of the crowd, a sudden light erupted from the star Long Chen had chosen. Immediately following, a group of genuine heavenly soldiers and generals charged out from within. Perfect timing. Long Chen was delighted rather than startled. Raising the black scale blade he had just acquired, he transformed into a streak of light and led his subordinates in a charge toward the opposition. After suffering heavy casualties, Long Chen finally decapitated all the enemies. The fallen enemies instantly transformed into sets of armor, flying onto the bodies of Long Chen and his men. Now we truly become heavenly soldiers and generals. Long Hua couldn't help but crack a joke, but at that moment, the dim star Joey had chosen also began to stir. It first transformed into a tiny whirlpool, leaving everyone looking at each other in confusion before they burst into a fit of laughter. Ah, I'm dying, fam. This is what 10 jade plaques get you. However, Joey ignored them, calmly watching as the palm-sized whirlpool rapidly expanded in all directions. It wasn't until it devoured a neighboring star and surged in size that someone finally realized something was wrong. That whirlpool is eating the other stars. That's not a whirlpool, it's a black hole. By the time the others reacted, the black hole had already swallowed a vast number of stars in the area. Seeing it continue to spread, everyone scattered in terror like startled birds. So this is the true Star King. We were blind to have missed it. No, compared to us, there's one person who's the real clown. He was just mocking someone else, and now he is getting slapped in the face by reality. The crowd couldn't help but look at Long Chen, who had been gloating moments ago. A murderous glint flared in his eyes. He wished he could kill Joey and those big-mouthed bystanders right then and there. At that moment, a system notification popped up before Joey's eyes. You have found the Star King of this region. Long Chen has been ridiculed by the masses, and his heavenly destiny luck has been damaged. You have earned 8 gotcha poles. Keep up the good work. Joey raised an eyebrow. This time, the system notification ended with an encouraging remark. It seemed there was plenty of wool to be sheared from a fat sheep like Long Chen. Finally, after the black hole swallowed the last surrounding star, it let out something like a satisfied burp. It suddenly contracted and transformed into over a dozen black monsters that lunged toward the members of the Prodigy Council. Judging by their invisible speed and violent attacks, it was clear these black monsters were more than 10 times more powerful than the previous heavenly soldiers. What made them even more troublesome was that any accidental contact with these monsters would result in one's spiritual power being drained away. In other words, the true Star King of this region was indeed that inconspicuous star Joey had selected. Longhua's expression was exceptionally grim, but as he watched the members of the Prodigy Council struggling miserably against the black monster's onslaught, a malicious smile crept back onto his face. So what if you stumbled upon the Star King by fluke? Greed led you to stake 10 jade plaques at once. Now, forget about obtaining an opportunity. It's a question of whether you can even stay alive. But once you're all dead, I might show some mercy and slay these monsters to avenge you. As for the rewards, I'll take them with pleasure. Ha 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 ha. While the others were watching the spectacle, Joey slowly extended his right hand, shaping it like a pistol. Facing the monsters charging toward him, several streaks of blue light instantly decapitated them with headshots. Joey glanced at the others and noticed they were barely managing to hold their own against 1 or 2 monsters each. He continued to stroll casually through the fierce assault as if taking a walk in a park. Yet, every time he raised his hand, several monsters were blown apart by water bullets, leaving the others staring in stunned silence. What kind of ability is this? This is insane. A pack of monsters our entire team couldn't handle, and he pops all their heads in just a few rounds. Compared to the monsters, this guy is the real monster. Meanwhile, Long Chen's brow was furrowed deeply. While he was confident he could also defeat these monsters, he would have had to unite all the heavenly soldiers and generals under his command to do so, and it certainly wouldn't have been as effortless as Joey made it look. In other words, this guy's strength far surpassed his own. Coupled with the fact that he had provoked Joey earlier, Long Chen grit his teeth in resentment. However, reflecting on his journey so far, he had encountered countless people stronger than him, and hadn't they all eventually become stepping stones for his rise? With that thought, Long Chen regained his confidence. With a cold snort, he turned around with his heavenly soldiers and generals and departed. Before long, the monsters were completely cleared out. Black whirlpools flew into the bodies of the members of the Prodigy Council, bringing expressions of excitement to every one of their faces. The vast majority of the opportunities, however, surged into Joey's body. He instantly felt as if he had turned into a profound black hole. An impulse even arose in his mind, a primal urge to devour everything in his surroundings. But just then, a mechanical voice suddenly snapped him back to his senses. Detected a large amount of devour attributes and a small amount of samsara power. Would you like to exchange 2 lottery chances to prematurely unlock 2 Rinnegan abilities, Pretapath and Spiritual Power Devour? Joey was stunned for a moment. His first reaction was that this Star King's devouring energy was so immense that it actually allowed him to break protocol and unlock 2 Rinnegan abilities ahead of time for only 2 lottery chances. But he quickly realized that this was because he had previously obtained a trace of the Rinnegan's power with the help of the pupil washing spirit liquid. He hadn't expected it to come in so handy here. He silently thanked Shang Chen in his heart, then firmly muttered exchange to the system. In the next second, the devouring power within Zhou Yi's body scurried around like a mouse meeting a cat, but there was nowhere to hide. It was quickly absorbed into his eyes. In exchange, Zhou Yi gained mastery over 2 even more powerful ocular techniques. Spiritual Power Devour. This allowed him to forcibly absorb the spiritual power from an opponent's body upon contact. If his strength was sufficient, he could even nullify an opponent's awakening ability the instant he touched them. The Preta path, bearing the name of one of the 6 paths of samsara, was even more heaven-defying. Not only could it absorb all surrounding spiritual energy, but it could even seize an enemy's abilities and reflect them back with even greater power. Zhou Yi quickly processed these 2 Rinnegan abilities before slowly opening his eyes. He saw that the other members of his team were also beaming with excitement. Even the stout, simple-minded brute was overjoyed. It seemed everyone had gained significant benefits. The surrounding crowd watched the Prodigy Council with faces full of envy and jealousy. Opening a regional Star King's opportunity right at the start, and having 10 jade plaques dropped at once, this kind of luck wasn't just a blessing from the ancestors, it was as if his ancestral grave had launched a rocket. Zhou Yi saw that they had all adjusted their states and continued to issue orders. Locate Long Chen's whereabouts. We continue. Understood. This time, no one questioned Zhou Yi's decisions anymore. In their hearts, the members of the Prodigy Council had already begun to revere him as a god. Now, even if Zhou Yi said that this world was a fake, none of them would harbor the slightest doubt. Before long, the compass once again pointed to Long Chen's position. When Zhou Yi and his group caught up, they found that Long Chen had already activated a star and obtained the Heavenly Tiger Talisman, which allowed him to summon the heroic souls of divine soldiers to fight for him. Upon seeing Zhou Yi and the others, Long Chen wished he could tear them into 10,000 pieces immediately. However, remembering the strength of the mysterious man before him, he restrained himself. Regardless, the most valuable star had already been intercepted by him. What did it matter if he left them the scraps? It would just be a waste of their jade plaques. But just as Long Chen prepared to watch the spectacle, he saw Zhou Yi glance around once more before casually pulling out 7 jade plaques and tossing them all beneath his feet. Immediately following that, everyone felt the ground shake and the mountains tremble. A belt of planets actually rose slowly from the void beneath their feet, subsequently flying into the minds of Zhou Yi and his party. Holy crap, that works too? Who would have thought the stars beneath our feet could be activated? And it's a Star King. Let me try too. Damn it! There's not even a single hair on the star beneath my feet. I wasted a jade plaque. What a massive loss. Looking at the violent fluctuations radiating from that string of planets which were not inferior to the previous black hole in the slightest, Long Chen stormed off in a rage. He feared that if he watched any longer, he would suffer a heart attack from pure frustration. At this time, Zhou Yi also learned the nature of this trial. One had to defeat the star within their conscious world to obtain the various rewards sealed inside. Furthermore, the more brilliant the method of defeat, the stronger the rewards would be. Conversely, if one were defeated by the star, their head would explode on the spot, and they would turn into nutrients to hatch stellar monsters. The faces of the others changed instantly. They each began to manifest their skills, launching attacks against the stars in their minds. However, as Zhou Yi looked at the rapidly expanding star in his mind, he manifested his consciousness and floated quietly in place, placing his hand against the star. Immediately, the Mangekyo in his eyes spun rapidly, transforming into a series of ripples as Spirit Power Devourer was fiercely unleashed. The star initially had no idea what Zhou Yi was doing, thinking he had surrendered and was begging for mercy. Then, an irresistible force of attraction sucked all of its spiritual energy out through Zhou Yi's palm, nearly draining it dry in an instant. In a state of terror, the star immediately cried out to the star's secret realm for help. It received a continuous supplement of spiritual energy, attempting to engage in a tug-of-war with Zhou Yi. It failed to notice that its own grade was constantly rising because of this. Yet even so, it discovered that the spiritual energy the secret realm supplied could still not keep up with the speed of Zhou-Yi's absorption. It was soon sucked into a state of malnutrition, becoming nothing more than a shriveled planetary husk. Zhou-Yi chuckled inwardly. This was only spirit power devour, he hadn't even used the Preta path yet. However, the rank of this star had reached its limit, to the point where it had developed its own intelligence and was determined not to be tamed by Zhou-Yi so spinelessly. Give me liberty, or give me death. Zhou-Yi was instantly amused. This little thing has quite the temper. However, he also sensed just how terrifying the opportunity gestating within it was. He then pulled a jade pendant out of his system space and infused it with spiritual power, which immediately emitted bursts of gentle white light. This was a reward Zhou-Yi had drawn before the E-rank exotic treasure, the Spirit Communication Jade. Its ability allowed the user to communicate with all things and gain their favor. Yet, a wave of resistance emanated from the star, the meaning clear. Trying to bribe it with something like this? No way. As a top-tier stellar ability, it would rather be trapped here forever or even be killed by him than yield. However, before it could finish its thought, it noticed that the rank of the Spirit Communication Jade in Zhou-Yi's hand was skyrocketing, transforming into S rank or even higher in the blink of an eye. This was a special reward Zhou-Yi had drawn, the ability to upgrade a specific reward to a transcendent level. He had chosen the Spirit Communication Jade. A cheer immediately rang out from the planet, followed by a beam of light that shot straight into Zhou-Yi's brow, signifying its recognition of him. The S-rank Spirit Communication Jade, so sweet. In the next second, the shriveled star began to expand rhythmically. However, due to a lack of spiritual energy, the ability inside was having a difficult birth and couldn't hatch. At the critical moment, Zhou-Yi pressed his hand against it again. A massive amount of spiritual energy flowed from his palm back into the star, causing it to explode with dazzling brilliance. Zhou-Yi was curious. Taming a star and gaining its recognition was a level higher than simply defeating one. What kind of opportunity would he obtain? At that moment, the C-rank ability summoning power that Zhou-Yi had previously drawn activated on its own, flying out of the void spherulite. Then, Zhou-Yi received a notification from the system. Top-tier summoning attribute ability detected. Would you like to exchange one opportunity to unlock the Rinnegan ability, Animal Path, in advance? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou-Yi chose to exchange. The light in the C-rank summoning ability vanished simultaneously. In their place, the vortexes in Zhou-Yi's eyes grew deeper, and a faint purple hue began to emerge. He realized that under the dog system's manipulation, the various powers of the Rinnegan had been split apart. If he wanted to awaken the Rinnegan, he not only needed to obtain the perfect eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Hashirama cells but also had to piece together the abilities of the 6 paths of reincarnation one by one. This money-grubbing pay-to-win system. I misjudged you before. Come out and take your beating. Complaints aside, the Rinnegan was still something he had to take. And so, after grumbling his way through familiarizing himself with the abilities of the animal path, Zhou-Yi allowed his consciousness to return to reality. He looked around and found that the others were still struggling against the planets in their minds, so he sat down to stand guard for them. After waiting for a while, the group began to wake up one after another. Although their faces were somewhat pale, every one of them was beaming with joy. Clearly, they had all gained significant benefits. Senior, are we still going to look for Long Chen? Looking at the excited group before him, Zhou-Yi nodded. Not bad, they had already learned to anticipate the next move. However, he didn't say a single word, merely offering a light humph affirmation. Yet, no one found him arrogant. Instead, they thought to themselves that he truly lived up to his status as a senior. Every gesture exuded the poise of a supreme master. This time, however, when they located Long Chen's direction, they realized they had already ventured deep into the core region of the astral secret realm. Zhou-Yi understood immediately. It seemed Long Chen was about to find the most precious treasure within the realm. There was no time to lose, so he led the members of the Prodigy Council and sprinted toward the depths of the secret realm as well. But while they were en route, they discovered many other teams rushing in from all directions. Judging by their headings, their goal was the same. Yo, brothers! Are you guys also looking for the wealth distributing boy? The wealth distributing boy? A few friendly strangers greeted Joey's group. After the members exchanged glances, Manhwa immediately volunteered to step forward and chat with them. He soon learned the full story. When he returned, the expression on his face turned quite strange, the kind of look where one is desperately trying to suppress a laugh, leaving everyone else puzzled. Senior, the wealth distributing boy they're talking about is Longchen. But the fact that he got this nickname actually has something to do with us. The teams outside are all spreading rumors that Longchen has incredible luck and can find the location of a Star King every time, but he ends up giving the Star King away to other teams. The first time, he got the Celestial Soldier armor set but let another team take the Devouring Power. The second time, he took the Heavenly Tiger Talisman but ended up letting others have the Astral Divine Technique. So now, everyone wants to try their luck in front of him to see if they can become the lucky ones to receive a Star King. Put. A young girl in a long dress was the first who couldn't help but burst out laughing. The other members of the Prodigy Council were also all smiles. Weren't those two instances exactly what happened to them? The corners of Joey's mouth also curled upward, but his pace actually quickened. Seeing this, the others stopped wasting time, and soon, they spotted Longchen. At this moment, under the gaze of dozens of pairs of eyes, Longchen stood with his celestial soldiers, clutching a jade token and looking exceptionally agitated. Consequently, when he saw Joey's group appear once again, his anger flared uncontrollably, and he finally couldn't help but break into a loud string of curses. Who gave me that nickname? Step forward right now. This is a total insult to me and the Long family. And as for you lot, taking my opportunities twice wasn't enough? This grudge is irreconcilable. Why did you follow me here? Let me tell you, this time I'm going to deal with you first before the star even opens. The realization dawned on the crowd. The rumors were true. The same team had snatched the previous two Star King openings. Their gazes toward Longchen became even more sympathetic. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. No one would be in a good mood after watching someone else unlock better treasures right in front of them twice in a row, especially when they had chosen the area themselves. However, since everyone shared the same objective this time, they tacitly ignored him. Joey stood calmly in the distance, looking at Longchen from afar while adhering to his three principles. Don't initiate, don't refuse, and don't distance yourself. Seeing this, Longchen wanted nothing more than to risk his life fighting Joey right then and there, but opportunities wait for no one. If he backed out now, given the pack of hungry wolves surrounding them, there likely wouldn't be a single scrap left by the time he returned. Thus, Longchen shot a fierce glare at Joey, gritted his teeth, and resolutely tossed all the star jade plaques in his hand into the largest, brightest star before him. Seeing this, Joey also took action, throwing 10 jade plaques into the exact same star Longchen had chosen. Longchen was stunned for a moment, then overcome with joy. He had just been regretting not being able to kill Joey with his own hands. Although Joey was powerful, Longchen was confident that once he revealed his trump cards, he could easily crush him. He hadn't expected to get a chance to compete for a star against Joey directly. The members of the Prodigy Council were also surprised that Joey had chosen the same star as Longchen this time, but they reacted quickly and began preparing for the star contention battle. The other surrounding teams went mad, hurling their jade plaques into that same star. This target had a double endorsement. It was chosen by the wealth distributing boy and the ruthless man who had snatched opportunities from the tiger's mouth twice. This was undoubtedly the greatest opportunity in the Star Secret realm this time. Though their raw strength might not match those two teams, who said the star contention was always about combat? If a method they excelled at was chosen, the benefits of victory would be far more than 100-fold. However, the simultaneous injection of so many star jade plaques was more than even the most precious star in the secret realm could bear. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the star suddenly exploded. The blinding light turned the pitch-black secret realm into day for a split second before it plunged back into darkness. In its place, the original star had vanished, and a massive figure standing dozens of meters tall appeared before everyone. The monster had 8 arms and a hideous appearance. The sight of it made everyone gasp, causing the ambient temperature of the scene to drop significantly. Immediately after, the rules for this star contention battle surfaced in the minds of everyone whose team had submitted jade plaques. By any means necessary, only the one who defeats the star demon shall receive the ultimate reward. This simple sentence caused the expressions of everyone present to change drastically. The massive star demon before them looked formidable. Defeating it would be anything but simple. Furthermore, according to the rules, only one individual, not a team, would receive the reward for this star contention. This immediately and drastically increased the difficulty of the challenge. The team competition instantly transformed into a free-for-all. Now, the competition included not only the surrounding teams but also one's own teammates. Many of the temporarily formed groups disbanded immediately. Those with ulterior motives looked at their companions with eyes full of suspicion, fearing that instead of falling to an enemy, they would be stabbed in the back by one of their own. However, the members of the Prodigy Council remained unmoved. Along this journey, they had already witnessed the benefits of following Joey, therefore, they would not be provoked or divided by such petty tricks. On the other side, the heavenly soldiers and generals led by Longchen stood their ground. At his command, they quickly formed a formation around the star demon and charged toward the massive monster. Seeing this, the others nearby refused to be left behind. They raised their weapons and rushed toward the star demon with loud shouts, creating a spectacular scene. Joey, however, reached out a hand to halt the Prodigy Council's movements. He slowly activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and gazed at the colossal star demon. In the next instant, Joey's pupils contracted. Spitting out the word retreat, he led the entire Prodigy Council in a rapid withdrawal. It was then that 10 crimson lights suddenly flared atop the head of the previously silent star demon. Like 10 eyes, they peered in 10 different directions before the creature let out an angry roar. Immediately following this, its 8 arms smashed down violently toward its surroundings. The crowd instinctively tried to dodge, only to discover in horror that the punches seemed to have solidified space itself. Unable to move, they could only watch helplessly as the massive fists crushed them. A chorus of screams erupted as flesh and blood splattered across the field. A full third of the people present were pounded into a bloody pulp. Stimulated by the aura of living beings, this monster, which had been slumbering within the secret realm, displayed its invincible power the moment it awakened. "Senior Yuzuan, what should we do now?" The hellish carnage before them caused those with weaker constitutions to vomit on the spot. Siyun, Longhua, and others were also visibly distressed. "We cannot allow this thing to continue its rampage." Even Zhou Yi's expression turned exceptionally grim. He finally nodded, and the members of the Prodigy Council immediately rushed forward, unable to wait any longer. However, in the eyes of the star demon, they were pitifully small. With a simple wave of its hand, it blocked all of their attacks. "Heavenly soldiers and generals, heed my command. Form the demon-slaying array." With a dark expression, Long Chen gave the order. The heavenly soldiers and generals unleashed all their weapons and abilities, weaving them into a massive array that enveloped the star demon before erupting with terrifying destructive power. This move indeed managed to inflict some damage. Stung by the pain, the star demon's 8 arms suddenly reached into the void. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, it pulled out 8 massive weapons, gripping one in each of its 8 hands. Then, he let out another earth-shaking roar. The eardrums of those lacking sufficient strength were instantly ruptured, blood streaming from their ears. Some were even knocked unconscious by the sheer force of the sound. This monster isn't just incredibly strong, it's receiving various elemental buffs within the secret realm. Humans simply cannot compete with this star demon. We don't want the ultimate treasure anymore, just let us out of here. At this point, the psychological defenses of many finally crumbled, and they fled in all directions, crying out in terror. Only Long Chen's demon-slaying array, composed of his heavenly soldiers and generals, remained along with a few other powerful teams to battle the star demon. At that moment, Joey took a step forward and finally appeared on the battlefield. The members of the Prodigy Council felt their morale soar the moment they saw his figure. Even Long Chen and his group noticed the sudden change in atmosphere. Is it really worth getting that excited just because this guy is making a move? Can he really turn the tide all by himself? I don't believe it. If he's truly that powerful, I'd be willing to wear a dress for him once I get out of here alive. You're just using this as an excuse to satisfy your own weird fetish. Don't drag the senior into it. While Long Hua and the others breathed a sigh of relief, they even started cracking jokes with those around them. However, at that exact moment, the 8 weapons held high by the star demon finally swung down with devastating force. In an instant, countless stars and even the void itself were slashed open with massive fissures. But what horrified everyone even more was that Joey, the one they had pinned all their hopes on, was standing directly beneath one of the massive axes. "Senior, get out of the way!" Despite the desperate shouts echoing around him, Joey remained standing calmly in place. He merely looked up at the giant axe descending upon him and slowly extended 2 fingers. In the next second, a thunderous boom erupted, and the surrounding kilometers were swallowed by rolling clouds of thick smoke. No one could see exactly what had happened, but it was certain that Joey had been struck by that gargantuan axe. This time, even the members of the Prodigy Council felt a surge of despair. If a figure as powerful as Senior Yuzuan was killed instantly by the Star Demon without even a chance to strike back, what hope did they have? At this moment, only one person remained firm in her belief that Joey had not failed. Si-Yun unconsciously clasped her hands over her chest. Only she knew that Senior Yuzuan possessed so many miraculous abilities like the Amaterasu Black Flames and the Tatsuka Blade. How could he possibly be killed so easily? And just then, the expression on the Star Demon's hideous face changed for the first time, appearing confused. The massive axe it had swung down was not being lifted back up. Long Chen was the first to catch this detail. Immediately after, they saw a giant purple hand appear within the thick smoke. It was gripping the axe tightly, preventing it from being pulled out. And Joey stood beneath this giant hand, perfectly protected within its grasp. He looked up, meeting the 10 eyes of the Star Demon without a trace of fear, and then lightly raised his hand. Following his movement, the massive purple hand in the sky yanked violently, successfully hoisting the giant axe upward before delivering a backhand punch squarely to the Star Demon's face. The crowd heard a deafening boom. The Star Demon, which they had struggled to even scratch, had its head knocked sideways by this single punch. When it stood back up, it appeared to be wobbling unsteadily. However, this punch also completely enraged the Star Demon. With a thunderous roar, all 8 of its arms finally sprang into motion, frantically swinging its weapons down toward Joey. Yet, the moment it raised its weapons, the hand seals Joey was forming had already changed. In the next second, a colossal purple skeleton materialized out of thin air in front of the Star Demon, rapidly becoming covered in meridians and flesh. As the 8 massive weapons descended, another layer of heavy armor draped over the Susanoo giant, pushing it into its 3rd stage and granting it exceptionally powerful defensive capabilities. Facing the Star Demon's onslaught, Joey showed no fear at all, merely tilting his head up slowly. The 8 weapons struck the Susanoo armor in succession, triggering a series of shockwaves, yet the Susanoo body showed no signs of collapsing. And as Joey moved, the half-bodied giant also slowly raised its head. It was only then that everyone noticed with shock that even though this purple giant was only a half-body, it was already nearly the same size as the Star Demon. I remember now. This is what Akatsuki once mentioned the Susanoo, known to the world as the power of God. Looking at the massive purple hand, Si-Yun suddenly seemed to recall something and cried out in excitement, drawing everyone's gaze toward her. Susanoo. Can a human truly manifest an ability of this caliber? Just who is this man? Hearing Long Chen's frantic questioning, Long Hua gave a proud smile and told him word for word. This senior is the prison sovereign. I was more than willing to let him lead because his strength is beyond all doubt. The crowd was instantly stunned by Long Hua's words. Even Long Chen stood there dumbfounded. So this is the senior prison sovereign who distorted reality with illusions? I didn't expect him to possess such terrifying power beyond his genjutsu. A sense of defeat suddenly washed over Long Chen. In the Star Secret Realm, no one could exert power beyond the 2nd rank. This meant that even at the same cultivation level, the prison sovereign could utterly crush him. He couldn't believe it. How could someone so powerful exist in this world? If the heavens created Chen, why must they also create the prison sovereign? Meanwhile, in the heat of battle, Joey suddenly received a system notification. Demonstrated power before Long Chen, causing him deep frustration and shattering his heart of invincibility. Gained 15 lottery chances. Joey cast an imperceptible glance toward the distant spot where the group was hiding, a faint smile spreading across his face. I've finally managed to fleece some more rewards, and right off the bat, I've gained so many lottery chances. It seems Long Chen, this hidden treasure, still has a lot of potential left to be mined. The corners of Zhou Yi's mouth curled up slightly as he quickly devised a series of methods to fleece more rewards. However, in the eyes of the star demon opposite him, what it saw was Joey actually having the leisure to zone out while fighting it. This was the ultimate insult. Enraged, the star demon raised all 8 of its arms toward the void and let out a long howl toward the sky. The terrifying sound waves caused the entire star secret realm to tremble. Joey immediately sensed that the spiritual energy within the entire star secret realm was converging toward this location, pouring into the star demon's body. Even some of the weaker stars shattered because of this. But the star demon didn't care about any of that. After gaining enough power, its body grew even taller, transforming into a terrifying monster nearly 100 meters high. It stood a full 30 to 40 meters taller than the half-body Susanoo, peering down at it from a commanding height. Then, the monster slammed down all 8 weapons in its hands simultaneously. The Susanoo armor, which had remained unscathed regardless of previous attacks, was instantly smashed into a massive depression, its color fading significantly. The onlookers watching from a distance couldn't help but feel a surge of despair. The Susanoo, which had seemed invincible just moments ago, was beaten to the point of nearly dissipating in such a short time. If that was the case, wouldn't they just be throwing their lives away if they stepped onto the field? How could they possibly fight this? Long Chen looked at the battle between the 2 giants on the field with even more resentment, forced to stand at a distance as a mere spectator. What kind of return of the War King was this? Weren't his opportunities in limelight being completely snatched away by someone else? But the damage caused by the star demon didn't stop there. Its rage-filled strike dealt a heavy blow to the entire star secret realm, which, to everyone's horror, began to collapse. The endless void above crashed down like a falling ceiling, and the darkness beneath their feet began to cave in and shrink. With every passing second, a large number of stars were destroyed. Someone accidentally stepped into a void and vanished instantly, swallowed by the shattered space before they could even let out a scream. Seeing this, everyone turned pale with fright. No longer caring about any opportunities, they turned and ran, searching for an exit to escape the star secret realm. Over here! The star demon's attack actually tore open a space-time rift leading to the outside world. Not long after, an excited cry rang out. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look at the 2-meter-high rift behind them. Through the rift, they could even see Wangtian Cliff outside, as well as the anxious elders of various families standing on the cliff. We're saved! Get out, quick! Everyone swarmed forward at once, desperately squeezing through the spacetime rift in an exceptionally pathetic display. Long Chen led his celestial troops as his expression shifted incessantly. He refused to flee the mystic realm like a stray dog with its tail between its legs, unwilling to let the ultimate reward slip through his fingers. Yet, finding himself utterly powerless against the final boss of the star-vying battle, he could only cast a resentful glare at Joey and the other members of the Prodigy Council before shouting at the top of his lungs. I am not fleeing out of fear. I simply cannot bear to see my celestial troops suffer any more casualties. Therefore, hear my command, this is not a retreat, it is a strategic withdrawal. Long Chen's words moved the celestial troops to tears. They then marched with heads held high out through the spacetime rift, leaving the members of the Prodigy Council and everyone watching outside the rift speechless. Had you fought until your last drop of blood, perhaps people would have respected you as a true man? But you didn't even set foot on the battlefield, so why the posturing? At that moment, the system notifications chimed in Zhou Yi's mind once again. Force Long Chen to abandon the Mystic Realm's ultimate reward, causing him to lose a massive amount of mandate luck rewarded with 11 gacha draws. Heavily damaged Long Chen's image, making him a laughingstock in the eyes of the public rewarded with 17 gacha draws. Why aren't you leaving with them? The Star Mystic Realm is about to collapse. Staying here is dangerous. Finally, with only Zhou Yi and the rest of the Prodigy Council remaining in the realm, Zhou Yi looked at them with a hint of confusion. Senior, though we know it is nearly impossible, we want to take you with us. Si-yun and Long-hwa were the first to step forward, and the others nodded vigorously in agreement. Joey felt a wave of warmth in his heart. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he let out a soft chuckle. I haven't claimed the ultimate reward yet. Rest assured, I won't die that easily. Besides, your presence here only holds me back. Don't worry at the next Prodigy Council meeting, as long as you see this black robe with red clouds, you will know I have returned. This was the first time Joey had spoken so much in his persona as the prison sovereign. Under his firm insistence, the group could only exchange glances. Senior is right. We are only a burden if we stay. Everyone, let's go. Finally, Long-hwa gritted his teeth and led the others to the exit of the spacetime rift. He took one last deep look back at Joey before turning to leap out of the mystic realm. Senior, we await your good news. The smile on Joey's face widened. He controlled his Susanoo to move rapidly toward the opposite end of the realm, reaching a point hidden from the view of the spacetime rift. Thinking Joey was trying to escape, the star demon pursued him relentlessly. But when they reached the other side of the realm, Joey suddenly turned around, stretched his limbs comfortably, and began to circulate every ounce of spiritual energy in his body. Now, I can finally unleash my full power without any distractions. In the next second, the half-body Susanoo erupted from the ground, transforming into a complete, towering giant clad in armor, standing only half a head shorter than the monster before him. The star demon sensed an immediate threat and lunged forward, swinging its weapons in a frenzied assault. Although the attack still inflicted damage upon the stage 4 Susanoo, the impact was no longer as significant as it had been moments ago. However, Joey's ability was far from over. He formed hand seals in front of his chest, and the Susanoo surrounding him mirrored his movements perfectly. Suddenly, a colossal tree erupted from the void, transforming into a towering wooden golem. The Susanoo giant then shifted into a suit of armor, draping itself over the wooden golem to become a world-striding warrior that possessed both overwhelming power and near-terrifying defensive capabilities. Majestic attire, Susanoo. Standing atop the head of the wooden golem, Joey looked calmly at the star demon, which was retreating in terror, and pointed a finger forward. The armored giant beneath him opened its palm, condensing spiritual energy into a string of Magatama beads before hurling them violently at the star demon. Following a violent explosion, 4 of the star demon's 8 arms were blown off, leaving its body riddled with scars and wounds. For the first time, fear flickered in its eyes. It instinctively tried to flee, only to find its feet ensnared by rigid wooden vines, rendering it completely immobile. Thus, the star demon could only watch helplessly as the majestic attire giant marched toward it step by step, raised its massive blade, and swung down with all its might. Boom! The terrifying force of the blow surpassed even the star demon's previous strike of pure resentment, splitting its head directly in half. At that moment, the voice of the star secret realm echoed in Joey's mind. Defeated the star demon entirely by your own power. Mission completed beyond expectations. Ultimate reward granted. A beam of white light flew out from the star demon's body and landed directly on Joey. Upon learning the contents of the reward, even Joey could not help but show a look of astonishment. This is Ultimate Reward, Inheritance of the Ancient Path of Stars. 1. Obtain the cultivation method of stellar power, becoming the sole successor of the Path of Stars, one of the ancient 3,600 lesser paths. 2. Unlock astral pupils, activating the ability to draw power from the starry sky. 3. Awaken a star attribute ability of grade A+ or higher and gain control over the star demon. Requirement: abandon all current abilities and cultivate the Path of Stars exclusively. Before Joey could finish listening, the voice in his ear turned into a burst of static, which was immediately replaced by a system prompt. Detected the inheritance of the ancient Path of Stars and the power of astral pupils. Would you like to exchange them for 25 gacha pulls to activate the Rinnegan and the remaining powers of the 4 paths of reincarnation? Reward level? Current system permissions cannot ascertain. Detected control rights over the star demon. Would you like to exchange it for 15 gacha pulls to summon the 10 Tails infant form? Reward level? Current system permissions cannot ascertain. Without the slightest hesitation, Joey clicked exchange on both prompts. As it turned out, the so-called ultimate astral reward was simply asking him to abandon everything and switch to cultivating the path of stars. If it were an ordinary ability user, they might have excitedly accepted the inheritance, but to Joey, this thing was utterly useless. Was this some kind of joke? He possessed the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Hashirama cells, lightning and water element abilities, and the 8 inner gates taijutsu. Which of these was inferior to this so-called path of stars? Therefore, the moment he learned that this thing could actually be traded for the ultimate ocular technique, the Rinnegan, he chose to exchange it without the slightest hesitation. However, the thought of having to throw in an additional 25 gacha draws made Joey wince in pain. It was clear that in the eyes of the system, this path of stars inheritance was also quite pathetic. Fortunately, Joey had accumulated quite a few draws, otherwise, he would have been stuck with it. Being able to get rid of it now was a massive win. Reading the system text, Joey could sense that his Destiny villain system was also holding a bit of a grudge. The path of stars? What kind of trash is that? How could it possibly compare to the rewards produced by this system? I'll swap you out right now to let you know who the true master is. Once Joey made his choice, the swirling astral inheritance came to an abrupt halt. In its place came the evolution of his ocular technique. The Mangekyo pattern in his pupils began to rotate, eventually transforming into the ripples representing reincarnation. The color of his eyes shifted from blood red to a pale purple. The supreme ocular technique from another world, the Rinnegan, had finally appeared in this realm. Immediately afterward, the body of the star demon that Joey had cleaved open began to contort, as if something was about to break out of its shell like a butterfly from a cocoon. Slowly, a far more terrifying figure took shape, and 10 tails suddenly erupted from its back. So this is the 10 tails? Joey immediately felt a connection form between himself and this massive tailed beast. He could command the 10 tails to do anything unconditionally. With a single thought, a Rinnegan slowly opened on the 10 tails' forehead. With just a slight movement, its terrifying power whipped up a violent storm within the astral secret realm. Joey couldn't help but marvel. Even in its infancy, the 10 tails possessed power more terrifying than the star demon. What would happen once it fully matured? No wonder even the current system couldn't provide a specific grade for it. The most miraculous part was that, compared to the 10 tails in the original story, this infant 10 tails inherited the power of the stars in addition to its original strength, and it had even gained control over the entire astral secret realm. In other words, the path of stars inheritance that Joey had discarded hadn't disappeared. Instead, it had fallen upon the 10 tails. Since the 10 tails followed his every command, it meant he had essentially gained everything within the astral secret realm. He hadn't lost a thing. In fact, he had made a killing. However, looking at the prompts in the system, Joey's eyebrows twitched as he quickly deduced the system's underlying meaning. According to the system's previous prompts, my current system level only allows me to see rewards up to the legendary grade. The fact that I can't see them now proves that both the Rinnegan and the juvenile 10 tails exceed the legendary grade. So, as long as I wait for the system to upgrade, I'll be able to detect their true grades and draw even higher quality rewards, right, system? The system remained silent, but a special prompt popped up before Joey's eyes. The corners of Joey's mouth curled up. He understood its meaning. But next, it's about this collapsing star secret realm and these stars filling the sky. Joey watched as these stars vanished in large swaths under the spatial collapse, feeling a pang of heartache. These were all massive opportunities. Letting them fall into the spatial turbulence was a total waste. Just then, an idea struck him, and he pointed a finger toward the sky. The massive 10 tails immediately sprang into motion. It abruptly surged upward, bracing the void above its head with both arms, actually managing to halt the collapse of the star secret realm. It really works! Joey's eyes lit up, and he let out a mischievous chuckle as he looked toward the remaining multitude of stars. Now, you all belong to me. He pulled the last star jade token from his robes. He had been wondering how to handle it, but he immediately sensed the 10 tails longing for the object. Soon, he received a telepathic message from the 10 tails. If it could consume the jade token, it would gain immense benefits. Without hesitation, Joey tossed it to the 10 tails and issued 2 commands. With a thunderous roar, all the spacetime tunnels leading to the outside world were completely sealed shut. From this moment on, the star-secret realm would become his private property. Immediately following this, 6 great stars of different colors, each containing terrifying power, flew out from the starlit sky and hovered before Joey. Joey nodded, and the power of the Rinnegan began to surface in his eyes. Soon, these 6 stars collapsed inward, transforming into 6 special coffins within a few breaths. With a soft click, the coffin lids opened automatically, and 6 humanoid puppets stepped out. Each emitted fluctuations of different elemental abilities, but without exception, every one of them possessed the Rinnegan. Using planets with special abilities from the star-secret realm to create the 6 paths of pain. I suppose I'm the only one extravagant enough to do such a thing. Joey smiled with pride. After arranging a few other matters within the star-secret realm, he donned his black robe with red clouds once more and nodded to the figure behind him. The Rinnegan on the 10 tails' forehead emanated waves of pupil power, causing the space around Joey to warp rapidly. When he opened his eyes again, he had already returned to Heaven Gazing Cliff in the real world. However, Joey had already communicated with the 10 tails. As long as he set up coordinates elsewhere in the future, he would no longer need to enter the secret realm through Heaven Gazing Cliff. In other words, this was Joey's last time coming to Heaven Gazing Cliff. But just as he was preparing to leave, several figures suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Impressive skills, sir. To be able to escape from a collapsing star-secret realm, I, Long Xingyun, am truly impressed. However, I must ask you to tell me what happened after the realm collapsed and hand over the final opportunity. Otherwise, don't blame the Long family for being impolite. Joey looked at the old man before him, who exuded powerful supernatural spiritual energy. He merely raised his head slowly. Beneath the hood, a pair of blood-red eyes stared back at the members of the great families from a distance. You want the inheritance? Then come and take it yourself. Joey's gaze was calm as his figure vanished instantly from the spot. Immediately following, the entire Heaven Gazing Cliff began to rotate and distort. However, the old fellows opposite him seemed to have long anticipated Joey's genjutsu. They all crushed special medicinal pills hidden in their mouths and delivered heavy punches to the chests of the companions beside them. The surrounding scenery quickly returned to its original state, and the previously vanished prison sovereign reappeared before them once again. He seemed surprised as well that these people from the various great families could break his genjutsu so easily, so much so that he appeared to have forgotten to flee. As a result, a middle-aged man wielding wind attribute abilities caught him first, followed by a barrage of various supernatural powers that swarmed forward, blasting his black robe with red clouds into tattered rags. Hee, Longchen told us your identity long ago after he came out. How could we not be on guard against your genjutsu? Now, let us first see the true face of the recently famous prison sovereign, and then we shall find the inheritance of the star-secret realm. Long Xingyun was the first to grab the hood. With a smirk, he yanked it back forcefully, only to be startled to find a massive black hole beneath the cap. By the time he came to his senses, he realized he was standing in the middle of a starry sky. Every single star surrounding him was actually a different variation of the Mangekyo Sharingan, staring intently at him. Damn it, why did I still fall into a genjutsu? Long Xingyun's expression was exceptionally grim. He exerted every ounce of his strength trying to break free, yet he suddenly realized that every single one of these Mangekyo eyes was casting a separate illusion upon him. In an instant, all sorts of torture and mental agony were relentlessly inflicted upon him, sealing him deeper and deeper beneath the layers of his mental sea until he completely succumbed. In the real world, the moment Joey had emerged from the star-secret realm, the members of the great families had already collapsed before him. They hadn't even managed to crush the pills beneath their tongues. How could Tsukuyomi be broken so easily? Joey glanced at them. Since there were no outsiders present this time, he wouldn't hold back. Half an hour later, a group of old men, stripped completely naked, lay scattered across Heaven Gazing Cliff. They were eventually found by their respective families, and the incident became a lifelong taboo for them. The culprit, Joey, had long since used the teleportation space in the Tower of Geniuses to return to a large city near his home. He then bought a luxury train seat and fell into a deep, pleasant sleep. Despite having taken spirit ascending pills and possessing the abnormal recovery abilities of Hashirama cells, the battles of the past few days had left him feeling exceptionally exhausted. However, when he returned to his villa and prepared to sort through the spoils of his journey to the astral secret realm, he suddenly noticed several settlement notifications that had popped up on the system interface while he was sleeping. Successfully seized the greatest opportunity within the astral secret realm and usurped the providence of the mandate's protagonist, Long Chen awarded 11 gacha draws. Claimed the astral secret realm as your own, depriving the Long family of the chance to advance further and making it difficult for Long Chen to rise using the family's power awarded 17 gacha draws. Supported Long Hua to become the new rising star of the Long family, posing a threat to Long Chen's status awarded 3 gacha draws. Joey smiled knowingly he had almost forgotten about this most important harvest. Gacha draws were not only extremely versatile but were fundamental to Joey's very foundation. Therefore, receiving so many draws all at once made Joey breathe a comfortable sigh of relief. He then walked into the secret room and dumped a massive pile of astral attribute materials brought back from the secret realm in front of Shang-Chen, whose eyes instantly went wide. Did you just ransack an entire astral attribute treasure land? He had originally spoken in a joking tone, but when he looked up and saw the "how did you know" expression on Joey's face, his own expression gradually froze. You didn't actually ransack an entire astral attribute treasure land, did you? The corners of Joey's mouth curled into a slight smile as he shook his head, causing Shang-Chen to instantly breathe a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. I was thinking that no matter how exaggerated your realm is, it would be impossible to take down an entire treasure land in one go. I've claimed an entire astral secret realm for myself. Put. Shang-Chen nearly choked on his breath, staring at him in utter disbelief. Boss, you're not joking with me, are you? That SA secret realm at scale is far greater than a mere treasure land. Do you have any idea? A single secret realm is enough to support a mid-sized family's advancement, let alone a much rarer astral attribute secret realm. And you're saying you've occupied one all by yourself? Seeing Shang-Chen's shocked expression, Joey laughed happily. Ever since he summoned Shang-Chen using the impure world reincarnation, this monstrous genius had always remained unfazed even if Tai were to collapse before him. Seeing him lose his composure for the first time made Joey chuckle inwardly. Immediately afterward, Joey set up coordinates within the secret room and, utilizing the power of the animal path, summoned both himself and Shang-Chen into the astral secret realm. Looking at the countless stars before him, Shang-Chen failed to react for a moment until he was dazzled by the array of rare materials, at which point he let out an excited cheer. With this, not only can I refine more practical pills and weapons, but my own cultivation in the path of refinement is secured. That's not all. I've decided to make the astral secret realm the base for the reincarnation hall. Once we find a method for free teleportation, we can use the name of the reincarnation hall to accomplish much more. Hearing Zhou Yi's words, Shang-Chen nodded in agreement. The two then spent half a day remodeling the astral secret realm, finally creating a comfortable and practical base. Joey returned to the villa alone, then took a taxi back to Zhoutian Manor, planning to leech off a wave of little Zhouhao's luck. However, before he could even step through the front door, he was stopped by the butler waiting at the entrance. Young master, the old master said that if you return, you are to go to his study immediately. He has something to discuss with you. Grandfather wants to see me? Although puzzled, Joey did not refuse. He followed the butler to the door of the old man's study. He took a deep breath, straightened his collar, and then knocked before entering the room. Only after stepping inside did he discover to his surprise that his grandfather wasn't the only one in the study. There was another familiar face. Principal? Why are you here too? Looking at the two old men in the study, Joey was completely bewildered. Sitting across from his grandfather was the principal of his school. The old man looked at him with appreciative eyes and then stated the purpose of his visit. Joey, rumor has it that many geniuses have emerged all over the country in your year, so much so that even the National College entrance examination has been reformed because of it. To ensure that the Southwest region isn't outperformed by other regions, the Southwest region has decided that from the day after tomorrow until a few days before the exam, each school will select one top student for centralized special training. The student selected from our school is you. I came here today specifically to bother Mr. Zhou Mingzhan regarding this matter. Zhou Mingzhan nodded in agreement, but Joey clearly saw a sharp glint flash in his eyes, instantly giving him a bad premonition. Every time the old man made that expression, it meant he had already dug a hole for him, and it seemed this time was no exception. Sure enough, he immediately heard Zhou Mingzhan's voice. I have already agreed to this training camp. However, to ensure you don't disgrace the Zhou family during this centralized training, you are to stay home quietly until the day after tomorrow and break through to the second rank. What? Break through to the second rank? Hearing his grandfather's demand, Joey wasn't particularly surprised. When he walked in, he realized the old man had already seen through his current cultivation level. However, the principal was stunned by Zhou Mingzhan's words and couldn't help but cry out. Joey only just awakened his abilities not long ago. Don't you think this demand is a bit too much for him? He's just a child at the peak of the first rank, huh? As he spoke, he habitually cast an appraisal on Joey, and the result left him unable to believe his eyes. Dual S-grade and A-grade abilities, developed to the peak of the first rank in just half a month. Is he even human? Our school is finally producing a genius. My pension is secured. Watching the ecstatic principal, the corner of Joey's mouth twitched. He said his goodbyes to the old man and returned to his own small courtyard. He then pulled out the medicinal pills Shan Chen had refined over the past few days, along with the cultivation resources the old man had prepared for him, and began a 2-day period of secluded cultivation. A day and a night later, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted from the room. Joey slowly opened his eyes, feeling the transformation in his strength after breaking through to a major realm. The second order is the critical realm for ability development, also known as the foundation of the strong. During this period, ability users' control over their own powers increases significantly. Consequently, the higher the grade of the ability, the wider the power gap becomes starting from the second order. However, there is a special case: those possessing multiple abilities also begin to stand out starting from the second order. Furthermore, the more abilities one has, the stronger they are within the same realm. Correspondingly, the more abilities one possesses, the resources required to advance their realm are several times that of others. Therefore, unless one comes from a massive and wealthy family, it is impossible to afford the cost of developing their abilities and increasing their strength. Take myself, for instance, possessing multiple top-tier abilities. This promotion consumed nearly 1/3 of the spirit coins I had on hand, enough for an average person to reach the mid-stage of the second order. But compared to before, my strength has undergone an earth-shattering change. I am at least several children of destiny levels higher than others in the same realm. Moreover, with the void spherulite cheat at my disposal, I should try to extract as many special attribute abilities as possible during this stage to maximize my innate potential. Joey silently set his next goal and spent some time familiarizing himself with his new power before stepping out into the warm sunlight to take a leisurely stretch. But at that moment, a series of system prompts appeared before his eyes. Detected host promotion to second order. System upgrading. Upgrade complete. Heaven-destined villain system has been updated. Update content: 1. Unlock the 6th tier lottery, epic grade rewards. 2. Adjusted lottery probabilities: common 20%, average 35%, rare 24%, transcendent 15%, legendary 5%, epic 1%. 3. Successfully connected to a second otherworldly dimension. Chance to draw various rewards from the second world. 4. Obtain 1 breakthrough gift pack, guaranteed to draw an epic grade reward from the otherworld. Joey's eyes lit up. So, when he broke through a major realm, the system would upgrade along with him. He looked at the breakthrough gift pack provided by the system and hesitated for a moment. He suppressed the urge to draw immediately, deciding instead to go and leech some luck from Zhou first. After all, there was still a gap between different epic grade rewards. This time, Zhou Xingyan and his wife were not at home. Only Zhou was alone in the courtyard, working hard to develop the power of his supreme celestial bone. Joey took a glance and was momentarily startled. The little fellow hadn't fallen too far behind him. He had likewise reached the high stage of the First Order, and his application of the Supreme Celestial Bone was clearly more proficient than before. Zhou Hao's ears twitched slightly, and he immediately knew who had arrived. He broke into a run and threw himself into Zhou Yi's arms, proactively letting Zhou Yi rub off on his luck. Zhou Yi didn't stand on ceremony. He first pinched the little fellow's cheeks, then tousled his hair into a bird's nest. Once he was certain his hands were covered in destiny chi, he entered the system space. He first chose to open the breakthrough gift pack. Having the self-awareness of a heaven-destined villain, he naturally had to draw the epic item while his luck was at its peak. Looking at the 3 identical boxes before him, he used both hands simultaneously and selected the box right in the middle. In the next second, an oddly shaped fruit flashed before his eyes, but it immediately transformed into a vial of reagent, appearing in front of Zhou Yi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing an epic reward, the power of the tremor fruit. Zhou Yi's eyes suddenly widened, his face filled with pleasant surprise. So the second alternate world he selected was the world of One Piece. Thinking about the various devil fruits with diverse abilities that perfectly aligned with his goals, Zhou Yi felt his mouth water, wishing he could use up all his lottery draws in one go. Luckily, he managed to leech off the luck bonus of the Child of Destiny. Most importantly, he actually drew the trump card known as the strongest paramecia fruit from the epic gift pack. But system, why has the devil fruit turned into a reagent? Given the unique nature of the fruits from the second alternate world, the system has juiced the devil fruit. Not only is it delicious, but the side effects have also been removed, and it can be consumed repeatedly. Furthermore, depending on the reward tier, the degree of development of the devil fruit's power varies. Please explore the rest for yourself, host. Looking at the prompt given by the system, Zhou Yi skeptically downed the unidentified liquid in the test tube. The next second, he felt as if he had experienced all the pain of a lifetime in a brief instant. It wasn't until he desperately forced the potion down that he managed to catch his breath. System, come out here. This thing almost killed me, and you told me it was delicious? The concentrated juice of the devil fruit also concentrates the taste of an entire fruit into that single mouthful. Zhou Yi was rendered speechless. However, he soon felt a strange power, and a ripple representing vibration appeared within the void sphere crystal. Epic tier tremor fruit power. Although it can't be directly developed to the level of the original work capable of triggering massive earthquakes and tsunamis, it can still generate vibrations at will, causing significant destructive power. Small-scale ground fissures, giant waves, and spatial cracks are also achievable. With a thought, Zhou Yi pointed his finger forward. Zhou Ha was originally developing his Supreme Celestial Bone, intending to use his ability to shatter a specially made steel dummy. But before he could even make a move, the dummy trembled a few times and then crumbled into a pile of small iron fragments on the floor. Zhou Ha! While the little fellow was completely baffled, Zhou Yi had already left their home in satisfaction and went to the study to say goodbye to the old man. Zhou Mingzhan looked at the rank 2 aura fluctuating around Zhou Yi and nodded impassively. Not bad, you've completed my task. Your principal has been waiting for you at school for a long time. Hurry along. Don't worry, old man. When I return in triumph, I'll make the Zhou family famous throughout the entire southwest region. Zhou Yi nodded and didn't forget to tease him before leaving, causing Zhou Mingzhan to laugh and raise the bamboo cane in his hand as if to strike him. Seeing this, Zhou Yi immediately dodged, broke into a light run, hailed a cab, and left the Zhoutian manor. Zhou Mingzhan sat in his study, watching Zhou Yi's figure in the distance. The smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a gaze filled with an unreadable depth. This kid always manages to pull some new tricks on me. His strength improvement this time even gave me a shock. Luckily, I reacted quickly, otherwise, wouldn't I have lost all my dignity as an elder? Moreover, besides the 2 abilities he had when his talent awakened, how can I sense the aura of other supernatural powers coming from him? During this Southwest Regional Training Camp, this kid might just bring me quite a surprise. Perhaps he even has a chance to break into the top 10? I hope I'm not just daydreaming. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Yi had already arrived at the school gate. The principal had been waiting there for a long time, leading a group of teachers. Seeing Zhou Yi appear, he immediately rushed over and asked nervously, "How was it? Did it work?" Zhou Yi knew what he was asking about and nodded with a smile. The principal immediately took a deep breath in excitement. Following that, an expression of profound amazement appeared on his aged face. He hadn't expected that in just one short day, Zhou Yi had actually succeeded in breaking through to the second tier. With this kind of speed, even in their school's history, such talent was enough to rank number 1. In this Southwest Regional Training Camp, there might truly be a chance to push for a high ranking. If that happened, let alone his retirement bonus, even his pension would be secured. Thinking of this, the look the principal gave Zhou Yi became even more fervent. Then, just as Zhou Yi was beginning to wonder if he had some strange preferences and was preparing to blast him with a tailed beast bomb, he saw the principal pull a piece of yellow amber from his robe. Gritting his teeth, the old man shoved it firmly into Zhou Yi's hand. "Zhou Yi, I remember you also awakened a B rank lightning element affinity. This is a treasure from my personal collection. As long as you absorb the spiritual power inside, it can upgrade your lightning attribute ability to a rank or higher. Consider this my personal sponsorship. In this training camp, you must bring glory to our school. Also, starting from today, you are transferred from your original class to the genius class. I will manage you personally. Not only will you enjoy priority for all resources, but you will also have the best teachers in the school to guide you." Zhou Yi breathed a sigh of relief and took the amber from the principal's hand. However, the moment his fingers touched the amber, a system notification popped up before his eyes. Detected transcendent grade spiritual item, Thunder Sealing Amber. Exchange for 5 lottery chances to obtain transcendent grade Rumble Fruit Goro Goro no Mi potion? Zhou Yi's pupils involuntarily contracted slightly. The Rumble Fruit was also an extremely terrifying devil fruit, with an ability often described as invincible. Although its current development level hadn't reached the epic grade like the Tremor fruit, once fused with his B-rank lightning affinity, it would definitely be a force to be reckoned with. If combined with the A-rank Chidori, it would be enough to serve as a finishing move. But what truly surprised him was that this unremarkable-looking piece of amber was actually rated as transcendent grade by the system? It was in the same tier as an undeveloped Manjikyu Sharingan or Hashirama cells. On second thought, the principal had sat in that position for decades. His family fortune must be terrifyingly deep. For a treasure to make even him feel the sting of parting with it, reaching the transcendent grade didn't seem impossible after all. Thus, Zhou Yi calmly pocketed the Thunder Sealing Amber and, under the enthusiastic gaze of the numerous teachers, boarded the bus heading toward the training camp base. He failed to notice, however, a complex gaze from within the ranks of the seeing-off teachers that remained fixed on Zhou Yi until the bus finally departed. Oshan never expected that Zhou Yi, the privileged scion she had always looked down upon and dismissed as a useless layabout, would suddenly become the principal's beacon of hope. Not only was he now recognized as the most talented senior in the entire school, but he had even been selected as the representative to attend the Southwest Regional Training Camp. Meanwhile, her prized pupil, into whom she had poured 3 years of effort and high expectations, had not only made a complete fool of himself during the awakening ceremony but had seemingly lost his mind overnight. He was frequently seen hiding near the restroom entrance with Zhuangwei, snickering and claiming they had met a senior and no longer needed her. They spoke of nothing but waiting for the right opportunity to bring about the total destruction of the Zhou family. Fearing that his brain damage might be contagious, or that the Zhou family's wrath would descend and splash Guan Tianming's blood onto her own face, she had directly relegated him to the very back row. As a result, she had earned his resentment as well. Staring into those venomous eyes, Oshan lived each day in a daze. She hadn't even processed the reason why the principal had summoned her until she arrived. It was only when she saw her student being warmly embraced by the principal that she realized with a start just how wrong she had been all along. However, this realization came far too late. The principal was well aware of how Zhou Yi had been treated in his original class and had promptly transferred him to the genius class. Oshan didn't even have the chance to make amends. She could only watch the bus's exhaust fumes in bitter regret, wishing she could drag her past self back for a violent beating. The last shred of patience she held for Guan Tianming and Zhuangwei had completely evaporated. She even shifted the blame for losing a genius like Zhou Yi onto them. It was easy to imagine that their future days would be anything but pleasant. Joey, of course, was oblivious to her internal turmoil, nor did he spare her a single glance. At that moment, he had already submerged his consciousness into the system space. Looking at the thunder-sealing amber in his hand, he silently chanted exchange in his mind. In the next second, the yellow amber quietly vanished, and a familiar reagent appeared in his hand. Wearing a mask of pure agony, Joey hesitated for several seconds before gritting his teeth, tilting his head back, and downing the reagent in one gulp. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the hellish, foul taste still made his entire body tremble. It wasn't until he forced it down that he felt like he had finally come back to life. However, after enduring such bitterness, the reagent's effects were remarkably significant. The previously inconspicuous purple lightning patterns within the void spherical crystal suddenly surged several times over, transforming into a soaring thunderbird that was now a match for the shockwaves of the tremor fruit. Simultaneously, a flash of lightning flickered in Joey's eyes before he instantly suppressed it. Only then did he notice that while he was resting, several more students bound for the training camp had boarded the bus. Joey cast a glance over them, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward. Impressive, not a single one of them was an ordinary character. Unfortunately, he only recognized one of them, a red-haired boy from his own district named Wuxia. A top student from No. 2 high school, Wuxia had not only awakened an A+ grade fire attribute ability but also possessed extraordinary natural talent. The principal often used him as an example, lamenting that Joey's year was the worst class he had ever taught because they were being completely overshadowed by No. 2 high's Wuxia. Had Guan Tianming grown according to the original plot, he would have been able to suppress Wuxia during the college entrance examination. But now, it was likely he wouldn't even be fit to carry Wuxia's shoes. The others, despite concealing their respective cultivation realms, were equally extraordinary in strength. Joey even sensed a few auras that, like his own, were at the second rank, leading him to sigh with inward emotion. Having only just left the city, so many prodigies had already appeared. It was clear just how high the caliber of this regional intensive training camp would be. But what excited Joey even more was the realization that if this training camp could gather several children of destiny together, he would be set he could reap rewards from them until he soared. Geniuses from your respective schools, I am your lead teacher for this transport, Songping. Our group of students is almost all here, but it's still quite a long drive to the training site. Why don't we play a game to pass the time? Just as the bus had picked up nearly 10 people, the teacher sitting at the very front suddenly stood up and clapped his hands with a smile. Although his voice wasn't loud, it drifted precisely into the ears of everyone present. All the high school seniors on the bus perked up, turning their collective gaze toward him. Joey's eyes narrowed slightly as expected of a regional training camp. Even the supervising teacher was extraordinary. Seeing that he had everyone's attention, Sangping nodded in satisfaction. He pulled a small die from his pocket and began tossing it playfully. There is only one rule: for the next half hour, you are free to use any means necessary, as long as you don't flip the bus over. When I call stop, whoever is holding the die wins. The expressions of the crowd shifted instantly, with a few individuals even sporting looks of disdain. However, Song Ping merely smiled and pulled a specialized watch from his pocket. The winner will be rewarded with this captain's watch. It grants special privileges during the training camp and comes preloaded with 100 points, which can be used to purchase many rare items. Enough talk, the game starts now. With that, he tossed the die into the air once more. But this time, before the die could hit the floor, it was caught by a gust of wind and swept toward one of the students. Yet, before it could land in his hand, a flash of fire suddenly cut across the path between him and the die. With a smirk on his face, Wu Zhuo hooked his finger. He manipulated the flames into a large hand that pinched the die in its palm, all without letting a single spark of heat affect the object. Joey nodded inwardly. This single move was something no one from No. 1 high school's current graduating class could pull off. However, the others weren't about to stand by and watch Wu Zhuo take the die. A pair of twins shared a look and suddenly extended their hands simultaneously. Invisible ripples radiated outward, causing Wu Zhuo's flames to lose control and instantly scatter into a shower of sparks. Wu Zhuo and the wind user raised their eyebrows. They tried to activate their abilities again, only to find that a peculiar magnetic field surrounded the twins, neutralizing all supernatural powers. The two twins grinned and stood up, reaching for the die. But someone else beat them to it, pinning the die under their foot. The twins looked up, locking eyes with a burly youth standing nearly 2 meters tall. The giant grinned. "Heh, I awakened a physical type ability. Your magnetic field doesn't affect me." The twins gritted their teeth in frustration but were powerless against the brute. They could only watch as he bent down to pick up the die. However, at that exact moment, they deactivated the magnetic field. Instantly, various elemental abilities streaked across the carriage, most of them slamming directly into the big man. Despite his formidable physical toughness, the impact forced him back several steps. His foot slipped, sending the die flying into the air once again. This time, even the geniuses who had been watching coldly from the sidelines could no longer hold back. They all unleashed their unique powers to snatch the die out of midair. They were all top-tier talents, and naturally, none of them were willing to submit to another. Moreover, they were all sharp enough to realize that this game was a test to identify the strongest among them. After a period of intense competition, the group had grown truly heated and stopped holding back. The bus windows instantly shattered under the force of high temperatures, fierce gales, and ice, leaving the vehicle's body riddled with holes and scars. But at that same moment, a soft pop rang out. Under the tug of war between 5 or 6 different supernatural abilities, the die could no longer withstand the pressure and vaporized instantly, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. At this, the group was left utterly dumbfounded. Though they were all elite prodigies, each proud and arrogant, they were still ultimately high school seniors. They immediately looked lost and flustered, instinctively turning their gaze toward Songping. However, the teacher acted as if he hadn't seen the die vanish at all and did not stop the timer. The bus fell into a dead silence until Songping smiled and clapped his hands. "All right, the game is over. The winner is student Joe from number 1 high school." "On what grounds?" "The die was vaporized, it wasn't even in his hands." "Why say he won? Is it just because he didn't join the fight?" The burly youth was the first to step forward, looking at Songping with a face full of dissatisfaction, while the others were equally indignant. "Exactly. We all know this isn't just a game, it's about the distribution of authority for everyone on this bus. The captain must at least have the respect of everyone here. If you don't give us a clear explanation, we absolutely will not agree." As Wuzhua spoke, he turned his head to point at Joey, but the moment he looked back, his expression instantly shifted to one of utter bewilderment. The bus, which had just been battered and broken, now looked as if nothing had happened at all. It was brand new once again. Furthermore, the die that had supposedly vaporized had reappeared, now being casually toyed with between Joey's fingers. "It's an illusion. We were all caught in his illusion just now. This is total cheating." The pair of twins were the first to react, cutting straight to the heart of Joey's methods. The others also realized what had happened, yet not a single person was convinced by Joey. The burly youth was the first to charge forward, raising a resentful fist while shouting at him. "You're playing tricks. Unless you can take this punch, I'll never acknowledge you." Seeing this, Songping did not step in to stop it. Just as the others had said, this game was indeed intended to determine the strongest among them. However, he hadn't expected Joey to use illusions to control everyone from the very beginning, securing an easy victory. Naturally, this wouldn't win people over, and it was normal for the others to be dissatisfied. Seeing a hothead ready to test Joey's strength personally piqued his curiosity as well. Just how strong was this young man's raw power? Joey calmly watched the rapidly enlarging fist, then silently opened one of the 8 inner gates, the Gate of Life. In that instant, immense physical power erupted from the Gate of Life, surging into every limb and bone of Joey's body. Then, he extended a single finger. What is this guy doing? He can't possibly think he can block this punch with just one finger. That guy is the strongest student from the school next door. Not only has he awakened an A-rank physical ability, but his family also runs a martial arts gym. His explosive power is incredibly intense. If this kid thinks his punch is that easy to catch, he's in for a rude awakening. Under the expectant gazes of the onlookers, the brawny man's fist slammed violently against Zhou Yi's finger. However, to their shock, the massive fist came to a dead stop in front of the finger, unable to advance even a single inch further. Zhou Yi had caught the punch, and he had truly used only one finger. How is this possible? The scene before them caused everyone's pupils to tremble in shock. Even the smile on Song Ping's face faded slightly. The brawny man was even more bewildered. Although he hadn't used his full strength in that punch, it should have been difficult for even a peak rank 1 ability user to catch, let alone with just one finger. Could this guy be a dual ability user with both physical and illusion types? None of them were fools. They immediately guessed the reason, and the way they looked at Zhou Yi changed instantly. For most dual ability users, both abilities are quite weak. However, there is another scenario: both abilities are exceptionally powerful. Once such a person grows, their strength far surpasses others of the same rank. Since this exceptionally handsome young man before them had been selected for the training camp, it could only be the latter case. A sense of crisis suddenly welled up in everyone's hearts. Although they were all geniuses selected by their respective schools and would never consider themselves inferior to others, the moment someone displayed extraordinary talent, they instinctively chose to join forces to eliminate the greatest threat first. Thus, these 7 or 8 people, who had just been fighting over the dice, suddenly and simultaneously turned their spearheads toward Zhou Yi. Various abilities flew toward him from all directions. The twins deployed their magnetic field once again, but this time, only Zhou Yi was affected. He immediately felt his spiritual energy fall into chaos, while the others remained unaffected and able to use their abilities. The most powerful attack among them was a bolt of lightning, like a falcon streaking through the sky. Its blinding light pierced the air as it rushed toward Zhou Yi. The young man sitting at the very back had been watching the farce with a mocking gaze, seemingly confident in his own status and strength and disdaining the game of grabbing dice. But now, even he couldn't resist taking action. Even Song Ping couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. To be targeted by everyone as soon as he stepped onto the bus, even if he is defeated, it's enough to be proud of. I remember a similar training camp before. It seems someone did something like this back then, too. However, that person used absolute strength to beat all his opponents into submission. Under his leadership, the college entrance examination results for the Southwest region reached a historic high that year. I wonder if this kid is just a newborn calf who doesn't fear the tiger, or if he can deliver another surprise? Before Song Ping could snap back from his memories, a slight smile had already curled onto the corner of Zhou Yi's mouth. Interference magnetic fields can indeed affect supernatural abilities, but in the face of absolute strength, such petty tricks are useless. With a slight flick of his fingers, the power of the rumble fruit easily tore through the twins' magnetic field, transforming into an airwave that formed a barrier around his body. Every ability that struck this barrier shattered into fragments of multicolored light. None could get even remotely close to Zhou Yi. Instead, they scattered around him, which, combined with his good looks, created an exquisitely beautiful scene. However, no one present was in the mood to appreciate this ultimate beauty. Not only were the other prodigies stunned by this sight, but even Song Ping's pupils constricted, his face reflecting an expression of sheer disbelief. But it wasn't over yet. After neutralizing the crisis, Zhou Yi's figure instantly transformed into a bolt of lightning, flashing past everyone else in an instant. He came to a halt in front of the lightning attribute youth, looking down at him from a superior height. "Don't move, or I can't guarantee your artery won't be slit open." At some point, a long sword had appeared in Zhou Yi's hand, held exactly against the youth's throat. The lightning covering the blade felt like countless tiny needles pricking his neck, making even the act of swallowing unbearable, yet he didn't dare to make a single move. Seeing this, the others hurriedly prepared to turn back to help, but a cold voice barked at them to stop. "Everyone, stop. If this were a real battle, all of you would be dead by now." "Teacher, you must be joking. It's just that we didn't notice when he passed through. We haven't even been hurt yet, so how could we possibly have?" Before Wu Zhuo could finish his sentence, he felt a chill on his neck. He reached up to touch it, only to find his hand covered in blood. Subconsciously glancing to his side, he was shocked to discover that the others also had identical, slender wounds sliced across their necks deep enough to sever an artery if pushed, but shallow enough to recover quickly with bandages if withdrawn. Even the burly man with the physical enhancement ability was no exception. Only then did they finally understand what Songping meant. It turned out that the very moment Zhou Yi made his move, they had already lost completely. They didn't even know when their throats had been slit. Seeing that they had all conceded, Zhou Yi smiled slightly and slowly sheathed the Kusanagi sword at his waist before stowing it away in the Prodigy Tower. This thing was great for showing off, but carrying it around constantly was simply too inconvenient. Once the crowd calmed down, the looks they directed at Zhou Yi held a touch of reverence in addition to their shock. Every person present had been the undisputed number one in their surroundings since childhood. They had joined this Southwest Regional Training Camp with the mindset of standing out above the rest. To their surprise, they had been taught a lesson before even getting off the bus, leaving them all feeling a wave of frustration. Was this training camp filled with monsters like this? Sensing the atmosphere was off, Sangping immediately clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention toward him. I have seen all of your abilities, and in truth, every one of you is exceptionally talented. You might not be able to compare to Student Joe, but you are by no means ordinary. As long as you take this training camp seriously, you will definitely see a massive improvement before the college entrance exams. After offering these words of encouragement, Sangping noticed the expressions on their faces had indeed softened slightly. He then turned his head back to Zhou Yi, his eyes filled with brilliance. As for Zhou Yi, he is indeed a bit special and shouldn't be treated like an ordinary person. By the way, Zhou Yi, here is your reward. Make sure to wear it properly for the coming period. This item represents your identity in the intensive training camp. With that, Sangping handed the watch to Zhou Yi and instructed the onboard doctors to help the others with their bandages. He then returned to the front seat, feigning sleep to hide his inner shock. He hadn't expected that after several years, someone would once again suppress all their opponents single-handedly, especially since the quality of students on this bus was by no means low. Could the Southwest region be about to produce another figure with the potential of a heavenly pillar? Afterward, everyone remained lost in their own thoughts until the bus drove deep into the mountains and entered a secret base. Students, we have arrived. Do not wander off after getting off the bus. Wait for the opening ceremony of the centralized intensive training. Hearing Songping's instructions, the students nodded immediately. They waited for Zhou Yi to disembark first before filing out one by one, standing obediently in place without moving an inch. Ever since Zhou Yi had displayed his god-tier strength, they had become exceptionally well-behaved. For the first time, Sangping felt that leading students could be this easy, and he couldn't help but silently thank Zhou Yi in his heart. However, it wasn't long before several more buses drove into the base. A group of arrogant-looking youths crowded off the vehicles, looking around at everything with curiosity. The lead teachers of those buses also stepped down looking triumphant. Seeing how everyone on Songping's side looked wilted and dejected, they immediately jumped to the wrong conclusion. One female teacher couldn't help but speak up. Teacher Song, I didn't expect you to be the first to arrive this time. You usually rank among the top in various training sessions every year. I wonder how your harvest was this time. To whom did you give the watch? The rest of us certainly didn't expect that we'd have such good prospects on our buses this time. Perhaps our results in this training camp will have a chance to surpass yours. Hearing the subtle mockery from these teachers, Songping's expression turned strange. Did the students from his bus really look that pathetic? Songping turned his head to glance at the team behind him. Aside from Zhou Yi, who looked calm, the others were all listless and timid. Well, it certainly looked like it could be easily misunderstood. But Songping was also a bit of a devious character. He didn't bother explaining to the others. Instead, he smiled so broadly his eyes squinted into slits, causing the other teachers to curl their lips in disdain. They couldn't understand why he was so happy when he was about to fall from grace. Zhou Yi also heard these catty remarks. However, his thoughts differed from the others. Instead, a hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Where there are green tea personalities, there is a high probability of finding children of destiny, and judging by this teacher's level of pretentiousness, there were likely quite a few of them. It seemed he would return from this training camp with a full harvest. How could he not be excited? After the training teachers chatted for a while, they went off to attend to their own business, but they all coincidentally left their students behind in this open clearing. While the teachers were conversing, students from different buses were already observing the others' situations. However, Joey's bus was unanimously ignored by everyone else. Looking at their obedient and compliant demeanor, no one would have believed that just a few hours ago, these individuals were all formidable geniuses brimming with pride. As it happened, there was a weaker team eager to find a soft target to assert their dominance, and they chose them. When the others saw them walking toward Joey's team, they immediately wore expressions of people watching a show, and even thoughtfully cleared a space for them. No one was unwilling to let others do the dirty work of testing an opponent's strength. Watching the group from the other bus draw closer, the people behind Joey grew increasingly nervous, fearing that every other student might be at the same level as Joey. If that were the case, wouldn't they be slaughtered like sheep? However, the more they showed their cowardice, the more confident the opposing group became. Thus, a bizarre scene unfolded on the field. Joey's side actually had a decent average strength, yet they were being completely suppressed by the opponent's momentum. Only Joey saw through it all and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Had they been beaten into such a state of self-doubt by him? So, Joey decided to give them a hand. After all, he was the captain of this bus, and he was just that kind of helpful person. Then, as the opposing team continued to advance, Joey flicked his finger, sending a pebble instantly hitting the knee of the large guy leading the charge. The opponent suddenly lost his balance and instinctively lunged forward. But those few steps immediately broke the equilibrium between the two sides. The burly man behind Joey let out a frightened shout and instinctively slapped the opponent down to the ground, nearly leaving him unable to get back up. Seeing this, the others on the opposite side thought, "Oh? How dare you hit our guy?" Under their captain's command, they angrily unleashed various supernatural abilities. Wu Zhu and the others were initially startled by the overwhelming display of powers, assuming they were all as intense as Zhou Yi's. The twins were so terrified that they squeezed their eyes shut and instinctively expanded their magnetic field. But what use would that be? That man had broken the magnetic field with a casual gesture before. They smiled bitterly in their hearts, yet after a few seconds, they felt no pain whatsoever. Carefully peeking through their eyelids, they discovered that the previously menacing abilities had been disrupted by the magnetic field, flying off in all directions and even affecting several other teams. Meanwhile, the group opposite them had looks of pure disbelief, as if saying, "If you're this powerful, why the hell were you acting like such weaklings?" The several of them exchanged glances, and Wu Zhuo was the first to speak. "It seems we overthought it. The others aren't terrifying like our captain at all." Exactly. Looking at this group in front of us, aside from their captain, I feel like I could take on 2 of them by myself. I can take on 3. The lightning attribute youth also nodded. Teacher Song is right. The captain isn't human, so he can't be measured by normal standards. Aside from him, the rest of us aren't actually weak at all. We were just defeated by our own internal fears. After saying this, the previous confidence and arrogance reappeared on them as they looked toward the group opposite them. Wu Zhuo let out a cold snort first. He reached out and clenched his fist toward them. A wave of searing fire transformed into a giant hand, directly enveloping all of them within it. The lightning attribute youth, controlling thunder, fought over a dozen rounds with the opposing captain in the blink of an eye. His final move, a lightning storm, cleaved the ground open and nearly turned the opponent into charcoal. Terrified, the captain shouted his surrender and fled dejectedly with his team members. Holy crap, is this the same team of good little boys from just now? It feels like they've turned into a completely different group of people. Man, this is a real case of playing the pig to eat the tiger. That lightning attribute user isn't much different from our own captain. And those twins, their magnetic field abilities are insane. I can't even imagine how to counter them. Hearing the discussions around them, they looked at each other and smiled, suddenly feeling like they were capable again. Furthermore, under the rule of that great demon king, they who originally refused to submit to anyone and would have surely suffered at the start of training now felt like the closest of comrades in arms, cooperating seamlessly. However, before their egos could get too big, they turned their heads and saw the half-smile on Zhou Yi's face. Instantly, the memory of being dominated by Zhou Yi throughout the journey came flooding back. They immediately shriveled up in fear again, looking like they had just fought for 3 days and nights without taking any energy supplements, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. What's going on? It was just one look. How did they all get scared into cowering like quails? Can a dozen of them really not beat him alone? I see it now. That man is wearing the captain's watch. He's the leader of this group. But he's really handsome. Slurp, ahem, I mean, for a group of proud geniuses to be scared like this, I can't imagine what kind of inhuman torture they went through. Where is the morality? Where is the dignity? And where is his name and contact information? While those with slow reactions and the fangirls were still gossiping, the expressions of all the other captains changed. The looks they directed at Joey were filled with shock and vigilance. The caliber of this team just now was definitely enough to rank in the upper middle tier of all teams, especially that lightning attribute youth, who possessed talent comparable to a captain. Yet, a group like this was reduced to wanting to bow and apologize by a single glance from Joey. It was unimaginable just how terrifying Joey's strength truly was. Suddenly, the entire field fell silent. No one dared to provoke them easily anymore. Afterward, several more vehicles arrived one after another. It wasn't until the sun was nearly setting that all the participants for the intensive training finally gathered. Meanwhile, the instructors finished reporting their work and returned to the training grounds. However, they quickly noticed that the atmosphere here seemed to have shifted compared to before. That was until one of the instructors suddenly let out a scream like a stuck pig. Who on earth did this to my team? Hearing this roar, everyone's attention was immediately drawn toward him. Only then did they see that in less than half an hour, the team led by this portly instructor had been beaten black and blue. Their captain was trembling all over, looking as though he had been forced to pick up a dozen bars of soap. Song Ping shot a subtle glance at Joey. Upon receiving an affirmative response, his mouth twitched, and he had to bite down hard on his mouth ulcer to keep from laughing out loud. Others, however, didn't have such great self-control. A sudden snort of laughter rang out, turning the fat instructor's eyes red with rage. If this weren't an alternate world, Joey would have almost thought the man was about to awaken his own Sharingan. Just then, a sudden cacophony drowned out the fat instructor's bleep-filled tirade. Everyone looked up to see an armed helicopter circling in the sky. What's going on? I thought this was just intensive training? Why the secret bases and helicopters? Many students began to complain, trying to get a clearer look, but the helicopter showed no intention of landing, remaining nothing more than a blurred black speck to the naked eye. Joey narrowed his eyes as well, but purple Rinnegan ripples emerged in his pupils, allowing him to see the helicopter's details with ease. But in the next second, he saw the helicopter door kicked open. A defiant figure emerged and, without any protective gear, actually leaped directly from the aircraft. Joey's pupils instantly constricted. This was a height of over 100 meters. Even a top-tier physical type ability user would be turned into a meat patty falling from here. However, this fierce man transformed into an arrow released from a bowstring, hurtling toward the ground. Regardless of what would happen to the man himself, the impact of his landing would definitely be several times more powerful than a bomb. Scatter, now! Clear the center of the playground! Joey's sudden roar drew everyone's attention. But no one heeded his warning. Instead, they looked on with confusion. This guy had been calm all along. Why had he suddenly lost his mind like the others from his transport? Only Songping did not treat Joey's words as white noise. He glanced at Joey and saw the gravity on his face. Deciding to trust him immediately, Sangping also retreated rapidly. Meanwhile, the others who had shared the transport with Joey had already fled with their heads tucked, choosing to obey his command unconditionally. Their strange behavior immediately drew everyone's gaze. However, when the crowd realized they were fleeing in panic just because of a single sentence from Joey, they burst into loud laughter. Ha, look at these guys, don't they look like a pack of dogs? Heh, they dared to beat my students like that, they deserve to lose their minds. Wait, look, is something falling from the helicopter? Finally, a student accidentally spotted the small black dot falling from the sky and pointed toward the clouds in confusion. Hearing this, several of the prodigy captains present frowned, shading their eyes with their hands as they squinted at the sky. Only then did they notice a black dot rapidly enlarging in the sky. Looking closer, they discovered it was unmistakably a man. Damn it! Everyone scatter immediately, or you'll be caught in the blast. It was only then that the others snapped out of it, scrambling to flee in a panic. But in the next second, a deafening explosion rang out. Even Joey and his group, who were furthest away, felt a momentary loss of hearing. As for the others, although there were no casualties because of the early warning, they were covered in dust and debris from the explosion, looking utterly disheveled and pathetic. Soon the smoke cleared, but the crowd was shocked to see a fierce man in sunglasses and camouflage fatigues standing in a massive crater in the middle of the playground. Having fallen from such a height, he was completely uninjured. Instead, he stood there with his hands on his hips, a brilliant grin on his face. Not bad. Not a single person injured this time. You're the best grounded class I've trained in years. I'm going to take real good care of you. Starting now, you have 20 seconds to line up by bus number. Captains at the front, everyone else fall in behind them in order. As he spoke, his lips curled into a cruel grin. Anyone who goes over the time limit will be disqualified from the training camp immediately. The moment the words left his mouth, the stopwatch in his hand began to emit a rhythmic tick-tock. The youths, who were still reeling from their previous fright, scrambled in a panic to find their squads, sending the scene into utter chaos. However, a few troublemakers intentionally caused a ruckus on the training ground, even going so far as to interfere with others trying to return to their units. The man didn't stop them, he simply watched the scene unfold with a smile. Yet, there was one corner where the atmosphere was entirely different from the rest. Joey moved with a leisurely pace, reaching his designated spot in just a few seconds. With time to spare, he even took a moment to smooth out a slight wrinkle in his sleeve. The teammates behind him followed his every move closely, and in less than 10 seconds, the entire row was perfectly aligned. An expression of interest flickered across the man's face. Impressive. Being able to tame your subordinates in such a short amount of time is a talent in its own right. Joey returned the smile, his expression returning to its previous state of calm. Soon, a shrill bell rang out, causing instant panic among those who had yet to find their squads. Time's up. Disobeying military orders and failing to follow command people like you would only hold the team back even if you participated. You are all eliminated. Before they could argue, the man gave a wave of his hand. A group of guards immediately rushed out from behind him and seized every one of them. The troublemakers from earlier refused to go quietly and tried to use their abilities to break free. However, the man delivered a slap to one of their faces so powerful that the youth was knocked unconscious instantly, his face swelling up like a pig's head. The onlookers' eyes twitched in fear. No one dared to cause trouble anymore as they were obediently dragged away. In an instant, a tenth of the massive training ground was cleared out. Seeing this, the remaining students felt a chill in their hearts, inwardly relieved that they hadn't tried to act tough. All right. Next begins the real training camp. Between now and the National College Entrance Exam, you will undergo 3 major challenges: the Tiger's Den, the Dragon's Pool, and the Beast Tide. During these challenges, instructors will record your performance to provide targeted special training. Ultimately, those selected will form a seed team for ultimate special training, becoming this year's Phantom Squad for the Southwest region to compete against top teams from other regions for the title of National Top Scholar. Now, everyone head to the back of the base and prepare for the first challenge. Perk up and show me your true potential. These next dozen days will absolutely facilitate a magnificent transformation. The man's voice echoed through the sky, setting the blood of everyone listening on fire. Led by their respective captains, they marched toward the rear of the base. The bus that brought them there had been waiting for a long time. Guided by their teachers, they boarded and drove off in different directions, heading deep into the mountains. Watching the dense, ancient forest grow thicker before his eyes, Joey silently adjusted his mental state. Finally, as the bus pulled up before a massive cave entrance, a sudden tiger's roar erupted from within. The force of the sound nearly overturned the bus, causing everyone to bolt upright from their seats. Joey activated his Rinnegan, staring coldly out the window at the pairs of tiger eyes flickering in and out of sight within the dense woods. We have arrived at the Tiger's Denver. The requirements for the first challenge are simple: work as a team to break into this den and snatch a cub from the pack of blazing crimson tigers. Hearing the rules explained by Tsung Ping, even Joey felt a sharp pang of apprehension. The blazing crimson tiger was a formidable beast. Every individual would randomly awaken a special type of flame upon reaching adulthood, with their strength reaching the peak of Tier 1. If a Tiger King appeared, it could even break through to Tier 2. What made them even more of a headache was that they were social animals. Consequently, once blazing crimson tigers appeared in a forest, they would quickly become the local overlords. In contrast, looking at this group of students, let alone the others, even Joey had zero experience fighting ferocious beasts. This was truly a case of being driven like ducks onto a perch. To face a trial of this caliber right from the start, one had to admit, it was exactly what was expected from a regional intensive training camp. However, they did not shrink back. After Tsung Ping finished speaking, they followed Joey off the bus without hesitation. As prodigies, they all possessed their own pride. They refused to admit defeat at the very beginning of the training, otherwise, the humiliation would be unbearable once they returned home. Yet, before they could even find their footing after disembarking, a figure wreathed in blood-red flames suddenly lunged from the nearby bushes, charging straight at them. Caught off guard, the group was instantly scattered by the beast's charge. Don't panic. This actually gives us a chance to surround this blazing crimson tiger. Everyone attack from all directions, let's take it down first. Hearing Wu Zhua's words, everyone nodded. However, Joey recalled the eyes he had seen in the thicket earlier, and a sense of unease settled in his gut. Sure enough, before they could make a move, more rustling echoed from the surrounding woods. To their horror, 5 or 6 more blazing crimson tigers, burning with flames of various colors, slowly prowled out. The group was instantly dumbfounded. They had intended to surround and kill one tiger, but instead, they found themselves encircled in the middle, beset on all sides. Damn it, how are these mangy beasts so smart? The brawny youth cursed under his breath, but Joey instantly understood the true meaning of this trial. They wanted to use a life and death crisis to force them to learn teamwork. Joey quickly assessed the situation and realized the greatest threat was still the first blazing crimson tiger. He decided to eliminate it first. He quickly relayed a plan to the others. Since the group had already been humbled by Joey in combat, and there was no room for refusal in a life or death moment, they quickly finalized their tactics. At Joey's sharp command of start, the others immediately turned and formed a defensive circle, trapping Joey and the first tiger in the center while they focused on confronting the other tigers. Joey no longer held back. Blinding lightning gathered across his entire body, granting him explosive attacking speed. Then, Joey stepped forward, instantly appearing above the blazing red tiger's head, and slammed the dazzling lightning in his palm down toward the tiger's skull. The blazing red tiger reacted immediately, letting out a roar as its crimson fur transformed into rolling flames that lunged toward Joey, only to be entirely sucked into the black hole opened in his left palm. Then, Joey's right hand finally pressed onto the blazing red tiger's forehead. The lightning, like steel needles, pierced deep into its head, causing the tiger's entire body to stiffen instantly as it collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the other blazing red tigers could no longer restrain themselves and pounced toward the group. However, since none of them had experience fighting ominous beasts, the result was a chaotic scramble. The twins subconsciously deployed their magnetic field, causing all the flames to spiral out of control. Yet, for the tigers, even losing their supernatural abilities did not mean losing their predatory instincts. Instead of pausing, their ferocity was further ignited. They bared their claws and fangs, lunging madly at the group. In desperation, Wu Zhuo and the others unleashed their abilities. Fire and lightning flew everywhere, while the burly man landed a powerful punch on a tiger's face, slamming it hard into the ground. Finally, realizing this group was not to be trifled with, the blazing red tigers let out unwilling roars before slowly retreating back into the cave. The group remained on guard for a while longer, ensuring the beasts wouldn't double back. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief, collapsing one by one onto the ground. That was my first time facing an ominous beast. I didn't expect it to be so dangerous. Wu Zhuo leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Among everyone present, only Joey remained calm. He stared at the massive cave in the distance, his gaze heavy with gravity. "I've just weighed the strength of both sides. As long as we coordinate well, we still have a chance to complete the mission." The group nodded. Once they had regained their composure, they immediately formed a tactical formation, placing Joey, their trump card, and the twins, who controlled the field, in the very center. They then plucked up their courage and stepped into the blazing red tiger's den. Back on the bus, Sung Ping recorded each of their strengths with a smile. Kong Gon and Kong Kuan's abilities have excellent crowd control effects. Wu Zhuo provides area of effect damage, while Bai Luo's lightning and Bang's physical strength are extremely powerful single-target assets. As for Zhou Yi, he paused for a moment, finally placing a special mark behind Zhou Yi's name. Zhou Yi is absolutely qualified to join the seed team. The group had no idea that during the very first battle, Sung Ping had already figured out everyone's individual characteristics. At that moment, they were pushing deeper into the tiger's den. After enduring several sneak attacks from the blazing red tigers, their coordination had become increasingly seamless. When facing danger again, the group could coordinate with just a single glance. Soon, they reached the deepest part of the den. Finally, when the tanky powerhouse Bang pushed aside a cave entrance blocked by a massive boulder, everyone's eyes lit up. In this hidden cavern, a thick layer of black bear fur was spread across the ground. A newborn tiger cub lay upon it, eyes not yet open, sleeping so soundly its tongue was sticking out. One of the girls carefully cradled the cub in her arms. However, just as they thought they had completed the mission and were preparing to leave, a system notification suddenly popped up before Zhou Yi's eyes. "You led the team to steal the top-tier cub nurtured by the master of the war annals, the mandate user war frontispiece, slightly weakening his strength and inciting the wrath of the guardian beast. You have gained one gotcha draw chance." Zhou Yi's eyes widened abruptly. This was the second time he had heard the name War Chronicles, and he learned from the system prompt that the master of this organization was actually one of the destined ones. But for now, what concerned Zhou Yi more was the so-called guardian beast. He activated his Rinnegan. The purple ripples of the ocular power appeared in his eyes, allowing him to see clearly in an instant. Inside this pitch-black cave dwelled an existence with extremely intense spiritual fluctuations, and it was located not far from them. Without hesitation, Zhou Yi lunged forward to block the path, shielding everyone behind him. While the others were still bewildered by his actions, a pair of eyes as large as bronze bells suddenly snapped open in the darkness, staring fixedly at these uninvited guests. Then, it slowly emerged from the shadows, causing everyone to involuntarily hold their breath. It was a giant tiger, standing a full 3 meters tall. Its fur was vibrant and sleek, and deep red flames burned around its neck. A fierce, murderous aura surged toward them, stifling everyone's breath. Could this be the evolved form of the Crimson Flame Tiger, the Crimson Flame Tiger King? Impossible. If such a beast were here, they would never have assigned this mission to us. It's a rank 2 beast. Facing it means certain death. The others tightly covered their mouths, terrified that their breathing might provoke it. Only Zhou Yi's eyes lit up instead. This fellow was the guardian beast left behind by that mysterious destined one. If he killed it, wouldn't that be equivalent to weakening the opponent's strength while reaping rewards from the tiger itself? Thus, he fixed his gaze on the Crimson Flame Tiger King and waved his hand behind him. "I'll hold it back. You guys take the cubs and head back immediately to hand in the mission. Tell Teacher Tsang about the appearance of a Tiger King in the den. I'll stall him." Hearing his words, everyone was moved. Wu Zhuo's eyes welled with tears, and he stiffened his neck, wanting to protest. "But we're a team, we can't leave you alone. Stop talking nonsense. Go! Only by getting the rescue team here as quickly as possible can we all be saved." Hearing Zhou Yi say this, the group reluctantly obeyed his command. Clutching the cubs, they charged toward the cave exit behind them. However, as the Crimson Flame Tiger King watched the actions of these human children, a mocking, human-like expression appeared on its face. It let out a low growl, and pair after pair of tiger eyes snapped open from all directions in the darkness. It was then that everyone realized in despair that this entire den of Crimson Flame Tigers was gathered in this deepest cavern, as if they were guarding something. No wonder they hadn't encountered much danger along the way, but now, they were once again besieged. The intelligence of this Tiger King was not inferior to a human's at all. It even knew how to lure the enemy deep into a trap to wipe them out at once, teaching them a brutal lesson. Following that, the crimson-flamed Tiger King roared again. The two tigers closest to the cave entrance lunged from the darkness, unsheathing their sharp claws to strike. Faced with a true life and death crisis, these prodigies were frozen in terror. They even forgot to dive for cover, leaving nothing in their eyes but horror and despair. But just then, a sudden shout of "Get down!" reached their ears, causing everyone to instinctively drop to the ground. Immediately after, they heard a piercing sound of crackling lightning, like the chirping of 1,000 birds. A blinding flash of golden light streaked past them from behind, colliding head-on with the two tigers. The violent thunder caused the two tigers to growl in agony, unable to offer any resistance. They were eventually electrocuted until their bodies were charred black, lying motionless on the ground, leaving everyone utterly shocked. "What are you standing around for? Run!" Only then did they snap out of their daze. Clutching the tiger cubs, they gritted their teeth and sprinted desperately toward the cave entrance. Several other blazing red tigers tried to give chase, but their path was blocked by Joey, who had already appeared at the cave mouth ahead of them. However, the blazing red Tiger King failed to notice that Joey's expression and temperament were now completely different from when the others were present. He had become exceptionally calm. The beast still maintained the look of a cat playing with a mouse. It let out a low growl, as if mocking Joey's overestimation of his own strength, conveying the message: "Your companions have abandoned you, yet you stay behind to cover their retreat." How pathetic, it seemed to say, attempting to break his spirit. Instead, Joey grinned. He gripped the Kusanagi sword he had already drawn and slowly unsheathed it from his waist. "I told them to leave because only then can I use my full strength without any inhibitions." Before his voice had even faded, terrifying lightning erupted from Joey's body. Even his pupils turned golden in an instant. The Kusanagi sword in his hand was encased in lightning, shimmering with layers of electric arcs, becoming even more durable and sharp. A surge of pressure forced all the surrounding blazing red tigers back several steps, as they let out uneasy, low growls. Finally, unable to restrain itself any longer, the blazing red Tiger King let out a roar and pounced in front of Joey. The rolling heat waves were intense enough to melt the rock walls behind him. Joey looked at it coldly. With a slight movement, the scorching heat was shaken off, unable to get within a meter of him. Instead, the Kusanagi sword in Joey's hand parried the sharp tiger claws. Lightning surged through the blade, leaving the blazing red Tiger King's body numb. The Tiger King roared in fury, finally unleashing its crimson flames at full power. It transformed into a burning beast, clashing with Joey for several rounds in the blink of an eye. Not only did it fail to gain the upper hand, but its thick fur was sliced open by the Kusanagi sword. Although only a small amount of blood seeped out, for the Tiger King, this was an absolute provocation to its majesty. The blazing red Tiger King's eyes widened until they were slightly bloodshot. Its muscles tightened further as its Tier 2 spiritual power erupted instantly, turning into streams of searing energy seeping from its fur. Terrifying spiritual fire completely covered the blazing red Tiger King, transforming it into a true tiger of crimson flame as it roared and lunged at Joey. All the surrounding blazing red tigers trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground, as if submitting to their king. If hit by this move, even if just grazed by the edge, one would likely be incinerated into ash. But Joey did not panic at all. Instead, he clenched his fist. Also a Tier 2, but with a far more robust spiritual power gathered in his fist, he struck out with a single punch. The air was blasted open into a massive void by the force of the vibration. The crimson flames the enemy took such pride in were incredibly fragile before this vibration, shattering easily to reveal the Tiger King's physical body within. The blazing Tiger King hadn't even realized what was happening. His face was still a mask of confusion when he felt an invisible force strike his body, causing every organ to vibrate violently. The agonizing pain caused him to lose control instantly. He was sent flying back, slamming heavily into the rock wall behind him and carving out a massive crater. Roar! Seeing this, the dozen or so blazing tigers immediately assumed predatory stances, glaring fiercely at Joey. The moment he showed a single opening, they would pounce, pinning him down and tearing him to shreds. It took a moment for the blazing Tiger King to recover his strength. He slowly crawled up from the ground, his eyes fixed venomously on Joey once more. However, this time he didn't challenge Joey to a duel. With a low growl, all the blazing tigers instantly moved into action, surrounding Joey in the center. Yet, witnessing this, Joey didn't tighten his guard. Instead, a smile played across his lips. Outnumbering me? You have subordinates, but do you think I don't? With those words, Joey slowly lifted his head, his eyes already transformed into the purple Rinnegan. A mysterious spiritual power diffused through the cave. In the next second, 6 massive coffins suddenly descended from above, slamming straight into the ground. The 6 wooden pillars appearing out of thin air startled the pack of blazing tigers. But after a few seconds, once they realized these seemed to be nothing more than ordinary wooden posts, they breathed a sigh of relief and began baring their teeth in a show of intimidation again. Right then, a loud thud echoed through the cave. The coffin lids were slowly pushed open, revealing 6 figures dressed in black robes with red clouds. They stepped out from the sarcophagi. They opened their eyes. If anyone else had been present, they would have discovered that every single one of them possessed the same Rinnegan as Joey. The 6 paths of pain, constructed from star puppets, unique products of the star secret realm, had finally made their debut in this world. This eerie yet divine scene forced the pack of blazing tigers to retreat repeatedly, letting out wary, low growls. But the 6 paths puppets remained expressionless, staring coldly at them. At Joey's command, they charged forward without a hint of fear. Seeing this, the tigers roared, baring sharp claws and hard teeth as they pounced toward the group. However, before they could even get close, the Deva Path extended a hand. An invisible barrier easily repelled them, sending them flying back. They couldn't even get near the puppets. Immediately after, while still in mid-air and before the tigers could hit the ground, dozens of black receivers flew out from the Azura Path's sleeves. They pinned the tigers to the rock walls and the floor, instantly killing 5 or 6 of them. The scene was so chaotic that none of them noticed the eyes of the dead blazing tigers had already turned into purple Rinnegan. Through the black receivers, they were gradually establishing a master-slave relationship with the animal path standing at the rear, coming back to life. Seeing their teammates killed in a single encounter only fueled the other blazing tigers' bloodlust. They roared madly, lunging toward the 6 paths from all directions. Against such numbers, even an ordinary Tier 2 powerhouse would have no choice but to flee. The 6 paths puppets simply adjusted their formation. The Predapath spread his hands, and an invisible ceiling light expanded outward. Every blazing tiger, including the king, felt their flames being rapidly absorbed by their opponents from that moment onward. Within seconds, their bodies became exceptionally frail, as if spring had arrived and they had just fought hundreds of rounds with a tigress. Their 4 legs shook uncontrollably, barely able to keep them standing. But at that moment, Joey's finishing move arrived. The Deva Path slowly rose into mid-air, spreading its arms wide. Its purple Rinnegan looked down condescendingly at all the blazing tigers on the ground as it spoke indifferently, like a god delivering a sentence. Shinra Tensei. The powerful repulsive force gave the tigers no chance to resist as they were blasted away in all directions. Even the cave was destroyed, reduced to a scene of utter devastation. Joey's main body struck simultaneously, channeling all his spiritual power into his fist once more before slamming it violently against the ground. The hard rock cracked in all directions starting from his position, and the air exploded with the impact. The blazing tigers scattered across the floor were torn open by the shockwaves, instantly suffering massive internal and external injuries. Even Joey himself was stunned by this level of destructive power. So this was the power of his only epic grade reward, the Tremor Fruit. The blazing Tiger King struggled to crawl up from the ground. Looking at the scene before it, it let out an unwilling roar, tucked its tail, and attempted to flee. However, several figures suddenly descended from the sky, pinning it down so firmly it couldn't move an inch. The Tiger King raised its head in fury, only to find to its horror that the ones restraining it were its own subordinates, the very ones who had previously been killed by those strange black receivers. How were they alive again? Joey didn't waste words with it. The rescue team would be arriving soon. He had to gather intelligence and extract the maximum benefit as quickly as possible. The human path stepped forward and placed a hand on the blazing Tiger King's head, effortlessly reading its memories. Joe's main body immediately learned the truth of the matter. The War Chronicle ordered them to protect the infant Calamity Beast, claiming this cub possesses no abilities but serves as the catalyst for the next phase of their conspiracy. To this end, they even specially dispatched a member who was currently setting something up elsewhere in this mountain. Immediately after, he searched the Blazing Tiger King and found a book page engraved with special symbols, a unique tool belonging to the War Chronicle. However, the Blazing Tiger King didn't know much more. Seeing that no further intelligence could be squeezed out of it, Joey nodded. The 6 paths of pain acted in unison, piercing the entire pack of blazing tigers with black receivers, turning them all into summoned beasts for the animal path. While Joey was revealing his true strength and effortlessly slaughtering the pack, the others had scrambled out of the tiger's den and rushed back to the bus. Song Ping was slurping instant noodles. Seeing them look so panicked while clutching the tiger cub, he wore a look of surprise. "I didn't expect you guys to be so fast. By the way, where's Joey?" "Teacher." A second-order Blazing Tiger King appeared in the den. "Joey told us to find the rescue team while he stayed behind in the cave to hold them off alone." "What?" Song Ping spat out a mouthful of noodles. Casting all decorum aside, he immediately contacted the rescue team. "This is the star prospect he has the highest hopes for. There's no way he can let him perish in the tiger's den." Soon, the group charged directly into the tiger's den. However, when they pushed open the heavy stone doors, the sight before them left everyone present utterly stunned. Inside the cavern, the corpses of over a dozen blazing red tigers were piled together. Joey sat atop the highest point on a throne made of a flayed bear skin, leaning on his Kusanagi sword. Covered in scars, he sat there like a sovereign king. The impact of this scene was powerful enough that none of them would be able to forget it even decades later. "Did you kill all of these by yourself?" The voices of the several Tier 2 experts who had come to the rescue were trembling. So many blazing red tigers, including a tiger king, even for them, it would have been impossible to slay every single one. But Joey looked up weakly, and the group followed his gaze to the ceiling of the cave. Only then did they notice a figure clad in a black robe with red clouds floating in mid-air, looking down upon everything from above. That's the Samsara Hall uniform. This person is a member of the Samsara Hall. Recently, the name Samsara Hall had become a household name on the internet. However, when the crowd saw him, they were all pale with shock. Why would someone from the Samsara Hall appear here? And didn't this mean that the training camp for the Southwest region had been infiltrated by this mysterious organization? The Deva Path puppet ignored their expressions and instead pointed a hand toward the ceiling. A terrifying concussive force transformed into an airwave, blasting through the cavern's rock walls and shooting straight into the sky. A beam of light shone down from above, landing precisely on the Deva Path and Joey, making them both look exceptionally divine. Following this, the Deva Path waved his hand, taking all the corpses of the blazing red tigers with him. He then casually tossed down a single page of a book before soaring away, leaving the onlookers staring at each other in bewilderment. "Joey, are you alright?" Song Ping was the first to snap back to his senses, rushing toward Joey with the medical team. Meanwhile, the rescue team members picked up the page dropped by the Deva Path. As they looked it over, their pupils suddenly contracted. This is the insignia of the war annals." At his exclamation, everyone present instantly fell silent. Even Song Ping stared blankly at that single page. Perhaps the name War Annals wasn't very famous among ordinary people, but for them, the organization's reputation was thunderous. Song Ping hurriedly asked Joey what exactly had happened. When he heard that at the critical moment, a member of the Samsara Hall had suddenly appeared and helped Joey slay the pack of blazing red tigers, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. His gaze toward Joey was filled with extraordinary shock. He realized that although he had already estimated this student very highly, the boy was even more outstanding than he had imagined. After learning the sequence of events, he speculated that the reason the stranger was willing to help Joey was likely that the Samsara Hall had taken an interest in his talent. That is the Reincarnation Hall. There are even rumors that every member of this organization is incredibly mysterious, possessing talent comparable to the Pillars of Heaven. However, even if he let his imagination run wild, he would never have guessed that the reincarnation hall sought after, studied, and even scouted by countless people was actually composed entirely of Zhou alternative identities. Bet you didn't see that coming? Every single member is me, Zhou. However, his expression changed instantly when he heard that the mark of the War Chronicles was obtained from the Blazing Tiger King, and that the enemy had already sent infiltrators into these deep mountains. The appearance of the War Chronicles at the training camp was hundreds of times more serious than the reincarnation hall. Quickly, medical team take Joey, everyone else follow me back to the base immediately. Also, what you heard and saw today must be kept strictly confidential. Otherwise, not even the families behind you will be able to protect you. Do you hear me? With that, Sang Ping uncharacteristically wiped the smile from his face and sternly drove the truckload of people back to the training base. Sitting in the vehicle, Zhou appeared to be resting with his eyes closed on the stretcher, but in reality, he had submerged his consciousness into the system space. Several system prompts had already popped up before his eyes. By commanding the 6 paths of reincarnation, you killed the entire Blazing Tiger pack and transformed them into summoned beasts, successfully weakening the forces of the War Chronicles. You have earned 6 lottery draws. By relaying information about the War Chronicles to Tsang Ping and allowing the training base to prepare in advance, you have thwarted their conspiracy to a certain extent. You have earned 9 lottery draws. A look of joy crossed Zhou Yi's face. He hadn't expected a few blazing tigers to net him over a dozen lottery draws. As for whether the War Chronicles would come looking for trouble afterward? What the reincarnation hall did have to do with him, Zhou Yi? At most, he was just a sidekick helping out. Everything was done by the people of the reincarnation hall. It felt truly exhilarating to act recklessly under a disguise. Looking at his accumulated lottery draws, Zhou Yi's inner hoarder flared up, giving him a sense of satisfaction. He immediately wanted to pull a few draws to celebrate. He looked around and realized that no one in the vehicle looked like a protagonist whose luck he could borrow, so he suppressed the impulse in his heart, forcibly restraining his right hand that wanted to click draw. However, to those around him, this movement looked as if Zhou Yi was desperately trying to plug his wounds, moving them all to tears. From their perspective, Zhou Yi had nearly ended up in the tiger's maw just to save them. He only survived because they encountered the powerhouse from the reincarnation hall, yet he was still severely injured. They felt so ashamed. In that moment, everyone secretly vowed in their hearts to recognize Zhou Yi as their captain. Zhou Yi naturally had no idea what they were thinking, otherwise he would have certainly complained, "Is everyone here suffering from a main character delusion?" Just then, however, a small head suddenly slumped down from a soft cushion, causing Zhou Yi's eyes to flicker. If the information from the Blazing Tiger King was correct, then this little tiger was a key part of the War Chronicles plan. In that case, it must also carry a significant amount of the Heavenly Tao's fortune. Zhou Yi reached out and vigorously rubbed the tiger cub's head, making the little guy yelp and howl. The sight drew bursts of laughter from the onlookers, and Zhou Yi returned to the system space feeling thoroughly satisfied. "System, give me a 10 pull first to test my luck." As soon as he spoke, the familiar blind boxes appeared before his eyes. Following the winning numbers from the previous lottery period, he picked 10 of them directly. Immediately after, flashes of light began to streak across his vision. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a common reward, 1 10,000 spirit coin wanted poster. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a rare reward, Taijutsu 6 Powers Rokushiki Basic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing an extraordinary reward, Spacetime Ninjutsu Flying Thunder God. Zhou Yi froze for a moment, but was immediately startled by the rewards he had pulled this time. He was so shocked that he nearly tumbled off the stretcher. However, he didn't care about such trifles. Instead, he stared at the system interface with pure excitement. Pulling the 6 powers in a single 10 draw was already considered lucky. These 6 techniques were physical arts that surpassed human limits. Combined with the potential development of the 8 inner gates, they would be enough for him to challenge a Tier 2 ferocious beast using taijutsu alone. But the Flying Thunder God drawn at the end was the signature technique of the legendary Yellow Flash. It allowed the user to teleport instantaneously to any location marked with a Flying Thunder God seal. Of course, as an extraordinary tier reward, this version of the Flying Thunder God might not allow for teleportation over such vast distances yet. But Joey believed that as long as he continued to develop its power, a day would come when he could ignore distance entirely and appear instantly in any corner of the world. Was that little tiger's head really that effective? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but scratch the little guy's chin again, causing it to let out a series of comfortable purrs. However, subsequent draws yielded nothing of note, leaving Joey feeling a bit regretful. It seemed that borrowing luck like this only worked the first time. That being said, after this round of draws, Joey realized that the quality of rewards had indeed improved significantly since the system upgrade. Furthermore, whether he drew items from the One Piece world or the Naruto world appeared to be completely random. He spent some more time studying the system until the bus safely returned to the base. Only then did he finally relax and drift off into a heavy, drowsy sleep. Meanwhile, the burly man was still standing on the training grounds, gazing at the occasional sparks of supernatural abilities exploding in the mountain forest. Listening to the continuous tiger roars and screams, a wild grin spread across his face. Not bad, full of energy. It's good to be young. But just then, a bus suddenly sped back into the base, causing him to pause in surprise. Which team is this? Finished the mission so quickly? Chief Instructor. Something big has happened. Song Ping rushed off the bus. While directing the medical team to carry Joey down, he whispered a few words into the man's ear, causing the expression on the man's face to turn instantly solemn. The Chronicles of War? They really did come, but the Hall of Reincarnation? Good grief, these waters are getting murkier by the minute. Song Ping, tell the other instructors that the Tiger's Den trial will proceed as planned, and then have the base's high-ranking officials report to the conference room immediately. Hearing the man's mockery, Sang Ping showed a hint of surprise. Based on the chief instructor's tone, it seemed he had known all along that the Chronicles of War would send people. However, he didn't overthink it and immediately went to carry out the man's orders. It wasn't until dusk that all the buses finally returned. Although the faces of the students participating in the intensive training were etched with exhaustion, their aura and gaze were completely different from half a day ago, becoming more mature and resolute. There was also a greater sense of tacit understanding among the members of each team. This was a friendship forged through life and death struggles with ferocious beasts, and thus, it was far more solid. Meanwhile, in the base's infirmary, the beautiful physician had already finished bandaging Joey's wounds. She looked at the injuries, which were healing at a rate visible to the naked eye beneath the gauze, and couldn't help but let out a gasp of wonder. Although your injuries look severe, they are actually just superficial. What's even more miraculous is your self-healing ability. It's several times faster than that of an ordinary person. If you had been brought in any later, the wounds would have been completely healed. Hearing her words, Joey's forehead was covered in black lines. Does this doctor even know how to talk to people? Yet, she continued to click her tongue in amazement, staring intently at his body with eyes that glowed as if she were looking at some rare treasure. By the way, I wanted to ask, are you interested in participating in scientific research? It wouldn't be much trouble. You just need to lie on the bed and let us handle the rest. If we get results, how about giving you a co-first authorship? After hearing this, Joey jumped straight off the hospital bed, flatly refused her, and bolted out the door. Seeing the doctor's disappointed expression behind him, a drop of cold sweat rolled down Joey's forehead. Good grief, she wants to use him as an experimental subject. It's not that a co-first authorship wasn't tempting, but if he agreed, wouldn't the Hashirama cells be exposed? Watching Joey's retreating figure, the physician's face was full of regret before she turned back to treat the other wounded. However, her touch was no longer as gentle as it had been with Joey, and soon, screams began to echo one after another throughout the infirmary. When Joey returned to the team, he found the chief instructor acting as if nothing had happened. Except that, compared to before, he was now cradling a tiger cub that hadn't even opened its eyes. The contrast between the burly man and the adorable pet caused many jaws to drop in shock. But his expression remained unchanged as he continued to announce the results of the first trial. A total of 23 teams participated in this Tiger's Den trial. 17 of them successfully retrieved a cub. Everyone in those teams is awarded 50 points, with an additional 10-point increment for the top 3 finishers. However, teams that fail to pass the test will not only receive no-point rewards, but will also face restrictions on privileges such as future training plan formulations and item redemptions in the point shop. If you want to catch up with the others, you must achieve better results in the subsequent 2 trials. Next is the assignment of tasks for the intensive training. Based on your differing abilities, this training session is divided into the support group, the control group, the special combat group, and the seed group. When I call your name, please stand with your respective groups. Joey glanced at the captain's watch in his hand. He already had 180 points. The other members of his team were exceptionally excited, their eyes filled with even more gratitude as they looked at Joey. It's all thanks to the captain. I didn't expect to get 80 points on the very first day of training. By the way, Captain, have you checked the redemption list in the point shop? Wuzhou looked at the points on his own watch and asked Joey gleefully, which momentarily confused Joey. He had indeed heard Songping mention that points could be exchanged for many things, but he hadn't noticed any point shop yet. Then open the shop option on your watch and take a quick look. With your points, you can already redeem quite a few good things. This is also a benefit provided to us by the training base. As long as you demonstrate talent and strength, you can earn points. These points can be exchanged for many items unavailable on the outside to enhance your strength. Consequently, the strong get stronger until the end of the training, when they have cultivated the phantom team they desire. After hearing Wuzhu's explanation, Joey nodded. He only then noticed that Wuzhu's spiritual power was indeed much more robust compared to earlier today. He had clearly already used points to redeem some benefits. Just then, Wuzhu suddenly heard his name called, so he waved vigorously to Joey. The control group is calling me, so I'll head out first. With your strength, Captain, you'll definitely make it into the seed group. Good luck. Make our Donglin city famous because of you. Joey smiled and waved goodbye to him. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the members of each team dispersed into their various groups. The twins joined the support group, while Bai Luo and the burly man, Sherbang, went to the special combat group together. Soon, only a few people remained on the playground. Joey looked around and found that the vast majority of them were the captains of the various teams. However, there were 2 people among them who caught his attention the most. One was a young man dressed as an ancient swordsman. His expression was cold and stern, and the long sword at his waist exuded a sharp edge even while sheathed, making people afraid to look directly at it. Joey estimated that Guan Tianming's 8-directional sword mastery would look like a child's toy in front of this man. The other person was a girl dressed in a black Lolita outfit. Her skin was so pale it was almost translucent, and her eyes were covered by a black gauze blindfold, making it impossible to see her delicate face clearly. She sat in a wheelchair with her hands clasped in front of her chest, as if she were praying. Joey could sense a mental power from her that was more than 10 times stronger than that of an average person. He guessed this girl possessed a mental or soul type ability. These types of abilities were rarer and more powerful than other attributes. Once awakened, one would immediately become a top contender among those of the same rank. At that moment, the tough-looking chief instructor walked over. Looking at the group of highly talented youths below the stage, he broke into a hearty smile. The rest of you have used your strength and talent not only to perform excellently in the first trial but also to receive recommendations from the accompanying teachers. You have become the seed players of this training session, and I, the chief instructor Gu Ling, will personally lead your team. From now on, all the resources of the base will be poured into you. Whether it is food or housing, everything is individually assigned, and you will even be granted extremely high authority in the point shop. However, by the same token, your training will be the most rigorous. Once you are eliminated, you lose your status as a seed. Get a good rest tonight. Assemble punctually tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. by the red bus at the base's main gate. Alright, dismissed. At Gu Ling's command, everyone dispersed immediately. Joey returned to his assigned quarters and impatiently opened the point shop. Soon, a long list appeared before his eyes, leaving him dazzled by the sheer variety. What first caught his eye was the first page of the list, featuring several of the most precious treasures. Fragment of the Stone of Origin, points. Rumor has it this stone is the source of all supernatural abilities, making it incomparably precious. Even the smallest speck of dust from it is of inestimable value. With my current clearance level, I can't even see the required points for exchange. 12 Great Azure Lotus, 300 billion points. A lotus that descended from the heavens, suspected to be related to the great desolation of ancient legends. Even the Azure Emperor failed to subdue it. Its functions remain unknown. Blood of the Heavenly Court, 298.8 billion points. Before the collapse of the ancient Heavenly Court, 3 drops of unknown divine blood fell. Those who subdue it can obtain the power of gods. The former head of the pillars once subdued a drop and became the strongest human in 1,000 years. The remaining 2 drops have yet to be claimed. Note: choose with extreme caution. Failure to subdue will result in death by body explosion. Looking at these rewards, Joey could only watch with envy. He couldn't even afford a fraction of their cost. So, deciding that what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over, he scrolled directly to the final pages of the list. His gaze suddenly froze when he spotted a certain item. Could this be Volcanic Crystal Potion, original price 1,500 points, seeds, first time privilege, 90% off sale. It concentrates the entire energy of an erupting volcano. If a fire attribute user can fully absorb it, they can enhance their flame intensity and have a chance to gain the power of lava. However, those with other attributes should exercise extreme caution. Success grants a new ability, but failure results in a massive backlash of fire energy ranging from ability regression to becoming a total cripple. Looking at the tube of red glowing potion on the list, Joey suddenly recalled the thunder sealing amber the principal had gifted him before his departure, and a flicker of light crossed his eyes. For fire attribute users, aside from its high grade, this thing is practically a white elephant. It's expensive and doesn't directly boost strength. Even gaining the lava power is entirely down to luck. And for users of other attributes, it's even more dangerous. No one would bother exchanging for it. But based on my knowledge of the system, if it's this kind of potion, there's a high probability it can be used to exchange for that reward. When that happens, I'll have yet another powerful ability. Thinking of this, Joey did not hesitate. With a quick tap on his watch, he purchased the Volcanic Crystal Potion. He then ran through the night to the exchange center, retrieving the potion at the very first opportunity. The staff at the exchange center looked at him with surprise. "We would have delivered the potion to your residence, and since it's so late, you really didn't need to come pick it up in person. Besides, this item has been sitting here for a long time. Nobody else has tried to redeem it." However, Joey merely smiled and thanked them, then clutched the potion and ran straight back toward his quarters. Although he had the assistance of the Destiny villain system, he hadn't forgotten the self-awareness required of a Destiny villain. If he obtained something, it would inevitably end up in the hands of some protagonist for no apparent reason. Therefore, once he set his sights on something, he had to get his hands on it as quickly as possible and use it immediately, resolutely giving the Heavenly Tao no opening whatsoever. Furthermore, while this potion was considered chicken ribs useless to most, the fact that it had sat unredeemed for so long suggested it was clearly something specially prepared for a certain child of Destiny. Sure enough, shortly after Joey left, another person ran panting to the exchange center. Clutching the points displayed on his watch, he shouted, "Excuse me, I want to redeem the Volcanic Crystal Potion, and I'm willing to pay a premium price for it." According to the base's regulations, if only 1 unit of an item remained and someone else had already set their sights on it, one could indeed regain the right to purchase it by paying a 50% premium. At this thought, a glint of resentment flashed in the young man's eyes. One of his goals for participating in this training camp was this Volcanic Crystal Potion that had been in storage for ages. But just as he had finally scraped together enough points, he was told it had just been bought. He immediately thought of this method, attempting to snatch the potion away before the other party could secure it. His ability was a perfect match for this potion. Once he absorbed it, he could rapidly ascend from being a slightly talented esper to possessing seed-level strength. When that happened, he could proceed with the next step of his plan and join Team Phantom, eventually reaching the pinnacle of his life. However, the staff member at the exchange center gave him a bewildered look and wore an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, but the person who purchased the Volcanic Crystal Potion just now has already taken it away." After saying this, the staff member couldn't help but mutter to himself. How strange. This thing sat in the base for so long without anyone wanting to redeem it, yet as soon as the training camp starts, several people show up wanting it. To the young man, these words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving his head spinning. It took him several minutes to regain his composure. Excuse me, which direction did the person who just redeemed the potion go? Please tell me, I really have urgent business with him. Seeing that the young man was indeed sweating profusely from anxiety, the staff member pointed toward the back. The young man gave a quick thanks and hurriedly gave chase after Joey. If he failed to get the volcanic crystal potion, his entire plan would be for naught. Therefore, no matter what method he had to use, he had to get his hands on that potion. However, while he was chasing after Joey had not gone far at all. He found a seat and tapped open the system interface. Just as he had guessed, the system notification he wanted to see most had already popped up before his eyes. Extraordinary grade spiritual item detected, volcanic crystal potion. Exchange for 5 lottery draws to obtain the extraordinary grade magma fruit potion? But to his surprise, there was another notification beneath that message. You took the volcanic crystal potion first, causing a certain child of destiny to lose his chance to defy fate before his plot even began. He has lost his heavenly luck and become an unknown NPC. Reward, 15 lottery draws. The corners of Joey's mouth curled up slightly. Just as he expected, the items he set his sights on were indeed being watched by the heavens. If he had been even slightly more careless, the volcanic crystal potion likely would have been snatched away by this random passerby. However, even though it was now in his hands, Joey did not let down his guard. Instead, he tilted his head back, making a show of gulping down the potion while actually funneling it into the system space, and selected exchange. In the next second, the volcanic crystal potion in his mouth transformed into the magma fruit potion. That indescribable taste hit him once again, making his entire body tremble. He only managed to catch his breath after forcing himself to swallow it. However, this exact scene was witnessed by the young man who had just rushed over. Thinking that Joey's trembling was due to absorbing the volcanic crystal potion, the young man felt as if he had been struck by lightning and collapsed directly to the ground. Just one step too late, and everything is ruined. You bastard, why did you drink such a precious potion so quickly after getting it? If you had just been a few minutes slower, I would have had a chance. Everything of mine has been destroyed by you. The young man's agitated shouting quickly drew the attention of many people. In particular, when the patrolling guards arrived, they happened to see Joey lying on a bench, appearing to absorb the power of the magma fruit. Joey's brow was furrowed as if he were in great pain, while the young man beside him looked furious and was about to grab Joey's collar. Stop right there! Several guards immediately rushed forward to stop him, then dragged him away on charges of endangering a fellow trainee. By the time Sung Ping and Gu Ling heard the news, the version of the story had evolved into an ordinary trainee, enraged because Joey inadvertently beat him to purchasing his interspecies love a potion, attempted to murder him in a fit of jealousy but was stopped by the guards. Shocked, the instructors expelled the young man that very night. His story ended before it could even begin, leaving him to live the rest of his life in bitterness. Of course, if the young man knew that his reputation in the training camp had devolved into having such a bizarre fetish, he would likely have even more emotions to process. Meanwhile, Joey was sent back to his quarters to continue absorbing the power of the magma fruit. Gu Ling's brow was also tightly knit upon learning that Joey had used the majority of his points to exchange for a potion that was completely incompatible with his attributes and generally considered useless. Sung Ping looked even more disappointed, like a teacher watching a talented student waste their potential. Foolish. What on earth is this kid trying to do? Is he not afraid that absorbing a foreign attribute potion will affect tomorrow morning's training? Sigh, another promising talent is about to ruin himself with his own antics. But what they didn't know was that a few hours later, Joey slowly opened his eyes. A powerful surge of magma attribute energy had manifested within his body, and even his pupils now held a faint crimson glow. Inside the void spherical crystal within him, a new symbol representing magma had also appeared. So this is the power of the magma fruit. Joey felt the power within him was as violent and explosive as a volcanic eruption. Despite having fought a pack of blazing tigers during the day and getting almost no rest until now, he wasn't tired at all. On the contrary, he felt an inexhaustible amount of energy with nowhere to vent. Even in the world of One Piece, the magma fruit was one of the most formidable devil fruits. At a mere extraordinary rank, it couldn't yet reach the height seen in the original work, but its destructive power was already terrifying. It was hard to imagine what level it could reach with further development and enhancement. Joey smiled with satisfaction. He now had two hidden trump cards, the tremor fruit and the magma fruit. Either one was more than enough to handle this regional training camp. However, he hadn't expected that another mysterious organization, the War Chronicles, would also interfere in this training session. More importantly, they were actually connected to the Child of Destiny. In that case, it was time for his new persona from the Reincarnation Hall to make its debut. Joey pondered for a moment. He had defined the Reincarnation Hall as mysterious and powerful. While the magma fruit was strong, the tremor fruit, both in terms of its enigmatic nature and its epic level raw power, was clearly a better fit. Furthermore, after the commotion caused by that young man earlier, many people surely knew he had consumed the volcanic crystal potion. If he used the magma fruit for his new persona, it might lead suspicion back to himself. He wasn't one of those brainless villains. He would never allow his true identity to face even the slightest risk of exposure. Thus, Joey ultimately decided to keep the magma fruit power for his main body. The next time he appeared as a member of the Reincarnation Hall, he would use the epic grade tremor power. Lightning plus magma, two powerful abilities appearing on him simultaneously, would likely drive all his opponents to despair. Soon, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. Joey was fully prepared and arrived at the designated meeting spot on time. However, when the others saw Joey, they were all struck with shock, and Gu Ling was no exception. "Kid, shouldn't you be busy absorbing the potion's energy and working hard to develop your fire attribute ability? I was already prepared to grant you a leave of absence. Why are you here instead? Did you painfully give up on the medicinal power of the potion just to make it to the training camp? You fool! If you could have actually awakened the power of lava, it would be far more effective than this training. You've moved me deeply." Gu Ling looked heartbroken, but Joey could hear the genuine concern in his words. However, Joey didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the narrative Gu Ling had concocted in his head and the way the man's eyes were nearly welling up with tears of emotion. "Chief Instructor, actually Alright, say no more. Don't worry, I will definitely arrange the most intense training for you. I'll make sure you won't regret giving up that potion. Everyone, keep up with the bus. We're running to the special training site at Longqing Pool without using any abilities. Move out. By the way, student Ling Jing is exempt from this exercise. Come join me on the bus." Joey tried to explain, but Gu Ling cut him off directly. With a sharp command, everyone was forced to follow behind the bus. Meanwhile, Gu Ling leaned out of the bus window with a cigarette in his mouth, smiling contentedly as he watched the panting students struggling behind. "Pick up the pace, or you'll be eating nothing but exhaust fumes. Also, the last 3 to arrive will each have 10 points deducted and transferred to the top 3 finishers." Hearing this, the crowd pushed themselves even harder. Several ability users with poor physical stamina quickly began to fall behind. What's the deal? Is this special training just a cross-country forced march? Ignoring the complaints around him, Joey silently increased his speed, surging into the top 3. Ever since he had obtained the 8 inner gates and the Navy's 6 styles Rokushiki, his physical fitness had improved drastically, making him far more sensitive to changes in his own body. Thus, halfway through the run, he had already realized that this cross-country march was designed to build endurance, which would allow them to sustain their abilities for longer periods. Finally, as the sun rose, they arrived at their destination, Longqing Pool. The last 3 to arrive collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion, staring bitterly at their watches. 10 points had already been automatically deducted and transferred to Joey and the other 2 front runners. The rest of the group, however, was already captivated by the lake before them, its surface shimmering with a greenish, scale-like luster. This is Longqing Pool. It is the site of your special training in part of your second trial, the Dragon's Pool. This pool is 3,000 meters deep. Legend has it that a flood dragon is sealed at its lowest depths. Even this mountain was moved here by ancient powerhouses to suppress the dragon and prevent it from wreaking havoc. Because of this, the entire pool is infused with a trace of special energy, perhaps what some call dragon chi. This energy creates a massive resistance, making it difficult for people to dive into the deeper sections. However, much like spiritual power, it can elevate the development of your abilities. It can even imbue your powers with a hint of dragon might, making them significantly more potent. The deeper you go, the purer the dragon chi you absorb, and the more pronounced the effects will be. Your task for this training is to dive as deep as possible into Longqing Pool over the next 3 days and absorb the maximum amount of pure dragon chi. Once time is up, I will filter the candidates based on the depths recorded by your watches. Only the top 10 will qualify for the Phantom Team selection and proceed to the ultimate mission. Hearing Gu Ling's explanation, everyone's eyes lit up as they stared at the turquoise waters. Even Joey looked surprised. He hadn't expected the pool to have such a history. Was there really a dragon down there? Before Joey could dwell on it, Gu Ling suddenly shouted, "Training begins!" The quickest among them immediately leaped into the water. However, a second later, a chorus of screams rang out, causing everyone else to freeze in their tracks. Ah! There's something in the water. It's biting my butt. Not there. Not there. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Since the water is nourished by dragon chi, it naturally breeds some creatures with dragon attributes. They are extremely fierce, and their bite packs quite a punch. And the deeper you go, the more vicious these things become. So, be careful not to let them get a hold of you. But there is an upside: if you kill these creatures, there is a certain probability of obtaining scale pellets condensed from dragon chi. Their effects are far superior to simply absorbing dragon chi directly from the water. Although he was offering an apology, there wasn't a hint of regret on Gu Ling's face. Instead, he grinned broadly with genuine delight, looking as if he had been waiting for this show to begin all along, a sight that made many students grit their teeth in frustration. However, now armed with more information, the others were prepared and leaped straight into the water. Joey also felt more confident now. Without further hesitation, he dived into the dragon-clear pool. In that instant, a powerful resistance pressed in from all directions. More lethally, a school of piranha-like fish, sensing his presence, bared their razor-sharp teeth and lunged toward him. A normal person might have suffered massive internal bleeding and severe injuries on the spot. Joey, however, merely shifted slightly, his powerful physique easily withstanding the repulsion of the pool water. Meanwhile, the power of the rumble fruit formed a web of lightning around his body. Every creature that drew near was struck by the radiating bolts before they could even react. They were charred black on the spot. However, Joey soon noticed a problem. His lightning attribute power, which should have been absolutely devastating underwater, seemed to encounter resistance within the dragon-clear pool. Here, the electricity could only spread within a few meters of him. Any further, and it became almost ineffective against these creatures. It seems this is the effect of the dragon chi. Joey understood the situation. He retracted the lightning to within a 2-meter radius and continued diving deeper. He kept descending until he reached the limit of what his 2 currently revealed abilities could handle. Checking his watch, Joey discovered that he had already reached a depth of nearly 1,000 meters. There were 3 or 4 other people in his vicinity. After a few attempts, realizing that their talent and strength were insufficient to go any deeper, they stopped there to begin their cultivation. They also spotted Joey through their watches. Seeing that he still refused to give up, they chuckled inwardly. Clearly, 1,000 meters is the limit. Perhaps only the most elite monsters among us can dive deeper than that. Failing to realize this shows a total lack of self-awareness. It's just a waste of cultivation time. As for the so-called 3,000 meters or even the bottom of the dragon pool where the flood dragon is sealed, that is definitely not a place for second-order practitioners like us. But just as they were giving up, Joey looked down into the bottomless depths of the dragon pool. With a sudden thought, he unleashed the power of the magma fruit. As expected, although the effectiveness of magma is significantly weakened underwater, the scalding red liquid instantly evaporated the water below him. This allowed Joey to break through the 1,000-meter barrier and plunge into the deeper reaches. The individuals who had been hovering near him at the 1,000-meter mark were instantly dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Joey to actually be able to dive below 1,000 meters. Their resolve began to waver, and they tried every method possible to follow, only to find they couldn't descend even half an inch further. Having wasted a significant amount of time, they were immediately filled with regret. It turned out that the other person was the top-tier genius he had spoken of, while he himself was the clown who had overreached. On the other side, after Joey dove down 1,000 meters, he immediately noticed the difference between this place and the surface. The water pressure 1,000 meters down was more than double that of the surface, and the surrounding area teemed with even more ferocious aquatic creatures. As soon as he dove down, he was surrounded by a dozen piranhas covered in strange scales. However, under the protection of his magma and lightning barriers, they were all turned into grilled fish, unable to even get within 2 meters of him. But just as Joey was preparing to continue his descent, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something shiny out of the corner of his eye. With a flick of his finger, he pulled it closer and discovered it was an inner core covered in layers of scales. Although this inner core was smaller than a fingernail, the energy contained within was exceptionally vast, comparable to 5 spirit coins, which surprised him slightly. So this is the so-called scale pill? Joey did not absorb it immediately. Instead, he stored the scale pill in his storage ring and continued his descent. He checked his watch and found that on the first day, fewer than 10 people in total had managed to dive below 1,000 meters. The swordsman he had taken special note of earlier and the girl in the black dress were among them, and the depths they had reached were ranked in the top 3. Then I can't afford to fall behind either. Joey gave a light chuckle and directly unleashed the full power of his magma fruit, rumble fruit, and physical supernatural abilities. He transformed into a streak of red gold light and dove toward the bottom of the pool, startling everyone he passed. Holy crap, where did this ruthless guy come from? How can he play like that even at 1,000 meters deep? Truly, every generation brings forth new talent, but I won't be left behind either. Joey's sudden movement unexpectedly ignited the competitive spirit of many top geniuses. Consequently, everyone began diving downward with all their might, pushing themselves significantly deeper than their intended positions. On the shore, Gu Ling was also monitoring everyone's diving data. Seeing this scene, he felt deeply gratified. Not bad, this year's batch really has quite a few promising talents. Especially Joey. This kid is like a catfish, revitalizing all the lazy students. Bringing him here for special training was definitely the right call. Next, it's time to close the net on those damn warmongers from the War Chronicles. Meanwhile, Joey had also reached his limit depth after going full throttle with his 3 supernatural abilities. He glanced at his watch. He had reached a depth of over 1,800 meters, placing him at the same level as 3 others. Not only was the dragon chi around him so dense it felt like jelly, but the various creatures were also much more powerful. In terms of pure strength, they were already comparable to Tier 1 intermediate supernatural users. Seeing several strangely shaped fish trying to eat him, Joey shook his shoulders, incinerating a large swarm of them instantly. He then picked out 3 slightly larger scale pills from the remains. At this rate, he estimated that in a few days, it should be enough to raise his realm to Tier 2 intermediate. However, at that moment, a violent tremor suddenly erupted from the bottom of the pool, accompanied by a sound resembling a dragon's roar, leaving everyone struck with horror. What's this? I feel like the concentration of dragon energy around here has increased quite a bit. Even the yield of scale elixirs has gone up. It's great for cultivation. However, as Joey looked toward the bottom of the pool, a sudden whim struck him. If I activate the Rinnegan, just how deep can I go? Maybe I could see all the way to the bottom, to that so-called flood dragon? Once the thought took root, it began to grow uncontrollably in Joey's mind. He looked around and realized that everyone was very far apart, making it impossible to see one another. He then communicated with the 10 Tails, summoned a 6 Paths puppet, handed his watch over to it, and instructed it to act according to the situation. He then donned a black robe adorned with red clouds and directly activated his rinnegan. Instantly, the water pressure below seemed to vanish entirely. The path ahead was completely unobstructed for him. Joey even had a strange sensation. It felt as though the bottom of the pool was eager for him to descend, as if a graceful figure were beckoning to him, shouting, "Come play, master." His lip twitched, but thinking of the trump cards he held in his hand, his boldness grew with his skill. He took a direct plunge, breaking through the 2,000-meter limit and transforming into a dark shadow as he dove toward the deepest depths of the pool. A young man who had also awakened a spirit eye-type ability happened to turn his head and saw a figure charging deeper without any resistance, moving even faster than the native creatures of the pool. He couldn't help but rub his eyes. Have I been staying up too late lately? An illusion. It must be a mistake. Soon, Joey reached 2,999 meters. As he was about to break the 3,000-meter limit, he finally saw clearly what lay beneath the dragon-clear pool. It was a massive cavern. A thick, powerful pressure emanated from within. Even a sliver of it would be enough to terrify an ordinary person to death. But just as Joey was about to break past 3,000 meters to investigate the cave, a terrifying surge of energy suddenly erupted from inside, turning into a rolling wave of air that shot straight toward him. If hit directly by this pressure, even a high-level second-order powerhouse would find it hard to escape death. However, Joey remained unfazed. He gathered spiritual power in the palms of his hands and pushed forward. Vibrational force formed an invisible barrier in front of him, easily shattering the violent impact and sending it scattering in all directions. Joey remained completely unharmed. Instead, he used the counter-force of the impact to break through the deepest part of the pool in one breath, reaching the 3,000-meter mark and swimming into that massive, mysterious cave. To his surprise, the water inside the cave wasn't as sluggish as the water outside. It even felt somewhat warm. More miraculously, after walking only a short distance, Joey felt the surrounding dragon energy become so dense it was almost impossible to breathe. He was shocked to discover that all the liquid inside the cave was actually formed from pure, liquefied dragon energy. The 3,000-meter dragon-clear pool outside was merely a deep pool formed after this dragon energy had been diluted countless times. Joey couldn't help but hold his breath as he quickened his pace. Although the dragon energy here was rich enough for him to use for cultivation, he had become intrigued by the secrets hidden within the dragon-clear pool. Perhaps it truly was a flood dragon, or some other creature? Furthermore, he had a premonition that the conspiracy of the War Chronicles was related to the entity at the end of the dragon pool. What exactly did Gu Ling intend to do by bringing the calamity beast here? If he were the old Joey, he would definitely turn around and leave without a word, prioritizing the use of the dragon energy in the pool to break through his realm first. But don't forget, he was now a member of the Reincarnation Hall. At a time like this, it was the perfect opportunity for him to play the role of the third party and reap the rewards. Soon, Joey discovered that there was a hidden paradise at the end of the clear pool, a massive grotto carved out from the interior of the mountain. And the source of this pool was actually nothing more than a medium-sized puddle inside that cave. Just as Joey was preparing to swim up from below to investigate, a sudden, grand voice caused his movements to come to an abrupt halt. "Help me escape? Interesting. Tell me your plan. I have been trapped here for over 100 years and have tried almost every method imaginable. What right do you have to claim you can definitely get me out? Moreover, the ones who locked me up were humans, and you are humans as well. Why should I trust you?" With a quick thought, Joey used the power of vibrations to isolate all surrounding energy, then activated the hidden spirit secret technique, ensuring that no one could sense his presence. Then, purple ripple-like patterns of the rinnegan emerged in his eyes as he hid beneath the pool to observe silently in the dark. The voice was ancient and arrogant, seemingly full of disdain for the party it was conversing with. Could it be that the rumors mentioned by Gu Ling were true, and a flood dragon really was suppressed within this mountain? And was the owner of this voice that very creature? However, Joey also keenly sensed the creature's cunning. With just that one sentence, it had seized the initiative in the conversation. If the opponent lacked depth, they might have rushed to reveal their trump cards, yet the creature offered no promises in return. Unfortunately, the person on the other side clearly saw through the old dragon's linguistic trap. With a light chuckle, a cold female voice reached Joey's ears. Believe it or not, it's up to you. However, perhaps you have heard of our name War Chronicles. Roar! Upon hearing the woman's words, the old dragon's breathing noticeably quickened, and even its voice changed. So it's you. In that case, it truly might be possible. No more nonsense, what do you want me to do? It's simple. Once the dragon locking chain is released, you only need to do two things. First, wreak havoc across the southwest to trigger a war. Second, serve us for 10 years. The woman's voice paused for a moment, then suddenly turned several shades more sinister. However, wait a moment. There are some little thieves eavesdropping nearby. It's a good time to eliminate them and take back that important item. Having said that, she suddenly surged her spiritual power, pulling a massive scythe from nowhere and swinging it violently, unleashing a sharp blood-red blade of energy. Joey was startled. It was impossible. The power of the tremor fruit was already incredibly eerie, and combined with the hidden spirit secret technique as a double layer of protection, even a tier 3 powerhouse shouldn't be able to detect him unless they possessed a specific investigative ability. But he soon realized that the direction the woman's blood blade was slashing toward was the side rock wall. He heard a burst of shattering stone, followed by a familiar roar of anger. Joey then discovered that he wasn't the only one observing in the dark. It turned out that Guling, Sangping, and powerhouses from other bases were also hiding here. However, their methods of concealing their presence were clearly not as effective as Joey's, and they had been easily discovered by the opponent. The old dragon also wore an expression as if watching a good show, clearly having noticed them long ago as well. Guling showed no surprise. Since they had been discovered, he stepped out openly, and they surrounded the woman. I didn't expect to catch such a big fish this time. One of the 10 major members of the War Chronicles, Bloody 9 Pages. Seeing Guling call out her identity, Bloody 9 Pages was not surprised either. Instead, she swung her scythe, lifted her skirt, and gave everyone a graceful, smiling bow. It is I who didn't expect that a mere woman like myself could trouble the captain of the Southwest Region's Tiger Squad, Lord Guling, to personally take action. I am truly flattered. Guling merely let out a cold laugh. His spiritual power surged as he stomped his foot heavily, shattering the blood-colored steel needles protruding from the ground. You are Bloody 9 Pages, who slaughtered 3 cities alone to absorb blood and triggered 2 wars between alien races. To capture you, no matter who comes, it wouldn't be overkill. With that, he clenched his fist and appeared before her in a flash, throwing a punch. However, he only exploded a blood clone. Her true body had already appeared on the other side. Seeing the two sides clash, the old dragon did not help Bloody 9 Pages. Instead, it slowly lay down and comfortably squinted its eyes. Joey suddenly understood. It seemed the old dragon and Guling's group had reached some kind of agreement. No wonder they were able to lure Bloody 9 Pages out. He thought to himself that the dragon was indeed as cunning as an old fox. Even dragons were no exception. The dragon stood to gain regardless of which side won, and it wouldn't have to lift a finger. However, after several rounds, although Guling and a group of teachers had trapped Bloody 9 Pages there, they were unable to completely suppress her. Bloody 9 Pages, on the other hand, looked relaxed, as if she still had energy to spare. Finally, after narrowly dodging another one of Guling's punches, she suddenly spoke unexpectedly. Lord Gu, I wonder if you still remember that your excuse for coming to this base was the Southwest Region's college entrance examination training camp, and the final stage of that training is called the Beast Tide? Hearing Bloody 9 Pages' words, Guling's expression changed abruptly. What are you trying to do? Hee, if the Beast Tide is triggered early, I wonder if you will choose to continue capturing me and stop the Azure Black Dragon from breaking its seal, or if you will go to rescue those students? Immediately afterward, a smile flashed across her face, and she snapped her fingers. The next second, the entire mountain suddenly underwent a violent vibration, triggering successive roars of beasts that could be heard even inside the cave. The Beast Tide had arrived. With a single thought, Joey pondered, Xingtsong Black Dragon, is that the name of that old dragon? Didn't Guling say this fellow was a flood dragon? No wonder he kept insisting it was just a legend. The truth is that a real dragon has been suppressed here. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Guling faced a harrowing dilemma, his expression looking exceptionally grim. Finally, he let out a low growl. Pitch-black spiritual energy materialized into a pair of gauntlets as a terrifying surge of power erupted from his body. He then spoke calmly to the teachers behind him. Go back immediately and lead the students in an evacuation. I will handle bloody 9 pages. But Chief Instructor, if you push your potential so recklessly like this, it will damage your foundation over time. There's no time for hesitation. I order you to execute the command right now. Seeing this, the group finally grit their teeth and turned to leave, leaving only Gu Ling and bloody 9 pages to face each other. In contrast to Gu Ling's furrowed brow, a mocking smile played on the lips of bloody 9 pages. A thick, bloody aura billowed around her, staining the giant scythe in her hand crimson. Lord Gu, now that you're all alone, let's see what you can do. Before the words had even faded, she swung her scythe upward and brought it crashing down toward Gu Ling. It collided with his gauntlets, triggering a tremor that shook the very earth and mountains. However, in the next instant, Gu Ling felt the resistance vanish. Bloody 9 pages dissolved into a pool of fresh blood and vanished from the spot. Her true form reappeared beside the stone pillar sealing the Qingsong black dragon, her hand gripping the scruff of a tiger cub's neck. It was clear that bloody 9 pages was far stronger than Gu Ling. Presumably, even the Southwest Governor's office hadn't expected bloody 9 pages to show up in person. That was why Gu Ling was the only high-level combatant present, leaving them completely blindsided. A century ago, human powerhouses forged 5 dragon locking chains to suppress the Qingsong black dragon, sealing its 4 claws and its neck respectively, stripping it of all its power. Therefore, the requirements to undo these chains are extremely demanding. One must use the blood of 5 calamity beasts to contaminate the 5 chains, causing them to lose their efficacy. Our War Chronicles has already bred 4 calamity beasts of different races in 4 different locations. The final one was born from the resentment of the Qingsong black dragon itself, a calamity scarlet flame tiger. However, this opportunity is too rare to miss. We cannot wait for this cub to reach adulthood. Now that the 5 beasts are gathered, it is time to release you from your bonds and bring chaos and disaster back to the world of men. The voice of bloody 9 pages grew increasingly high-pitched. Finally, without a hint of mercy, she smeared the contents of 4 blood vials and the blood of the tiger cub onto the 5 dragon locking pillars. At this, even the Qingsong black dragon stood up in excitement, its massive dragon eyes widening as it stared at the 5 colossal pillars. However, a flicker of ridicule flashed in the depths of Gu Ling's eyes. The next second, 4 crisp shattering sounds rang out. The giant chains binding the Qingsong black dragon's limbs turned into a cloud of fragments and exploded. Yet, the chain around its neck seemed to have encountered a glitch. Although many cracks spiderwebbed across it, it remained locked firmly around the dragon's throat. Damn it! What is going on? You said you could set me completely free. Seeing this scene, Gu Ling finally couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, we knew about the calamity beast long ago, so how could we not have come prepared? This tiger cub was specially bred by the base. It only possesses a trace of thin bloodline. It is enough to lure you out, but not enough to allow the old dragon to break free. Next, we settle this once and for all by burying you all forever beneath this mountain. With that, a flash of resolve crossed Gu Ling's eyes. He concentrated all his power, including his very life force, into his fists and charged fiercely toward bloody 9 pages. The 3 people and the dragon present all realized Gu Ling's intent. If he hit bloody 9 pages, he would undoubtedly leave her severely wounded. However, if she dodged the punch, Gu Ling would smash into the rock wall behind her, triggering a landslide that would bury them all within the mountain. Yet, faced with this choice, bloody 9 pages did not hesitate. Instead, she mirrored his resolve with a frantic smile, raising the blood-colored scythe in her hand to meet Gu Ling's fist. Only Zhou Yi and the Azure Dark Dragon, who were watching from the side, noticed that her footsteps shifted slightly just enough to position herself right in front of the final dragon locking pillar. Zhou Yi immediately understood her scheme. She intended to let Gu Ling's life-sacrificing punch hit the pillar, helping the Azure Dark Dragon escape. He narrowed his eyes. If this old dragon broke free, the entire southwest region would face a massive catastrophe. Furthermore, he didn't want to see a guy like Gu Ling sacrifice himself so easily, only to end up serving the enemy's goals. Besides, as a mandated villain himself, sabotaging the plans of the Chosen One was only natural. Thus, Joey smiled faintly and casually retrieved a scale pill from his spatial ring, waiting for the perfect moment. The Azure Dark Dragon had naturally guessed the plan as well, but in its cunning, it said nothing. It backed away slightly, its eyes filled with anticipation as it watched the bloodshot-eyed Guling charge recklessly toward them. But just as the two entered each other's attack range and were about to collide at full power, a scale pill suddenly flew out of nowhere. It wedged itself right between them, causing both to freeze for a split second. In the next second, a figure wearing a black robe adorned with red clouds suddenly appeared out of thin air between them. With both hands outstretched, he pressed his palms against their foreheads and delivered a flick. The power of vibration combined with Shinra Tensei exploded toward both sides simultaneously. Before Guling and Bloody Nine Pages could even unleash their full strength strikes, they were sent flying back. The counter shock sent Guling's blood churning, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, but compared to losing his life, it was a massive gain. Having calmed down, he looked at the positioning of Bloody Nine Pages and the Azure Dark Dragon and immediately realized the potential consequences of his previous punch. He felt a sudden chill of lingering fear. But immediately after, he turned his gaze toward Joey. He stopped me from throwing my life away, perhaps he's sending a message? Is the reincarnation hall leaning toward our side? Bloody Nine Pages only needed a few steps to steady herself, but the smile on her lips had vanished. Her gaze toward Joey was exceptionally somber. However, the Azure Dark Dragon was the most agitated. It stood up abruptly, its massive eyes overflowing with murderous intent. To think another little bug was hiding in the water, and even I failed to notice. I truly have grown old. But for ruining my grand plan, you deserve to die. Its voice was like a gale from a frozen hell, cold enough to freeze a human soul. It swung its jaws open and exhaled a blast of chilling frost, freezing more than half of the cavern instantly. Joey looked calmly at the incoming icy dragon breath. He threw a powerful punch, shattering the air along with the bone-white dragon chi. The violent air blast surged forward, striking the Azure Black Dragon directly on the head. It roared in pain, its once cold, vertical pupils now burning with unbridled rage. Bastard! How dare a lowly insect like you insult me? That punch of yours just now was, at most, at the power level of a high-tier rank 2. Although one iron chain remains partially bound, I have already unleashed rank 3 strength. It is more than enough to annihilate you. As for the little girl from the War Chronicles, you shall serve as my subordinate for a few days until you find the final calamity beast. Wait until I catch this bug and torture him until he begs for death, only then will I join you in destroying the southwestern region of the human race. The Bloody Ninth Page chuckled sinisterly and stepped beside the Azure Black Dragon, signifying his agreement with his actions. Meanwhile, Guling limped over to stand in front of Joey, whispering to him. I'm half crippled, but I can still stall for some time. Take this chance to find other experts from your organization or contact the governor's office immediately. Joey looked at Guling's resolute profile, his lips twitched slightly, but his heart was filled with warmth. He patted Guling on the shoulder and, under the man's confused gaze, took a step forward to stand in front of him. Then, he whispered in his mind. System, use the rank 3 experience card. The moment the words left his mind, Joey felt a vast, boundless power surge into his body. In an instant, he achieved an epiphany, gaining access to numerous profound and mysterious abilities. Rank 3 was a major watershed. If Rank 2 was the stage for accumulating power, then Rank 3 was the initial eruption. At this realm, various awakened abilities gradually revealed their true might. The higher the grade, the more miraculous the ability became. There were SSS-ranked geniuses who, with a wave of their hands, could turn mountains and rivers into an upward-flowing rain to defy the heavens. There were top-tier Heaven-S punishment users who could summon celestial thunder, wielding divine majesty to purge all evil. There were even more powerful abilities capable of summoning 100 Ghost Parade, transforming into azure dragons or flame phoenixes, or even seizing control of another person's soul. In many smaller regions, a Rank 3 Awakener was already strong enough to be the dominant powerhouse. Thus, Rank 3 was also known as the Step of the Strong. However, reaching Rank 3 required more than just resources. One had to comprehend their own direction of ability development, thereby forming their own unique Tao. The more abilities one possessed, the harder it was to find this Tao. But once one stepped into rank 3, the transformation was world-shaking, granting strength that exponentially surpassed others of the same rank. Consequently, without a stroke of luck or a family legacy, most people found it difficult to cross into this realm in their entire lifetime. But Joey now had the chance to experience rank 3 in advance. Moreover, it was the optimal, strongest Tao specifically explored for him by the system, blending all his abilities. This meant that in the future, as long as he had sufficient resources, he could break through directly without needing any further enlightenment. Furthermore, even after the experience time expired, the comprehension of the Tao would remain in his memory. Even if he reverted to rank 2, he would be able to utilize it, and its power would absolutely dwarf that of his peers. At this moment, although Joey showed no outward signs of change, the third-order vibration power within his body was surging and roiling. With a mere turn of his hand, he could trigger natural disasters such as earthquakes, tsunamis, and atmospheric tremors. However, the Azure Black Dragon and Bloody 9 Pages on the opposite side were oblivious to this, instead believing that Joey was truly just an ordinary and weak second order. Thus, the man and the dragon struck simultaneously. In an instant, sharp dragon claws and a blood-colored scythe appeared before Joey at the same time. Yet, Joey seemed to be frozen in fear, making no move to dodge whatsoever. He didn't even blink. Guling suddenly grew anxious. This kid's realm was too low, he couldn't keep up with their speed at all. Watch out. No matter how monstrous you people from the reincarnation hall are, or how mysterious your abilities may be, it's impossible to bridge the chasm between the second and third order. He shouted in an attempt to snap Joey out of it, while gritting his teeth, prepared to stimulate his last bit of strength to push Joey away at the critical moment. At that very instant, Joey finally moved. However, it wasn't the smooth evasion Guling had hoped for. Instead, he took a step forward and threw a simple, unadorned punch, which collided directly with the dragon claws and the scythe. Guling could not bear to watch the tragic state this reincarnation hall member was about to be left in. The Azure Black Dragon and Bloody 9 Pages both wore crooked smirks, seemingly mocking Joey for overestimating himself and striking a stone with an egg. However, in the next second, the smiles on their faces suddenly froze, and their eyes filled with utter disbelief. At the junction where the three forces collided, a series of fine, spiderweb-like cracks suddenly split open. Immediately afterward, space itself shattered into countless tiny fragments. The Azure Black Dragon's claws and Bloody 9 Pages scythe were reduced to shards along with it, which then flew back toward them. Caught off guard, both the dragon and the man were sliced with numerous small wounds. The powerful impact forced them back several steps before they could barely stabilize themselves. Bloody 9 Pages wiped a bead of blood from his face. Instead of being angry, he crossed his arms and let out a series of heavy breaths, appearing even more excited at the sight of his own blood. The Azure Black Dragon beside him was not so perverted. It wrinkled its nose and flexed its muscles, clamping down on all its wounds. Within a few short seconds, it had stopped all the bleeding. Furthermore, with the powerful physique of the dragon race, these minor injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, when it looked toward Joey in anger once more, it found that he, who had been standing not far away, had vanished without a trace. It wasn't until the dragon lowered its head that it noticed a shadow reflected nearby. Guling was staring at the top of its head in dumbfounded shock. A foreboding premonition suddenly gripped the Azure Black Dragon. It jerked its head up and immediately saw that loathsome black robe with red clouds. Joey was floating in midair, looking down at the dragon from high above its head. This scene sent waves of shock through the hearts of not only Guling but even Bloody 9 Pages. For a human powerhouse to stand in the void, they either had to have developed their ability to an extremely profound level, or they had to possess one of the very few SS rank or higher abilities that could achieve this after reaching the third order. This meant that the person from the reincarnation hall before them was not a second order, but a third order. Seeing that the Azure Black Dragon had finally found him, a trace of a smile flickered across Joey's face hidden beneath the hood. He then extended a single finger and pressed it against the Azure Black Dragon's forehead. "You want to break free from the dragon locking pillar so badly, don't you? Then let me give you a hand." With those words, he flicked his finger, and a surge of vibrational power erupted. In that instant, Time seemed to stand still, leaving even blood-stained 9 pages in Guling frozen in place like statues. Given how much the azure black dragon valued his pride, the two of them could hardly imagine the sheer extent of the fury he was about to unleash. However, instead of the roar of the azure black dragon, they heard a mournful wail. Immediately following, massive gushes of dragon blood spurted from all over its body. The previously sealed wound suddenly burst open, expanding several times in size, and its internal organs were severely damaged by the shock. The azure black dragon was instantly inflicted with heavy injuries. And the final iron chain binding it actually tightened incessantly under this oscillating force, eventually snapping violently. The azure black dragon finally regained its freedom. It suddenly felt a lightness throughout its body, unable to believe that it had actually escaped its predicament. Could this fellow really be so kind-hearted? It jerked its head down, preparing to repay Zhou with the most brutal forms of torture. However, it was only then that it discovered the last iron chain originally locked around its neck was still there. It had merely snapped. Consequently, its strength remained sealed at the 3rd rank. But the 3rd rank is already enough. Lowly reptile, do you think a dragon's 3rd rank is the same as yours? Naive. Even if you are considered a peerless monstrous genius among the human race, so what? Let me show you why the dragon race is known as the most superior race. Its originally curled body finally stretched out for the first time. Its wings were unable to fully expand within the cave, leaving Guling looking on in total shock. It was hard to imagine that the azure black dragon, which had looked so utterly wretched moments ago, possessed such a massive body. Immediately after, it raised its head high and let out a great roar. The excitement of regaining freedom made it disregard the injuries all over its body. It directly used its physical strength to smash through the rocks overhead and charged out of the cave. Before leaving, it hooked its claw slightly and took the 9 bloody pages with it. This caused Zhou to frown slightly. He also activated the power of vibration, preparing to pursue the man and the dragon. Just then, Guling suddenly called out to him. Although I don't know what intentions your reincarnation hall has, I am willing to believe you. Furthermore, I hope you can stop the azure black dragon from rampaging through the southwest. I'm begging you. In the future, if the reincarnation hall needs anything from me, Guling will absolutely not hesitate. Zhou remained silent for 2 seconds, nodded to him, and then exerted force with his feet. His entire body turned into a cannonball, catapulting toward the direction of the azure black dragon. At this moment, the crowd of students participating in the intensive training still had no idea what was happening. Originally, they had been assigned different special training tasks based on their respective innate abilities. But less than 2 days had passed when they felt the earth shake and the mountain sway, followed by the rising and falling of countless terrifying beast roars. Several among them had even accidentally encountered the beast tide. As a result, they only had time to let out a single scream before being trampled to death by hundreds of beasts, leaving no remains. What's going on? Isn't the beast tide supposed to be our final test? Why is it here so early? Just as the other students were panic-stricken and at a loss for what to do, the teachers from the base finally emerged from various nooks and crannies. Then, he led them in a game of hide-and-seek through the mountain forests, desperately trying to make it back to the base for shelter. However, no matter which direction they fled, they would find themselves confronted by a massive swarm of frenzied beasts after only a few steps, forcing them back to their original position. Are we really just going to stay here and wait for death? Someone couldn't help but think pessimistically, but before he could continue, a young man nearby glared at him fiercely, forcing him to swallow the rest of his words. Since we die if we try to break through and we die if we sit here waiting, why not give it a shot? Besides, if the beast tide is the ultimate trial we must face, what's the harm in challenging it now? Anyone with guts, follow me, let's fight it out with the horde. If Zhou were here, he would have recognized this hot-blooded youth as one of his fellow seeds. Hearing his words, many people shrunk back and remained silent. However, before long, a young man carrying a precious sword stepped forward, and a blindfolded young girl raised her hand as well. Those selected as seeds had all stepped forward as long as they were present, totaling more than a dozen people. Then, they exchanged a smile and charged out without hesitation amidst the complicated gazes of the others. In an instant, their figures vanished into the surging tide of beasts, but soon a flash of sword light was seen slashing down through the horde, effortlessly cutting several ferocious beasts in half at the waist. Furthermore, a large number of beasts suddenly seemed to be under control. They spun around and charged back against the tide, only to be trampled into a pulp within seconds. Each of them displayed their respective abilities, managing to carve out a tiny safe zone within the beast tide and slowly pushing forward. Can they really succeed? What are you thinking? This is a beast tide. Their spiritual power is limited, but the tide is practically endless. How are they supposed to break out? Just as some had predicted, everyone's abilities soon began to wane, yet the beast tide grew even more ferocious. As their strength ebbed and the enemies flowed, the safe zone instantly shrank by half, forcing the dozen or so people into a cramped area with no room left to maneuver. In other words, a single mistake would mean being swallowed whole by the beast tide. Even the sword-wielding youth, the strongest among them, felt his arms grow exceptionally heavy. The sword he had swung since birth now felt almost too heavy to lift. Beside him, the girl in the black dress had her eyes tightly shut as 2 streaks of bloody tears ran down her cheeks, her aura becoming incredibly weak. Are we really going to lose our lives here? Their hearts sank to rock bottom, and they couldn't help but close their eyes in despair. But just then, a resounding dragon roar echoed through the mountains. To everyone's disbelief, the beast tide came to a grinding halt. Across the entire mountainside, the ferocious beasts were now prostrated on the ground, trembling toward the peak as if they had encountered their greatest fear. Immediately following this, the entire mountain range began to shake violently. Then, before the horrified eyes of the crowd, the mountain peak exploded with a deafening boom, and a giant dragon soared out from within. At the sight of it, the beasts trembled even more violently. Some of the weaker creatures were even frightened unconscious. All the students undergoing special training in the mountains looked on in disbelief. So the rumors the chief instructor mentioned were true. However, the appearance of the dragon did indeed grant them a moment to breathe. Supporting one another, they quickly moved to a safer spot. While recovering, they looked up at the dragon in the sky, feeling a wave of relief in their hearts. It's a good thing this dragon showed up when it did. If it had been even a minute later, we would have been turned into piles of mangled meat, the kind you can't even piece back together. Hearing the jest from one of them, the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. At that moment, Guling finally crawled out of the semi-collapsed cave. After confirming that the vast majority of students and teachers were safe, he heaved a long sigh of relief, his gaze toward Joey in the sky filling with sullen respect. So that's why he intentionally let the azure black dragon go. I am ashamed. I was only worried about the consequences of the dragon escaping, while he had even considered the students' training in the mountains. I am not his equal. To think the Hall of Reincarnation possesses such righteousness. I am truly ashamed for having doubted them before. If Joey knew what Guling was imagining, he would have definitely been at a loss for words. He had intentionally shattered the chains to release the azure black dragon, not only because he was confident he could suppress it while it was only at the 3rd rank, but also because he had his eyes on its draconic body and its incredibly precious dragon soul. To put it simply, he was after its body. If he were to kill the azure black dragon inside the cave, the dragon locking pillars would detect it immediately, drawing the true powerhouses of the governor's mansion. In that scenario, he wouldn't be able to claim a single piece of the dragon. But if the azure black dragon flew out of the cave, there would be far more room to maneuver. With his methods, he could have the dragon picked clean and packed away before the governor's mansion even had time to react. Naturally, the azure black dragon had no inkling of Joey's intentions. Having just broken free, it was stretching its wings to their full extent, reveling in the joy of freedom. It wasn't until it perched atop the mountain peak and looked down, suddenly spotting the students and teachers participating in the training camp, that a glint of cruelty flashed in its vertical pupils. Perfect. These little ants will serve as the snacks for my liberation celebration. Little girl of the War Chronicles, once I've had my fun, I will fulfill my first promise and join you in wreaking havoc across human territory to vent the hatred I've harbored for these past 100 years. However, just as it was preparing to begin its slaughter, a dark shadow flew out from the cave as well, treading upon the void and standing calmly before it. Seeing the dragon's arrogant display, Joey knew exactly what it was thinking. Without a moment's hesitation, he simply raised his fist and charged straight at it. The azure black dragon's expression grew even more twisted and ferocious. Previously, it had been trapped in the cave, unable to break free and thus unable to utilize most of its abilities. But now, soaring thousands of meters in the sky, it could finally unleash its full power. "I'll give you ignorant little reptiles a taste of true draconic awe." Before the words had even fully left its mouth, the surrounding air began to converge, forming a localized tornado above the dragon's head. Then, with a low roar, a terrifying beam of glacial light shot toward Joey. Everywhere it passed, even the air was frozen solid. A hailstorm erupted over the mountains, crushing many of the beasts within the tide to death. Yet Joey remained calm. He merely opened his hands slowly, and the glacial light shattered several meters away from him. He didn't wait for the dragon to strike again. Instead, he kicked off the air with force, the recoil transforming him into a streak of black light that catapulted toward the giant dragon, appearing behind it in an instant. The power of vibration gathered once more in his fist. And then one punch. This single punch blasted a massive void directly into the atmosphere. The azure black dragon suddenly felt a chill run through its entire body, as if a monumental crisis was about to descend. Subconsciously, it bunched all its muscles onto its back, its scales clamping tight against its skin as layer upon layer of secret draconic buffs were stacked, arming itself to the teeth. Yet under the force of this punch, all its defenses were shattered as easily as paper. The blow landed squarely on its back. The vibration force coalesced into a sphere of light, causing spiderweb-like spatial cracks to reappear in the surroundings. Accompanied by the sound of shattering, the punch tore straight through the azure black dragon. The overwhelming impact was more than it could withstand. It crashed heavily into the ground, smashing a massive crater into the earth. And so, in the eyes of the onlookers, a specific scene unfolded. The giant dragon that had burst from the peak looked terrifying, clearly intent on a massacre, causing everyone to tense up instantly. This was a true dragon in existence whose mere aura was enough to forcibly halt a beast tide and compel countless monsters to kneel in submission. Can they hold them back? However, just as everyone thought death was inevitable, a black speck, nearly invisible to the naked eye, flashed past. Immediately following, the giant dragon let out a mournful wail and plummeted from the sky. Only a handful of Spirit Eye type ability users saw everything clearly, and they couldn't help but let out a chorus of gasps. Someone knocked a giant dragon out of the sky with a single punch. I saw it too. Black robes with red clouds, it's the reincarnation hall. Holy crap, has another powerhouse emerged after the Hell Sovereign and the Wood King? Hearing their exclamations, the others immediately snapped out of their shock and crowded around, incessantly questioning them about the situation. Even the group of seed candidates, who were just about to charge out, turned back upon hearing the news. That's right, Zhao Fuguan, isn't your ability capable of projecting distant scenes? Hurry up and let us have a look too. Under the urging of the crowd, Zhao Fuguan, surrounded by everyone, felt as though he had reached the highlight of his life. Even those high-talent seeds, and even the head instructor, were looking at him with eyes full of anticipation. So he nodded and activated his spiritual power. Suddenly, a screen of light appeared before everyone's eyes. They finally caught sight of the reincarnation hall member's silhouette in battle. So cool! The reincarnation hall is my idol. I've finally seen one in the flesh today. My God, did you notice? He's standing directly in the void without the help of any wings or spirit beasts. What kind of cultivation realm is required for that? Watch out, boss. That dragon is about to attack again. Joey, of course, had also seen the azure dark dragon standing back up. A faint green light was converging in front of its chest. Immediately afterward, countless ferocious beasts and the surrounding mountain forests began to wither in age. Their life force was being forcibly drained by the azure dark dragon, which not only healed its injuries instantly but also caused its physical body to swell significantly. Its strength became even more terrifying. However, Joey was not like those villains who would just stand by and let their opponent power up. He mustered his vibration power once more, stomped hard against the void, and his body transformed into an arrow released from a bowstring, slamming directly onto the head of the azure dark dragon. The terrifying force transmitted down through the dragon's body, instantly causing several bottomless fissures to crack open across the entire mountain. This was followed by a violent tremor that left everyone in utter shock. This man's single punch had actually triggered a landslide. The horde of beasts watched in horror as giant boulders rolled down the mountain. No longer caring about worshipping the dragon, they scrambled to find safety. Racked with pain and despite its severe injuries, the azure dark dragon spat a beam of faint green light at Joey. However, he shook it all off with his vibrations, causing the light to scatter and instantly wither all the surrounding trees. Joey realized that the azure, dark, and black in the dragon's name represented the three abilities it possessed. He had already witnessed its ice energy and physical prowess. This green light appeared to be its third ability, and by the looks of it, it was the super rare life force. Instead of being alarmed, he was delighted. If that were the case, the value of the azure dark dragon was even higher. Joey stomped his foot down hard, causing the earth to rapidly fracture in all directions. The terrifying earthquake made it impossible for the azure dark dragon to maintain its footing, and half of its body actually sank directly into the ground. But at that moment, the dragon twisted its face into a grin. Suddenly, a blood-colored figure leaped from its body. The scythe in the figure's hand, now stained with dragon blood, became even more massive and hideous. The blade appeared above Joey's head in an instant. Hee hee, if this blade even grazes you slightly, you'll be corroded on the spot by the dragon's blood. You'll either become a subordinate of the azure dark dragon or die as your blood is consumed. However, Joey didn't even lift his head. The vibration power in his hand condensed into a sphere of light, and he raised his arm to block bloody 9-Page's scythe. Under her incredulous gaze, Joey grabbed the handle of the scythe and yanked it hard. Her figure suddenly lost its center of gravity and transformed into a hideous, blood-colored dragon head, opening its massive maw to bite at Joey. The true body of bloody 9-Pages was hidden within, watching Joey with a sinister leer. But he didn't care for her little blood manipulation tricks at all. He simply extended a finger, gave a slight tremor, and pierced right through the blood dragon, striking her abdomen without any resistance. Navy 6 Styles, Finger Pistol. Furthermore, Joey's finger pistol was imbued with vibration power, which blasted directly into her internal organs. The violent force caused bloody 9-Pages to instantly lose her combat effectiveness, and she collapsed to the ground, vomiting blood. Seeing this, the azure dark dragon inwardly cursed the members of the War Chronicles for being so useless. It then forcibly pulled itself out of the ground, transforming into a massive war machine, and exchanged over a dozen blows with Joey in an instant. With the black dragon's physical constitution, it should have been an absolute juggernaut, capable of crushing anyone under equal conditions. Yet, facing the transcendent power of the tremor fruit, it found itself utterly overwhelmed. Despite possessing claws, a tail, and fangs as weapons, and being over 100 times larger than its opponent, the dragon was beaten into a corner, its entire body covered in wounds. Conversely, its opponent remained as calm as if nothing had happened, standing quietly in the void. His long robes whipped violently in the wind, leaving the group of students watching from a distance absolutely dumbfounded. Is he even human? Fighting a dragon with nothing but his bare body. I'm willing to call him the strongest combat type ability user ever. The other top-tier experts all have titles. I think this guy is just as good as them, so he needs a resounding nickname too. Yeah. His physical body is invincible and he can stand in the void. Why don't we just call him Superman? Are you joking? Even though he's fighting the dragon physically, I don't think his ability is a physical buff, it's some kind of invincible power that can shatter the heavens and split the earth. Plus, standing proudly in the void like a pillar of heaven, suppressing the dragon so it can't do evil, and saving us from the beast tide. How about we call him the Seat of Heaven's Suppression? His words brought the crowd to a brief silence, followed immediately by a wave of gasps and exclamations. The Seat of Heaven's Suppression, that title is absolutely fitting. Hearing the nickname they had come up with, even Gu Ling couldn't help but nod in agreement. As the students watched Joey and the Azure Black Dragon locked in a life and death struggle, their faces were filled with nothing but pure worship. Sorry, Lord Hell Venerable and Lord Wood King, but starting today, I'm a solo fan of the Seat of Heaven's Suppression. I think you're just thirsting for his physique. Unlike you, I just feel bad for him. Fighting a giant dragon hand to hand is so exhausting, why doesn't he come and stop right there, or this book is going to get banned? Exactly. What are you all thinking? In the world of adults, there's no need to choose, I want them all. The young swordsman gripped his hilt tightly, his eyes burning with a fierce fire as if he wished he could join the fray himself. Unfortunately, he knew that with his current strength, he was still far from that level. Meanwhile, the girl in the black dress, who had once again covered her eyes with black gauze, had a slight flush on her face. She had produced a pen and paper from nowhere and was sketching something at lightning speed. Locked in combat, Joey naturally had no idea that his new persona had already been assigned a title. At this moment, he and the azure black dragon were weaving through the mountains. Every clash triggered a massive explosion that echoed through the range. Finally, unable to take it any longer, the azure black dragon spread its massive wings and soared into the sky with a furious roar. Joey refused to let go. With a powerful stomp, he combined moonwalk with the power of air tremors, shooting straight into the clouds with a speed that even surpassed the azure black dragon. The man and the dragon resumed their chase in mid-air. The shockwave fist repeatedly collided with the dragon's raw power, triggering a continuous string of thunderous booms that left everyone in awe. Finally, Joey struck the azure black dragon with another punch. The terrifying force sent a surge of pain through the beast, turning its eyes blood red. Seizing this opening, however, the azure black dragon lunged forward, grabbed Joey, and dived straight into a massive lake below. This is bad. I remember that lake is another outlet for the dragon pool. It's essentially the azure black dragon's lair. Fighting underwater will likely put the seat of void suppression at a disadvantage. Gu Ling's brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of worry flashing in his eyes. Although he hadn't had much contact with this member of the reincarnation hall, the man's actions luring the dragon out to save the students and single-handedly fighting both the evil dragon and the bloody 9 pages had earned his respect. Seeing his grim expression, the surrounding students and teachers instinctively held their breath, terrified of disturbing the battle or seeing their idol fall into a losing position. However, just as everyone was tensing up over the situation, the surface of the water was suddenly split apart by a powerful force, revealing Joey's figure. He tore through the water with both hands, sending massive layers of surging waves crashing down upon the azure black dragon. This should have been the dragon's home turf, yet the giant waves Joey triggered turned the lake water into a force that hindered the beast. Joey seized the perfect moment. Before the azure black dragon could exhale its freezing dragon breath to solidify the surface, he leaped onto its head. He then channeled all his strength into his right fist and unleashed his most powerful strike, hitting the azure black dragon square on top of its skull. Thud! A massive, muffled thud echoed endlessly through the mountains. The moment the azure black dragon was struck by Joey's punch, its movement stiffened, and the light vanished from its eyes. It didn't even have time to release the freezing breath in its mouth. Instead, the frost backfired, sealing its own jaws in ice. Its body sank directly into the lake, silent and motionless. Is that guy dead? I don't know. The water in this lake is filled with dragon aura. Our spiritual eyes can't see what's happening inside at all. Look, the big boss went down too. Seeing that the time was right, Joey turned and dove back into the water, quickly locating the unconscious azure black dragon. Despite suffering such grievous injuries, the creature was surprisingly not yet dead. The sheer tenacity of the dragon race, especially the black dragons, left even Joey in admiration. But it also made him covet this physical body even more. This was merely its combat power. While sealed at the 3rd tier, it was hard to imagine what kind of devastating power it would possess if it erupted at full strength. As he looked at its massive carcass, wondering how to transport it whole back to the Star's secret realm, he suddenly felt a surge of longing from the 10 tails. What? You want this guy's spiritual power? Joey soon received a message from the system and understood. As expected, the 10 tails he had summoned was merely a base version. It required the spiritual power of 10 powerhouses to be activated into its complete form. Moreover, the stronger these 9 targets are, the higher their potential, and the superior their race, the higher the status of the complete 10 tails will be, and its power will be correspondingly more terrifying. Having understood this, Joey naturally did not hesitate and followed the system prompts to open the space of the Star's secret realm. The sealing jutsu, Phantom Dragon's 9 consuming seals, which originally required 10 people to perform simultaneously, was actually executed by the 10 tails on its own. 9 dragons of spiritual energy pounced directly onto the azure black dragon. Without any resistance, all of its spiritual energy was stripped away and sealed within one of the 10 tails' tails. Its aura instantly grew weak. Even if it were to wake up, it could never hope to escape from the palm of Zhou-Yi's hand. At that moment, several notifications popped up before Zhou-Yi's eyes, but he didn't have time to look. He commanded the 10 tails to extend a giant hand and dragged the massive body of the azure black dragon entirely into the star-secret realm. As the space-time tunnel closed, it was as if the azure black dragon had never existed in this world. Immediately after, Zhou-Yi slowly swam to the lakeshore and adjusted his breathing. However, a figure in a blood-red dress holding a dagger quietly appeared behind him, raising the blade to plunge it into the back of his head. Unfortunately, the moment Bloody 9 Pages struck, her dagger was suddenly repelled by an invisible force. She reacted instantly, retreating violently in an attempt to escape, but a hand grabbed her forehead from behind first. She felt as if her soul was being extracted from her body, leaving her completely powerless to resist. In the next second, Bloody 9 Pages, who had once incited countless riots, wars, and slaughters, saw her vision go dark and lost consciousness forever. After the human path extracted her soul, the 6 paths of pain emerged one by one from behind Zhou-Yi. Soon, all of her memories were read by the human path, and Zhou-Yi learned a vast amount of information regarding the War Chronicles. I didn't expect that in addition to this dragon, I'd also harvest a member of the War Chronicles. Take her body back to the Star-Secret Realm first. After I handle the remaining matters, I'll go and take stock of the gains from this trip. The 6 paths of pain nodded, hoisted the body of Bloody 9 Pages, and vanished once more into the mountain forests. Zhou-Yi put his watch back on and, tracking the others' footprints, moved his feet. His figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, rushing toward the main group. On the other side, the crowd was still immersed in the battle of the big shot from moments ago, until a beast's roar snapped them back to reality, forcing them to look at the surrounding beast tide. Without the control of the azure black dragon, the fierce beasts returned to normal and began to scatter in all directions. Everyone, listen to my command. The Dragon Pool assessment ends here. Now begins the final test, the beast tide. The fierce beasts in this mountain carry dragon chi within them. As long as you have your watches, you can absorb the dragon chi from their bodies after killing them, which will help enhance the power of your abilities. Therefore, with sunset as the deadline, everyone's watch will record your kill count. The top 10 individuals with the most kills will receive rewards. The assessment begins now. As soon as the words fell, everyone charged forward, clashing with the fierce beasts in a frantic struggle. The talents they displayed made the teacher's eyes light up, and they quickly began to record the data. Not bad. Having experienced this beast tide, all the students have grown in strength, and their ability development levels have improved significantly. Especially the members of those seed groups Jianshen, Menghan, and the others. After enduring a life-and-death ordeal, they've undergone earth-shattering changes. With a bit more fine-tuning, they will definitely shine brilliantly in the college entrance examination. Gu Ling watched their battles, nodding from time to time, but soon a trace of regret appeared on his face. It's just a pity that the one I had the highest hopes for got separated, and we still haven't found him. Trying to survive alone in a beast tide is as difficult as reaching the heavens. I have no idea how I'm going to explain this to his family. But before he could even start worrying about the matter, a blinding bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, instantly charring dozens of gathered hungry wolves to a crisp. Immediately following that was a series of blazing, molten rocks shooting through the air. Each one was powerful enough to crush several large ferocious beasts to death. Everyone was startled by these two powerful abilities and looked toward the depths of the mountain forest in unison. There, they saw a familiar figure standing on a large tree nearby, one hand commanding lightning while the other churned with lava. Terrifying spiritual energy fluctuated around Zhou-Yi, causing even Gu Ling's eyelid to twitch involuntarily. This kid is clearly only second tier, so why does the spiritual pressure radiating from him feel as if it could suppress even me? The next second, however, a look of immense joy appeared on his face. Zhou-Yi. Ha, you're actually still alive. Hearing Gu Ling's laughter, the others snapped out of their daze, their gazes toward Joey instantly turning into looks of horror. This person was also from their training camp? And he managed to survive the beast tide all by himself? Just how strong is he? The expressions of the members of the seed groups also changed. They had previously tried to coordinate and break out during the beast tide, so they understood the horror of the situation better than anyone else. Consequently, when they learned that Joey had actually survived the beast tide alone and unscathed, they were even more shocked than the others. Joey felt their gazes and merely offered a faint smile. The lightning in his hand transformed into countless golden arrows that shot out in all directions, instantly mowing down a vast area of beasts. The gap between these ferocious beasts and the azure dark dragon was even greater than the gap between a human and an ant. Thus, to Joey, who had just finished slaying a dragon, this was as easy as child's play. Even though he had started much later than the others, he quickly climbed to the top spot, and his kill count was significantly higher than that of the runner-up, the young swordsman Jian Shen. Looking at the kill count representing Joey on his watch, a sense of powerlessness welled up in Jian Shen's heart. Even though he had exerted his full strength and even revealed his strongest hidden sword techniques, he still couldn't even catch a glimpse of Joey's shadow. But soon, his fighting spirit ignited once more. So what if Joey is stronger than him now? With his talent in the way of the sword, who's to say he won't be able to compete with him in the future? Meanwhile, Gu Ling, who was observing the overall situation from a distance, pushed up his sunglasses with his middle finger to hide the shock deep in his eyes. As a bystander with the advantage of superior strength, he saw everything more clearly than anyone else. Joey had clearly demonstrated overwhelming power, yet he was undoubtedly hiding something even more shocking. Far from catching up to him, the gap between others and his back would likely only continue to widen. This kid was simply a monster, more terrifying than any freak of nature. Not far away, Meng Hun, the black-skirted girl ranked third, had a mysterious, knowing smile playing on her lips, as if she were witnessing something incredibly juicy. While using her ability to manipulate ferocious beasts into tearing each other apart, she pulled out a pen and quickly sketched two figures in her notebook under the theme of he runs, he chases, he has no escape. Except, one of the figures bore a resemblance to Jian Shen, while the other looked somewhat like Joey. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Gu Ling let out a loud shout, "The assessment is over." Everyone immediately ceased their actions and, led by the instructors, boarded their respective buses to return to the base. Soon, the results of the Dragon's Pool and Beast Tide trials were released. To everyone's astonishment, Joey was not only the person with the highest kill count in the Beast Tide but also the one who had dived the deepest into the Dragon's Pool. Even Gu Ling's gaze narrowed, his eyes filled with profound meaning as he looked at Joey. If one added his first-place finish in the Tiger's Den mission, Joey had actually taken first place in all three assessments. This kid had definitely been playing the pig to eat the tiger all along. Only the team members who had been on the same bus as Joey from the very beginning were not at all surprised by this result. What a joke! How could someone who had utterly crushed their confidence from the start possibly be weak? These two first-place finishes caused Joey's nearly depleted points to swell once again, reaching a total of 500 points. That night, he stared at the inventory in the point shop for a long time. Eventually, leveraging the super 95% off discount awarded for his double first-place finish, he purchased a supreme treasure valued at 10,000 points. The ancestral treasure of a mysterious alien race, the idol of light and dark. Legend had it that this god was the primary totem of that race, presiding over both light and darkness simultaneously. Thus, the statue contained the ultimate powers of both elements. However, the statue was also shrouded in numerous eerie rumors. Anyone who attempted to absorb the power of light and dark from within it would soon meet a tragic end. After their deaths, the power within their bodies would reappear inside the statue. This led to rumors that the statue carried a curse left behind by that ancient race. Over countless years, the spiritual energy of light and dark accumulated within the statue had become terrifyingly vast, yet no one dared to touch it anymore, fearing they would fall victim to the curse. Joey, however, did not hesitate. As soon as he placed the order, he rushed to the exchange counter to collect the statue. Before long, a scream erupted from the exchange counter once again. "I just wanted to take a couple more looks at that statue. Which filthy rich bastard actually bought it?" Meanwhile, back at his quarters, Joey smiled as he looked at the 10 additional gacha pulls that had appeared in his system. As expected of himself, always one step ahead of everyone else. However, as he gazed upon the statue, he felt as if it were flashing a wicked smirk at him, while a voice whispered incessantly in his mind. Come, just do as I say, and you will obtain dual SSS grade light and dark abilities from this statue, becoming a peerless prodigy. Joey understood instantly. As expected of an evil idol, it even knows how to bewitch the human heart. However, with the allure of dual SSS class abilities, most ordinary people would truly find such temptation impossible to resist. He smiled, and then, under the expectant gaze of the statue, directly immersed his consciousness into the system. Sure enough, a notification regarding the statue had already popped up in the system. Detected? Grade Spiritual Object, Statue of the Light Dark Evil Seed. Would you like to exchange 80 lottery attempts to obtain the power of the Glint Glint fruit at a legendary level of mastery, and the power of the Dark Dark fruit at an epic level of mastery? Joey was inwardly stunned. The origins of this statue were far more significant than he had imagined. Even the current system was unable to determine its exact grade. Furthermore, it could provide 2 massive rewards, 1 legendary and 1 epic, all at once. However, upon seeing the required number of exchange attempts, Joey let out a sigh of relief. While this demonic statue was high tier, the system still viewed it as something unrefined. Otherwise, the required lottery count wouldn't be so high. Unfortunately, Joey hadn't accumulated that many lottery attempts yet, so he could only exit the system interface. The statue noticed Joey staring at it blankly. Just as it thought he had been bewitched and prepared to plant the light dark evil seed into his body. It saw Joey suddenly grab the statue and toss it directly into his system space. He then clapped his hands, planning to redeem those 2 powerful fruit abilities once he had saved up enough lottery attempts. In the period that followed, everyone was put through the ringer during the Hell Grade special training customized for them by the base. Even Joey felt exhausted every single day. However, the results were undeniable. Joey had originally thought that after attaining Tier 3 power, he had pushed his abilities to their absolute limit. But Gu Ling had taught him a lesson: your development of these abilities is still far from complete. During this period, Joey discovered that his proficiency with his various abilities had actually leaped forward significantly once again. This was especially true for the Rumble Rumble fruit and the Magma Magma fruit. When they were first redeemed, they were only at the extraordinary level, but through this special training, they had actually stepped into the half-step legendary rank. As the special training drew to a close, all of them stood before the bus looking like entirely different people, spirited, sharp-eyed, and imposing. The 10 members designated as the Seed Group, in particular, were now completely inscrutable. One could only sense an incredibly powerful force surging within their bodies. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke up and asked, "Chief Instructor, I was wondering if we could post the videos of him online? Please. We promise not to reveal any information about the base or this training camp, but I really want other netizens to see how cool our idol looks." After careful consideration, Gu Ling eventually granted their request. Recently, the Reincarnation Hall had indeed been the hottest topic on the entire internet. If the footage of a Reincarnation Hall member slaying an evil dragon were seen by others, it would send a clear signal. The Reincarnation Hall was not a terrorist organization, but a hidden power dedicated to guarding the human race. This could serve to leverage their prestige to improve social order. Furthermore, the primary reason they were stationed here was to guard the cave where the Azure Black Dragon was imprisoned. Following this battle, the Azure Black Dragon had been dealt with, and even the mountain itself was on the verge of collapsing. There was no longer any point in staying. They would evacuate immediately after the training ended, so exposure no longer mattered. Upon receiving Gu Ling's permission, the group cheered. They uploaded their meticulously edited clips to the internet, specifically placing a close-up of the black robes with red clouds at the very beginning. Sure enough, these videos quickly caught the attention of many. What's this? Has another member of the Reincarnation Hall appeared? Let me have a look. Heh, this is already the 10th person I've seen wearing a black robe with red clouds lately. The first 9 were all attention-seeking fakes. I doubt this one is any different. Sigh, another cliché video set in some unknown forest. I can already guess the plot. The uploader accidentally encounters a mysterious person in a reincarnation hall uniform. Then, during the conversation, the stranger says the uploader is exceptionally gifted and fits the criteria for the reincarnation hall, but they need to gather the willpower of the masses, which means everyone watching needs to V me 50 cent $50 to help him join. In return, he'll repay everyone with photos of the big bosses. Watching the screen fill with mocking bullet comments shortly after the video was uploaded, the group didn't get angry at all. Instead, they all wore expressions of eager anticipation. After all, lies don't hurt, it's the truth that cuts deep. The bigger the joke you're making now, the more perfectly you'll be kneeling later. They could not wait to see the moment when these people would be awestruck by the dragon-slaying power of the seed of suppressing the sky, eventually crying out in unison, "We respectfully welcome the seed of suppressing the sky." Sure enough, a dozen seconds later, when the tallest peak suddenly exploded and the azure black dragon soared out, triggering a scene of 10,000 beasts bowing in submission, the crowd instantly erupted. Holy shit, is that special effects or a real dragon? Any bros with big energy nearby want to go check it out? Let us know if there've actually been dragon sightings in your area lately. I showed the video to my 10-year-old cousin, who has 12 years of film critiquing experience, and he said it's real. This thread ends here. I live nearby and came to check it out myself. A while ago, I did hear a dragon's roar, and a beast tide even broke out in the mountains, though it vanished quickly. We were all confused at first, but now it turns out a powerhouse from the reincarnation hall was present. I just wonder how this newly appeared member is actually going to fight the dragon. I'm really looking forward to it. Sure enough, after another sequence of footage, everyone saw the figure clad in the black robe with red clouds soaring into the sky. With a single punch, he sent the giant dragon crashing through the earth, triggering a cataclysmic landslide that instantly silenced the entire crowd. But the next second, the screen was completely obscured by a flood of bullet comments. Damn, is it really that blunt and brutal? I definitely didn't see that coming. Fighting a dragon hand-to-hand in a human body, this kind of violent aesthetic is just too cool. Storytelling requires logic, but reality doesn't. I believe this is real now, because human imagination couldn't possibly conceive of such power. The remaining footage showed this reincarnation hall member engaging the dragon in ground combat, with a single kick triggering an earthquake. The mid-air clashes between man and dragon, and finally, the scene where he tore the lake asunder and shattered the dragon's forehead with a single punch. The video cut to a black screen only after he dived into the water, but the netizens' enthusiasm for discussion didn't fade in the slightest. I can't imagine how happy I'd be if the Throne of Heaven was my boyfriend. I want to know exactly how many abs Lord Throne of Heaven has. Slurp. You guys upstairs, tone down the thirst, it's hurting my eyes. See you guys at the beginning of the video. Soon, the term reincarnation hall was once again pushed to the top of the trending topics. And the title Throne of Heaven officially entered the public eye, sparking endless heated debate. In particular, his terrifying strength in slaying a dragon with his bare fists raised the status of physical type abilities by several levels, instantly making them the new craze. As for the mountain where he fought the azure black dragon, it was quickly tracked down by netizens. However, when curious onlookers arrived to pay homage, they were informed that the area had been cordoned off by the government, which immediately added a layer of mystery to his deeds. But the man at the center of it all was completely unaware of this. Joey was sitting in the car on his way home, eyes closed, his consciousness diving into the system space as he gleefully looked through the series of system prompts that had popped up earlier. You have completed the Dragon Slayer achievement. Disrupting the schemes of the War Chronicles gained 18 lottery chances. You have killed the bloody 9 pages, significantly weakening the strength and luck of the War Chronicles gained 22 lottery chances. You have taken first place in the overall results of the Southwest District Intensive Training, trampling numerous yet to mature children of destiny underfoot gained a total of 31 lottery chances. Finally, under Joey's excited gaze, his lottery chances surpassed the 100 mark for the first time. But thinking about the statue he still needed to exchange for and the many rewards he wanted to pull, he let out another sigh. No matter how many lottery chances he had, it never felt like enough. But he quickly pulled himself together and looked at the other prompts. After he killed the Azure Black Dragon, the system had popped up several more messages. It made sense given the immense value of such a dragon. There was no way the system wouldn't get involved. Joey strongly suspected it was an exchange prompt similar to the one for the statue. Sure enough, he soon saw the exchange conditions provided by the system. Detected? Rank spiritual entity, body of the Azure Black Dragon. Exchange for 30 gacha draws and partial Azure Black Dragon remains to obtain the legendary development level, power of the fish fruit, mythical type, model, Azure Dragon abbreviated as Azure Dragon Power? Detected dragon soul of the Azure Black Dragon. Exchange for 10 gacha draws to obtain the legendary power of the soul fruit? Detected bones of the Azure Black Dragon. Exchange for 10 gacha draws to obtain the legendary ability all-killing ash bones? The body of the Azure Black Dragon was a treasure trove through and through. Joey stared in stunned silence at the long list of exchange options provided by the system, every single one of which offered legendary tier rewards. Is this just an old dragon that lived for a few hundred years? Is it really worth this much? However, in response to Joey's doubt, the system popped up a string of question marks. For the dragon race, surviving for just over 100 years makes one a youth at most for certain long-lived dragon species. It is practically still an infant. Furthermore, the Azure Black Dragon possesses 3 elemental attributes and cultivated to the 4th rank in such a short period it is only due to being sealed that it can only display 3rd rank strength. Upon seeing the system's explanation, Joey suddenly realized that the Azure Black Dragon was not some aging, frail beast, but rather a teenage genius among the dragon race. Thus, the fact that he could slay it and claim the entire carcass for himself was comparable to obtaining a massive treasure trove. It was an absolute windfall. Joey quickly puzzled out the key details. The Azure Black Dragon had been sealed for over 100 years, yet no powerful figures had come to kill it. Clearly, someone had designs on it. It was even possible that it was a pre-ordered mount for someone. He estimated that right now, whether it was the Southwest Governor's Mansion, the War Chronicles, or even various organizations with hidden agendas, everyone was searching that mountain forest for the dragon. Among them, there might even be a few children of destiny. However, they wouldn't imagine in their wildest dreams that Joey hadn't left them so much as a single scrap of leftover material. Oh, wait, perhaps they could still collect a few drops of dragon blood spilled on the ground during the battle. At the thought of this, Joey felt refreshed in both mind and body. Even the free boxed lunch handed out on the long-distance bus tasted significantly better. And just as Joey had guessed, after the students departed, that mountain forest was indeed surrounded and sealed off by countless experts sent by the authorities, as well as ability users with various motives. The large lake where the Azure Black Dragon had fallen, in particular, was practically excavated 3 feet deep by searchers. Yet, they found nothing except for a small amount of collected dragon blood. No one could guess how the Hall of Reincarnation had managed to whisk away an entire giant dragon in such a short time. The matter even startled one of the heavenly pillars. The governor's mansion, however, took the opportunity to sweep through the surrounding factions, arresting numerous wanted criminals and boosting the security level of the entire southwest region by a notch. In the imperial capital, the head of a certain powerful family furiously smashed a priceless teacup made from a juvenile flood dragon's skull onto the table. Scalding spiritual tea spilled all over him, but he seemed oblivious to it, staring intently at the intelligence report in his hand. A century of family planning for a single chance to subdue a guardian dragon, and it's just gone? Go investigate. Find out exactly what this Hall of Reincarnation is. Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, a dark-skinned youth with dragon-like vertical pupils and skin showing faint signs of scaling moved rapidly through the woods. He eventually ducked into a tunnel with practiced familiarity. However, when he entered the familiar cave once more, intending to scavenge the dragon's discarded remains as he usually did to grow stronger, he found the cave completely empty. The things filled with dragon aura that could make him stronger had all vanished. The youth panicked instantly. How could it be so empty? Where did that mountain-sized monster go? He didn't know what had happened, he only knew that without those things, he could no longer grow powerful. He had been so close, just a little more, and he would have obtained even greater power. The young man hopped around the cave in a fit of rage, his voice immediately drawing the attention of many. When they laid eyes on this strange savage, they were momentarily startled, but upon seeing his nearly dragonized body, their eyes lit up with excitement. Though they failed to find the giant dragon, capturing a human corrupted by draconic chi was a fine alternative at the very least. He possessed immense research value. And so, this child of destiny living in the great mountains met his end before his true opportunity could even arrive. But none of this had anything to do with Joey. As the saying goes, what the reincarnation hall does has nothing to do with me, Joey. At this moment, Joey was still deep in thought. However, noticing the azure black dragon's eyelids trembling as if it were about to wake, he hurriedly exchanged its soul for the power of the soul fruit. In the process, he finally finished off this unkillable great dragon for good. With a flash of white light, the azure black dragon's faint soul fluctuations vanished completely. In its place, a new vial of potion appeared before Joey. After enduring yet another round of agonizing torture that felt worse than death, during which Joey dizzily thought he sought his great-great-grandfather, only to be kicked back by the old man, he finally obtained the power of the soul fruit. Under the feedback of the legendary great soul fruit, his soul power began to skyrocket, instantly reaching a level of potency that rivaled his other abilities. Joey made a rough estimation. His power was now at least on par with Hun Meng, the girl in the black dress from the training camp. Having gained a new ability, he naturally needed to test it out. It just so happened that he had a memory-stripped soul in his possession. Thus, Joey selected the soul of the Bloody 9 Pages, currently held by the Preta Path, as his first target. However, just as he was hesitating over what object his first homie should inhabit, Shang Chen, who had been cultivating within the Star Secret Realm, was startled awake by the soul power he radiated. Upon learning of Joey's new ability, even he was shocked by such a formidable and eerie soul-type power. But immediately after, he pulled a paper-wrapped bundle from the giant cauldron behind him and thrust it into Joey's hands. "You just said this woman's soul is strong and could be refined into a decent homie, right? I happen to have a set of spiritual treasures here. If they can be granted a soul, they will definitely be of great help to you." Curious, Joey unwrapped the paper bundle, only to find a stack of yellowed talisman papers inside. "These are ancestral treasures passed down in my family, runic artifacts inscribed with the Chiman Duanjia and the 8 trigrams. There are 64 sheets in total. They were originally supreme treasures used to set up Chiman arrays, but since those array formations have long been lost, they've just been gathering dust in my coffin. I dug them up from the ground a few days ago, thinking they'd only serve as mementos. I never expected they would actually come in handy. If we are to create homies, I don't think any object would be more suitable than this." Hearing Shang Chen's analysis, Joey couldn't help but nod in agreement. He promptly activated the power of the soul fruit, clenching a blinding light of soul in his right hand and forcefully injecting it into the stack of yellow talismans. The soul of the Bloody 9 Pages was actually split into 64 fragments, each entering one of the yellow talismans. In an instant, the 36 talisman papers fluttered without wind, circling around Joey. They automatically arranged themselves into a complex Chiman formation, instantly setting up the ancient Chiman 8 trigrams array that had long been lost to history. More terrifyingly, in this world of supernatural abilities, the 8 trigrams possessed an even more mysterious power. Once deployed, with just a single thought or movement from Joey, he could arbitrarily change the hexagrams, the layout, and everything within the formation, even time and space. The power of the ancient mystical sect had finally reappeared in the human world. Feeling the power of the 8 trigrams plate beneath his feet, Joey couldn't help but marvel inwardly. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly echoed within the Chiman formation. I wonder what my master thinks of this old man's abilities." Joey and Shang Chen were both startled. The Chiman 8 trigrams shifted on its own, and the image of a cheerful old man stroking his beard appeared within the array. "Is this a homie?" The two exchanged a glance. Sensing their confusion, the old man bowed toward Joey with cupped hands and answered loudly. "I am Tong Xian, the formation stabilizing talisman paper of the ancient Chiman 8 trigrams. Having received my master's help today, I have not only gained human form but have also brought the Chiman formation back to the world. I am willing to use all my life's strength to assist my master." Joey nodded. After the two men and the spirit conversed for a while, they immediately discovered that Tongxian was not only incredibly powerful but also functioned like a walking encyclopedia, citing various ancient knowledge with ease. Shang Chen was even more ecstatic. For him, the barrier to practicing the way of alchemy wasn't a lack of talent, but the complete absence of any cultivation methods. In just a few sentences, Tongxian pointed out all his issues, provided several ancient paths for alchemy cultivation, and even listed several top-tier medicinal formulas. It nearly drove him mad with joy. Without even stopping to greet Joey, he immediately lit a fire and locked himself back inside the giant cauldron, leaving even Tongxian in awe. This subordinate of my master possesses not only peerless talent but, more importantly, a heart that seeks the truth. In ancient times, he would surely have become a grandmaster of alchemy. Now, he is uniquely favored by the entire path of alchemy. It is hard to imagine how limitless his future will be. With such a man's assistance, my master will surely achieve great things. Zhou Yi's lip twitched slightly. Tongxian was great in every way, except for his somewhat peculiar way of speaking. After exchanging the dragon soul, Zhou Yi glanced at the remaining system prompts and pondered for a moment. Even with a life-type ability, the Azure Black Dragon could only exist as a living corpse after losing its soul, leaving behind nothing but a powerful husk. This actually worked in Zhou Yi's favor, allowing him to continuously harvest various top-tier materials from it. It was a treasure trove that would drive even the heavenly pillars into a frenzy. If he were outside, Joey would definitely choose exchange now without hesitation, knowing that only when the benefits were in hand were they truly his. But the system space was one of the few places where he could truly feel at ease. He first separated the dragon blood, dragon saliva, and other materials that could be extracted without compromising the integrity of the Azure Black Dragon, then tossed them all into the massive cauldron in one go. Soon, he heard Shang Chen's exclamation of surprise. So many dragon-grade materials. I just happened to acquire quite a few pill recipes. Just wait to feast on my top-tier elixirs. Watching the azure spirit flame burn increasingly fierce within the furnace, the corners of Zhou Yi's mouth curled up slightly. Leaving the materials to Shang Chen gave Zhou Yi complete peace of mind. After all, even a child of destiny couldn't hope to compete with the one and only favored son of the path of alchemy. However, even though he had already dragged the remaining carcass of the Azure Black Dragon into the Star's secret realm, he still felt uneasy, fearing that such a massive fortune might inadvertently be picked up by some protagonist. So, hardening his heart, Joey slowly stuffed the entire dragon into his system space. Just as he finished doing this, a sudden spatio-temporal turbulence appeared within the Star's secret realm, sweeping in a large number of stars. The sight pained Joey immensely. These were all his assets. He wiped the sweat from his brow once more, feeling glad he was witty enough. Otherwise, this wave of spatio-temporal turbulence really would have been enough to slice the Azure Black Dragon's body into small pieces and carry them away. The devious heavenly Tao was always trying to snatch good things away from him. He just wondered which child of destiny those stars of his would end up with. But soon, Joey burst out laughing. It turned out that after the spatio-temporal turbulence sucked away a large swath of stars, it failed to find anything related to the Azure Black Dragon. Seemingly unwilling to give up, it finally targeted the great cauldron containing the dragon materials and Shang Chen. However, before the vortex could even fully manifest, it was directly suppressed and crushed. Joey even faintly heard a scream. It seemed someone had been caught in the turbulence by accident and ended up getting hit squarely on the head by the cauldron. Then, the spatio-temporal turbulence exploded, spitting out all the previously sucked-in stars. Along with it, a system prompt appeared before Joey's eyes. Seeing through the conspiracy of the heavenly Tao in advance, preserving the corpse of the Azure Black Dragon, and wounding a child of destiny, obtained 11 lottery draws. Furthermore, after the turbulence exploded, items it had sucked up from all over the world were also blasted out, many of which were indeed high-quality treasures. With just a casual glance, Joey spotted spirit pearls condensed from heavenly lightning punishment, extreme cold ice that only forms in the coldest part of an entire iceberg, branches and leaves from the phoenix perching parasol tree, and so on. Old man Heavenly Tao, I bet you didn't expect you'd be the one dropping loot today. However, most of these things were of little use to him before being refined, so he stuffed them all into Shang Chen's hands as well. After processing all these items, he flipped through the memories of the bloody 9 pages once more and was instantly surprised. Despite her youthful appearance, this woman's experiences were unexpectedly rich. Through her memories, Joey gained a wealth of new insights and techniques, along with a much deeper understanding of the organization known as the War Chronicles.